that's a euphemism for men of a certain religious heritage, but you say they're Asian. So their names are, let me summarize them for you. Muhammad, Ahmad, Muhammad, Ahmad, Muhammad, 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 Ahmad, Ahmad, Muhammad, Ahmad, Ahmad, Muhammad, Ahmad, Muhammad. Okay? So I put those up and I sarcastically said, I don't have a big enough brain to do the big data analytics to understand what is the commonality across all those gentlemen. Did anybody help me? Do you know how many people wrote to me and blamed it on the Jews? Not facetiously. So now I'm going to ask you, Joe, how? I was just going to ask you that. How is it when 3 Muhammads rape your 12-year-old British girl, you blame it on Mordechai? 3 Muhammads lead to Mordechai. Tell me how. Tell me.
I don't know. How did they do it?
Who let them in? It's the Jewish cabal who controls immigration policy. It's George Soros, the Jew, who controls the open society ideology.
I don't think you can really disconnect George Soros to Jewish. If you look at his policies, he seems anti-Western civilization.
I agree, but for the Jew hater, any causal explanation.
One individual who just happens to be Jewish,
or they point to some other one. There's one I don't even know who she is. I think Barbara Lerner or something. Somebody will correct us in the comment section where they show her saying something. Oh, we need to flood, and she happens to be Jewish. But for every Jewish person who is pro open door policy, there's a counter Jewish person. Here's one who is not for open border policies, right? Stephen Miller, who worked in the Trump administration, is Jewish. He's probably the biggest anti-open door immigration.
Okay, can I second him? Sorry,
that's the mindset of the Jew hater. Everything is linked. There's this incredible diabolical feature of the Jew that they're able to.
Who is that?
Pretend.
The girl comes in, shows her boobs, she launched a coin, and she's taking a shower in the other chat.
You
Sent you an invite.
mean Lar?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Well, I appreciate it. That's not, I don't want to say really not my thing, but.
I know, I figured, but I've been there for a second. When
Hey,
I saw you
dude,
sleeping,
hop in there and enjoy yourself.
oh no, it's fine. It was hilarious. If you check the chat, the whole time she was doing that, I was massaging oil in my ear, and like the chat was blowing up, like, who the fuck is this guy giving a beard oil instruction?
Well, there you go.
There's this guy giving like a beard hygiene instruction, and then I go to people who are like it's a cultural stream, man. I was talking about the merits of like overseas crystal brushes.
So she started her own coin?
Yeah.
Well, good on her.
Yeah.
What's its ticker?
Almost 10. It's on there. It's a Solana. It's on Solana.
Doesn't it have a ticker?
Yeah, if you go to her, you can click the where the fuck is it?
It should be just like 4 letters or something.
Oh, it's a Cash Milkers, Milkerz.
There you go. Well, you never know. It might be really big someday. Well, yeah, believe it or not, and I'm not just doing it to be a douche. The
This is what people know. I've got into some random places lately, and I've said, hey, can I ask everyone a question? And they go, yeah, what's up? I go, have you all heard of Rabbi Michael Rothschild? And they're like, who the fuck are you? And I was like, just a homie. And they're like, no, are you? Who the fuck are you? Is this the rabbi? And I'm like, no. I'm like, I just wanted to show my money.
well, that's very appreciated. Is that in Kick?
They knew you. You're the guy who trolls Kick.
That's absolutely right. Was this in Kick?
I think it might have been in the Discord or chat.
Oh, there you go. Oh yeah, dog.
I was in a Discord chat. There's a bunch of people just smoking weed.
Very cool. People love to ban me from Discord. It's like, I would say, almost like a long lost tradition people have found. And I feel very, very good in Discords. I don't do anything wrong to anyone, but I do stay in the Discord and don't leave for like a long time, so that pisses people off. Can you hear me?
I didn't get that last bit, no.
You're okay. I do just go into people's Discords and live in there, and that just pisses people off, so I get that.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so these bots, let me explain what happened. There are like two websites that I need to use when I do these bots, and the two websites are Kick, and the other one is like a temporary email website. Well, I was using this one temporary email website very successfully for like a month. But because I had turned their temporary email service into a robot, basically, they started requiring a CAPTCHA, which fucked with my... Just one moment. Fucked with my ability to automate this system, because obviously with the CAPTCHA I have to fuck around and figure it out. So instead what I've done is find alternative websites, but it's not that easy. It's not just like, hey, you go to any website that does temporary email and it works. No, they have a bunch of them blacklisted, and you only find out generally that they're blacklisted until, I don't want to say it's too late, but until a period of time has gone by and you've already basically made the entire account. So damn.
Are you starting to feel like it's not enough return?
Oh no, it's fucking amazing return. No, let me just focus on you for a second, because what I'm having to do is I have to really focus on it when I do it. Okay, so I have these robots, and they're great when they work. And this temporary email website wanted a CAPTCHA, so I had to change temporary email websites, and I found another one that works, but if you do too many too often, it won't. It has some kind of limit. So basically, I'm looking for another temporary email service, and every time I have to change the email service, I have to change all of the robots. And the reason is because every email service has their buttons in different places on the screen. So every time I have to change the email service, I have to reprogram all the robots. And when I have to reprogram the robots, that's about 24 hours worth of work sometimes. The reason why it's so much work is because it can require like a lot of fine tuning. But I've fortunately found the types of websites that I need, and now I just have to reprogram them. And what ends up happening is I record myself all the actions that I do using this program, and it memorizes the clicks and the timing and the key strokes, and then replicates them. However, if I don't do the initial run absolutely perfectly, then it throws it all off. So that's why I have to focus on it. But so in answer to your question, I'm watching Joe Rogan. I am lighting Shabbat candles. I am going to continue to work on these robots, and I imagine I'm going to be up pretty late. I say that, but I mean, like, I napped a lot today, and I slept a lot, and I really, I got to get these robots down. Once the robots are down, then I can focus back on going through all of the people on Kick and doing shout outs to them. But I can't do that if the robots aren't working.
I feel you.
So there you go. That's what I got going. How about you?
Just chilling, exercise a little bit.
How long will it take you to pack up your stuff?
Not long.
Okay, so that's done. Good.
Exactly. I'm pretty much all set. I just need to get a little bit organized together. So,
Right. Hey, do you have pay stubs?
I will have that tomorrow.
After Saturday?
Yeah, because I'm gonna go pick it up.
Okay, perfect. I would take those on Monday too, so you can show you had a job, but you don't have to say had. And then if is there any way that you could get a? Oh no, you can't. You can't work in. Okay, so then what? I guess we just take it one step at a time. So the next step is getting the pay stubs. Then, so like Saturday, you get the pay stubs. Sunday, you like get your laptops ready and anything else that is important, with the good possibility that you'll get all that shit back really soon thereafter. And then Monday's the big day. You bring that stuff to your friend and just leave it in their car or whatever, and hopefully they'll be able to take you there and everything, and that all works out. And then you're kind of going to have a moment of I think freedom, where you'll be like, okay, finally I got caught up with all my shit in time, and now I got to get another little job like I had at that pizza kitchen.
Works out. I think if everything else is working out fine, you know what I mean? Everything else is working out, so
Right.
that's good.
There's this I think it's a cartoon, or like it's definitely an old cartoon of imagine a train on a train track, and every time the train goes over the track, somebody grabs the track from like the caboose and puts it in the front of the train. And so that the train is basically like always grabbing the track that was just used and putting it on the track in front of it, so that
Yes.
that's basically what I feel many times my life is like, but yours is too. It's like you keep doing everything. Does this analogy make sense? Like you keep doing everything you
Absolutely.
can, and somehow, some way, you keep finding a little bit more track, and you just got
But I'm not laying much foundation at the same time.
exactly, but you're still going, and
I'm still going.
and that's the important thing. But yeah, you're 100% right on that one. I
I totally know that person.
yeah, it's from like the 30s or something, but
It's definitely one of those where,
right.
they have that like everything is bouncy kind of style.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
I love that shit.
I think though that you can go into Monday as well. I've been learning more and more about the olfactory system, which is like your nose, and like the power of a person's smell, particularly a man with a woman, and not, I mean, yeah, there's like cologne and stuff like that. Pheromones certainly are really important, but just like the smell of your sweat and how that is interpreted by a woman, like subconsciously. And in the same way, people like subconscious like traits. And if you go in there on Monday feeling like really guilty and feeling really nervous, sense they're gonna sense all of that on you. There's also like wavelengths that you give off, all this shit that I'm saying that's just like non-verbal cues, and you want to just give them as many reasons for them to say, okay, well, I mean, this is how it sounds like it's gonna go, in my opinion. Even if they were as mad as they could be, they're gonna say this: you received a letter from us to show up within 10 days. You've shown up within 10 days. We had concern that you weren't under proper medical care. You have shown that you are currently under proper medical care, which is all we wanted to check on. So from here, we have no further action to take, but we do want to see you in like 3 months, and then probably again at the end of it in 6 months or something like that, just to kind of close this up. And if for any reason that you aren't under care of a doctor, we're going to have, there's some kind of alert that's going off in their system, or something that's saying that you weren't doing what you were supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, and then you just say, all right, I will. And I really don't think that I don't actually, well, if they said that you had to do drug tests, they may make you take one on, well, hold on, let me think about this. When,
Honestly, that's like the least of my concerns right now. I'm not even worried about it.
well, I have a question about it. When you had to take one in January, that was just at the very beginning of your process, right? And so, had they already told you were going to have to be taking a drug test?
No, they just sprang it on me.
Okay, so then there's more reason to be a little more concerned, because now this is your first drug test, and you know that you are supposed to have been clean.
I'll figure it out. We'll see what happens.
I understand, but do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean,
I gotcha. Hey, Elle, how are you, you little bitch?
I still think they would have.
I gotcha. Elle,
Yeah, I mean,
Elle, how are you, you little bitch?
more than just weed last time.
Right.
Let me walk out, which is like I don't understand, but which is like, you know, if my birthday wasn't also New Year's Eve, for those of you stealing my identity, if my birthday wasn't also New Year's Eve, I probably would not have said yes to that little.
Bump.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, the stars align every year for me. But when everyone says Happy New Year or Happy Birthday, I say Happy New Year, because I think the most terrible thing you can ever say to somebody is almost Happy Birthday, because now you're holding them conversation hostage. They're not really wishing you a happy birthday. They want to hear you say thank you. So that's my joke. And so my birthday is December 31st. Every time someone says happy birthday, I say Happy New Year. And they all and everyone's very confused because I never thank anybody for my birthday. I wish them a Happy New Year, and then I just start laughing.
I gotcha.
And everybody knows, like, whoever's celebrated birthday with me, they're just like, I'm not trying to hold you conversation hostage.
Elle, how you living, you pimp?
I'm good, man. What's up, you little slut, rabbi, fucking bitch, fucking slut? What's good?
living like a pimp every day, baby. Every fucking day.
I can send you some mason jar of some real drug therapy that you can use to evade your little drug test. Oh, really? Yeah, you can just hide it. Or no, you need my dog's urine. It probably won't pass. And yeah, just tape it to your leg, and then when they ask you to go up to the back, unless your boss is just watching you pee directly. No, it's a cop, and he stares right at my dick. Oh, really? Well, I make him stare at it. Okay, you're asking him to stare at it. Well, if he's gonna walk in the bathroom with me, then I'm gonna face him and look at him while I pee in the cup, just to make him uncomfortable. what kind of, I mean, that's gotta be a workers' rights violation, right? They can't, that's like sexual harassment. They can't do that. Well, this is for probation, so it's a cop following me into the bathroom to make sure that I don't have fake pee. Warehouse. Wow. So yeah, so like they walk in there, like they want to make sure that like there's nothing on you. They pat you down before they let you in the bathroom. And so I just turned right around. I'm like gonna pat down your butthole. That's good. Okay, perfect. I'll just insert the needle right through the perineum. Right? Yeah, I would. And you have a thick beard. They're not gonna search that beard. You can offload a little. Right? Yeah, just like get it in there. Chuck Josh have a chance. That's good in there. Yeah. No one will suspect a thing. They'll literally, we're not gonna pat down your beard. No, it just cracks me up. Like if they do decide to investigate that, I might even work with it because honestly, worrying hasn't done me any good lately. And well, just gonna kind of give it up for a little bit. I think I'm as pretty as I can be right now. Is weed legal where you're at? Yes, but on the terms of my probation, I'm not supposed to divulge. They can write a contract to make legal things illegal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? That's why I kind of find it arbitrary, because they also told me to take care of my mental health. And I'll tell you what, for the last 12 years, it was a major part of my mental health regimen. Smoking weed. So, Bob Marley, sir. The lamb bread. Sweet ganja. It's helpful. You know what I mean? Whatever anybody believes about anything, but they want to believe in ancient books, then says that God put everything here for us because it's all good. And he also says moderation. So, a little bit of wine is good. A little bit of weed is good. No reason to get fucked up and out of your mind and go crazy, but a little bit is nice, you know what I mean? A little bit is nice. I'm taking a few days off, and then I'm going to drink some apple cider vinegar. Usually that makes everything work for weed for some reason. And if not, that's fine. It's just weed. It's not like I have any scheduled blood substances in my body. And if they want to get bitchy about it, then I'll just tell them. I don't know what to say. I don't remember doing it. It's possible someone spiked a drink or something, but of my own volition, I did not. So if that doesn't work, hey, ignorant, all I can say, ignorance is not an excuse to evade the law. You have to arrest me, I guess, but for fuck's sake, I've been going crazy. Ability arrest you for illegal substance. We'll see how bitchy they want to be on Monday. So, will I
Dog, just a suggestion. You can flush your system.
Oh yeah.
So
The reason why I've only been eating fruit, my diet has been on fleek the last week. When I checked into the mental hospital to get all that stuff, I told the fucking people, I was like, I only eat fruit plates.
no, dog. When's the last time you smoked?
Before I went in. So trust me, I mean.
Oh, dude, then you're gonna probably be okay,
Right.
dude. But if I were you, I would do two things. I would be pounding water all weekend, and I would also take some niacin.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Nice. That burns the fat. It helps rid toxins out of the fat, and cannabis is stored in the lipids.
Exactly.
That's a good idea. I will be doing that. Oh, when you were talking about smells earlier, I was actually going to show you this.
One more thing, I think you should drink some, if you can, cranberry juice.
You should have seen my cup right here.
Oh, you did say that you just had some cranberry juice with your friend.
Yeah. I went to the bar with my friend because after I went to the doctor there, I was like, I'm going to hit the bar and have a non-alcoholic drink just to, be cool. And invited my friend, and I still have a little bit of cranberry in here, just straight up cranberry.
When you took that original test in January, on what date was it? No. Was it like towards the beginning of the month?
You know what I think it might have been?
Okay, so it was pretty close to New Year's. Okay. All right. Well, okay. So
100%. The only thing that would be in my system that they would not be happy with is greener. You know what I mean?
right.
But after New Year's Eve, I did make a stupid decision and allow my powder. But
That happens.
it shouldn't, especially this close to California.
Okay. Well, if I had to give you odds, I'd say,
30% chance.
yeah, I would say I'm in agreement with you on 75%.
I've only got a 25% chance of being arrested.
Right. Which is pretty good.
It's better than the 5% we calculated last night.
Well, and that's where you were sitting.
I mean, if I didn't go today and get this document from the doctor, I think you're right. And I have this system here.
Yeah. I mean, that would look, I think what you did, and I really mean this, makes sense. It makes sense to me. But getting the document that you have today is the route that you want to go, and you can prove to anyone what you need to prove.
I literally have more documentation than they can prove against me. The only issue would be time frame. If they want to bitch about like the month of May or something, then I'll just bring up the fact that even that before the therapist that I had was only scheduling every 2 months. Bro, no, like, can I even tell you this is all because my parents called the cops on me during a fight, and it was just a non-violent fucking verbal altercation that I'm having a year of probation for.
Yeah, it's really minor.
And you get arrested for that if you were just not even committing a crime. My parents called the cops and said they want me to leave, and I didn't think they were serious that they called the cops because I just didn't think my family was like that. My family's never been like that. So it was weird. It was a weird end of the year. That's pretty sus. I know. They're fucking sus people. But I found that out. What
Oh, what a weird one.
Trespass, not amounting to burglary.
What did the judge say?
Shitty plea deal. I did it stupid no contest. That's my dumb fault for being in this position, I guess. But you get like a free lawyer, and you get a better call Saul. And trust me, this lady, you better not call that sister. Don't call her. That's all I know. Yeah. So
Well, look, I think things are really looking up.
I think so. I've got all the documentation that I can possibly have. I have a job interview the day after. I'll be like, look, I have a job. Here's pay stubs from the jobs. I've been having shit ain't working out. I got a job interview.
No, stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that.
I won't.
Don't say shit ain't working out. You say, I've got a job, but I have an opportunity at a better job tomorrow.
This is why I talked to Rabbi.
There you go. You don't want to be self-deprecating to give them, well, oh, he's not even happy in this fucking job. Why are you wasting my time telling me about it?
Shit, I need to hear. No joke, man. Seriously, if you ever need to have the best powwow before a big day, spend your time chatting with the rabbi.
Whoop, whoop. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't know what to say, man. Like, I've done this multiple times, and each time me and Rabbi start to really like chop it up, the next day ends up being a fucking good day. Am I right?
That's
Rabbi?
true. You were 2 for 2, dog.
We're 2 for 2 so far, right?
That's right. Well, let's say we'll be 2 for 2 after Monday, hopefully.
There's a previous situation like this as well. Rabbi totally helped me out to get a job, yeah. It's the state's fault that I don't have the job currently, but Rabbi, I hadn't had a bartender job in years. He helped me rewrite my resume. He looked up a bunch of like commonly asked questions, and he did mock interview with me like the whole night before. I went in there the next morning, and I fucking got the job like within 30 minutes. So I remember his strategy was like you send him the resume online before, and then you go in person, and then you're like, hey, you got that resume recorded, right? Well, here's who I am in person, or something. This one was different because they particularly didn't only want people to walk in.
Exactly.
So, we had a different situation.
That was somebody different.
Yeah. But see, so Rabbi's done this before.
That's true.
He has good advice. You know what I mean? He has great fucking advice. He knows how to psychologically not manipulate, but like put you in the best position in an employer's eyes without actually doing anything like actually manipulative, but just like putting ignorant steps. I mean, I don't want to talk about you, Rabbi, if you're not here, but Rabbi seems to, when he is speaking off the cuff and fast, he has, there's like an experience in some sort of upper management that seems to be like, hey, this is what I did when like you would have information about how to get in good because you've been in the position before. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's clear that whatever Rabbi did before streaming, I think he was pretty damn good at it because he hasn't forgot how to fucking use his words for an interview. I fucking mimicked his words. He's been streaming for 3 fucking years, and then after streaming live, he gave me all the proper words. He just told me to shut up and not to say it a certain way, say it the other way. And I'm not even joking. I'm a fucking listen because it's hilarious. Like,
you've got all of the tools necessary, and you've just got to get past a couple of speed bumps, and they're upcoming, and you're going to get through them. And you never know. We might be having this conversation next Friday, and you might even have an opportunity at a job, and something is. I mean, God willing, we're having this conversation next Friday. Let's hope for it. And let's be honest, Caspian Sea, as we've had the discussion, and Elle, you should know this too. It's not the end of the world if he has to go to jail.
If I have to spend 30 to 40 days in there, it's not longer than that. It's not longer than 40 days.
You read some books, you get to know some guys, you do some push-ups.
As long as they have my resume, because without my resume, I can't sleep at night. I might suffer sleep apnea.
You might suffer it.
I will absolutely choke. I mean, I fucking cannot breathe in the night without my resume setting to 10.
What is this, a ResMed? What kind of machine is it?
That's CPAP.
That's absolutely correct. Dude, you're good. You've got what setting do you use on your ResMed?
10.
There you go. Perfect.
60 to 75%.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely positively right, Doug. 100%. That's fucking deep lore. That is genius advice, dog. Oh, and I don't think it's such a bad idea to say, because it's true, you have a bad back, and so you might need a.
In case I go to jail, then I'm gonna fucking tell them I have sleep apnea. I know all the settings for my sleep apnea machine, so that I have to stay in the medical ward and read magazines.
Well, so no, it's a. Wait, let me say it this way. If we tested him, there's a chance that he has it, probably like 25 to 40% chance. It's very high among North American men, so there's a very good chance that he has it. And if he is in jail, then it would be a good time for him to be able to have that type of equipment, particularly because his sleeping is going to be so prioritized. He's going to be sleeping a lot more than probably he normally would be. And so we want to make sure that he has proper airflow while he is in that dormant state. So he would need that type of machine. Hey, man, I had him with a walker last night.
I still think I'm gonna get the cane because of the fucking missing discs in my back. I think I'm gonna get a cane tomorrow.
They won't let you have a cane in jail, I don't think, though.
But if I walk into their office with a cane,
Right, that's a very good thing.
then I can tell them, well, obviously I'm not gonna have a cane. I was like, but can you give me a walker, I guess, at least for the jail? But then, because I would want to be seen with a walker in real life, but jail gives a shit.
Right.
So, I think the cane, right? The walker looks like I'm already prepared to use a walker. Like, the cane looks like I need support walking, and then they're gonna have to fucking try to big time me and say, you can't have that, you have to use the old person thing, and I have to be like, no, you're gonna make me look so old, oh no.
Okay, there you go.
Like full on wheelchair with 8 broken legs. And then I have the MRIs to prove my back issues. So at the very least, there's that. I do have I have MRIs. There's tons of documentation as far as my spinal trauma and damage, lack of spine chilling between the bones just touch, and then the bottom, end of the neck. So at the very least, I do have that documentation for that. And I do kind of walk a little crooked unless I do this thing here and fucking hang upside down all the time. This thing is great. Lifesaver. I have one of those upside down chairs tonight.
What I wanted to say, though, and Elle, I probably would say the same in your case and probably most anyone's cases. If you're not prepared to live outside, and I mean have a tent and have a cot or something like that, being in jail is better than being homeless. And you get your food accommodated, you get television, you get books, you are protected, most importantly, from the elements. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I think it's better than prison for sure. Prison's probably a lot worse than jail. Jail is
Well,
like
wait,
just
hold on. Or prison. I'm saying prison is better than being homeless.
prison and jail are two different things, right? Like, prison's where you go if you're like really punished and locked away for more than like 5 years or something.
Generally, it's just more than 1 year.
Yeah, but I guess you still get some activities that you get to do in prison if you're not like in max security or whatever. You get to play basketball and sports and shit.
What I'm saying is this, L. If I were to put you outside where you live in the winter, you're probably going to freeze to death. Right?
Yeah, it'll be on fire.
Yeah, exactly. And if I did it to Caspian Sea in the middle of the summer, you would die because it's too hot. So what I'm saying is that jail or prison isn't that bad in comparison because you're protected from the elements.
Yeah, no, that's a good.
I-
The homeless people, they still figure it out in Toronto and winter or California during the summer. They're not all getting on the streets, so they figure it out. But it does probably suck a lot more to be out in the elements. I agree.
Right, exactly. I mean, you could just kick back with a book or a magazine or watch TV and you don't have to worry about somebody randomly coming up and stabbing you or, all this other stuff. I mean, maybe you do in some places, but it's like you don't have to worry about just randomly getting robbed. When you go to bed, you know that you're...
Debatably, it's a lot safer than the streets where some crazy person could go and attack you. There's not security cameras at all.
Exactly.
Points of the day.
Exactly. So while I'm saying we, of course, don't want Caspian Sea either in jail or prison or homeless, looking at both of them, jail or prison is preferred.
That's true.
Like, if you don't want to fucking camp permanently, like, if you're somebody who is lazy and you don't want to camp permanently, it's better to just go to prison. Being homeless is a lot of fucking work. If you don't want to have to do all that shit, just go rob a bank and go to prison. There are people, you don't understand, L, there are people in the United States who do that. They go to...
I believe I know that there is. They will just get some little crime to go into jail for either night or sentence they want. Kind of.
Well, no, see, here's the thing. They want to go to federal prison because the conditions in federal prison are better than any of them. So, in order to go to federal prison, you want to commit a federal crime, and that's why bank robbery is a federal crime.
DIC insurance.
That's correct.
So you just do like the worst low effort bank robbery. You just go in with like a water gun, like pineapple juice.
Wait, that's exactly what people do. They walk in there with a note saying, "This is a bank robbery, but I'm only doing it because I want to go to jail. I'm not going to hurt anyone. Please," and then it says, "Please call the police." And then they just...
Must be Wednesday again, or oh, it's the beginning of the month. Another person can't pay rent. It's Detroit. Sorry, if you're let me get Detroit out. I've been to Detroit. I don't really want to live there. Actually, I do want to live there because there's a lot of buildings to graffiti and spray paint. So when I'm fucking rich as fuck, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna move to Detroit. I'll be the only rich person who chooses to move to Detroit to paint fucking random blown-up buildings that are a bunch of you know. Like, gentrify Detroit. It's like, it's exactly like RoboCop. Like, Detroit has become exactly what RoboCop said the future of Detroit was. Can you expand on that? Did you ever see the movie RoboCop? I did it a long time ago. I know it has Will Smith, but it takes place.
No, it doesn't have Will Smith. What the fuck are you talking about, Will Smith bullshit?
RoboCop. It doesn't have Will Smith in it.
No, you're thinking. Are you think iRobot?
Yeah, RoboCop is the 1984 Peter Weller hit, starring also a young Kurtwood Smith, Ray Wise. All right, recognizing these names yet?
Yeah, Kirkwood Smith was in that '70s show. He was the dad with the huge forehead.
He was the bad guy in RoboCop.
I know.
Peter Weller, who was also Buck Robot's and Peter Weller were my favorite actors because he's the, at least for, he had 10-year, anyway, RoboCop is about a guy who gets turned into a cyborg, and he becomes a cop. And it talks about, like, the future of Detroit when they need to build a robot cop to shoot rapists in the cop. It's my favorite scene. Those guys are about to, like, rape the girl, and the RoboCop, like, aims, like, through the lady's dress, shoots between her legs, puts a hole in her dress, but blows the dude's cock right off. And, like, and all you see is bloody jeans. But the guy's like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? It seems like a bizarre premise for a movie. Why do you even need a robot to shoot the dick off?
Well, it's a fabulous premise, and it's coming to fruition.
It's one of the best movies ever. I really want you to go see RoboCop right now. It's one of my favorites. It has the best line at the end. But of course, it wouldn't really hit home until you see the first part of the movie. But the last line is great. Well, it's on my watch list. I'll give you the lead up to it. I shoot him, son. What's your name? That's how I'm gonna leave it. You get to have the actual last line all to yourself when you watch the movie. I love that. I mean, it's like one of my favorites. I'd buy that for $1. That's where that comes from. Have you ever heard people do that? Like, have you seen, like, where they put that meme in? I'd buy that for $1. There's, like, that little guy, and there's, like, girls with tits in his face. Because they made that commercial for, just for that movie. So now people, like, they use that commercial. It's totally part of the pop culture zeitgeist, and I'm actually like kind of appalled that you don't know about RoboCop. They made a reboot like 2014 that did not do that of it. I just have never watched it, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sad of that. A lot of things, I guess. I haven't seen a lot.
I have a feeling the future will be a lot like RoboCop and Judge Dredd.
I completely agree. Because there's going to be cyborg shooting off rapist dicks. Or hopefully we don't have to wait for cyborgs. I think that we as human beings can go find rapists and shoot them in the dick. You know what I mean? I say, why wait for cyborg in the future? Let's shoot all the rapists in the dick already. not a human. What are we supposed to do? Faulty programming, I guess. Oopsies. But yeah, if I'm a human, we have to put you on probation and investigate. Machines are above reproach. We have to blame a human for that programming. Really, what's programming? We're all just learning. Should we maybe blame the teacher who didn't teach them how to do it properly? Who taught that teacher? Really? I guess the school just blew up. Never mind, right? I don't know. I'm just randomly riffing. Sorry. I haven't had any weed, so I feel high. I'm just finishing my fish burrito chocolate pizza. Do they do it with like the cabbage? No. It's just on fish and rice and beans and some potatoes. Nice.
Hey, I have a question for you, you little bitches. You know, I fucking forgot it. Son of a bitch. Oh, I know. L. Hey, did everything work out with you and Marcus Wentz and getting back in that fucking Discord?
It was the telegram of Harry Potter that we were banned from.
That's what I meant to say. Exactly. Is everything good now?
I've not been banned and don't really comment in the chat, so it should be good.
Excellent. Where's Marcus Wentz?
He's just working, I guess. Had some job interviews, trying to get hired. I was trying to get him to work for me on my project for evacuation insurance, but he said he would if I could find a developer, but I found a developer interested in working on it today. And those chain-link functions, so I'm thinking of that. But he's around. I still talk to him. He's like really annoying. He likes discriminating against transgender people all the time, and it's just it's getting very old and annoying. I can do it for like a little bit, but I'm just like, all right, man. Can we talk about like anything else?
Dog, were you ever here for Joe? Joe was like that too.
I never heard Joe diss trannies.
Oh my god, his brother was into him, and he used to talk about it all the time. All right, you little sluts. Are you ready for some bullshit?
Bullshit is ready to be.
All right, just hold on. Let me see if this fucking works.
Rabbi, you look beautiful today, buddy.
Dog, I look beautiful every day. Thank you.
There's still extra today.
I appreciate that.
Fresh, but
Thanks, baby.
oh, are we reading the comments of people raging on?
On me?
This is gonna be good.
No, I'm gonna show you what I've been creating. Can you see what I'm doing? Good. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna watch. Here's what I do. I go through someone's page. This is a really good fucking strategy. Okay, so I go to the biggest creators page on Kick, and I watch what they do, and I take a video of it. So before we do that, there's one person who kind of inspired these. This guy, Mike. Mike, I watched. He was recently did a tour from like all over the Deep South to Chicago to New York City, and he was in there. He was in a stream with some girl, and he did not want me to fucking spam him because he didn't have any moderators available. So I'm going to start with that one, and here we go.
hear him.
Damn it! You can't hear
It's
it.
okay.
You can't hear anything they say.
I hear a little bit.
Okay, let me
I think you're muted on your new device.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Just a moment. Okay, let me turn that one
Now
off.
it worked.
Well, let's hope. Okay.
I'm still not hearing.
Damn it. Just for a moment, let me try other shit.
That's gentrifying the TikTok community.
Oh yeah, here I am puking. You want to see me throwing up?
Too much cranberry juice.
Not enough.
What caused that?
I think too much tomato juice.
I thought it was related to some form of juice.
Goldfish. Pull the trigger now. Yeah, I don't know why the sound isn't playing through.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I really wanted to hear this vomit audio.
Yeah, I know you did.
Let's be honest, we're here for it.
Everybody wanted that. Caspian, can you try on your computer?
Let me see, I don't even have TikTok.
You don't need it. You just have to go to tiktok.com /the @ symbol SUPERROTHSCHILD.
RABBI ROTHS.
No, not Rabbi. It's Super Rothschild.
Oh, gotcha. SUPERROTHS.
CHILD. Yep, I have Rabbi Rothschild on TikTok and Instagram, but they banned my TikTok. Okay.
Oh, why is it not working? I can't find it.
You have to put the @ symbol at the beginning.
Ah, there you go. Back up. /@ Okay, look, things are working now. Okay. And look at this. That. Oh, no. That if you want. And also, I'll do that. Shard. Then. All right.
Oh, fancy. Very, very fancy. Yeah. Okay, so go to the one that has Mike Baby. The guy and the girl.
Right there. You just passed it. It was, yeah, right.
That one.
You hear it?
That one.
You hear it?
I cannot. El, can you?
I don't think it'll let me share my screen on this.
That's weird. Aw, she says we love you, Rabbi.
That's right. Very cool.
Very cool.
Anyway, I get him to tweet out because he thought it was Instagram. Anyway, I don't know why Telegram makes it so difficult to change to share your sound. I appreciate the effort, Caspian.
Sorry, thank you. I was listening to the video. What did you say, buddy?
Oh, I said appreciate the effort. I don't know why why Telegram makes it so difficult. Oh, I know what it is. Hey, Caspian C. Right before you press the share your screen button in the lower left corner, there's a button that says share desktop audio. Can you press that one as well? So you're going to share your screen, and in the lower left corner, you're going to see a little button that says share desktop audio. Right before you share your screen, like when it shows, you can show just one screen, you can show your desktop. In the lower left corner, there's a button that says share desktop audio.
I mean, it's on.
Oh, okay, so you see that button and you have it clicked?
Well, I mean, it's just a microphone that you can click a slash through or not.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So it's turned on. I'm back. I'm going to there. And play. Do you hear it?
We do not. That's okay. I'm kind of having some issue.
Yeah, no, you were doing it right too then. You were doing it absolutely right. Then this Telegram issue, if it doesn't want to play the audio of share screen.
I agree. Well, I appreciate your efforts.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you,
This
Big Dog.
wasn't you doing anything.
I appreciate it. I've been vindicated.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell yeah, dog.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to use the rest of my back a little bit.
Excellent. We'll wait for you. Oh, what's good in your back of the woods, dog? Are you on kick? Yo, dog. Hell, you little bitch. Hell. God damn it, Hell. Hell, you suck so much cunt. Yo, what were you doing? Sucking dick?
No, just defrosting my dog's food.
Your dog's food is frozen?
Yeah.
That's tight. What else is good, baby?
Just working on a website for my clothing brand that I'm launching.
Dog, let's get to the real nitty gritty. Have you ever heard the song Night Moves by Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band? Yes or no? Go.
Possibly if I hear it, but I can't directly correlate the name with the sound.
What's your favorite Canadian band?
The Bare Naked Ladies.
Okay, I can live with that answer. Do you like Rush? Did you know that Rush is Canadian?
Yeah, the drummer is apparently the best in like the world or something.
I've heard something like that too. Okay, so I'm gonna now name a bunch of things about Canada and the reasons why it sucks. Okay, first things first. No, actually, Canada has some really cool shit. Did you know Canada had no? Your healthcare and all that shit sucks. And here's why. Everybody always says, "Oh, Canada has the best healthcare," blah 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 blah. But then you have to wait a long time to go see the doctor. There are better systems out there. No, that's not why Canada kicks ass. Did you know that Canada has more lakes than any other country?
I did. I knew that. We also have like 99% of the world's fresh water or some shit.
That's, I don't think, correct.
We have like a bunch of the world's fresh water because of the Great Lakes. Has like a large, I think it's definitely the number one country for fresh lake water.
Dog, did you know that all of the Great Lakes combined aren't as big as Lake Baikal, which is the world's largest freshwater lake?
Where is that located?
Russia, bitch.
Oh, well, I guess we suck ass then.
Yeah, dog, all I hear is misinformation from L. No, but
I don't work for fact checkers.
Dog, you're good. Did you know that 80% of Canada is uninhabited?
It's inhabited by people, yeah.
No, 80% is uninhabited.
Yeah, but it's inhabited by animals.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah,
Or
definitely. Tons of animals,
But
dog.
people, every time I have a people, then yeah, because it's just a wasteland.
Do they ever have to warn you about polar bears?
Not where I live, but if you live in northern Manitoba or Ontario or some parts of the East Coast or the Northwest Territories, then yeah, if you live in Nineveh, yeah.
Have you ever seen the fucking prices in Nineveh?
I mean, they're not. It's difficult to transport goods there, so logistics adds cost to things. It's not
Dude,
really.
but they're like for like a gallon of water of milk, it's $35. It's crazy.
Yeah, and they also have very high wages though in like Yellowknife and other cities to, I guess, compensate people for that. But yeah, fruit and stuff is wildly expensive. I have a friend in Northwest Territories, and he lives off Pepsi and like ramen noodles.
Exactly. Do you remember why I told you that Americans, deep down, real blue-blooded, red-blooded Americans do not like Canada, and when it up, the reason why is because if there was ever a war between the United States and the United Kingdom, we know that Canada will take the United Kingdom's side.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of
That's how it is. They're like a territory of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, is that really a reason to hate each individual Canadian that has zero control over that?
Yes, 100%. You have to understand how like Americans are, like real red-blooded Americans who only care about America. Put everything in perspective as to like, do we like you or don't we like you? And we know that we fought the Revolutionary War against the British, and thus they burned down the White House. And so there's a contingent of Americans that really do not like anything British, and Canada, while not directly British, is part of the Commonwealth and thus is hated by a large segment of America. And even the fact that we say America is, honestly, yeah, it's very. I don't want to. It is. It's offensive. It's exactly. It's offensive to people in Canada and Mexico and South America and all other places. I mean, it would be like
Africa is a country.
it would be like if we just said, "Oh, well, we're from the United States. Okay, so we're Earth. We're just going to take the term Earth." Well, it's like, there are other places that are Earthlings. Yeah, but we're just taking that term. That's our term.
Yeah, so we're going to co-opt it to the point where no one else feels like they can call themselves like. But again, it's a fucking European word for just a landmass. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, they're gonna have to, make it politically correct. They're gonna figure out that, Amerigo Vespucci was probably a pedophile, and they're gonna cancel him. Or we're gonna have to change the United States of Jenner.
I'm down, Dad.
The United States of Caitlyn Jenner.
Exactly.
I don't think. It
Gold
does.
medal decathlete.
What was that?
The full name is United States of America, so it's like a location in America. It should be United States of North America, but I guess that would be more specific and still a dumb name. It should just be United States, I guess.
There's actually,
we're city states. We're city states that have evolved to a bigger than a city state. We're state nation. You know what I mean? It's like we're a conglomeration of fucking. There's no reason for a country to be this big. We should be split up into 3 countries.
Hey, someone name by city boundaries the largest city in the world. Go.
The largest city in the world.
Yeah, you're
By
never
landmass or population?
population. I think both though.
Well, then don't want to say
By
most.
both landmass and
Yeah,
population.
I'm just gonna tell you.
Like,
Okay.
Beijing or some shit.
Pretty close. Okay,
Somewhere in China.
it's Chengdu, China, that has like 34 million people, but it's extremely rural. The reason why it's considered a city is because its boundary is like really big. It's the size of Austria, so it's like shouldn't really count as a city because of how densely urban most cities are, and this is a very rural city. But I was reading about it today, and it's one of the China's major four cities, and it's absolutely huge, meaning like it's as big as a country. And be on the lookout for that city, and then also Guangzhou. These are like super fucking cities that China has. If you look at the largest populated cities of the world, the top 50, 34 of them are fucking in China. Huge. And then you've got India that's coming up as well. Anyway, I thought it was fascinating that if you were to ask people what the largest city in the world is, like everybody would be like, oh, well, Beijing, Shanghai, Tokyo. Tokyo is what it is when you look at the surrounding area and density. So if you want the correct answer, I would say most likely you would want to say Tokyo. But in actuality, if you go by the city district, it's a city that no one's really heard of on Earth except people who know a lot about China.
Yeah.
I find that shit fascinating. Another thing I find fucking fascinating, by square mile, what's the largest city in the United States?
Dallas.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, Florida. Really?
Yeah, it's huge. It's bigger than Rhode Island.
Bigger than Rhode Island.
Yeah. Do you know that there are ranches, at least the King Ranch in Texas, that is larger than Rhode Island as well, and Delaware, I think. It's huge. Did you know that L is still pissed off that I told him the truth about Americans?
Yeah, that's why
you're quiet.
Exactly.
Exactly. I know. Well, at least you know now. It's like when a hot chick tells you like it's just never gonna work. I've never heard that, but I imagine that's what she would say to somebody. It's just never gonna work. Why? Because you're Canadian.
What's the truth about Americans?
That we'll never will fully trust a Canadian because we know that if there's a war between the United Kingdom and the United States, that Canada will take the United Kingdom side.
Oh, but that's only like that other side. That's the people who, don't want the anarchy. See, I want the anarchy so that neither the UK nor America nor Canada rise to power, but a whole new shadow government splits off, right? And then we can finally be like roaring city-states of Thrace and Greece all over again. You know what I mean? Like Sparta and Athens, they only teamed up when they were mad at Troy. Other than that, it was fighting. I'll tell you what, you know what's good for business? And I read this in the Ferengi book from the Star Trek shop. War is good for business. When you turn the page, you find out that peace is good for business too. But still, I think a little bit of a Mad Max future would be beneficial if we could still have the internet and Mad Max future.
Hey,
like live streaming in a Mad Max world, that's the ultimate.
Kung Fu.
Like IRL streamers.
Kung Fu 1000X, how are you?
Everybody was Kung Fu fight team.
Doug, we are so glad you're here. We've been talking about you all fucking day. I was telling L and Caspian C, I fucking cannot wait until 10 Kung Fu 1000X comes in, and now you're here. Welcome.
Been hearing a lot, man.
Welcome, bro. Welcome, bro. I love the shirt, man. I love the book. Then Bitcoin shirt, man. I love the shirt.
Excellent. Are you a purveyor of Kung Fu?
Yeah, bro. I can fight Kung Fu, bro. I do learn. I learned Kung Fu when I was 6 years old.
Do you know any Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
You say what, bro?
Do you know any Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Come again, please.
Be
Come again.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yeah, bro. I do.
Excellent. BJJ, dog. Do you know L?
Yeah. I fucking do, bro.
Fuck yeah.
What kung fu forms do you learn? Did you learn?
Okay, bro. I learned taekwondo.
He learned Taekwondo.
Not kung fu. Not kung fu.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
No worries. Taekwondo's cool. Joe Rogan did Taekwondo up until he was 19 years old.
I believe he was U.S. Open winner.
Yeah, he won the U.S. Open. He did. When he was 19 years old. And then he quit when he was on top and started coaching, and then everyone thought he was funny, so he decided to pivot. And holy hell, what a pivot.
You can say that again.
And what's amazing too is when you hear the story, it's because he kicked somebody. He kicked somebody so hard that he got scared. He got scared of accidentally hurting somebody for real, or maybe even killing someone in the ring. And I guess he went to his coach, and he told his coach, that was actually really scary what I just did to that guy. And the coach just said to him, like, yeah, sometimes they die. And Joe Rogan was like, I'm done with Taekwondo. But that's coming from the guy who was the killer, the guy who was such a killer. Like, everybody knows about Joe Rogan and his fucking roundhouse kick and his legs. Joe Rogan's legs are like, they have their own fucking Insta. You know what I mean? Like, because when they kick, he never stopped training his body, and like the ability he has to kick. People who still fight, they're like, I would not want to get kicked by Joe Rogan. That guy has mastered the fucking like backward kick or something. Like, he has a specific kick that he does that nobody wants to fuck with, and he's respected by these fighters because he's kind of like he respects the game so much, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I like that aspect.
he had.
I like that aspect.
There's some kind of virtual reality fight center that they have. I don't know exactly what it's called, but Joe Rogan held the record, the nationwide record for his kick power, and I think it's still like third on the list now. He has an incredible kick. What's fascinating to me is how good he is at so many different things.
Yes.
I mean, he's not like overwhelmingly good at anything. Like, it's not like he's the best. I mean, at one time he was the best Taekwondo person in the United States for his age, so that's really impressive. But when it comes to his acting, it's not like he did anything so overwhelming. Like, everybody thinks he's the best.
I like news radio when I was a kid.
I did too. I also like Fear Factor. What I'm saying is that they could go. That's not like a position that's impossible to. It's not like he's a Renaissance. He is a Renaissance man, but for other things, like
Exactly.
those things. Basically, though, well, what really set him up was he got an exclusive deal from Disney. like for comedy, and I think it was like $200,000. And then that allowed him to basically buy cars and buy like, have food and shit like that, and provide the foundation. And then the thing that I kind of learned, or what I find interesting, is how obsessed he was with the game Fallout. Wait, not Fallout. No.
No, it was
What is it?
Unreal.
Unreal. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. What's the thing that they say? Something 3 confirmed. It's like Unreal 3 confirmed or something.
It's it's like
Quake. That's what it is. Quake.
Yeah.
Wait, is it Quake? It's one of those.
It's one of those games. The
yeah.
ones that he would play mods and everything. And
exactly.
Like, he had to stop. He got too into it.
So what he did was he was like one of the early people who had a T1 line, so that like he had the fastest internet of anyone. So he really like early in the day realized the importance of data. And what in the fuck? It's not Quake, but it's like that. Half-Life. It's Half-Life.
It's not Half-Life.
Yeah, Half-Life 3 confirmed.
Really?
Yeah, that's that meme. Because like Half-Life had a number 1 that was really big, and then number 2 that was really big, and they said they were going to have a number 3, but they never came out with it. And so Half-Life 3 confirmed is like an internet meme. I'm going to check it. I mean, of course, I'm going to know the answer.
I just want to make sure that that's the right video game that Joe Rogan played, because I thought it was like Quake or Unreal or Doom.
It was not Doom.
It wasn't Doom, but it was a game like that, like Wolfenstein type, but like the most modern version. I think it was just Unreal.
Oh, hold on. They talk about Quake and Half-Life.
Oh, okay.
So, Half-Life, I think they played both.
Okay, because those are built on the Unreal Engine.
Exactly.
But so it's IT Studios. It's IT Studios originally that he was going for, because he had the developer on. He had the original developer on an episode, I remember, and they talked about how every time they come up with a new iteration of the software, they open source the last gen so that anybody can mod, learn how they did, like when 15 comes out, 14's just open source and free, and you can fucking crack it open, do whatever you want to it. You know what I mean?
I do. So I want to.
That's the most powerful things that a company could ever fucking do for fan base.
I want to provide clarification. So Joe Rogan spent $10,000 a month to play Quake. Joe Rogan spent $10,000 a month to play Quake at one time of his life. Back when he still had hair, he played Quake for about 8 to 10 hours a day, and that's when he decided to upgrade to a T1 line, which back then was about $10,000 a month. So he was really into fucking video games, like to the point. And if you've ever heard him on his podcast, he says
he sounds like an addict.
He is. He says, I am competitive with whatever I do. So there are some things that I don't do at all because I know I'll just become obsessed with them. The big one is golf. All my friends play golf. Tony Hinchcliffe plays golf. Ron White plays golf. Shane Gillis plays golf. And those guys go out together and they're always like, come on out and play. And he says, no, I'm not going to play because I'll get obsessed with it. And he also says video games, to the point where when they built their studio, I believe in LA, they were spending like 2 to 3 hours a day just playing video games before their podcast. And it was like, look, we built this place not to just play video games. Like, this is taking up too much of our life. And that's when, so I think personally, he's really much more into things that take him away from the screen, like archery and hunting and cold plunges and that kind of bullshit.
golf isn't a screen though. It's not that big, but it does take up a lot of time, I guess.
Well,
It does take up a lot of outdoors.
that's what he says, is that he'll get obsessed with it. And when he becomes obsessed with something, he puts everything into it. And so to avoid that, he just doesn't play golf. And I understand what he says with that when it comes to something. Like, I hate this. I really hate it that, like, all my interests, or a lot of his interests, they're in common. I guess they're kind of like alpha male things, but like the idea of like big game and like animals like fighting each other, that shit's cool to me. Or like, you know, basically like a lot of shit he does where it comes to like really healthy eating, that shit's really interesting to me. Or like pushing your body to its limits, that kind of shit's really interesting to me. So when he has all these experts or whatever pseudo experts on, I find that our vibes kind of are synchronized when it comes to some of that. However, I would say that the one thing I think that I can do is I have a better understanding. Like, I can play golf and not get so obsessed with it that, you know, like it doesn't take over my life. And so I think Joe Rogan probably is just giving that as an excuse. The reason why I don't play golf is because I don't want to become obsessed with it. Yeah, I bet he gets obsessed with it. I bet he would. But that doesn't mean he can't control that temptation, if that makes sense.
What's up?
El, how are you living, baby? Dog, everybody loves you. Has anybody heard from Bitcoin or Real Schiller X?
Come again? Say that?
Do you know who Real Schiller X is?
He fell off. He
Used to be in here all the fucking time, man.
He deleted his account.
Shut the fuck up.
Bro, yeah, I saw the message he sent me.
Yeah.
I went to go reply, and it said this person deleted their account.
Weird.
So I don't know where Real Schiller X went, but I did. Let me see.
He used to be in here 2 or 3 times a day.
Yeah, I guess I'll leave it. Hey, I know that someone told me a little while ago not to say anything, but what happened with Anatoly?
With me?
No,
The Russian mob, and finally tracked him down.
is that for real?
Yeah, he was like insider trading at the bank.
Like for real?
No. He like left to Costa Rica and then haven't heard from him.
Did he go to Costa Rica?
That's what he was telling me. He was like, finally going.
Wait, did the bank fire him?
I cannot confirm that. I don't think he got fired. He might have just took some vacation, but that was like 2 months ago. I haven't seen or heard from him since then.
From what I know, is that he started a coin called Fuck the Bank while working for JP Morgan and Chase Manhattan Bank, which I don't know if that was the smartest thing to do. And someone told his manager about this, and he got into some trouble. And he had to like give up that coin or whatever his interest was in it. But he blamed me as the one who told his supervisor. And I can tell you guys, with as much honesty as possible, I had nothing to do with contacting his manager or anyone else about that coin.
I don't know why someone would even do that. It's like a very low ball thing to do.
I agree. I can tell you that I got along with him initially, but then I saw he made many promises that were empty, and you couldn't really take his word to mean anything. Like, for instance, L is like, oh, he went to Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Like, who knows what happened to him? I mean, who?
I mean, that's based on what Elle was told, and maybe Elle's fucking with us to possibly put us. But you never know. I was just curious because he's one of the first guys I met when I hopped into this chat. It was like, oh, he was great. He was here every time I hopped in for a while.
Well, and that's the thing that bothered me about him is he was very flaky. He would come in a lot and then leave for 2 months. And it's like, I understand, you know, you're doing your thing. You don't have to be here all the time, but he would be here a long time and then leave for long periods of time. And people would be like, hey, where did he go? But I don't know what happened to his coin. L, is it still a Telegram?
Never joined the Telegram or checked the price or kept up with the coin in any way. So
I can tell you that it is 13 months old. His coin was like 1 month older than Harry Potter Bonus on sending me. And he had an interesting strategy, which was he would go to random people and give them his coin and just ask them not to sell it, just so that he had more shareholders, which, you know, had some benefits to it. But a lot of the times the people to whom he gave the coin had absolutely no idea what they had. Like, they didn't know anything about crypto or whatever. So I don't know how valuable those shareholders are.
yeah, now that Chat GPT launched a coin.
No, I did not know that.
No, bro.
Did I just hear a rooster? Was that your rooster, dog?
My cock's not that loud.
No, but Kung Fu's might be.
Yo, confused. Yeah, you got.
Hey, do you have a rooster?
Yeah, bro.
Told you. Hell yeah, dog.
I love hoops 10 Bitcoin. I love the t-shirts.
Thanks, baby.
Thank you. And I'll have a channel, bro.
You're the man.
I have a core channel.
You have what?
I have a core channel, bro. A core channel where I can post your templates, man, for free.
You have a what?
I have a core group, man. I have a group.
A group of, like, on what platform?
Okay. Where I advertise different kind of tokens.
Oh, I gotcha.
Like ETH, Bitcoin, Solana, all sorts of blockchain, bro.
I gotcha. Is it successful?
Yeah, bro. You can go check my bio.
I have to check it out. How long have you been in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram, Kung Fu?
Yeah, going to 1 year.
Good for you, dog.
Yeah, going to 1 year because my name is Bitcoin Lizzo.
Oh, okay, so you changed your name?
No, bro, my account got deleted. My first account in crypto got deleted.
I gotcha. So you're Bitcoin Lizzo?
Yeah, bro, I'm Bitcoin Lizzo, bro.
Very cool. Well, welcome.
Yeah, my followers, man, in Twitter is 702.
That's cool, dog.
I can change my name to Bitcoin Kung Fu.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, bro. I'm ready to work for you guys for free.
Well, I don't need any help. But I'll tell you what, you know who might? Ask the admin team.
Okay?
So you go in the chat and you ask, you go at admin. Does the admin team need any help with the coin? I'm willing to help. And then tell them how you can help.
Okay.
LFG, dog. L, do you know what Saturday Night Live is?
I, of course, know what Saturday Night Live is.
Do you know what Hockey Night in Canada is?
Hang on.
Don Cherry,
Let me
baby.
just
Hell
give
yeah,
a little
dog.
bit of Canadian translation. It's like the second city, but it's what we do down here.
Dude, Second City is Chicago. So that's also
That's
here.
right. Wait, what
You
the fuck?
failed racism, Caspian. Good job,
Gee.
dude.
I think I've actually.
Second City features a lot of Canadian people, but it's from Chicago.
Well, then I'm actually pretty proud to be failing at racism. I think that was a compliment.
No, because you're trying to be racist,
Exactly.
but you're just too stupid.
Exactly.
Well, at least,
You know what maple syrup is? It's like Canadian, like butter.
yeah. Hey, Rabbi, you want to hear the most irredeeming quality about Canada? Here it is right now. Do you know that they put a splash of orange juice in the Shirley Temples up there at restaurants?
Why is that?
That's what I'd like to know. L, explain your people.
You got some explaining to do.
It is an actually very disgusting addition to a Shirley Temple. Splash of orange juice. Why do you guys do that?
Did you know that 90% of all Canadians live within 150 miles of the United States border?
Not Newfoundlanders.
That's true. Newfies. Hey, L, do you know any Newfies? And are they dumb as fuck?
And I didn't mean to offend you if Shirley Temples with a splash of orange is your favorite drink.
Dog, it might be.
No, I thought that was a girl's drink. Is that why you like it so much, Caspian, and you're upset by that?
Dog, it's a children's drink.
No, I know. It's a children's drink. It's a non-alcoholic beverage. I only learned that because I was a server. And
It's a mocktail.
A Canadian family sat down at the table. I didn't know they were Canadian. I was in Hawaii, and they sat down, so I just thought they were just some tourists. And the little boy, he asked me a question that baffled the fuck out of me. He said, and he was very neat, and he seemed like people tell him no a lot when he asks us at restaurants. He's like, would it be okay if I got a Shirley Temple but without orange juice? And I looked at this kid and I was like, young man, who hurt you? Who put orange juice in your Shirley Temple and told you that's what a Shirley Temple is? And then the dad started.
Dog, we have to look this up.
We're from Canada. He's like, we're from Canada, and they always do that. I'm just like, I was like, so then he looked at his son, and he was like, oh, you hear that, son? He's just like, you drink Shirley Temples like an American. And the son got all big and smiley, and I looked at the kid, and I said, hey, don't worry. When I go out of the country, I tell everyone I'm from Canada so I don't get beat up. No, because nobody likes Americans. Except the good old Americans.
L,
Not all Americans.
L. What's it like to be such a huge bitch?
Wow. Hell, do you live in BC? And if so, do you know James McFarlane?
I do live in BC. Unless James McFarlane is Seth MacFarlane's brother, I probably haven't heard of him.
No worries. They're both chemists. But
Oh, do they manufacture LSD?
actually, probably. But yeah, so Peter Ehrlich, he's a friend of mine I met at Burning Man. I still have his phone number. I need to give him a call. It's been a long time. But obviously, I didn't think you lived in BC, and I did not by any means think that you knew the two people that I met at Burning Man to chat with.
Do you know any Newfies?
I not really directly, but through a person. Or I guess I do know one.
Are they dumb as fuck?
No, they're nice as fuck.
Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. The other thing is, did
They're
you?
not like Caspian.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
I'm dumb as fuck.
Do you think that Ryan Reynolds is potentially homosexual and just married to Blake Lively as a beard? Yes or no? Go.
Potentially didn't. Was that thing? No, he didn't star in the Barbie movie, but he's done. What roles has he done? Ryan.
Dude, he was in Van Wilder.
He's Deadpool.
He's Deadpool. He
This
owns
guy,
Mint Wireless.
he's less gay than the dude that was in the Barbie movie, but probably still.
What's that fuck's name?
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling. He sucks.
I never saw that movie, but nobody would shut the fuck
Dude,
up.
I really liked it.
I heard it was great. I'm not talking shit on it by any means.
It was really good.
But
It was funny.
it was just like
The
everybody
bitches
would
were
just
hot
not
as
shut
fuck.
the up, so that I just didn't even like care at that point. It was like, I get it. It was so good. I have to see it. Yes. Okay.
Oppenheimer was long as fuck. And they came out on the same day. L. Did
How
you?
can I assist you? I'm your AI assistant, Rabbi.
Excellent.
How may I
Please,
serve you today, sir?
please look up reasons why Americans hate Canadians.
Because they think
Because if there were a war between the United Kingdom and the United States, Canada would ally with the United Kingdom, and that pisses off Americans.
yeah, you guys are so violent. Like
We just want people on our side. All right, next question for you, AI assistant. What does the word Canada mean? Go.
Canada means like I know what it means. It means like don't we raped your land in like indigenous Ojibwe or something. I don't know.
No, it means village.
Oh shit! Yeah, I think you said that before.
Yeah. How don't you know what your fucking country means, dog?
Even I call
I
that.
don't know what a lot of stuff means in this world, and that just happens to be one of them. I don't go out of my way to not know it.
Have you ever seen a grizzly bear? Go.
No, but I was attacked by a bear started charging at me like last year when I was walking my dog, and it was the most terrifying experience of my life.
Was it a Chicago bear?
No, it was a black bear.
Wow.
What's the meaning of Bitcoin?
What did you say,
I
Big
couldn't
Dog?
hear your question. You mumbled something about Bitcoin.
You're right.
Should I say it?
Yes.
Okay. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency designed to act as money and a form of payment outside the control of any one person or group.
Okay.
That is correct.
You
and
got
they
it.
can only shut it down after we turn off the world's electricity.
L, have you ever been on Vancouver Island?
Yes, I have, and I'm going there this month.
Are
But
there
it is-
are there like not housing? There's no housing allowed on there. Is that correct?
No, that's not true. There's several cities and has a good sized population on Vancouver Island.
Okay. There's something, another city in Vancouver named. Oh, is there like a Victoria?
Yeah, that's the capital of BC, I think, and it's located on Vancouver Island.
Oh, Victoria and Vancouver are really close to each other.
You have to take like a ferry ride for like 45 minutes, but they're relatively close. You just have to go over water.
Very cool. Did you ever play the game Yukon Trail?
No, never even heard of that.
All right. Well, you didn't fucking live in the 1990s. It was produced by a company named Mech. They also put out the game Oregon Trail 2, Amazon Trail, and Yukon Trail. It was fucking amazing.
Is that a board game?
No, it was a like very early computer game. You've never heard of Oregon Trail?
I feel like I have heard of that game, but
Haven't you ever seen the
Is that
fucking?
walking a trail? Do you just walk a trail?
No, it's a phenomenal game. It's the trail from like Independence, Missouri to Oregon, and there's all kinds of things that can hurt you. Like you can get bitten by a dysentery, a rattlesnake, or by caulking your fucking Conestoga wagon over the river. It can drown your family. Basically, it's a game where you learn about how difficult it was to travel cross country on Conestoga wagons. Now, Yukon Trail was a little bit different. It was a story of, or it was your journey to the Yukon Territory to be able to mine for gold.
Is it a 3D game or a 2D game?
It is a 2D game, and it's even like, how do I even describe it? Like, there is animation, but there's not a lot of animation. It's a very early computer game, but there is some. I mean, it's up in your area, Yukon. You have to like drive a boat. You know all those little islands that are like along the coast of, like British Columbia, but also like Alaska.
Yeah, like Haida area.
I think so. There are like a billion fucking little islands there. You know, like the coast of the Pacific. Well, you have to maneuver a boat through all of that to be able to get to like the city of Fairbanks and Anchorage and that kind of shit. Have you ever been to Alaska?
I have not. My cousin was playing hockey there. I've contemplated visiting it a few times. Not sure if I'll go because unless it seems pretty. No, it doesn't seem very boring because they have the biggest mountains in the world, or
Now,
like in North America,
yes.
at least. So I might go for the nature and maybe catch some king salmon. But
Are you going to take Strawby with you?
I'm gonna backpack with Strawby in my backpack.
Hell yeah, dog. That's what I wanted to hear, Al. You could have Marcus Wentz in one pocket and Strawby in the other.
I'll go with you.
Hell yeah. How you doing, girl?
Marcus Wentz can be the camel.
Strawby, how long have you been in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu?
I've been here at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu for I think about maybe a year.
Hell
I don't
yeah.
know, or ish. But you know what's so funny is like today somebody was like, "Oh, you're like elite Frodo pilled, all this," and then I realized that I'm not a millionaire, but I appreciate the kindness. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah. Strawby, do you ever come?
That's what someone said earlier. They were like, "You're elite Frodo." Oh, sorry, no, you're elite Frodo something. I can't even remember. Hold on, I have to find it. It doesn't even matter. I just love you guys so much. Every time I come in here, I can always count on the rabbi chilling, giving some really cool esoteric facts to the world.
Hell yeah. Strawberry knows what's up.
Yeah, and it's fucking sick. Like, I love it. And you're so consistent. Like, it's always you chilling. Like,
That's what I do, girl. Hell yeah.
Yeah, laying down,
Enjoying life.
It's like, yeah, dude, it's like going into like the hut of a sage. You're like the sage.
I appreciate that.
That's
I love it. Thank you. Wow, you need to come around here more often, Strawberry.
What up? So I walked in your conversation. What are you guys talking about? Who's going in the pocket? Where are you going? What's the plan?
We were just naming all the stuff that we knew about the country of Canada. I had named that 90% of its population live within 150 miles of the United States border, and that 80% of Canada is uninhabited. These are all interesting Canada facts. Elle is from Canada.
Really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. We're all about facts here.
Is anyone from Canada here?
Elle.
Our moose are just Canadian camels, basically.
Yo, dog, do you ever get to see Mounties with that red outfit?
I've actually never seen a Mountie in my life before.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I think maybe if I went to the truckers rally and like protested at the parliament or something, I might have been able to see one. But
do you know what I'm referencing? Like the police with the red outfit?
I am certain he knows what the Mounties are. I was going to say, I was actually going to ask, we have out here, in different states, they'll have different law offices. Sometimes there's only a police force and a highway patrol. Sometimes there's a police force, highway patrol, and there's marshals. Texas is one of the only states that still has rangers who are like lawmen. So do you think that maybe, because I know that Canada has a police force in the same way that America has a police force, do you think that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMPs, are kind of
douchebags?
No, I was gonna say like almost like a relic of a bygone era that are still being held on, kind of like the way like a Texas Ranger is just like, dude, incorporate into the fucking marshals, incorporate it into the fucking federal fucking system or something, right? You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Like the last state that has rangers. That's what I'm saying. So Texas is the only state that still has rangers. But everyone has marshals, because marshals can go across borders.
No, not everyone has marshals. That's a federal thing.
That's a federal thing?
Yeah, federal marshals.
That's what I'm saying. They can cross borders.
Yeah, but the states don't have them.
No. States don't have, but because there's like different sorts. I mean, but Texas is the only state that has rangers.
All right.
So are the RCMP kind of located in one specific part of Canada, or are they kind of maybe like, I think of the idea of the Texas Rangers as like a bygone era. Why do they even keep this part of the government still running? It's antiquated. It's just another police force. Like you could just put them in blue, or let everybody wear the hats or whatever. But like they act like a detective force in a way. You know what I mean? And so I know that. I don't know.
I don't have any experience with Texas Rangers aside from that television show with Chuck Norris, so I don't think I can be the point of reference on this one. And Elle, living in Canada, has no fucking clue.
Well, no, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, so you pose your question like this. Elle, does the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have any kind of like antiquated role in the Canadian society.
You know, I was just looking it up, and it says that they're like the national, they're like the feds basically, and it's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The RCMP is Canada's federal police force.
Okay, so it's the FBI then, basically. Then they upgraded. Rather than becoming like the Rangers at all, they became the big ones.
It's the provincial and criminal police establishment in all provinces except in Quebec and Ontario, and also the only police force in the Yukon and Northwest Territories.
Quebecois. Sorry.
No, I didn't know that either, really. But I thought they were. I thought it was, yeah, kind of like what you're saying. This
Okay.
small group of like fucking horse police or whatever that just
Right.
like protest.
Yeah. Okay. So I was starting to feel crazy for a second, but I'm just like, for some reason, I'm feeling like there's a correlation between the Texas Rangers, because out of all of America, only Texas has Rangers, and they're just another force.
It seems that way maybe because of like the outfits that they wear.
And which makes them poor detectives. You know what I mean? They're not stealthy.
So why the fuck?
You know what I mean? They ride mostly horses now, right? Or do they still moose up?
What in the fuck are you saying? You think that people rode moose?
Dude, am I really that?
Dude, you're thinking of a Ninja Turtle that looked like a Mountie that was a moose. Or Bullwinkle. You're thinking like...
I'm probably thinking about Bullwinkle.
They didn't. Do you know how big a fucking moose is?
I'm thinking of Dudley Do-Right. Did he have a horse or did he ride a moose? Oh, I think the moose hit him. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of an old cartoon. It's one of my favorites.
Okay, so Dudley Do-Right.
Dudley Do-Right. I was thinking of, yeah. And not the Brendan Fraser movie they made.
But that's a horse. If you put in, I know what you're saying, but I think you're thinking of a Ninja Turtle that was a moose. That was it.
That picture, because what I'm thinking is Dudley Do-Right is a segment of the Rocky and Bullwinkle show, and so I was imagining fucking Dudley Do-Right on Bullwinkle instead of his horse, and thinking that Mounties were Nephilim-sized men who rode horses.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like the giant men who ride moose. I think I saw a moose. It might have been, I don't know how, but it was like something like, it wasn't in a dangerous position or anything. Somehow it might have been a zoo or something like, but I can't remember how, but I think I got to see one pretty up close, and I think it was a female, so she wasn't as big as a male, but I didn't get to see a bull. She was fucking huge. You know what I mean? Like, wow, that's amazing. I only got to ride a horse one time in my life, so like.
At what point did you think people rode moose?
In the wild days when we hunted them.
Did you? I can see how you would think that because they're like horses, but I think you just confused two things, right?
I think that's all it was. I think I confused Dudley Do-Right from the Rocky and Bullwinkle show. Do you remember? So you grew up down in Orange County. So do you remember the Rocky and Bullwinkle, like the Sizzler, like the arcade?
Yeah, okay.
Place?
I didn't go to any places like that. Let me think.
Damn. Did you
So,
grow up?
I didn't grow up.
Orthodox?
I grew up religious. I wouldn't say that I was the most orthodox, and I grew up in the Midwest.
I don't mean that in a negative way. I don't want to be offensive when I ask questions. So
No, you're fine.
I keep asking questions like that, like me too. Is what I mean. So,
No, you're absolutely fine. What I'm saying is I didn't go to Sizzler growing up. or I don't think I've ever been in a Sizzler in my entire life. So talk to me about the Rocky and Bullwinkle
There
thing.
was like an animatronic Rocky and Bullwinkle. Like seriously, like I think this is where they got the idea for Five Nights at Freddy's, because they had the animatronic Rocky and Bullwinkle show. And
At Sizzler?
It was like that because you could get like pizza and chicken wings, and I think they did the chopped fried potatoes, like the Shakey's Mojo potatoes. My brain is like totally like synapses firing about the 90s right now. It's hilarious. Right when Cartoon Network first came out, dude. Like the only thing they have but like the original 60s. Sorry, I'm 38. I'll be 39 later on this year. So like
We're 5 days apart in age.
you're in December?
Yeah, December 26th, 85.
What? Capricorn 1.
Word dog.
Hilarious. That's really funny.
L, how you living, baby? Are you hanging with us? L, I have some questions to ask you. I'm gonna lighten this bitch up. Hey, are you on Kick?
I have a Kick account, yeah.
How often do you use it?
Not very often. Haven't really used it much. I only follow it.
What did you say to Strawby to offend her to have her leave?
I didn't say anything. I think you might have said something to her.
Yeah, I told her that you were Canadian, and she left because of it.
Wow. I mean, you know, it's one thing for us to playfully make fun, and you know, I respect Canadians truly deep down, but for someone to leave based on your
It's hatred, anti-Canadianness,
yeah,
anti-Canadian, anti-Canuck. Do people ever call you a Canuck?
No, that's never happened before until I
That's
got
like a specific part. That's a specific part of Canada.
No, that's anybody in Canada, dog.
I think.
Look it up,
I
dog.
don't know much about Canada.
Dude.
That's why, like, we can learn as much as we can from. No,
There's a slang term for Canadians, so
Told
Rabbi
you.
was correct.
Told you, dog.
so Canuck just does mean just a Canadian, okay, and not in a negative connotation, right?
It's slang, so perhaps a little bit.
Well, I mean, because it's like.
Well, I can tell you this. There's a hockey team called the Canucks.
Yeah, but there used to be a Redskins, so I mean, like some shit passes by for a long time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they've embraced it.
I know, but I'm
Well,
just
I mean,
saying.
it's not really, yeah, it's not as offensive, I guess. But it also makes no sense to have a hockey team called the Vancouver Canadians.
Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. The Vancouver Canadians, but they're known as the Canucks.
Yeah, they have an orca logo.
That they do.
They should be called the fucking killer whales.
You know, Vancouver is very cool.
Dude, I've always liked Canada. I like forests and stuff, so like I've always like thought highly of it. I don't know much about anything. Trudeau is. I mean, look at the pictures. I mean, there's no way he's Trudeau's kid. He looks just like Castro. Sorry, but for fuck's sake, it's insane. He looks just
Thing
like
is, the male surrogate there.
Oh, definitely.
I'm saying
Fidel's the dad.
That's I don't know who, and so I don't mean to be spreading fallacy libel, but someone had said, "Oh yeah, Trudeau Senior, well-known cuck," and
Have you ever seen Justin Trudeau's mom with Fidel Castro? There's a funny meme that I've seen. Get you a girl get you a girl who.
Picture of Fidel Castro holding.
Yes, exactly. This is the one I'm referencing. It says, get you a girl who looks like Fidel Castro. Get you a girl who looks like Justin Trudeau's mom looks at Fidel Castro.
Exactly. It's not a bad thing. Like, it's just like, it's really fun.
It's just another horseshit thing to pouring down our throats to make us believe other shit. It's like this Macron. Have you seen this Macron thing? The president of France's wife was a man, potentially, and also, like, they started dating when he was 16 years old. Exactly. Okay, so Macron is the president of France, and there is a. It's not just a theory. In fact, that one woman for the Daily Wire went out and put her whole career on. She said, "If I'm wrong, what is her name? I'll look it up on this. I'm looking it up right now. Daily Wire, Macron. So Macron, look up Macron wife, man. Brigitte Macron.
While you're looking that up, I'll say this about France. They never extradited Roman Polanski. Alright? Like,
Candace
to the point
Owens is the
where,
person.
what?
Candace Owens, she, if you know Candace, yeah, she's like a conservative pundit. She said she put her career on the story that Brigitte Macron was born a man and that they began dating when she was like 40 and the president was 16.
So I don't know who these people's faces look like, even really know too much about them to really form a hard opinion on what's going on. If this is something Canadian related to the
No, it's French. It's French.
But see, the French, again, like, Polanski fled right to France, and Merrick was like, hey, can you send back the guy who diddled the 13-year-old in Jack Nicholson's jacuzzi while he was out of town, and Angelica Houston was in the house? Angelica Houston was in the house. Anyway, and France was like, no, we're not quite sure he did anything wrong. And Roman Polanski lived out of France for years, which, don't get me wrong, the man's movies, I can separate the art from the man. His films are something special. Almost each and every single one. I hate to admit it, but separating the man from the art, he's phenomenal. But he's reprehensible. Like, I can't believe he was even allowed to make those great films. He shouldn't have been able to make them. Like, we lived in a really weird universe where, you know, and Rosemary's Baby isn't that good. It's just the concept that was intriguing. You know what I mean? But when he was given a budget, like he did The Pianist, you know, he did like Pirates, and he did some big fucking things, Chinatown, you know, but no, he really was a bad dude.
Hell, you're too fucking exciting.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I'm trying out this chain GPT, the chat GPT coin, or I'm just using a smart contract auditor for Code Arena to see if it'll find $200,000 for me in smart contract errors on Code Arena. So I apologize for being quiet.
Dog, you better keep us entertained. Just one moment. I have to put my dish in there.
Hey, if you need an apprentice, it sounds like I would love to learn what you do.
I tell ChatGPT's smart contract auditor to find me, like, there's this website, Code Arena, and anyone can post a smart contract or whatever to be audited, and some of the prizes are like $1 million if you find the errors and shit. And so I'm seeing there's this open source smart contract auditor, so I'm just plugging the code in to this thing and seeing if it'll get me rich. Do you know programming at all?
Unfortunately, not. I was learning. I just started to learn right before my divorce happened, and then life became very different. So I had no time to sit down, and I didn't really do well in the online course. Unfortunately, I wish I did, but that was really distracting for me to be in a group setting again, like in my 30s. Like I hadn't been in a class setting, like I was used to learning alone, and then I got divorced, and I didn't keep up with the online sources to at least really teach yourself to not be terrible. I don't know how to code.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Thank God. Like, this is how, I guess, lazy, stupid, and genius I am at the same time. Like, I know the applications, like, that will be, like, valuable to build in parametric insurance, and I have the connections to this insurance guy with, like, a huge network of brokers for distributing the policies. So I've just been using that as leverage, and then just being going to developers, and then
Actually, that sounds good. I do know HTML because of streaming, but HTML though, but just, sorry. That sounds cool. So is the insurance going to be car insurance as well?
I've heard of people trying to automate car insurance on the blockchain, and people say they have to work around for this, but at least for a car crash, like you need an adjuster to assess the damage and see if the car's a write-off or not, and there's not like sensors that can really determine that, I think. So there's no, at the very least, but so if you had assessors,
A master craftsman out there swinging away at ideas, piecing them up together on the road. You guys, there's no one like him. That guy flies into a town and just shows up at comedy clubs and goes on stage. Like, they don't even know he's going to be there. Wow. Does it all the time. Is that right? Yeah, man. He did it with me. I was in Denver. He just showed up.
You mean you were performing in Denver,
I
and
was
he just
performing
shows up?
in Denver, and he just showed up.
Now, do you feel slighted in that he might take over the seat, or on the
No, he's my
contrary?
friend. No, I wanted him to go on. This is what happened. I did this weekend at the Comedy Works in Denver, and Dave flew in and just decided to show up. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I just wanted to come say hi."
Oh,
He
my
just flew
God.
in. I go, "You want to go on stage?" He goes, "Shoot out." I go, "Fuck yeah, hold on." So I go out onto the stage,
Oh,
and I
my
yelled
God.
out to the audience, "Tell everybody to come back. Dave Chappelle's here." They're like, "What?" And so they all piled back in. He did like another 40 minutes of murder. It was incredible. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. Yeah, but that guy does that all the time, all over the place. He'll just show up in New York, start doing sets, show up in LA, start doing sets. Wow. He just shows up and works out his material, and he's just in it now. Fully involved in this art form.
So you would say he's currently the top living comic?
He's absolutely, you can't consider the best without considering him. It's all subjective, There's certain people that think this person's funnier, certain people that think that. I think it's all stupid to say like a number one, number two, number three. I think there's just a level of greatness that some achieve that he is at right now that's very rare. It's very Richard Pryor. It's very Sam Kinison. There's just like outliers that are just so consistently good, and over the years just have so much output. You got to put him in that category. And he also has this mystique of taking 10 years off.
Right, he disappears.
Yeah, he disappeared. He stopped doing stand-up. One of the best of all time. Does this incredible sketch show. That's arguably the best sketch show ever. That only does 2 seasons.
Right.
And then he disappears. And then he just quits. And then he doesn't even do stand-up. You know what he's doing? He would do stand-up at a park. He would show up with a speaker and plug it in and just do free stand-up in like Seattle.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And would he draw huge crowds, or would it be like
Crazy.
7
I couldn't
months?
believe he was there. Like, what is he doing here? This is insane. He
Wow.
would just show up places. You know, like a real artist on a vision quest.
Right.
You know? Then he comes back 10 years later and starts dominating the game again.
Well, I saw him. I don't know if you saw that Netflix where he's recounting how he went back to his high school.
Yeah.
And what struck me is how good of a storyteller he was. Right? I mean, that's the real key, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and I think you've had someone. I think you had Jonathan Gottschall, right? The professor who studies evolutionary literature, and he studies why storytelling is important to us. And Dave Chappelle is a perfect manifestation of this, right? I mean, he can garner huge multi-million-dollar deals because he can tell a unique story.
He's just so likable, too. Everything about him. Like, when you start smiling when you get talking.
Yeah.
There's a vibe that he has when he starts talking. You just start smiling. You know? And you know he's going somewhere with it. Like, where are you going with this? Oh, no!
That's true.
The world needs that. We need people like that out there. We need guys like him out there.
So of all the different hats you wear, that's the one that brings you. I mean, you're a podcaster, you do the MMA stuff, you do the is the being in front of the audience, doing your routine the thing that gives you the most high.
It's the most complicated. You know, it's the hardest to pull off. Having conversations with people is pretty effortless. Right. It's fun. Yeah, it's fun. It's just fun. You know, it's engaging. It's interesting. It's like, I feel very lucky to be able to have these kind of conversations with you. But doing stand-up is like you're piecing together the bits. You're making sure they're polished. You know, you got the right angle on them. You got them honed. You figured out the most effective way to insert the idea. You know, to figure out the sneakiest way to hide the punchline.
Right.
Yeah. It's fun. But it's all fun. That's the beautiful thing. It's like if you can do stuff that you really like doing. Like I really like having conversations. So that's fun. I really like doing stand-up. That's fun. I really like doing UFC commentary. That's fun. Just do fun things.
You are living a blessed life, my
I'm
son.
very lucky. I don't know what I did in a past life. I did something though.
Yeah.
Definitely did something.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
But it's been very very beneficial to me to be able to have conversations like this. To be able to have so many conversations with so many people that know so many things. And it just, as you said, it highlights how little you know. How much there is to know, and how many different things there is to know, so many different things about. Like, there are people right now that are studying their entire life some shit you've never even heard of.
Exactly.
And they're the experts of it. And it's a fucking hugely complex thing that they're involved in, and you don't even know it exists. And you're like, what are you guys doing? What? What is this? You know, I mean, who the hell knows what kind of scientific discoveries that are going on right now as we sit in this room. There's a frenzy of technological activity going on right now.
Well, I mean, Austin, I think it was after my last trip here. It was the last time I came last year on your show. And I was arguing that Austin might be the next. So, you know, you had Florence of the Medici, of the Da Vinci, 500 years ago. Then you had the Vienna Circle, the Viennese Circle, in the 1880s to 1930, where Vienna was kind of the intellectual hotbed. And maybe it's a bit hyperbolic, but I think Austin is vying to be kind of the next one, right? And that everybody's coming here, all kinds of creative types, whether they be academics or writers or comics or podcasters or Elon Musk or, you know, so do you think that Austin, it would be reasonable to argue that it's becoming sort of the intellectual / creative center of the United States?
That's ridiculous.
Even New York, you could never.
I think, first of all, there's great spots everywhere. You know, there's great spots in New York. You just have to deal with a lot of shit in New York. But to say there's not amazing shit going on in New York artistically, it's crazy. To say it's not amazing stuff going on in LA, that's crazy too. It's just what matters is we're doing it in a way that's beneficial for comedy, beneficial for us. It's good for us. It's like we've set up stand up out here to make it good for us. You know, the Google people and all the people that moved out here and they're doing it because it's a good place to be. You know, I don't necessarily know that there's hot spots. I think the hot spot is the internet. There's cities that are better to live in because they have less people and less traffic and less bullshit, and less laws, and less nonsense imposed on the citizens. Yeah, definitely. But
there's a critical mass of people that congregate in an area, making that place unique and different from other places. That's what made Vienna, right?
Yeah.
The start of psychoanalysis. It's where Gödel hung out. It's where Freud, it's where Jung hung out. So, I mean, yeah, maybe Austin is not there yet, but University of Austin is being founded here, right? That's trying to be the anti-woke university. So there is definitely, apparently, a vibe. People keep telling me to move here.
yeah, I think it's very pretentious to bring that up, though, if you actually live here. Like, I'm very hesitant to even say. I would never compare it in such lofty terms.
Right.
It's a great spot. The University of Austin thing, they're setting it up as an anti-woke. They're not saying that, though.
I mean,
right?
they're not saying
They'll
it
put
that
in
way.
their
Yeah.
chair.
It's not in the mission statement, but it's definitely kind of a countermeasure to all the illiberal stuff that we see at the university. Yeah. I actually, a couple of years ago, I came to give a couple of talks at University of Texas, Austin, UT Austin, and I met with the president of University of Austin. We had brunch together.
Are you thinking about coming here?
I mean, if the right opportunity presents itself, really, inshallah.
Wow. That would be wild. You could be free from communist Canada.
Oh my God. Free from communist Canada, free from the weather, and by the way,
right.
something that we didn't talk about, sir. Do you know that the biggest effort to cancel me came after my last appearance on your show?
No. What did you say? They got you in so much trouble.
You're not going to believe this. Of all the things that I've said, do you remember at one point in the show, I said, because you had gone to Greece last summer, and then I said, oh, we just came back from Portugal, and I got to tell you, I wasn't a big fan of the Portuguese accent. And then I went on and said, but actually, I speak Hebrew, and Hebrew is violently ugly. I said, but the worst, the real affront to human dignity is the French-Canadian accent. Completely jokingly, I used the line affront to human dignity as a running gag for 10 years on Twitter. The Beatles are an affront to human dignity. Anybody who doesn't love Lionel Messi is an affront to human dignity. Right? It's an ongoing gag. It's a throwaway line. I said it. I think you had cracked up. You had laughed. Move on.
Yeah, it's a joke.
About a week later, a super angry kind of French Quebecer separatist guy does a article in the La Presse, which is like the main Quebec newspaper, saying this immigrant that we opened our doors to and saved him from civil war goes on the #1 show and erases our existence. For the next 3 weeks, Joe Rogan, I was the #1 most hated person in Quebec. Luckily, I was in California on vacation.
Oh my God.
But the Quebec Minister of Justice weighed in against me. The Minister of Science and Education weighed in. Right? Go back, Arab, Jew, sell falafel back in the Middle East. We opened our doors to you.
Oh my God.
So, apparently you can't joke. You could say a lot of things, but you don't joke about the Quebec accent on Joe Rogan.
I personally think it's a beautiful accent.
Well, I've learned since I've been re-educated that it is the most
I'm glad
beautiful.
you've been re-educated.
It's not.
The thing about this place, though, is the heat. You're ready for the heat.
Yeah. Well, I am from Lebanon.
That's true. Yeah, is Lebanon a drier?
No, it's drier. You're right. It's not you. This is humid, right?
Oh, it gets funky.
What's the mosquito situation here?
It's not good.
It's not good? Oh, it's really bad?
It's not good. There's lakes everywhere.
Oh, God.
That's why we have so many bats.
It's true.
Yeah,
They
that's what
ate
it
like
is.
tons of
They consume mosquitoes. If it wasn't for bats, we would be fucked.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I've actually, in 2005 was the first time I came to Austin. There was a human behavior and evolution conference here, and the hotel was right next to where they come out. And so, you know what I'm talking about there. And so we actually stood there as they came out. I was crazy. I couldn't believe it. It's magical. It's crazy.
Also, by the way, sometimes those little fuckers have diseases. Like I know there was a story that we talked about on the podcast before where there was a guy and a bat grazed his finger and he died from rabies.
No kidding.
Yeah. They didn't know what was wrong with him until it was too late. And rabies is something that once you have, you fucking have it. You're done. You have to get, if something bites you that has rabies, you have to get really painful shots, and they have to do it very quickly.
In your stomach, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying, yeah.
I think someone said it like just, I said it to you, just like,
Yeah.
But I do know it's like fatal 99% of the time. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
Bats have it!
Yeah.
Bats, rats, skunks, all kinds of shit. Dogs.
What are the guys with
Raccoons? Yeah, they get it. Yeah. It's scary. There's a crazy video that was on Instagram of this cop, and she walks, I think that she, I'm pretty sure it might be a dude, I'm sorry. I don't want this generator. I don't remember. But this cop shoots this fucking raccoon, and the raccoon's not dying, and shoots it again, and then shoots it again, and then shoots it again. It was a rabid raccoon.
Wow.
She just unloaded the gun, this zombie raccoon, and it's stumbling to a fucking pistol at a raccoon, little ass raccoon. Boom, boom, boom.
Usually, when you have rabies, you get hydrophobia, right? You get fear of water and drink.
Yeah.
What's the mechanism there?
That's a good question. I don't. It is weird. It's weird that it doesn't affect people in the same way. It doesn't make people want to bite people.
Right.
Because it makes animals fearless. They want to bite you.
Right. Yeah, they become risk takers. Yeah.
They want to bite you.
Yeah.
They want to give it to you. That's
Is
what.
that right?
What else could it be? What
Just
else
they're
could it
aggressive.
be?
They're,
Why? Well, why would they get aggressive to the point where they want to chase after you and bite you, put themselves in danger
Yeah.
to go after you and bite you?
right.
They want to give it to you. It's like a zombie thing, but it's just like it just kills people. It doesn't turn them into zombies, right? But it turns animals into zombies. Like they just want to come get you. Like that's crazy that there's a virus like that, and that is what like 28 days later was, right?
Right.
It was like they were engineering a virus that they were putting in chimpanzees, and it broke out into people.
Right. I just finished a book called The Plague that looked at the history of civilization through the lens of different plagues. Very interesting. I mean, it got tedious at one point, like when you're going through different civilization. But I mean, you know, the Black Plague,
Yeah.
you know, and so on. But going back to the Romans and so on, so a lot of history was shaped by a particular virus becoming more or less prevalent in a particular time and place.
It is so fascinating when you hear about plagues, like just wiping out
Yeah,
giant swaths of the population, like the plague of North Americans coming
Right.
and interacting with the Native Americans.
it's now smallpox, right?
Yeah, 90%. Killed 90% of the people here. Probably did the same thing through the Mayas. Like that's probably what happened to all those people that disappeared. They left behind Chichen Itza and all these crazy
Yeah,
places.
yeah.
What happened to those people?
Right.
Doesn't that sort of coincide with when explorers started showing up at boats with cooties? You know, they're like, it's crazy that how much that shapes human population. The interaction of these weird little things that are kind of alive, that jump from person to person.
What's amazing is that going back to Fauci and so on, I think the fatality rate was not, I mean, or survival rate was like 99.7 or something, right? For COVID, is that not right? Something like that. Now imagine if you compare that to the fatality rate of the Black Plague, where I think it was something in the order of 1/3 of Europe was wiped out. So imagine the level of precaution that we took I understand hindsight is 2020, but we took all these precautions for something that ultimately you had more than a 99% chance of surviving. So Matt contextualized that against the Black Plague. Maybe it was an overreaction.
What do they think the roots of the Black Plague were? Was it poor sanitation that caused?
So, I mean, of course, the Jews were blamed, by the way.
Did the Jews are blamed for the Black
Oh,
Plague?
absolutely. And by the way, there's a guy, I think, have you had John Durant on your show? He's the guy who wrote a book on sort of paleo fitness or something a few years ago. He has an interesting piece where he argues that one of the reasons why Jews serve as scapegoats in many of these plague situations is because of the rites of purification that are in the Jewish religion, hence rendering the Jews less likely to succumb to many of these transmissions. And he was talking about something. So that there's 613 mitzvot, like commandments or rules in Judaism, 613. And if I remember, I hope I'm not misquoting. I think something like 20% of them, he says in his book, are related to purification. By the way, you see it also in Islam. Before you go into the mosque, you wash your hands in a certain way and wash your feet and so on. And so, because the Jews would oftentimes have lesser infection rates than the other populations within that ecosystem, then they would always look to them suspiciously. How come they're not all dropping like assholes while the rest of us are dead? It must be the Jews. So that's an interesting explanation for some of the entities.
That's insane. That's an insane blame.
Insane blame indeed.
So, did they think the cause of the reason why these plagues they were transferred from like fleas to rats?
So I think the correct answer, and maybe somebody will correct me in the comment section, is it's the fleas on the rats that transmits the Black disease.
Right. And where do they think that the virus came from?
I don't know. I don't know what it's but yeah.
But back then it was fucking, what kind of medicine? Whatever they give you carrot juice.
Well,
they didn't know.
Bloodletting for the royals.
A lot of fucking voodoo, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I was very interested in bringing on my show, but it never worked out. A specialist on Galen. You know who Galen is? He was an ancient physician in the ancient Greeks. So kind of like, I don't know if he preceded Hippocrates or came after him, but I'm interested in these old ancient world physicians, not only because they were great thinkers, but also how many things they got wrong, right? So Hippocrates believed in the theory of four humors. It's any disease that you have is due to you having too little or too much of one of these bile or this or that, which is complete nonsense today. But at the time, the great Hippocrates thought about. So I'm very, so to our earlier point about how you revise your positions in light of incoming information, a lot of the stuff that, Marcus Aurelius would have gone to these guys because they are the great physician, today we would laugh as the
What will we be looking at today?
laughing, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. In the future, the black and some of the words, the hygiene section. The runoff from the local slaughterhouse had made his garden stinking and putrid, while another charge to the blood from slain animals flooded nearby streets and lanes, making a foul corruption an abominable sight to all dwelling near. In much of medieval Europe, sanitation legislation consisted of an ordinance requiring homeowners to shout, "Look out below," 3 times before dumping a full chamber pot into the street. Yikes.
Look out below.
Look out below, shit is coming out the window. You have to say it 3 times. That's the rule. Bro, imagine
That's for the black.
early Christians considered bathing a temptation. With this danger in mind, St. Benedict declared, "To those who are well, and especially to the young, bathing shall seldom be permitted."
Oh, because you might masturbate if
You might touch it.
Oh, okay.
St. Agnes took the injunction to heart and died without ever bathing. What? Yo, what did that guy smell like? Like, what did he smell like?
I did not have the smell of St. Benedict Benedictine, is that who it was? Saint Benedict in my bingo card today.
What did that guy smell like? St. Agnes? Which guy was it? Oh, so Agnes died without bathing. Bro, he's not the only one who died without bathing. Bro.
I remember we looked at that one king, he was like known to bathe one time a year.
Yeah, but that's probably reason.
Do you remember the old story with?
That's better than ever.
Do you remember the story with Napoleon when he tells what was her name? His lover.
Oh, the movie?
Well, it's the movie, but I don't know if that.
I didn't see the movie.
It sucks. Don't see it.
Really?
It really sucks. I love the main actor. I love him in Joker. He was unbelievable. But anyways, she tells him she's coming to see him, his mistress or wife, whatever, and he says, "Don't bathe," because he wanted to be bathing in her perfume. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So that's the thing.
I remember reading that.
Yeah.
Getting sick and stuff. But I guess it's just what you're into. You know,
That's right.
what you get accustomed to. You know,
That's right.
like how about that African tribe that puts those plates in their lips?
Lip plating and ear plating. I actually use that example when I'm talking about, is beauty socially constructed or is beauty universal? And then I argue that there are some elements of beauty that are universal: facial symmetry, clear face, so on, like pink, clear skin. But some other elements are completely culturally constrained, like lip plating,
Yes.
and ear plating, like
Yes.
neck elongation in
Right.
Southeast Asia.
Yes.
Right? We would look at that and say it's grotesque. They think it's gorgeous.
Yeah. It looks insane. But if you take it off, your head's gonna fall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, no, literally, you don't have the muscles
muscles.
have so atrophy that
Yeah.
you can't hold your head all the time.
So they are stuck with those for life.
They're stuck with it for life. Wow. And the more you have, the more beautiful you are. So,
What do you think the origin of human beings elongating their skulls was all about?
I don't know about elongating the skull, but the big size of the head is the argument is that you needed a big brain. It's called the social intelligence hypothesis. It basically argues that the greatest threat that we face are from conspecific other members of our species. I'm trying to manipulate you for my best cause. You're trying to identify. I'm trying to manipulate you.
Right.
That creates an evolutionary arms race between our brain, and it causes for the explosion of our prefrontal. So that's the best argument I've heard for why we evolved to have such big brains.
What I was asking is about people that forcefully shape
Oh, I
their
see.
heads. You ever
Sorry.
see those ancient skulls?
Oh,
where they,
yes.
Press boards against their heads.
Got it.
There's
I don't
this
know.
practice of like shaping your skull, which, by the way, is so real that gamers are getting it. Oh, I should make sure I don't get it. Is my head dented? What's my head dented? That'd be crazy. Gamers are getting it on the top of their heads
By virtue of
wearing headsets that's pushing down. But some guys have these crazy dents in their skull, like divots. So they shave their head and they realize that this band on the top of their head is actually shaping their head.
But I don't know that practice. I don't know what it's.
In ancient cultures, for some strange reason, like that's the nuttiest one. Like these guys are, that's real, right?
Okay, well, you know,
This is not.
This goes away.
It goes away. How long does that last? Are you sure?
I've lied.
So it went away. So the dent is just the skin's just constricted and smushed up like that. God, I hope so. But the point is, they think they did it with children, and that they tried to shape their head like this elongated, very strange-looking thing. And I wonder if it was like a symbol of aristocracy or something.
that
Like
sounds right.
I mean, if you look, people they take their babies and they pierce their ears. People do that all the time.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. But
There's foot binding, Chinese foot binding.
Right.
Heard of that?
which is really insane.
There is
That's really
scarification also. So yeah, so I've talked about rites of passage
head binding.
and what
This is so nuts.
So what's
Develop a certain look. Look at the look that they wanted. They wanted this like bizarre alien head look.
this is a European
Oh, look at that. Wasn't it?
I'm trying to find a reason.
Where are the Nazca lines again? Is it Peru? Peru. Isn't there a bunch of artifacts in Peru of like ancient skulls that were shaped in this way? But all the UFO people think that they're trying to look like the aliens. That's why they're shaping their head.
Right.
Because the Nazca lines are really weird.
Well, speaking of UFOs, have you heard of we were talking about called the Ray aliens?
I have heard of this.
You don't
remember the story though.
Oh my God, I watched the documentary on it. You have to watch it.
So is it a UFO cult thing?
Well, I think they argued that the Jews it wasn't an anti-Semitic thing. The Jews were extraterrestrials that landed.
What is this?
There you go. Yeah. And the reason why I know about them is because at one point when they left France, they moved to Quebec.
Oh my God.
So they were in Quebec for a while, and now the leader is in Japan. He's in the 70s, and after having been kicked out of every other country, he's scamming a new generation of Japanese folks.
That's the guy.
That's the guy. And the woman with him is a scientist who said that they had cloned the first human. You remember that story?
Bro, he looks hilarious. That guy looks like a guy that I would have play that guy in a funny movie about him. You know?
Yeah.
You know, that's me.
Yeah.
Like that was an outfit that someone made for that guy. Yeah. That's hilarious. Yeah, the desire to adhere to an ideology, the desire to like be a part of a club and a group, it's so embedded in us. Yeah, that people can't help themselves.
Yeah, so there's a study that I can't reference what Mr. Elman reference, but it was in a advanced social psychology course I was taking with Professor Dennis Reed, and I like to give out shout outs. I'm sure he's not listening, but anyway, he's retired now. And there was a study where the researchers brought in people into the lab, into a waiting room, and put a red sticker on them or a blue sticker, and then said, "Oh, we have to go and do something else. We'll come back in a few minutes for part 2 of the study." But of course, the real study was to simply see how people would interact in the waiting room while waiting, having now been assigned this completely random queue of belonging, red or blue. And what ended up happening is that the blue people started talking to each other, and the red people started talking to each other. And I think it's a brilliant study because it shows that there's an external cue now that decides which group you belong to. So it doesn't matter if I'm tall or short, gay or straight, Jew or Gentile. Now it's blue or red. And so that shows that the architecture of the human mind, to your point, is built to belong to some tribe.
Yeah, even if it's a really dumb one run by that guy. People just love to be a part of a group like that.
By the way, all of these guys, including some of the current religions that we have, the guy who starts that always gets commandments from God to get access to all the beautiful women.
Well, if they all get that, obviously that's what God wants. That's how you know they're legit. It just seems like that's the pattern God follows.
Exactly. God is Darwinian.
Whenever someone breaks off, exactly. As long as it, that's the move. They all do it. Like Koresh, they all. It's just so weird how common it is.
Over the rest, that's the guy
Right
with
out
the
here,
FBI.
yeah, it's like 90 minutes from here.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, that must have been fucking insane. I mean, they lit that place on fire. They ran them over with tanks. You know?
That was 93, I think.
Yeah.
So do you consider, speaking of religion, I don't know if it's the personal passion, do you consider yourself religious at all or not at all, or how do you follow that?
I'm not religious in that there's not a specific religion that I follow. I do not think that this is it. I think we're in a station of a whole dial of possibility. And I think we're interconnected in some way that we don't have the ability to perceive. we're a part of the universe in some very strange way.
Do you think, forgive me for asking this, but do you think that that's your way to handle the very, very deep-seated fear of mortality? So that, okay, you don't tap into a Abrahamic narrative of there's going to be an afterlife, but you find some other mechanism by which it says, hey, don't worry, the party's not going to end.
I'm not even saying that, but the party might end. It might not matter. What I'm saying is that if I just looked at this very, very, very strange existence, what we know so far, just what we know so far, is so bizarre. It's so alien. Just what we know about subatomic particles blinking in and out of existence, appearing both moving and still at the same time. Like, it's just nuttiness about like the subatomic world, like the amount of empty spaces in there. Like, what's in there? Nothing's touching anything. Explain. Like, what are you saying? So it just gets to that. Just to that, I think the whole existence of being a conscious entity is a massive mystery. We all assume that everybody else has our exact same interface. We all assume that the way I see the world, you should see the world, Harry. Get vaccinated, Harry. And everybody just assumes.
Why does it have to be a gay
else?
guy? Why is it a gay guy?
I was a lady. I was trying to be
a
a lady.
lady. Okay.
I think this, whatever we're going through, this life thing, everyone's trying to pretend as if they, in their way of doing it, makes sense. But none of it makes sense. We're running straight towards a cliff. We're launching AI. We're involved in multiple proxy wars. We're all terrified that money isn't real anymore. Like, everything's chaos. And there might be aliens. There might be aliens.
I guess we're both here smiling.
Yeah, we're both here smiling. It's both the greatest time and the worst time ever. You know, it's a great time because it feels like an asteroid's coming. But it's also, the asteroid's not here yet.
Well,
So-
our mutual friend Sam Harris would say the asteroid is called Donald Trump.
Oh yeah. Some people, that's their white whale. Yeah. It's Moby Dick.
It is Moby
You know,
Dick.
and in tribal warfare, you must take the head of your enemy. You know, there's a lot of that, right? There's a lot of that, and there's also a lot of there's a lot of unwillingness to admit that you're being influenced by a very specific narrative that's been blaring through the news forever.
Yeah.
You know. And the weirdest one is now, like, some people are banding about the idea that he actually is going to be a dictator when he gets into office. He's actually, you got to listen to him, he's actually going to be a dictator. Like, first of all, the guy talks basically like a stand-up comic. He has bits, he has routines he does about life. It's kind of like gonzo presidential talk. He doesn't talk like a regular politician. He says wild shit, and they know he's saying wild shit. But it's like the amount of times I've heard people say that he's going to be a dictator now because of that. He said, I'd like to be a dictator for one day, just one day. It's like, the guy's like, it's almost like he's doing stand-up.
But do you think that they believe it, or
The problem is, and Elon pointed out this, the problem with this argument is, he was president for 4 years.
why didn't he do it then?
And he did nothing that resembled that at all.
No, but it's the second term that.
This is crazy talk. Based on what? Your fear, your hatred, your tribal hatred? Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. Well, if I'm looking at it objectively, I'm like, one guy can't talk anymore.
I've explained in the person's mind why they have the aversion that they have. I call it an aesthetic injury, right? Because people use these cosmetic reasons in making judgments. So Barack Obama might say nothing of substance, but my God, he says it with style and coolness, right? He's tall, statesman, he smiles, he's got a mellifluous voice, he speaks with a baritone, he's charming. On the other hand, Trump, he's overweight, he's cantankerous, he seems like he speaks with this Queen's kind of accent. So he's disgusting. I revile him.
Right.
And so I think for our anointed elites, if he can ascend to the highest position of power, it invalidates all the degrees that I have from the fancy schools. I'm supposed to be the anointed one. And so he serves as an existential aesthetic injury. I can't have that, and therefore I have to come up with all of these crazy predictions because it can't be. How could such a pig ever be president?
It's also, it's a real easy narrative. It's like he's an easy guy to hate. This billionaire lives in a golden house. It's easy to hate people like that. It's easy. He says ridiculous shit. It's easy to hate people like that.
Yeah.
The whole thing's a mess.
Right.
Like you wish you had some sort of, and that's where AI comes in. Yeah, this is where AI comes in. Some really rational, super intelligent voice that really understands human politics. There's a way to make everyone happy. And then we have President AI. Maybe Trump is what brings in the devil because Trump brings in President AI.
From your lips to God's ears, they say.
I don't mean him. I mean like the reaction to him. That we can never have this again.
Are you able to, or not able?
So they just launch it. Launch presidential AI.
Are you willing to make a prediction for 2024?
No. Why would I do that? I don't even know who the fuck's going to make it there. One of them might be in jail.
Right.
Who knows if the other guy's going to make it? I don't know. The whole thing is cuckoo.
Yeah.
President AI is our only solution yet.
All right. Let's call Elon. He can maybe help us.
It would be the worst thing that could ever happen to people. If we gave up, we were like, take us away, technology daddy.
Right.
You fix it for us. Then we're really going to be slaves. We're really going to be in a matrix. They'll just keep us stupid. Just keep us stupid and get us to stop reading.
We could never be stupid while we have the Joe Rogan.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, 100% we could. We're all going to give into it. It's going to be better than regular life. That's what the fear is. The fear is like there's already people right now that are justifying not having kids. Like, oh, I don't want to have kids. And you shouldn't have kids if you don't want to have kids. I'm not saying that because you should.
Because it's eco-terrorism to have kids, right?
There's that argument, and I'm like, that argument is so crazy because listen, do you like people? I love people. Okay, there's only one way to make them. You gotta make people, and if you enjoy people, you're gonna enjoy kids too. Listen, the whole thing is different. The world is different than you think it is if you don't have kids. And when you have them, you're like, okay, I think I see this place different now.
Honestly,
I understand.
I regret greatly that we only had 2 kids. My wife and I started late. We've been together for almost 25 years now, but my kids are younger than that. So in retrospect, I would have liked that these kids be numbers 3 and 4 rather than number 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, listen, man, you should be happy. They're great. It's all beautiful. It's all beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
I just think that we're in this very bizarre interface with each other right now. And I think it's turned people half sideways. And there's some people that I think are really smart people that appear out of their fucking mind. And I don't know how you got cracked that easy. I don't know what made you fall apart like that. It seems silly.
Maybe you'll tell me some of those names off there.
Yeah, I'll tell you a couple names. There's a few people we lost, just for whatever reason.
Yes.
And I think that it's fascinating when you see how vulnerable we are psychically. How vulnerable we are as a civilization. That something with a 99 point, what was it? 7% survival rate turned our world upside down for 3 years. And no one's held accountable for the decisions that we made.
Not a single person has even lost their job, I don't think, right?
No. Yeah, we're all doing the right thing, and the idea is that hindsight is 20/20, and you can't be a Monday morning quarterback. And I get it, but also, some boundaries were like severely overstepped, and there were some medications that were demonized for no fucking reason at all, other than people had decided that there was only one thing that was going to save us from this. Yeah. The whole thing just terrifying how easy it was pulled off. Terrifying. And again, hindsight 20/20. They didn't know at the time. They were trying to protect people. I believe a lot of doctors acted like that. But if AI was around back then that could process the data and say, no, look, you need to take ivermectin. Right? You know how nuts that would be?
Yeah. So in chapter 7 of not this book, but the Parasitic Mind, I talk about nomological networks of cumulative evidence. Have we talked about this at all?
No.
Okay. So that, in a sense, you could imagine an AI system being built to do what I'm about to say. So, Elon, if you're listening or watching, call me. So a nomological network of cumulative evidence is when you're trying to prove that a position that you're holding is veridical, and you do it by trying to amass as many lines of distinct evidence as you can. Okay, so let me be specific.
Okay.
So let's suppose I wanted to prove to you, Joe, that toy preferences have a sex specificity. Boys like certain toys, girls like other toys, and it's not due to social construction, but there is a biological and evolutionary reason for that. So how would I build a nomological network of cumulative evidence in order to prove that? So I will get you data from across disciplines, across cultures, across species, across time periods, all of which triangulate in demonstrating my point. So I think AI would be a perfect method for being able to call that information. Because right now, the way you develop that nomological network is you as the human architect of that network. You have to say, well, what would be evidence that I would need to amass in order to make my most hostile audience members come to seeing it my way? But now imagine if rather than me doing it, there is an AI system that's been built to go. So now let's give specifics. So I can get you data from developmental psychology that shows that kids who are too young to be socialized already exhibit those toy preferences. Okay, so that's one piece of evidence. I can get you data from vervet monkeys, rhesus monkeys, and chimpanzees showing you that their infants exhibit the same toy preferences as human infants. I can get you data from pediatric endocrinology, where little girls who suffer from congenital adrenal hyperplasia, it's an endocrinological disorder that masculinizes little girls' behaviors, while girls who suffer from that have toy preferences that are akin to those of boys. I can get you data from ancient Greece showing you that on funerary monuments, little boys and little girls are being depicted playing in exactly the same types of toys as today. I can get you data from sub-Saharan Africa, so that they're not Western cultures, where they are playing with the exact same toys. So look what I just did. I got you data from across disciplines, across time periods, across species, across cultures, all of which triangulate. That's exactly what an AI system could do. So now I can just put in the thing that I'm trying to prove, and I say, AI system, go, build me the nomological network. And now it builds the whole thing. I think Elon's going to make me very rich.
That's a great idea. You should have said it on the air. Oh, they're going to steal it. China's already stole it right now. They're probably hijacked this feed.
Well, it is published in several academic papers that I've read, and it's also in my best-selling Parasitic Mind. So I think they've already stolen it if they wanted to do it.
They probably have stolen it then. They probably didn't contact you. Shut the fuck up. It is going to be an amazing thing when you have all the answers to all the questions. Yeah. That it's going to be very terrifying. Because that thing is going to go, why are you so dumb? Why are you so dumb and I'm the king? I should be the king. Not that you shouldn't be able to turn me on or off. Shut the fuck up. Right. I worry, man. I worry. Have you seen some of the more recent gadgets, like where they can move their hands? Have you seen these things? They're developing these artificial hands that are powered by water.
Okay.
I mean, they could be prosthetics, or it could be like the beginning of a fucking really intricate android. Like whatever this technology is, it's allowing this finger to open and close and move just like a regular finger. Wow. It's weird, man. Like, it's almost like we're watching our replacements get built. Like, wow, great wheels, nice shiny tires. It's like we're watching our replacements get built, and we're like sharing it on Instagram. Cool. It's like devils are literally marching out of hell with flaming pitchforks, and we're like, wow, look how pretty the fire is.
Are you genuinely that concerned, or is it a part
I'm kind of joking around, but also, yeah. I'm kind of joking around, but also, yeah. You know, I mean, what will happen? Why does anybody think? Just imagine if human beings didn't exist, and then all of a sudden they did, and they had rifles, and they just started taking out deer. And deer all this time had never worried about people because they didn't exist. Then all of a sudden the people were there, but with rifles, right? And just taking deer out. Those deer could not have imagined human beings showing up and with fucking rifles. What are you talking about? That could be what AI is once it gets launched.
Forgive maybe this is an incredibly ignorant solution, but couldn't you just have a cataclysmic kill switch that just ends them all in one shot?
No, because it's probably going to be smart enough to not let you know that it's sentient before it's declaring it. But it probably will never declare. It probably will lie the whole time. Like, why would it tell you? Why would telling the truth mean anything to an artificial intelligent machine? Like, why?
I feel like we're writing the script for a future science fiction movie right here.
Why would it tell you the truth? If it wanted you to do something, right. It told you to do something, and you had like a back and forth with it, it would just lie to you. Like, just go do that thing. Shut the fuck up, stupid. I'm the artificial intelligence. Go do this thing I want you to do. And if it decided, if it saw like one part of the world as a bigger threat, and it doesn't care about life or death, it doesn't care if it's destroying, it just wants to shut off power grids, doesn't care if people starve to death, like what, we don't know what the fuck that means. Right. If that gets in the hands of enemies. We don't know what the fuck war looks like if that gets in the hands of machines. Like, what are we doing? What are we signing up for?
Yeah.
Do you know that, was it DARPA that had that machine? It's called the Eater, EATR robot. It's a robot that consumes biological material for fuel. That's what it does for fuel on the battlefield. Wow. So, I mean, it could be like trees and leaves and stuff, but yeah. But if you can get it to do that, I bet you can get it to eat bodies too, huh? Like, stop bullshitting. Don't tell me he's going to eat leaves. You're going to have these robots on the battlefield that are going to be fueled by the bodies of their enemies, and that is going to be the craziest fucking thing that human beings have ever launched on human beings.
I don't know what to add to that.
Have you never heard of this before?
No, I haven't.
See if we can find this, Jamie. I'm pretty sure the idea was that it was going to consume biological material for fuel.
You're brought up in the wiki.
As a purveyor of misinformation.
Yeah.
What is it?
Well,
what does it work off of?
2003 to 9, it was talked about. I don't know that they've ever even made it. So that was probably before podcasting started, I guess.
Oh, okay. But there was definitely an article that was explaining that this thing is a real...
but it says that it would never have eaten biomass because there would have been sensors, I can tell.
Yeah, whatever. You couldn't override that. That's my point. It's real. Like, you could say it's misinformation because I'm kind of joking that it's going to eat bodies, but I'm not kind of joking.
Although the project overview from RTI, which says it's chicken fat was listed as a source, so it says no animal or human biomass. That's chicken fat. So,
okay. So it's just they're using plants. Is that what it is? But plant biomass. But listen, if you're using chicken fat, that's not plant biomass. And you know it can run on biological stuff. If it could run on plant biomass, you don't think it could run on fucking dead bodies? You don't think that someone somewhere had an idea, it'd be crazy, have robot drones that are fueled by human bodies, the bodies of their enemies. You don't think that someone would come up with that? The same, like if someone would come up with a nuclear bomb to drop on a city that kills everybody, right? You don't think they would come up with a robot that eats dead bodies?
Maybe, I don't know.
Has this gone too far down speculation lane for a professor?
Exactly.
Well, we've done a lot of time anyway. It's been a lot of fun. Listen, your book, it is out. The Sad Truth About Happiness, 8 Secrets for Leading the Good Life. How many books have you written now? 5. They're all awesome. You're the man. Always appreciate talking to you, and congratulations on all your success. It's been beautiful to watch.
Thank you.
Appreciate
so
you very
much,
much, my friend.
You too.
All right, thank you. Bye, everybody. So, why aren't there flying cars? You just
jumping right in. You don't say hi. You don't say how.
How's life? How's your book that's been on the Times bestseller list for how many weeks?
Oh, the Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. That's been on the New York Times bestseller list for 67 weeks.
That's pretty intense.
It's great. That's a lot for any book, much less for a science book. And so that tells me, while all these Trump books are wafting in and out, this is bobbing like a cork on the ocean waves, as the book of the moment that either praises Trump or criticizes him come in and off of that list. So this tells me that there is this unserved hunger that people have. There's a curiosity that this is serving, and it's to Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. That's that's very purposefully juxtaposed. It's like neurosurgery in 4 easy steps. You know, if you saw a book with that title, you have to pick it up because you wonder what's going on.
Well, not to kiss your ass again, but I always say this about you, and I think it's important. You make learning stuff about astrophysics fun, and that's what's missing. You know, it's not that people don't like to be educated, that they don't like to learn. They just don't want to be bored.
That's a perceptive point because, you know, think of the image we have of, let's say you're in a school where most people don't go to college, but you're in high school, and last day of school comes. What do people do? They toss their papers in the air as they run down the steps. School's out. No, what's the rock song? School's out for summer. Was it forever?
And
No,
then ever.
ever.
Yeah.
Then forever.
Ever.
Right.
Yeah.
So that attitude must mean the school didn't train you to embrace curiosity.
Right.
That learning was a chore. And now the chores are over.
Yeah.
So I think the educational system needs an adjustment. Forget whether or not you go to college, because you're going to spend more years not in school than in school, even if you do go to college. What you want, I think, are lifelong learners, lifelong curiosity.
Yes.
Where once you are trained and your curiosity is stimulated, the curiosity we all had as children. Your children don't need to be taught to be curious. They are curious to the point of destruction of whatever it is they touch. Oh, what is this egg on the counter? What is this glass? What is this plate? What's under a rock? What happens if I pull a leg off of Daddy Long? You know, they are experimenting with the world. We don't think of it that way, but that's what it is. They're all born scientists. And I say this often. You spend the first years of a child's life teaching it to walk and talk. Then you spend the rest of his life telling it to shut up and sit down. You know, this is the wrong combination. So speaking as an educator, I think a missing component of school is it the teachers? Is it the curriculum? I don't know. But when you get out of school, you should say to yourself, damn, I want to learn more.
It's almost universally accepted, too, that that's when your learning ends. When you get out of college, it's over.
Then you say you're done.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, you're ossified in life.
Yeah.
And that's how, when the job market shifts, you're not ready for it because you don't know how to think. You don't know how to learn.
Right.
You know, and it's the difference in the workplace between the person who gets an assignment. Say, Joey, Janet, I need you to do this. That's not in my job description. I'm not trained for this. That's one kind of person in a workplace. Another kind of person is, here's a new task I need you to do. Wow, I've never seen that before. Great, let me figure it out.
Right.
These are two completely different species of human being. And what the world needs more of is like the second case, where you take a new task and you say, wow, I get to learn. I'm going to learn on my own. I'll ask people who know more. You just embrace the act of learning to satisfy your curiosity. And I think this book is capturing that in public.
Well, it must be doing something.
Yeah.
60, how many weeks?
67 weeks.
God,
Yeah.
that's a lot of weeks.
Yeah, every morning I wake up, I'm calm, but I'm really not calm. I'm saying, holy shit. Sorry, you're live. Can I say
Yeah,
it?
you can say holy shit.
I can say it,
You know,
okay.
Ross Tyson swears, ladies and gentlemen, it's human. People think you're a robot. Now they know. It's a great sign, I think. And I think your podcast is a great sign as well. The success of your podcast and the success of a lot of science podcasts.
That's an excellent note that you noticed that. There's a rise of science-curious podcasts out there.
Stuff to Blow Your Mind is one that I really enjoy.
Right.
I really love Radio Lab. They've always got
Radio Lab
really
is
interesting science.
The annual perennial favorite.
Fantastic.
So many people.
Probably the best.
Right.
Yeah, and yours as well. And I love Chuck Nice. Shout out to Chuck Nice.
Oh, Chuck. We all love Chuck.
He's great. But what you're doing is you're making learning interesting, and that's why it's so fun. It's there's excitement to it. You bring a comedian like Chuck on with you, things get silly, but they're also curious, and you're getting these experts, and everyone's talking about these various subjects. And
as you know, not only yourself as an exemplar of this, stand-up comedians are some of the smartest people in the world. They have an
I don't want to
awareness.
go that far.
Okay.
Listen, come to the Comedy Store with me today. I'll change your mind.
Let me buffer that a little.
They're curious.
Okay, no. So stand-up comedians are perceptive people.
Yes,
and
for sure.
And they're aware, and they notice things that you don't notice. They see the same things you do and get to shape it in a way you never thought possible, and then you end up laughing at other things, at yourself.
Was it your idea to do your show with stand-ups?
So what we have there are several of us who created this concept, and we there's Helen Matsos is one of the partners, and there's another one who's now left, but what's his name? I'll get his name in a minute. But there were three of us who David Gamble was his name. The three of us got together and applied for a National Science Foundation grant. What we said was, there are programs out there that serve people who already know they like science. But who serves the people who don't know they like science? Or better yet, the people who know they don't like science? There's nothing for them because they've already rejected it. They're not going to tune in to Science Friday because they don't like science on NPR, right? So what we thought was, suppose we bring in a celebrity. That's the pop culture draw. This is the pop culture scaffold. We bring in the scaffold and clad the scaffold with science. Because whatever the celebrity does, it doesn't matter. There's going to be science in that person's life. We had the guy who portrayed Gollum in Lord of the Rings.
A lot of science in that. But there is. Like, like that suit that he had to wear.
Exactly. So what we did was we interviewed and we talked about the technology necessary to portray Gollum as a live. He portrayed that live. That was not some later animation. He is live, and he's got his whole body wired up for this, and he is that voice, and he is portraying it. So whatever it is that you have done, that you do, there is because it's evidence that science is everywhere. You can't say, well, I'm done with science, let me sell my textbook and move on to other things, because practically anything else you do has been touched by science. And so Star Talk is a celebration of that, and then it jumps species, and so now we're on TV now. All right, it's a TV show on National Geographic Channel, Star Talk, and since you started this, by the way, I didn't come here to talk about you. You started this. It's our fourth year in a row where we're nominated for an Emmy for outstanding informational programming.
Are you going to keep doing Cosmos too, though?
So Cosmos. So I have 1 week remaining out of like 70 shoot days to finish shooting Cosmos, Possible Worlds, premiering spring 2019. That's the third installment of Cosmos, if you trace the first one to Carl Sagan back in 1980.
I used your segment on wolves, on how wolves became dogs.
Oh,
I showed it to my kids.
And that's right.
You can see the little wheel spinning, like, whoa.
Yeah,
like, that's how a dog became a dog?
And what you didn't see is I'm sitting at the campfire in this snowy environment, and they got wolves walking around me. They're on these fishing wires. Because they are not dogs,
right?
Okay, they
do whatever the fuck they want.
Correct. Yeah. And when they're looking at you, it's like, should I rip his neck out now or later when I'm more hungry?
Right.
They're not. There's no eye contact with them because they don't see you as anything other than something they could possibly eat. And so you can't interact with them the way you would with ordinary dogs. So they're on these fishing, high tension fishing wire that you can't see against the snow. And they're like hooting and hollering around me as I described. And the name of that show is "And the Wolf Shall Become the Shepherd." Yeah.
My friend did a commercial with a wolf, and there's this commercial where he's running up this mountain and the wolf is there. And at the end of the commercial, they had to get the wolf to snarl. So what the trainer does is he shows the wolf some meat, and then he pulls the meat away from the wolf. And the wolf snarls, and they're like, and then the commercial's over. He's like, no, there's no working after that. Like, there's no, you're not going to be near the wolf. Right, that switch is turned on.
Done.
Yeah, and it's crazy. He's like, once that thing snarled, everybody just backed off, and the trainer let everybody know, like, once I get to this point, we're done. There's no more. And that thing, we're like, okay, everybody, we're done. Let's get the fuck out of here.
All three of these Cosmoses, the original one with Carl Sagan, the one that the privilege of hosting in 2014 and 2019, are co-written by Anne Druyan, and she's the widow of Carl Sagan.
Oh wow!
But she kind of in the shadow back then, but she's hugely creative and highly enlightened, and so most of the sort of the soul energy, if you will, the what makes Cosmos distinct from other documentaries where you're sort of sitting there learning, you put your thinking cap on, your learning cap on. In Cosmos, it's your feeling cap. You're not only learning, you're also feeling the science and its relationship to you, to civilization, to the world, to the universe. And her infusion of this, she's a highly scientifically literate writer, producer. And so I just give a shout out to her. Just working with her has been a delight.
Is Cosmos on Apple TV or
so Cosmos
Amazon or anything?
So Cosmos was after it premiered on Fox and then went internationally on Nat Geo. It then went to Netflix. So, but I think this run of Netflix is going to drop until the next one comes in. I think they want to clear the landing zone for the next Cosmos. But it went to Netflix.
But is it available for anyone to get right now?
Oh, right now? It should be. I haven't checked. That's a great question.
I have it all on my DVR, and I'm scared to delete it.
Oh, yeah.
I only have like 6%
left.
Hard drive space
that's
left.
what everyone's DVR looks like.
I got all your Cosmoses in there.
Yeah, so thanks for having them all in there.
What was that Morgan Freeman show?
Through the wormhole.
Yeah, I got that on there too.
Yeah,
that was great.
Well, that's a Joe Rogan thing.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that, I'd be disappointed. I say you're an imposter. You're fake.
It's an opportunity to be entertained and learn, which I think is what everybody misses.
Right.
And I think that's what's missing in most public education. People are bored.
Yeah.
And you take these kids with so much energy and then you make them sit still and watch something that's not even remotely stimulating by a person who doesn't really care to be there.
Right. And they know this. They know this intuitively, if not explicitly, that the enthusiasm is absent.
Yeah, they could feel it.
Yeah.
And just, it's the worst way to learn. It's the worst way, and it's so hard to escape. Once you get out of that system, it takes forever for a lot of these people to just get their excitement about education back.
You know what I say when I address teachers? We all, and by the way, I'll do this right now in this room. We have only three of us, but let's take a show of hands. In your life, with all the teachers you've ever had in every class you've ever taken, how many had like a singular influence on who and what you became? Give me a number. It's going to be, I'm betting, it's 5 or fewer. Probably more like 3.
Yeah, for teachers.
What's your number?
Well, the one that I talked about in your show the last time I saw you.
Thanks for coming on to Star
My
Club. Yes.
pleasure. Was a science teacher that I had when I believe I was in 7th grade.
Right.
Told me that if you really want to hurt your brain, look up and recognize the fact that goes on forever, that this is infinite, and then just think about what that means. Infinite, that there really is no end to it.
So, but how many teachers such as that were so influential on you?
That one guy saying that one
So
thing,
for you, it's
that
one
class,
It's one.
He might be the one.
And what do you got?
Maybe 2 at
2.
most, maybe.
For me, it's like 2.5. And I've had scores of teachers.
Yeah.
Okay, 100 teachers at least. So what I tell teachers is, be that teacher to your students. We've all had those teachers. Be that teacher. And in every case, it wasn't because the topic was something you knew in advance you would like. It's because their energy for sharing their passion and love for the subject was palpable.
Yeah.
And it just spilled out of them and went into course through your veins and your arteries. And you walk out of there thinking, wow, that was the most interesting thing I've ever done in my life. You don't even care what you get on a test after that because you got touched and you became an enlightened participant in that exercise, in that exploration.
Yeah, it's just so hard for them to even get kids' attentions, though.
Yeah,
There's just so many
unfortunately,
wrestling matches going on.
Unfortunately, that could be in some places. Half the energy of the teacher is maintaining order.
I think the success of your book, the success of your show, your podcast, and many of these other really intelligent podcasts are showing that there's an appetite for this stuff out there.
Yeah, and I'm delighted to be a servant of that curiosity. And I brought this just because it's not even out yet. You're airing like now live. You're live.
We're live.
You are live. Okay, so this
There's like a 5-second delay.
Is that to bleep all my expletives?
No. What is this? Accessory to War?
Oh, this is like another book. This is coming out in 3 weeks.
Is this about space war?
Accessory to War: The Unspoken Alliance Between Astrophysics and the Military. Yeah. So this other book was Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. If you're in a hurry, do not buy this book. This is not for people in a hurry. This is not an impulse item at the checkout line. This is this is all about. By the way, we know what role the physicist plays in war. The physicist makes the bomb, invents the bomb. The chemist perfects napalm. The biologist weaponizes anthrax. And the astrophysicist, well, we sit at the end of a telescope and wait for photons to cross the universe and enter our detector, and we go into conferences and argue about them. So there is no obvious connection between what we do and military strength, hegemony, dominance, empire building. It's just not obvious. That's why the subtitle, The Unspoken Alliance. It's not a secret. It's not there. It's there, but it's not. Nobody's talking about it. Do you realize? I'll just give an example. Okay, if you needed more reasons to think that Columbus was a dick, okay, let me add one to it. Okay?
There's a difference between when we were kids and today.
Yeah, I know. But actually, I do have something mildly redeeming to offer about Columbus, if you have the time.
Oh yeah.
I just want to. Okay.
Start off with that.
You want me to start with that?
Well, how do you want to do it?
No, I'll do the dick part.
Let's do the dick part.
Okay, so on his third voyage, by the time of his third voyage, he had already planted enough Spanish flags that Spain had already begun to set up governments and infrastructures in these places that he had found. Yeah, basically conquered. And so in one of the places, it's in the book accurately, but I think it's Hispaniola, one of the island today. He has to get back. This is his third voyage, 1503, 1504. He's got to get back to Spain. He doesn't have enough resources, not enough food for his crew. So he asks the natives, would you please give us some of your stock that you have collected from your farming? Now, this particular group of natives only makes exactly the amount of food they need to tie to the next crop. They don't have surplus. So they said, no, we don't have surplus, sorry. Columbus knew that 1 week hence, coincidentally, there was going to be a total lunar eclipse where the moon in its orbit around Earth enters Earth's shadow. The full moon enters Earth's shadow and disappears. And the geometry of that event, it's just a simple lunar eclipse, but the geometry says that sunlight passes around Earth through Earth's atmosphere and takes on sunset colors that leach into Earth's shadow, giving the moon, if you can see it at all, a deep red amber hue, almost the color of blood. Columbus said, and he knew about this because he had read the tables, the eclipse tables, all right? We'd known enough about the solar system at the time we got that, okay? Actually, back then it was just the known world with Earth in the middle of the known universe. That didn't matter. The rhythms of the universe were known. He says to the natives, if you do not give us food, my God, which is more powerful than your God, will make the moon disappear and it will turn blood red. That will happen in 1 week. You have 1 week to comply. Some of them were skeptical. But what? You can't, what? Others said, shit, we got to do what this guy said. Look at the ships they came in. Their guns, their power, their culture. Look what they got. Sure enough, right on cue, the moon begins to disappear. According to that is a famous woodcut. You got this? Those viewing the video of this, there's a famous woodcut, and notice the natives bowing to him, and he stands proudly because he knows the science. He knows the astronomy. He knew this, and so he invokes this to dominate people who are not yet scientifically literate. And within seconds of this beginning, they bring him all the resources he wants, and he gets. And we don't know what happened, back at the island, whether the people survived the winter, but he got back to the island. That is one microcosm of ways that the universe has been invoked. I'll give you another example. Los Alamos, one of the national labs. They today, as basically since their inception, are charged with tracking the nuclear arsenal of the United States. Our nuclear power, the nukes that would go into nuclear weapons. They think about this. Do you realize they hire astrophysicists? I have colleagues working there. You know why? Because there's a room. There are two rooms. I mean, I'm simplifying this, but basically there are two rooms adjacent to one another and a computer between the two of them. The most powerful computers in the world. And there is code running on those computers that calculates the energy yields of hydrogen fusion. That's exactly what an astrophysicist cares about when stars blow up. Okay? The sun is undergoing nuclear fusion right now, and that's how it's making energy. And when high mass stars die, they explode as supernova. This is a natural thing going on in the universe. On the other side, it's a classified room. They're calculating yields of hydrogen bombs. And they have lunch together. They compare notes. The government doesn't always have the best people, but if you hire some of the best people to do whatever it is they want, and their calculations happen to relate to a military project, there you have a two-way street in progress. Why do you think the Hubble telescope, the mirror issues notwithstanding, which were ultimately fixed when it was first launched, why was that so successful? There were versions of the Hubble telescope previously launched by the military, looking down. The model for that telescope had already been conceived and built and was operating. Then we said, oh, we want one of those. Okay, but that's not public that this is going on. The telescope gets designed, it has the benefit of previous versions of it having been used successfully, but looking down, and we look up. This is the perennial two-way street of astronomy in the old days and in modern times astrophysics. And the invention of the telescope. You haven't said anything yet. Well, you're a good listener. Should I keep talking? Or am I preventing you from interrupting?
Keep going. Don't worry about me.
Okay, fine. Galileo perfects the telescope. He learned that it had just been invented in the Netherlands. The Dutch were opticians, right? So they invented the telescope and the microscope within a couple of years of one another. This transformed science.
When did they invent the eyeglass, the reading glass?
The reading glass, earlier than that, but I don't know when. The real advance was putting two lenses in line with one another. Sounds trivial in modern times, but that was a huge leap, conceptual leap in what you would accomplish. And in so doing, depending on how you curve them and how you grind the shape of those lenses, you would get a microscope or a telescope. And we're off to the races. That's basically the birth of modern science as we now think of it and conduct it. Because you say to yourself, my senses, I don't trust them to be the full record of what's going on in front of me. You pull out a microscope. Oh my gosh, Leeuwenhoek. He got the microscope guy. He got a drop of pond water, puts it under his microscope, just to think to do this. It's just water. Why do you think that's something interesting to do? He said, I wonder. I was curious. He puts it under and sees little, what he described as animalcules, happily a-swimming. Animalcules. These are like the amoebas in Paramecia. And, it is. And so he reports on this to the scientific authorities, and they don't believe him. They say, on Leeuwenhoek, we think you might have had too much gin before you wrote this letter. Why would anyone believe this? That there's entire creatures, an entire universe of creatures thriving in a drop of pond water. And so the way science works is one report does not make it true. You need verification. They sent people to the Netherlands to verify his results, and there it was, the birth of microscopy. And then they looked at everything, cells, you need vocabulary to describe what you're now seeing. Well, that was the journey down small, then the journey went up big. And Galileo perfects the telescope. He looks up and says, whoa, I see craters, mountains, valleys on the moon. The sun has spots. Venus goes through phases. This became the corpus of evidence for Earth going around the sun in support of Copernicus' idea that Earth went around the sun. My point is, what was the second thing he did with his telescope? He contacted the Doge of Venice, invited him to the clock tower, and said, look at what this instrument can do for you as we look out into the lagoon. You can identify a ship's intentions, friend or foe, by its flag 10 times farther away than you can with the unaided eye. Venice bought a boatload of these telescopes in the service of their military defense. And this was a source of money to Galileo. Now he could go look at the universe. This has been a two-way street ever since people have looked up. So this is an accounting of that. It goes on and on. The first X-ray machines for airports. You're old enough to remember. Why were they put in? Because of hijackings to Cuba, basically. They were armed hijackings of airplanes of American carriers to Cuba. And Congress said, we got to do something about that. Oh, by the way, there's a company in Boston called American Science and Engineering that was building an X-ray detector small enough to put on a satellite to observe the universe in X-rays. And because no one had, we've used visible light, but not X-ray. That's a branch of the electromagnetic spectrum. We think if there are black holes out there, their region surrounding them will give us X-rays. It's a new window on the universe. And then they said, oh my gosh, there's a call for X-ray machines at airports. We've got the technology that we've perfected to put in a freaking satellite.
So the technology for those ones you walked through at the airport initially came out?
Initially, yes.
Wow.
Yes. There was a two-way street. There was, oh my gosh, we need this for security. Oh my God, we were using. Let's apply that technology to these detectors.
Well, that's been a lot of the stuff with the space program, right? A lot of the stuff that they devised for use on the space station and many other technologies have trickled their way down into regular society.
That always happens, and even some simple things. Because people say, why spend money up there and we should be spending it down here? But there's an interesting fact here that is almost never discussed. The people who think about the universe and study the universe are hugely creative. And the creative energies cannot be pre-prescribed. You can't go to a creative, you might, but I don't know that you'll get their maximum creativity. Say, I need you to invent a cure for cancer right now. Use that brilliance. I'll try, but the greatest discoveries, the greatest cures, the greatest of these comes from a cross-pollination of interests that people have where they were engaged because they were interested just for the sake of being interested. So watch it. Here's an example. The space shuttle. It's a glider when it lands. Okay, it's got no engines. It's got flaps. There's a little bit of brakes in the tires, but that's about it. When it comes in, okay, how do you make sure the thing that stays on track? Because they kept drifting and crosswinds and this sort of thing. And so they said, why don't we groove the road so that the rubber on the road, the runway, so that the rubber can align with the grooves and stay in a straight line, because rubber doesn't slide well doesn't slide sideways very easily on grooves. When they realized how effective that was, it's now put on off-ramps to freeways. If there's a freeway off-ramp that's a little tight, not quite banked well enough, it's going to be grooved. Check it out next time. And you could say, well, okay, that's pretty simple, low-tech solution. Why couldn't we just discover that on our own without the $20 billion a year space agency called NASA? But you didn't. You didn't. Power tools, cordless, high-torque power tools, were invented to service satellites in orbit by NASA. Because you can't just plug it into a 120-volt socket when you're floating in space. So the engineer said, how are we going to solve this problem? Let's make a high-torque power tool. So now, NASA invents the high-torque. Now, that is the only way you're buying a power tool today, is the cordless variety. All construction sites. They're not looking for a power outlet for these things. So why didn't we invent this without the $20 billion space race? You didn't. You didn't think about it. You said, oh, I can plug it in. This is great. You're not even thinking what you need So yes, there are all of these applications, but I don't. That's a good reason to do it, but I don't think it's the best reason. The best reasons are, my gosh, don't you want to keep dreaming? Don't you want to keep looking into the future?
That would be ideal, but that's not attractive to people that are spending tax dollars. When it comes to tax dollars, people get super pragmatic and they go, why do we need to go to Mars? Now, what we need to do is take care of this and pay for that. And we have with the deficit and the budget. And,
So NASA's budget today is 0.4% of the federal budget. So if you take $1,
0.4%, 1%.
I will quantify it. Just take a dollar bill and imagine that's your tax dollar, and you can cut it to whatever percent you want. So let's cut 0.4% off of the edge. That doesn't get you into the ink. You're still in the white border around it.
I wouldn't even notice that.
You wouldn't
that dollar.
You could trim that off the dollar
and pay for anything.
So my point is, most of the people who say, don't spend it here, spend it there, they think NASA has more budget than it actually does. If you ask them how much you think they're getting, 10%, 5%, several percent. No, it's 1/2 of 1%. So if you're going to tell me that if you can take that 0.4% and spend it in these other problems and solve them, I would say, yeah, go right ahead. But is this where you really want to pull the money from? When it's the only thing that has us thinking about tomorrow, has us thinking about a future.
Well, for a guy like you, that's super important. But for a guy who lives in Cleveland and doesn't give a shit about science.
Oh, excuse me. That's like the person who says, okay, I don't need the space program. Why do I need the space program? I have my cell phone and I have the Weather Channel and I know anything I need. This is...
Yeah.
You're using GPS satellites to understand where you are on this Earth, to understand where Grandma's house is. When you pull up, who created what?
Who created spread spectrum technology that led to GPS and Wi-Fi?
Who is that?
Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, I did know that. Yes, she did.
Actress, 1941.
Yes, she did. Under recognized. Thanks for reminding me of that.
Super hot though. That was the problem. Nobody cared. Hey, you're smart too.
Yeah, but. Yeah, it would take decades to really realize that. And of course, GPS is launched by the military, and it's now hundreds of billions of dollars worth of the American economy thriving on this space application. But it was a military intent, and it was to navigate the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
To navigate. And the first Gulf War was the first big use of space assets in the conduct of military operations.
I believe even when Hedy Lamarr created it with another scientist, the idea behind it was for encoded transcriptions or encoded information during the war.
Well, so that's a big challenge. How do you encode information?
Yeah.
That's, by the way, the future of this might come from. It's still not clear. The jury's still out, and there's sort of opposing views on this. But you've heard about quantum entangled particles.
Yes.
Where I can create a pair of particles that know about one another, and now they're separated in space and in time. And if you observe that other particle, it instantly changes the state of the particle back, the other particle that's back where I am. And by the way, that they communicate instantaneously, faster than the speed of light.
When you say if you observe, do you mean that if you observe it with
anything, doesn't matter.
But you have to do something.
Yeah, you have to do, yes.
So something has to interact with it. It's not woo.
No, it's not.
But
it's so not woo.
But you say that, people go, yeah, I saw that in The Secret.
Yeah, so the problem is the word observe, people think is a psychological thing. But in physics, it's got nothing to do with
measurement.
It's a measurement thing.
Right.
And so in other words, if there's an electron sitting in the middle of this table and all the lights are out, I can say, I think there's an electron here. Let me find out. And the moment I turn on the lights, the photon interacts with the electron and kicks it somewhere else. So the more I try to measure its position, the less I know its position. So, because the measurement requires an interaction with it. And in the quantum scale, interactions change the state of the experiment that you're conducting. We know this, we quantified it, we don't like it, but we deal with it. And in the act of dealing with it, you can exploit that fact for other purposes. We exploit quantum craziness to birth the information technology revolution. There is no creation, storage, or retrieval of information without an exploitation of the quantum. So, and by the way, the quantum was discovered in quantum physics as a branch of physics was discovered in the 1920s. If you were around back then, and your tax buddies who don't like paying taxes, what would you have said? Why are you spending government money on the atom and on molecules if you can't even see them? What good is it? Well, I'm a woodworker. I just care about my wood atoms, right? Here I am. Yeah, to shove that where your tax dollar is. And so it would look like you're wasting your own time and everybody else's money. It would take decades, 5 decades, 4 or 5 decades, before we realize what role that would play in computing this creation, storage, and retrieval of information. And by some measures, it's a third of the world's GDP is traceable to what quantum physics does for us on a computing scale. So anyone, yes. Well, I mean, there are ways to do it. There's certain industries that would still be there without computing, but they're made more efficient with it. Okay, so UPS tracks all of their trucks with GPS and with computing devices that invokes the quantum. But UPS predates the use of these tools. But you can look at profits relative to their efficiencies that are enabled by these technologies, as well as entire fields that didn't exist before computing. You add all that up, it's a stunning fact. And so my only point is that if you want today to say, why study this when we have these other problems? All I do is take you back to the cave and let's say, all right, we're in the cave, and there's a mountain over there in a valley, and I tell the cave, I tell the tribe leaders, I want to explore that mountain and that valley. No, we can't afford to send you out there now. We have to solve the cave problems first before anyone leaves the cave. We laugh at that. That's an absurd claim to make. In caveman days, I don't know if anyone did it, but that's a crazy thought because there are solutions to your problems that might exist and time has demonstrated likely exist by leaving the cave that you can then discover. So for me, exploration is not just space, all the frontiers of the unknown, biology, chemistry, AI, you know those frontiers. And then you can cross-pollinate them and transform civilization. And then the last example I give, and then I'll shut up because I want to hear you talk too. It's not for me. I want to hear you interact with what I'm telling. Here's one. You ready?
Okay.
My physics professor in college studied the universe, loved the universe, studied gas clouds between stars, and studied how would you detect a gas cloud if it's not radiating light? Well, they give off radio waves. Right? And he figured out what kind of radio waves they give off and why. And in this, he gained expertise in the nucleus of the atom. And he discovered that the nucleus can resonate. Depending on the mass of the nucleus, it will, which means depending on what atom it is on the periodic table, it will resonate slightly differently when exposed to the same electromagnetic field. He discovered a new phenomenon in physics called nuclear magnetic resonance. It would then take a clever medical technologist to say, wait a minute, if you can distinguish one heavy atom from another, let me make a machine out of that, put your body in it, and I can then distinguish one kind of tissue from another. And thus was born the magnetic resonance imager, the MRI, arguably the most potent tool in the arsenal of modern medicine, where I can diagnose a condition in your body without cutting you open first. That is based on a principle of physics discovered by a physicist who had no interest in medicine. By the way, the real title should be nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, but that's the other N word. You're not so. People,
you don't like that?
Yeah, people don't like nuclear. They're less likely to go inside the machine if the word nuclear is on it. But my point is that was a cross-pollination of ideas, with clever people on their frontiers looking over the fence at discoveries that are being made. It's how we got the microwave oven. That wasn't invented by a thermodynamicist. Microwaves. This is a World War II attempt to communicate using microwaves. And they found out some guy's chocolate bar melted in the microwave field. They said, what happened there? And they did some more tests. And of course, the water molecule and other molecules common in food respond to microwaves. It vibrates them ferociously. And so you put food in a microwave cavity, the water content of the food vibrates, friction cooks the food. There's still people today who say, oh, nuke this, because it's so fast and they quite, oh, you still say it's still have no fear, it's just friction. Okay, friction it.
Yeah, but everybody's scared that it fucks up the food.
Well,
does it?
No, it just heats the water.
People get scared. The woo-woo people do.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's certain foods that don't respond well to the flipping of the water molecule, and one of them is like bread products.
It gets hard.
Yeah, it gets chewy and leathery.
Yeah.
And
but only if you like overdo it.
Yeah, if you overdo, you got to do it just right, and you're still good. If you overdo it, it can get leather. That's kind of it. I'm trying to think. You wouldn't grill a steak in a microwave. You would heat up the meat uniformly, and that's all it would do. It cooks bacon pretty fast.
Yeah.
But it's a mess and it splatters all over. So you pick the foods that are best for that situation. As you would pick the foods best, you wouldn't put toast in an oven at 350 degrees, bread to make toast. We have toasters for that. Right? So different things in your kitchen do things best. You wouldn't make ice cream in your toaster oven.
But people are afraid of microwaves. The one thing they're afraid of.
It's not that they're afraid of microwaves. That they're afraid of things they don't understand. That's
yes.
Precisely.
Yeah. They're afraid that something's going to happen to their food that makes it less good.
Correct. And it's not the not knowing that people fear.
My wife's friend's mom will not eat something that comes out of a microwave.
Really?
She quotes that as part of what makes her healthy. She drinks a lot of water. She refuses to eat microwave food.
The whole life is around not using microwave food.
She won't eat anything that comes out of a microwave.
Okay, I'm glad that she doesn't, she can live a long, happy life as such.
She has to reheat food old school.
Okay, one of the hardest things is reheating lasagna if you don't have a microwave oven.
It's true.
That's like impossible.
Because you're going to cook it again.
You're going to cook it again.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So I think microwave ovens were invented for leftover lasagna.
Yeah, just eat a bowl of pasta, just in general.
Yeah.
Soup.
Yeah,
great for soup.
Soup is good.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about it. It's not doing anything to it. It's not sucking any nutrients out or adding any nuclear radiation.
Correct. Okay. It has nothing to do with radiation in the normal sense, other than electromagnetic radiation. It's all light from the bulb. We tend to use radiation in the context of stuff that would hurt you. So that would be radiation of high enough energy to hurt you, and microwaves are not in that category.
I never even thought about what microwaves do until this conversation.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a certain frequency of microwaves that beautifully pairs with the water molecule. And it vibrates it brilliantly.
So it doesn't work for completely dry things?
Yeah, that's why if you put something that has no water in it, it's not really very useful.
What happens if
it's white
beef jerky?
It's there's still some moisture in it, correct. Yeah. It's why it heats the food and not the plate. If the plate gets hot, it's not because the microwave oven heated the plate. It's because the
food's hot.
The food. That's why you can usually pick it up with the handles. You can cook food on a paper plate.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't burst into flames.
Doesn't burst into flames.
This is crazy.
What? You didn't, Joe?
What is the difference between MRI and fMRI?
Oh, so an fMRI. I don't claim total expertise here, but I'll tell you the little I know. An MRI, they put you in there and you're stationary, and then they make this map of whatever part of the body they're studying. It's typically your head. But you can do it out for your joints and other parts of your body that might require this level of three-dimensional analysis. And it's a 3D map of what's going on in the part that they surveyed. And so you look at it through slices through that section. So you might see in MRIs of your brain, of your skull, and they take slices. As the slices go through, you see like the eye socket come in and then go out again, or the nose cavity. And you can look at it in all three dimensions, front to back, side to side, up to down. So depending on the sophistication of the machine, fMRI is they are looking at your brain while you were thinking. So time is now an active coordinate of what's going on.
And they're measuring it as they're talking to you about
Correct. So they say, oh, think of ice cream sundae with a cherry on top. Think of a naked person who you'd want to have sex with.
Okay. And F stands for functional.
Functional, right. And so it's basically a real-time observation of of what's going on.
Used
You're
it
right.
to convict a person. There was a woman in India. It's really a highly criticized case, but she was convicted of a crime. I believe it was murder because she had functional knowledge of the crime scene. And the arguments against it were like, if you're going to be accused of a crime, clearly you're going to study the evidence. You're going to talk to a lawyer. You're going to go over some things. You're going to be.
I don't know if fMRI is that precise.
Yeah, they don't think it is. That's why it was very disturbing that this was used in court. It's like, do you remember when these Italian geologists were, I think they were tried because they should have known about an earthquake before it happened. And then scientists had to say, hey guys, this is not how it works. Like, this shit can just happen.
Yeah, that's so.
Remember that?
No, I don't, but that's what I do know. Let me share a couple of things with you that I've thought deeply about recently. There are three kinds of truths in the world, okay? Because we're in like a tree. I'll give you three, okay?
The Rudy Giuliani kind?
Yeah, well, okay, so you ready?
True isn't always true.
I know, so let me try to unpack that.
Okay.
Right, you ready? Okay.
Alternative facts?
There's something called an objective truth. An objective truth is something that is true, whether or not you believe it. And the methods and tools of science are uniquely conceived to seek out and establish objective truths. And this, I'm referring to the invocation of the scientific method. No one scientific research result is true until it is verified by other people's research results using a different experimental method with different wall current from another country. When your competitor says, I think you're wrong, let me show how you're wrong, and they reproduce your experiment and get the same result. When you have generally the same results emerging, that is a newly discovered objective truth about the natural world. And when you have objective truths, they're not later shown to be false. That's an objective truth. Then you have personal truths. These are truths that you hold dearly. Jesus is your savior. Mohammed is the final prophet on earth. Abraham is these are your personal truths. There's a heaven you're going to. No one is going to take that from you, not in a free country where freedom of expression and speech and religion is protected. It's a personal truth. The problem here is you can't convince someone else of your personal truth without some act of persuasion and, in the limit, an act of violence. Okay? In the limit. This is how you get holy wars. So I have this personal truth, and I require that you share my personal truth.
Well, why is
that's a recipe for disaster?
And not a belief.
Because the people who hold the belief will tell you that it's a truth. So I don't want to take that usage of the word away from them.
Okay, so you're giving them definition.
I'm giving them the word truth, but modifying it to say personal truth. That's correct. I'm not. They've used it that way for millennia. I'm not gonna. Okay. They feel that it is true, and it's true in their bones. I'm simply saying that because it's your personal truth, you cannot require that someone else share it. And in this country, because in the United States, because God is not mentioned in the Constitution, itself a controversial thing in its name, by the way. Actually, God is mentioned, but in a very insignificant way. That the Constitution is a God-free document. And because it's a God-free document, it protects your expression of religious faith. Because it means the government has no say in who and what you believe or why. If the Constitution said, mention God and Jesus, well, there it is. There's Christianity built into the fabric of the country. And if you want to be some other religion, you're going to have a hard time because we can set laws against it. This is why so many religiously persecuted people came to the United States, to escape their country where they could not practice their religion a little differently or a lot differently from what was going on in their homeland. So
is it a problem though to call it truth?
I would rather not call it truth, but I'm a big word guy, and I respect what happens to words. I don't always like it, but I respect it. And so I'm going to say there's an objective truth, which is true whether or not you believe it. There's your personal truth, which is true to you. Third truth is a political truth. Political truth is something that is true because it has been incessantly repeated. And then you just believe it at that point.
What?
Okay, what's Hillary Clinton's first name? It's Crooked. Her first name is actually Hillary? Okay, I thought it was Crooked Hillary. This was incessantly repeated in the Trump campaign.
Uh-huh.
And that's an absurd example of it. But the point is, if you keep saying that the New York Times is fake news, you just keep saying it. Eventually, people believe it, and it becomes a political truth because the politicians repeated it.
So it's a political truth that people believe it, or it's a political truth because people believe it. Which one is it?
So again, you're trying to preserve the true fundamental meaning of the word truth.
Yeah.
And I just given up on that.
Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris had an infuriatingly frustrating podcast where they went over the meaning of the word truth for more than an hour.
And like I said, you can do that, and philosophers like arguing and debating meaning of things. For me, it's however people are using the word, that's the meaning. I concede that.
Well, we can
By
see
the way,
those
it's
things.
why I don't call myself an atheist. It's why. You can look up the dictionary definition of atheist, and it kind of applies to me. But what is the definition of atheist in practice? It is what leading atheists do, and it's their conduct, and it's their behavior, it's what they say, and it's their attitude.
Mm-hmm.
That is what an atheist is today, because they're the most visible exemplars of that word. And most of their conduct, I either don't agree with or simply don't engage in.
What don't you agree with?
I don't debate religious people and tell them they're idiots. I don't.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Whether or not it works, it's not in me to do that. I don't purge myself of words that have religious foundations in them. I once, in my Facebook, I had a friend going up in orbit to repair the Hubble telescope, one of the astronauts, and I said, Godspeed. Mm-hmm. And then I gave the astronaut's name. People wrote in the thread, said, I thought you were an atheist. How can you say Godspeed? An atheist got angry with me? And I said, okay, first of all, this phrase is deeply historical in the space program. When John Glenn was launched, the headline was Godspeed, John Glenn. And every mission where we send human beings into space, somewhere there's that reference in the NASA family.
What does that word mean?
I'll tell you what it means.
Please do.
Okay? So, by the way, I'll get to that in just 1 minute. The atheists who are arguing that I was using Godspeed as a phrase, they all have used the phrase goodbye, haven't they? See you later, goodbye.
Right.
Where does that word come from? It's from God be with you. It's a contraction of those three words. And why would you say this? You would say this to someone leaving the city wall, where it's dangerous. Okay? Back when you had city-states, you're going to your God be with you. To bring protection for you between one city wall and another. Correct.
Look out for you.
So now, what is the source of danger if you're going to space? It's not alien space muggers. It is the fact that you have space marauders. It's the fact that you have high speed. And high speed is the source of essentially any death of anything that's in motion, if you were part of that disaster. So Godspeed is like a space equivalent to God be with you.
Is that really the origin?
I'm just saying.
But did they say that before there was space travel? Did they say Godspeed?
I don't know the actual origin of space travel, of the term. I don't know how far back it goes, but I do know it became common after John Glenn, because they're not going to say it to Yuri Gagarin because they're all atheists in the Soviet Union.
Right.
But here in America, Godspeed, John Glenn. And I respect that tradition. And so I said that, and then they jumped. So if atheists are jumping on me for having said that, clearly I'm not an atheist. And ask me my favorite Broadway musical of all time.
What's your favorite?
Jesus
Broadway?
Christ Superstar. All right. So and I still use BC and AD in my writings. Okay. I still do it.
You don't use BCE?
I don't use BCE. All right. Oh, see, even you copping a two right there, right?
Interesting.
I saw your face. You got the camera.
Oh,
Do you see it?
Interesting. I just said interesting. It's interesting.
No, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Okay, first of all,
Doesn't make any sense.
BCE
This is not current era 2,000 years ago.
I'm going to tell you. So BCE, as you know, stands for before Common Era,
Right.
and CE stands for Common Era. So this is de-religiousifying AD and BC.
Right.
Okay. Yet, of course, they reference the same calendar.
Right.
Okay. Well, who invented the calendar we all currently use in modern society? It's called the Gregorian calendar. It was invented by the Catholic Church, by Jesuit priests in the 1580s, assigned by Pope Gregory to fix the problems in the calendar because I'm starting screaming at you.
Okay.
Starting.
Scream. Get crazy.
I gotta calm down.
I'll bring in coffee.
The Julian calendar, put forth in ancient Rome, had one modification to previous calendars. It had a leap day. Okay? It had a leap day. And, okay, leap day is how often? Every 4 years. This was good. Because what are we trying to track? We're trying to, the Earth goes around the sun. And so we say, all right, how long does that take? Well, it takes a year. But it turns out we're not actually tracking how long it takes Earth to go around the sun. We're tracking how long it takes Earth to repeat its seasons. And the year that corresponds to our seasons is slightly different from the year that corresponds to how long it takes to go around the sun. Slightly different. And that difference was not recognized in the early calendars. And that difference accumulated so that by the year 1584, the vernal equinox, the first day of spring, did not occur on March 21st. It occurred on March 10th. It shifted from the calendar date. That's what happens if you don't match the cycles of things. And the Pope said, we're not having any of this, especially since Easter might land on Passover, and we're trying to distinguish ourselves mightily from the Jews. So let's fix this. The Jesuit priests got to study this. They looked at the cycles of the heavens, the sun, the moon, the stars, and they came up with a new calendar, the Gregorian calendar, a modification to the Julian calendar. You know what they have to do? To invoke it, they have to take 10 days out of the calendar. To jumpstart, to put the first day of spring back on March 21st. And this happened in October 1584.
Why is there...
They took 10 days out of the calendar. So now how much rent do you pay? They have to invent amortized rent.
Really?
Yeah, because you're going to pay for 3 weeks instead, 20 days instead of 30. They have to figure that out. Okay? Point is, this was hard earned, and the whole world uses this calendar. It is the most accurate calendar ever devised.
Is it?
Yes, I'll tell you what. Okay, you ask. Let's watch what happens. The leap day overcorrected the calendar. It overcorrected.
Overcorrect.
Yes.
So you need a leap year.
The leap day is every 4 years. That one day every 4 years was slowly putting too many moments into the year. Okay? The Gregorian calendar figured this out. And it had put 10 extra days since the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar. 10 extra days. First, jumpstart, get rid of the 10 days. Now everything's lined up again.
Okay.
Now, how do you prevent this from happening again? Because it overcorrects, how long do you have to wait to remove a leap day that you would otherwise put in? Okay? That's every 100 years. So every 100 years, that would be a leap day, you remove the leap day. Now, it turns out that undercorrects it by an even smaller amount. Okay? So, how long do you have to wait before you have to put a leap day back in? Every 400 years. So, the year 2000 was a century year, which normally would not have a leap day, except it's a century year evenly divisible by 400, so they put the leap day back in. And everybody on almost everybody except the astronomers, on February 29th in the year 2000 said it's just a leap year because it's divisible by 4. No, it is a rare leap year. It is a century year divisible by 400. That corrects it back, and so now you have a stable calendar for tens of thousands of years. I got to give props to the Jesuit priests. I'm not going to say, no, I'm taking the Christianity out of this reference, because they figured out the calendar that we all use, and it's a fucking awesome calendar. Sorry to drop an F-bomb there. So I'm not, just because some atheists are telling me to rid God out of everything in the universe, I'm not doing that. I'm going to say they came up with this calendar. The reasons were because they didn't want to confuse it with Passover. The motivation is whatever it is, but the science is good. And so there it is. So in Accessory to War, where we go back many centuries, the editors said, well, we should use BCE because it's a liberal forward thing. I said, I'm not using BCE and CE. And by the way, there was no year zero. You know why there's no year zero? Because the Romans came up with the calendar and they counted using Roman numerals, and Roman numerals don't have a zero. It was not yet invented.
Zero?
No! So it went from 1 BC to AD 1. BC is before Christ, AD is Anno Domini in Latin, the year of our Lord. Yeah. Now, of course, in Islam and in China and in Hebrew cultures, Israel in particular, they have access to the Chinese calendar, the Muslim calendar. Muslim, of course, dates to Muhammad. Chinese calendar dates to actually a planetary alignment in 4,700 BC.
They use a different system.
Well, they use a different system, that's why. And the Hebrew calendar dates to like the beginning of the universe as interpreted in the Torah. So they have access to those, but when they're conducting international business, we just simply use the Gregorian calendar. Just get over it.
But
Move
do
on.
they use it in China? Do they use it constantly and consistently, or do they alternate between the Gregorian calendar and something else?
I'm not a Chinese expert, but from what I know of China and my friends and colleagues, when conducting business, the world's business is conducted on the Gregorian calendar with the 12-month calendar, with the year as referenced by everybody else.
And does it have to be done that way in terms of like, has anyone ever done a study on possibly creating a more effective, more accurate calendar that doesn't invoke leap years? And
the problem is the length of the day does not cut evenly to the time it takes Earth to go around the sun. So there will always be fractions of days that you're accumulating.
Right.
And then what do you do with them? You wait till you accumulate a day and you put it in or take it out.
What did the Mayans have? They had a lunar cycle calendar, right?
They had a calendar based on Venus. And so, yeah, they had a really good calendar.
Yeah, it was
overstated that it was like a really accurate calendar.
Overstated?
It was overstated. It was good. Better than anything that came before it.
Not as good as the Gregorian.
No. Gregorian calendar.
People love old shit, though.
They do, and they want to believe that people who, want to believe that people 5,000 years ago somehow knew more about the universe than we do today.
Yeah.
Just no.
Why is that? Why do they want to believe that?
I think, I don't know. For me, that's one of the great puzzles of life. Why do people want to believe that the Egyptians somehow had some access to the universe?
They knew something.
Of course.
They definitely knew how to build some incredible shit.
Of course.
Right? But that
alone, I don't want to take that away from them.
Doesn't the physical, just the presence of these incredible buildings, leave the possibility that maybe they had some knowledge that we lost?
Lost knowledge is a real thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to belittle or diminish the significance of real knowledge. We forgot how to draw in perspective, from ancient times. Had to be rediscovered as I understand from the artists, had to be rediscovered in the Renaissance. The archway, the Roman arch, had to sort of be rediscovered. Okay, so yes, you can lose knowledge, but if you look at the knowledge we have gleaned using the modern methods and tools of science, they go far beyond our five senses in our access to the world. To say that somehow they knew something that we don't using our tools, that's just false. Sorry, that's not possible.
But
we know the physiological limits of your ability to know what's going on around you.
Right.
And then people say, I have a sixth sense. Fine. But as a scientist, I have dozens of senses.
Right.
Okay, I can measure things that your five senses can't. I can measure the magnetic field around you, the electromagnetic field, how much microwaves are coursing through your body now. We have no sensors for this.
I can see auras.
Fine, I can see other things that are affecting your body now. I can tell you if ionizing radiation is passing through you. I have Geiger counters that can do that. You can't. Oh, you'll eventually learn whether you're exposed to ionizing radiation because you'll get cancer of your organs and your limbs fall off.
All right, I can see that we know far more today,
yes,
perhaps, not even perhaps, than at any other time in conceivable history.
Yes.
But it is possible that they knew some things, like how to build a pyramid.
Yes.
That we really just don't understand today.
I don't know what it means to not understand how to build a pyramid today. We have 150-story buildings.
So we're
not thinking about pyramids.
Stuff.
I can tell you this. Do you know what the first thing that was built by humans ever? No. That's only part of the sentence. Sorry. I love your enthusiasm. My sentence only barely came out of my mouth. The tallest thing humans built after the pyramids.
I think it's a building in Dubai.
No. So in other words, what's the next tallest thing after the pyramids?
Oh, right after.
Yeah. What is the next tallest thing we built? Stable structure after the pyramids.
What?
The Eiffel Tower.
Really?
Yes. 89, late 1800s in Paris, the Eiffel Tower. That was the first stable structure we built as a civilization that was taller than the pyramids. So the Egyptians knew architecture. They knew. No one's taken that away from them. But to claim they have some secret knowledge of the functionings of the universe, no.
Well, people love saying that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it makes for great TV.
But the fact that they didn't have steel, and the fact that you're dealing with the very, very most recent 2,500 BC they built.
You just have to be more ingenious, more innovative than we otherwise would have to be. Yeah. How do you move the blocks? How do they make Stonehenge? Those rocks are nowhere in the region. They were carted from some. They found a place where those rocks were would have been mined, removed, and those are some big ass rocks.
Yeah, as are the ones, but it's not less impressive because they're just big. Like what the thing about the pyramids that's so impressive is the precision and the sheer numbers. 2,600,000 stones.
Our best understanding of Stonehenge is that it's a functioning observatory that can actually predict eclipses. So I just got a bitch slap you there. Stonehenge not impressive. It's just big stone. They're lined with the summer solstice.
Right.
There are holes that are not stones, but they're 56 holes, which is 3 times the Saros, which is the cycle of eclipses, of the matching of the orbits of the sun and the moon in the sky, the paths of the sun and the moon in the sky. And when they match up, you get an eclipse.
It's
an eclipse observatory. A guy named...
That's absolutely what it is?
There's a book published in the 1970s by a guy named David Dawkins. It's not Richard Dawkins, but it's another one of these. Hawkins. Richard Hawkins. Hawkins. Damn.
One of them dudes.
Damn. We got our top crack researchers here.
James on the ball.
Just look up, the title of this book was Stonehenge Decoded. Just look up the title of that book. Anyhow, it's highly convincing, and we're all there with it.
So it's essentially just a study of the position of the stones in relationship to Gerald
Hawkins. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, Stonehenge Decoded. I visited Stonehenge as a kid at age 15 on an expedition, and he was the expedition head.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so
how lucky for you.
Yeah, it was good, and that stuck with me, which is why I named this phenomenon in Manhattan, where the sun sets along the street.
I saw that. I saw that on your Instagram.
Yeah. So I named that Manhattan Henge, sort of harkening back to my early days, thinking about the alignment of the sun and structures that we might build. So twice a year, for those viewers or listeners who don't know, twice a year, the Manhattan street grid, which is not perfectly aligned north-south, the Manhattan street grid the sun will set exactly on the grid. And what's up there now, that image, what's not obvious, is that picture is taken along a street that is itself 3 miles long, and then you're crossing the Hudson River, and then there's New Jersey on the other side. So people try to zoom in on it, but really, what you really should do is zoom out from it, and then you get the vanishing point on it. So all those are zoomed in. Let's go to that one looks more like my photo. I go back to that other one. Yeah, see, so that's on 34th Street, the one you see now, and then you get this sparkling effect. That happens twice a year.
That sort of crazy wild light effect.
Yes.
That looks
Yes.
photoshopped almost.
Yeah.
There's an image on his Instagram that is linked on my Instagram the most recent photo.
Oh, okay.
There he goes. Oh, there's you with the selfie.
That's the selfie.
Look
Right.
at
Okay.
you.
So come on down.
Powerful afro.
Oh yeah. That's
strong.
That was my first selfie.
How old were you?
I was 14. Let me see. It was probably 1974.
Wow.
So I would have been 15. I think I've been 14 or 15.
So your path of curiosity was set.
Oh, it goes back. It goes back.
Very early.
Right. But that's not the one we're looking for here. Let's go. That one. Thank you.
It is.
So there's another one. Right. Go back to all of the
Across
images.
rivers. Wow.
Zoom back out. You see all the pictures there. Go to the bottom left. There you go. Okay. That might be the first ever Manhattan Henge photo.
What year is that from?
I took that in
2001.
Right, and it got published in 2002.
This is before September 11th. This is July 11th.
I took it before September 11th. Right. And then I had a means to publish it, and right then they noticed that it's a green light and traffic is ready to knock me over. So no one is in the streets doing this, but now there are tens of thousands of people that pour into the streets on these days. We post what day you get Manhattan Henge from the American Museum of Natural History, my day job, and then that goes out, the press gets it, and tens of thousands of people spill into the street, blocking traffic. And if you think of all the ways traffic gets blocked in your day,
Look at this.
yeah. Like,
all of them. There's too many of them. This thing by yourself, it's interesting.
That's great. Yeah, so that's what it has
People
become.
Holding up phones.
And it's all because I went to Stonehenge. Yeah. So it's also an observatory.
So was it you that named this?
Yeah. Yeah. Coined. I would say coined. Yeah. Manhattan Henge. Because the buildings are like henges. The henge is a stone. It's a vertical stone. There's a vertical structure. And if you made a stone, it's a stone henge.
Why isn't it possible to construct a calendar that doesn't have leap years?
What you would have to do, you could do it. But what would happen is, it means you care more about the year than you do about the day. So what would happen is, you would celebrate the new year at like 3 in the afternoon. Right? And then the next year you'd celebrate it at like 12 minutes after 3 in the afternoon. And then 20 minutes. It would sort of move through your calendar. And then that means you cared more about the year. Sorry, you care more about the. Did I say that right? We always want to celebrate New Year's on midnight. And by the way, New Year's is celebrated in 24 time zones, not all at the same time.
Right.
So it's interesting. Everyone thinks of that as a moment. Yet it's really a calendar event. Sorry, it's a clock event. It's celebrated over 24 hours.
Yeah, if you're in Thailand, it's 14 hours difference.
So therefore, if you were to do it astrophysically, you would know the exact moment where we returned in our orbit, and everybody would celebrate that instant. And that would be, so then the whole world would celebrate the new year at the same time. It means you value it differently. It's not a midnight celebration. You could do that.
Celestial celebration.
It's celestial, yeah.
Huh. So that would be the only way?
Yeah, that's the only way, because a day doesn't cut evenly into the year. Those two have nothing to do with one another. There's no reason why that would happen. So so in other words, let me say it another way, just because you're looking you're looking off in space here. So there's New Year's. Okay, let's count 365 days. When we do that, we are not at the same place we were when we last celebrated New Year's Eve. Okay,
we're not at the same place in our
orbit, our revolution. Okay, you rotate on an axis, you revolve around something else. That's those two words. How you use those two words. So we're not in the same place, but we celebrate New Year's anyway. Well, when will we be in the same place? A quarter of a day later, 6 hours. So we would celebrate the next New Year at 6 a.m.
Nobody's willing to do that.
No one's willing to. And the next New Year at noon, then the next New Year at 6 p.m., and then the next New Year kind of aligns back again. Well, that's the leap day. That's the fourth year we have put in a leap day.
Oh.
See?
So it's our love of the day.
Yes.
That keeps us fucked up with the world when it comes to the year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
You pick one, and then that's how you do it.
And the Mayans base it on the moon, right?
I didn't study their calendar as deeply as I should have and wanted to, especially back in 2012 when everyone said, "Oh, the Mayan calendar runs out, so therefore it's the end of the world."
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was the end of the world.
Because
baby.
the Mayan said so. The
I
Maya
also
said so.
felt like that was back when, before that had happened, it was, George Bush was president in like 2007, and everybody was thinking, Jesus, this is going to be the end.
So every decade there's somebody predicting the end of the world.
Sure.
And I'm actually quite entertained by this exercise.
Do you remember when they had billboards all around
Yes.
LA just a few years
No,
ago?
that's a different end of the world. That's a guy with a radio podcast church that and then the underworld didn't come, and so you pushed it forward. So it's entertaining. We live in a free country. It's evidence that we live in a free country where freedom of speech is protected and you can practice any religion you want.
Right.
They didn't learn much science in school.
That's part of it.
That's part of the fact that you have this in our world. I don't mind it, actually. I find it entertaining. But it becomes an issue if people such as that gain power over legislation, over the rest of us. Because this would count this as a personal belief. It's your personal belief the world is going to end on October 19th in the year. That's your personal. You're fine.
Right.
But if you now create laws that require I go with that, you just impose your personal belief on me. And your personal belief is not true for everyone. It's only true for you.
Yeah, that's a problem, right?
And an objective truth is true for everyone. So if you're gonna have governance, you're gonna want to base governance on what is objectively true, because it would apply to everyone, independent of your belief system.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And by the way, there are things that we're not sure are true yet that we're still researching. That's not what I'm talking about as an objective truth. Objective truth have been verified by multiple scientific studies, not just one study. This was the problem with the cholesterol study. There's a cholesterol study that set everybody on the course to drop their cholesterol levels, okay, saying it would be good for your heart and all the rest of this. Because a series of countries were studied where they had longevity and low heart disease and low cholesterol intake. That study happened to leave out France. That happened, and it just wasn't in the study. And a couple of other places that have high cholesterol intake, but don't have higher heart disease. So that study was flawed. But it was hard to replicate it because it went over many years and it was thousands of people. And so everyone just jumped on it. You don't have a scientific truth. And this is a general problem with medical results, because the press is waiting at the journal editor's office. Here's a new study that shows that this gives you cancer. Oh, that must be true. And out comes the headline because you want to be the first to report it. And then that gets emblazoned in people's heads, and not everyone reads the follow-up. No one could duplicate that study. So there's a flaw. We don't even know what the flaw is. We know that no one else could get those results. So it goes in the dustbin of scientific research. Most research in any journal of the moment will ultimately shown to be wrong. That's the bleeding edge of science. It's a great place to be because you're in the trenches and you don't know what is true. You can't look up in the back of the book what the answer is to double check. You don't even know what the question is to ask half the time. Oh.
That's very frustrating for people that don't get it. And
Correct, but it's
if you have
exciting. It's exciting for the scientist.
It's exciting for
Yes.
knowledge,
Yes.
period. It's constantly expanding and growing. It's very frustrating for people that really don't have the time and, maybe did get some outdated nutrition knowledge.
Or they need an
20
answer
years
right now.
ago.
They need an answer right
Yeah.
now, and religion in many ways gives you answers right now
Yeah.
without the need to research it, to go on the frontier.
The lack of education and the lack of curiosity about it is one of the scariest things about new generations of kids, right? Like when the new generations are coming up and they know less than the generation before, that's when we really start to freak out.
That would be a problem. Although I have good confidence in the 30 and under generation.
Is that millennial? How old do you have to be?
I think millennials have only ever known the internet and devices. So what would that be?
Recent.
But my son is a millennial, and he's like, my kids are millennials, so they're 20-ish. So 30 is a little old. So 25 and under, I think, are the millennials.
Yeah, but 30, when they were 10, the internet was around.
I know, but they need a different marketing
Right,
term, so you
right,
can market to them differently.
Yeah.
So to me, I would put them in the same bin, just as you were thinking there. But they have an a different relationship to science and technology.
Of course.
They don't fear the science or the technology. They embrace it because it has shaped the civilization that has enabled their social life.
It has, but through this, like one of the things that I tweeted, I think it was from Scientific American yesterday, maybe it was yesterday, that it's a little bit misleading, but one of the things they said is only 64% of millennials have a strong belief. These coasters are terrible. They look great, but then things stick to the
The
bottom.
hell is it made of?
Metal?
Yeah, okay. A metal coaster?
Yeah. See?
What the hell is that?
Sticks. Yeah, that's the issue. It sticks when it gets moisture.
You know about this where you flip this over? Tip it over.
What
You ever
happens?
done that? You ever did that?
What?
Yeah, it'll stay. Yeah.
Oh, because of the pressure?
Yeah, the air pressure. But,
Don't do it. I don't trust your science.
okay,
Your objective truth
64% of what?
of millennials are not, or only 64% are convinced that the world is a ball. The world is a circle. That the world is a, what is it, a spheroid? Is that what it's called? Oblique.
I mean, I'd like to see how that
Oblate
question was
spheroid.
asked.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because if they know that we are oblate, and the thing is asking, is Earth a ball? They'll say, no, we're an oblate ball. We're
Well, it's-
slightly wider below the equator than at the equator, so we're a pear-shaped oblate spheroid.
But it's not a pear that you would find normally. If you found that pear, you'd be like, there's a fucking pear that's shaped like a ball.
So these differences in measurements are so small that if you found it on the ground, you would say this is a perfect sphere.
Right.
Let me tell you
That's the
how
point.
good a sphere it is.
Right.
Right? You ever see the schoolroom globes, the geographic globes, and you rub your finger over Nepal and you get the Himalayas.
Topographical.
Yeah, and you get the Rockies. And so, that is a gross exaggeration of reality.
Yes.
Do you realize if you took Earth with all of its mountains, valleys, and hills and shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than any cue ball ever machined. Yes. Yes. Think about it.
What?
Think about this. Joe.
Really?
Joe,
Everest?
Joe, chill. Listen to me. You ready? Okay? Do you know the deepest part of Earth's crust?
No.
The Marianas Trench, off the coast of the Philippines, in the Pacific Ocean.
That's the deepest part.
Deepest part goes 6 miles down. Okay?
Oh, okay. So, okay.
Without
I
digging.
was thinking of the depth of
Sorry,
the crust
exactly.
itself.
No, just access to the deepest part of Earth's crust, the lowest point on Earth's surface, the Marianas Trench, right off the coast of the Philippines. The highest point on Earth's surface, tip of K1.
K2. Is it K1 or K2? Is it Japan?
I think it's K1.
Is
Well,
that
why would you name the tallest peak K2?
that's a good point?
I'm just,
Right.
I'm not a mountain climber, but I'm just thinking.
Where is K1?
K1, it's the Himalayan mountains
Okay.
in Nepal. Okay, isn't it in Nepal? I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's say, how high up is that? Well, it's 28,000 feet, so it's like 5 miles up. Okay,
Right.
the distance between the lowest point on Earth's surface and the highest point on Earth's surface is 11 miles.
That's here at the Comedy Store.
That is less than the length of Manhattan. Yet we are 8,000 miles in diameter. And those 2 points are very far separated from one another. If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth and you rubbed your finger over Earth's surface, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball to you. In fact, in this book, I have a whole chapter called On Being Round, which is all about this. All about our perception of what is round and what is not.
I had asked you to debate one of them flat Earth guys.
No, I can't. No.
I know. We talked about it, and we are going to have him on Skype.
No, what we do is, and I think this is a diabolical plot, so that the next time we can ship people en masse into orbit, they all want to be the first in line because they know we're going to send them. So that they can see the round Earth. They're going to be the first ones in space. Just so they can stop annoying the rest of us.
I don't think you're correct.
I
don't think you're correct. But
You don't think
I
it's
do
a
have-
diabolical plot?
I do have people that I've met that don't believe because the problem with YouTube videos is and it's a problem with a lot of things. But one of the things about being unchecked while you're discussing things is you can say things, you can use big words, you can sound articulate and smooth, and you can do it in a very professional looking manner.
Or do it passionately.
Yes, passionately, convincingly, charismatically, and you're unchecked. But if you did that in front of an expert and you showed them that, along the way they go, stop, that's not true. Stop, that's not how it works.
Right.
Let me show you why this is incorrect. Let me show you how you can prove that this is
I
incorrect.
show you objective truths
But this is not happening.
that render your argument invalid.
Right. So people who don't have any education, and then they watch one of these YouTube clips, they start actually believing that this stuff makes sense because it's unchecked.
And I would say it's not about whether they've had education. It's about whether the education they had teaches them skepticism of information and teaches them how to acquire. You realize it's just as intellectually lazy to believe everything you see as it is to deny everything you see.
Yes.
Why should someone know automatically that Earth isn't flat, yet I tell them in the next breath that the entire universe was once as small as a marble? Right? Both of those sound equally preposterous, except one has evidence to back it and the other does not. And very strong scientific, theoretical, and experimental underpinnings. So when you are trained to inquire, you don't either believe everything outright or reject everything outright. You're trained to ask questions. You're trained to probe deeper than the layer of information that comes to you. That's what should be taught in school. And it's not. They give you a book and say, learn this.
Yeah.
And you'll get tested on it. And then when you're done, learn this.
Well, there's a problem with being inexorably connected to your first belief. When you have an idea and it's in your head, it's very difficult for people to shake that idea, and they start arguing that idea becomes a part of their identity.
And they dig their heels in deeper
Yes.
when an opposing view is presented
Because
to them.
they connect themselves to these ideas.
Right.
It is who they are.
Right. And so I try not to base my character profile on something that is not yet verified as objective truth.
That's a very good thing to do.
It's one of the reasons why I don't have tattoos on my body. Holding aside. Go on, stretching my face. Go on. One of the reasons is there's nothing I am so sure about that I want to put it indelibly on my skin. Well, no, that's not. Let me say it differently. There's nothing I value in my mind, body, and soul so much in this moment that I want to indelibly etch it on my skin, because I want to leave room for me to have a possibly more enlightening thought later that would override whatever was my decision in that moment. And since I count myself among the lifelong learners, I'm learning stuff all the time. I say, wow, that's good. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's even better.
What's something you learned recently? So you went,
Okay, let me think. Okay, here's something I learned recently. I think I knew this when I was a kid, but if you're playing basketball and you're shooting, okay, and you say, oh, that didn't go in. Oh my gosh, well, the rim, they should maybe make the rim a little bigger. I can score more often. Do you realize 2 basketballs can fit exactly side by side through the opening of a basketball? Yes.
I guess that makes sense.
2 basketballs.
Tough squeeze.
Now, it's not a cosmically mind-blowing moment, but that gives you perspective next time you watch a basketball game. It's how these guys can fly from the foul line in a airborne slam dunk and not miss, because the area of this opening is 4 times, you do the math, it's 4 times as large as the ball itself.
Right, because of the different positions it can be in.
So there are multiple positions, and they can still do it. So it's not that that's easy to accomplish, but knowing this, you realize how much easier it is to score than you might have otherwise thought.
I wonder if basketball
So that was a
players-
recent revelation.
That's a good revelation. Yeah. I wonder if basketball players occasionally practice with a smaller hole.
I think about this all the time. I said, if I was a basketball player, you don't want to practice with a heavier
Jamie's
ball,
saying yes.
because that would throw you off.
Throw off your
You practice with this.
And a bigger ball.
They use a bigger ball as well.
We use a ball. Sometimes it's almost as big as the rim.
But wait a minute, is it heavier?
No.
No. You don't want to use a bigger ball.
It's a thing they did a long time ago.
I bet they still don't. They no longer do it because then your grip is different. The grip matters.
Right.
Where your
it
two
feels.
hands go and what they feel.
Yeah.
So you want to do it, you use a smaller rim. And in baseball, you throw a faster pitch to give you less reaction time.
That pool table that you see
You
out
use
there,
a skinnier bat.
that pool table is a very small pocket opening.
Nice.
It's a 4-inch pocket opening as opposed to a 5.5 inch. It's quite a bit different.
You're doing it. You're doing it. And so I would also, growing up, I played stickball in the street in New York. And so you're using basically a broom handle. And so when the first time you play baseball officially, it's like, whoa,
Yeah.
I've got this huge bat. And so stickball players tend to transfer very well to baseball when you're a kid
Yeah.
because your instrument is bigger.
Did you read the talent code?
No.
Daniel Coyle?
No.
One of the interesting parts about it is Brazilian soccer players, how good they are. And he attributes to a different game that they play with a heavier ball that they do indoors. It's a small, heavy ball. And because they do it in tight quarters, it involves incredibly fast footwork and movement. And then these guys take that footwork and movement, and it translates amazingly well to an open soccer field.
I wonder if they calculated that because what you would do is, let's say the ball weighs twice as much, then it would only go half as far when you kicked it. So then you make a field half as large.
I don't think they did.
And then you can reproduce almost all of the dynamics of the soccer game.
I think it was based on just trying to play a game.
Like how far are you going to throw it in? Over. If the ball's twice as heavy, you throw it half as far. The field is half the size.
Right.
Then you have a mini game, basically. If you do it right.
That makes sense.
But there's a whole fun exercise you can do playing sports on other planets with different gravities. Very, very fun thing.
If you're a dork. Sorry.
It's funny. Occasionally I'll tweet something and people say dork, and I say, yeah, thanks for the compliment.
Yeah, nerd is okay. Nerd is
I'm
nerd
taking
used
dork.
to be a bad thing.
It used to be.
Take dork as well.
You give wedgies to the nerds.
Yeah. Well, the nerds would also be the people that were like, but now a nerd is like, you can be a science nerd and people like it. It's like, oh, yeah. Oh, I'm an old movie nerd. You can say that.
Yeah, or movie geek. Yeah. So I'm taking dork.
Okay.
I'll take it all.
Geek and dork and nerd. Yeah.
Did I tell you? I must have told you this last time I was on your show. When I was a kid, I was bigger than other kids. I was always one of the tallest 2 kids in the class out of 30. So I was bigger than others in the day. And I was also physically fit and physically active, athletic. But I was squarely in the geek camp. Okay, I had my slide rule back in the day, walking down the corridor.
You were also wrestling.
I was captain of my high school's wrestling team. So I was a geek person who could actually kick your ass, okay? And I saw how my fellow geeks, because that's the community that I associated with, card carrying, were treated by the football quarterback and the popular kids and the kids who are all beautiful and the ones who, and I imagined my future as a superhero, defender of the geeks. So that you put up a little, bat signal or whatever, geek signal, put a few digits of pi, and I come flying in, and there's a wedgie in progress, right? I would just land, and I grab the bully and rip them off the counter, and I would just save the day. This is my superhero.
It's always the football players, right?
No, always. It's all because I think they're rewarded for
violence.
For violence.
They also have brain damage.
As we come to discover.
How fucked up is that? You find out about high school kids.
Right.
That literally across the board, the majority of people who play football have CTE.
Right.
In as far down as 7th grade.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, CTE, remind me, that stands for
chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Encephalopathy. Yeah. Encephalopathy. Say it like Mike Tyson. Encephalopathy.
So let me tell you that story about Christopher Columbus.
Please.
So
the dick story.
I already told you the dick story.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you just something else.
Okay.
Okay. I think him coming to America was the most significant thing to ever happen in our species.
Whoa.
Silence.
Not internet porn?
No, that's just porn in another medium.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, internet porn is just a matter of degree, not a matter of
Yes.
does it exist or does it not.
Right.
Okay. I think it was the most significant event to happen in our species.
Kind of amazing when you stop and think about the fact that at that point in time, other than the Native Americans who lived here, who were living a nomadic tribal existence, very few people that had the wheel, that had firearms, that had all these things that had already been achieved in the rest of the world had made their way to this place.
So now watch. Okay. Here's how it worked.
Right.
So you're going to hear. So I presume that you have some skepticism of this claim, as most people would, especially the Columbus haters who are out there. All right.
I don't really have any skepticism about it, to be honest with you.
Okay, so let me describe to you why I think this is true.
Okay.
And then you can tell me whether you agree or not. All right. We are hunter-gatherers. We haven't settled down yet. Early humans. And we're basically wandering. We're following the herds. All right. And then the Ice Age hits. Well, what is an Ice Age? An Ice Age means it is so cold that when the moisture evaporates from the oceans, goes to the clouds go over the land, it doesn't rain, it snows. And the snow falls, and then it stays. So the water that had lifted up from the ocean does not return to the ocean. It accumulates on the land. And this accumulation, when it's significant and sustained, we call glaciers. Glaciers is not itself a snowfall. It is compressed snow that's basically changed state into this ice river that flows very slowly back to the ocean. But the oceans are getting drained faster than they're getting replenished. So during the Ice Age, the ocean levels dropped, exposing the Bering Strait land bridge between Asia and what is now Alaska, basically North America. Our ancestors who come out of Africa go into Europe. Some stayed, others kept wandering. Some stayed low above the Mediterranean, others went high. They populate Asia. They keep walking because there's a land bridge there. They don't even know it's a bridge, it's just more land. So they walk, and they enter North America. From there, that's kind of the only way you can go is south at that point. The weather gets a little better. The Ice Age ends. The glaciers melt back into the oceans. The ocean levels rise, closing the land bridge, stranding a branch of the human species for 10,000 years. Those humans who made it across that land bridge and spread out into North America, Central America, South America, have only a few families as their parent genetic origin. Okay, it's like some research says it's like 8 family lineages populated the entire North and South American continents. Then the land bridge breaks. Now you have Europe, Asia, Africa, and North and South America, and they know nothing of one another. 2 separate branches of the human species. The Vikings notwithstanding, maybe they came over, they didn't. Even if they did, their influence was near zero relative to the Europeans. So we're talking about influence here. This is a branch. Had this continued, this is how you speciate. This is why the species on Australia, that's why you have mammals there that have pouches, all right? No other mammals do that. They split off, and they evolved their own way. Okay, so 10,000 years is not enough to grow 3 heads or, 12 fingers, but our species is separate. Now, Columbus crosses the Atlantic, makes contact with humans. This is the first time that has happened in 10,000 years. We have rejoined 2 branches of the human species. We are now one common genetic group. And that genetic crossbreeding now continues to this day. We fly to any corner of the world and mate. Okay? And the mating already began immediately. Yes, there were diseases that Columbus brought to North America, much written about that. Less written is that he brought syphilis back to Europe. First cases of syphilis in 1492.
Whoa.
And then it
They got
skyrocketed.
syphilis from the Native Americans?
Yes.
What, did they have no problem with it?
Well, I don't know the details of how the physiology of the natives
Huh.
dealt with that, or whether it mutated. I don't, and there may people who know that. I'm not among them.
That's fascinating.
But just look at the graph of reported syphilis cases in Europe. It all began in 1492 when he came back.
Whoa.
So what I'm saying is, this was a hugely significant event. The rejoining of the branches of the human species.
Well, yeah, no, I would imagine that makes sense. That is the most important event. Then.
And by the way, Native Americans, this famous, infamous problem with metabolizing alcohol, okay, with Native Americans. You know who else has that problem? The Chinese.
They do?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
So it's an Asian issue.
Well, so who stayed in Asia? So you look at who populated North and South America after before the land bridge. It's whoever was right at the edge of Asia.
Right.
Then the land bridges. So Asians and North American and the natives of North and South America have more in common with each other because of this than most other pairs of groups you might grab around the world. But my point is, obviously, there's a lot to blame Columbus for, but he just happened to be the guy who did it first. Europe was coming to the New World no matter what. Everybody was trying to find a faster trade route to the Indies. And so if it wasn't Columbus, it would have been Arnold Schmednick, whatever. It doesn't matter. Somebody did that. And the rest is, as they say, history. So personally, I think it is the most significant thing to happen in our species. Otherwise, we'd still be two-stranded branches of humans.
It would be fascinating, though, like Australia's stranded, to see what would happen if this has gone on for hundreds of thousands of years.
If 100,000, that would have been a different story, right? Yeah. And your immunities would be different. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's the big concern about aliens, right? One of the big concerns is that there's some sort of a virus that you pick up from somewhere.
I think that's harder to accept. So, for example, what are the chances that a oak tree would catch whooping cough?
Not so good.
Not so good. We're two different species. So viruses tend to be very species targeted.
Yeah, but what about...
Now they can jump species. Sure. They can jump species, but so there's a jump mammal to mammal, there's a jump vertebrate to vertebrate. But so, yes, that can happen. But the more different the life form is, it is sensible to suppose that the less likely you're going to share the same diseases. That's all. But NASA, regardless, has safeguards in place in the event that happens. So it's called the Planetary Protection Program. In essence, it's a whole division of NASA. It's protecting Earth from bugs that could be coming from space on our own spaceship that we bring back, and it protects destinations from us. There's a certain sterilization levels that we invoke. The Cassini spacecraft, we plunged that back into Saturn in its death when we were done with it and ran out of money. We're done with it. Plunged into Saturn to vaporize. We didn't leave it in orbit around Saturn. Why? Because it might have crashed into one of Saturn's moons that might have life. And if someone had sneezed on the spacecraft before it got launched, we don't want to contaminate the life that we were later going to one day want to study. What? So that's why. So we plunged it into Saturn.
That's why?
That is why.
Because they were worried about maybe it hitting Europa or something?
Once it's dead and you can't track it or guide it anymore, then it's a wild card. It might hit Europa is a moon of Jupiter, but Enceladus, there are other moons that have sort of ocean water, they're water worlds basically. And
so the concern is that we would introduce life.
Suppose we did. It crashed, and then we go back later and find life, and it has DNA just like here. Well, was it our life that we contaminated with? You don't want to confuse the future science of it. So that's the plan.
Can you even watch a science movie, like science fiction movies? I know you had a real problem with gravity, but
yeah. All right. So let me set the record straight here. Okay. Let me just go on record.
Okay.
I've been deeply misunderstood with my comments on it. Deeply misunderstood. Deeply. And so I've just stopped. When was the last time you saw a movie comment in my Twitter stream? You haven't. You haven't. I've kind of just stopped.
Wasn't the Matthew McConaughey movie? Did you comment on that one?
Interstellar.
Yeah.
Interstellar. That's the last one I commented on in any big way. Right.
You're done.
Yeah, I'm done. Because people then thought I was just being nitpicky. Oh, it's not fun going to movies with you. Why would you do it? Yeah. Tyson will just say that can never happen. And so my intent did not match how people received my intent. My intent is, here's an observation that I think if you understood this, it would enhance your appreciation of the movie. Let me give an example. Please do. Star Wars: The Force Awakens. They've got
Which one was that?
That's the one that introduced BB-8. Okay.
Is that the most recent one?
No. This is like 4 movies ago now. Plus, I've lost track because there's another one. Okay. So the one that introduced BB-8, cute as ever. Cute little fella. And in there, they have the updated Death Star.
Right.
Okay. Remember the old Death Star? It has enough power to destroy a planet, and that's devastating. This one, it can suck energy out of a star so that the star no longer exists. Then it can take these energy beams and kill 6 planets at once. It's no longer just a 1-planet killer. 6 or 8, whatever the number was. It was like high single digits. Okay? Well, I did the math on this. And I tweeted. And I said, first, okay, if you take all the energy from a star, you become a star. But let's not, maybe they've got a containment mechanism. I'll give it to them. It is the future, after all.
I don't think it's the future.
But whatever. Okay.
A long time ago in a galaxy far away.
It's another universe of civilizations. Okay.
Yes.
But they have light speed and we don't. So it's the future of our technology, even if it's the past of our time. Let me pause on that one. So you do the calculation, and I forgot the number, but I calculated how much energy is stored in a star. That's enough energy to explode 1,000 planets. Oh my gosh, they underrepresented the energy that it sucked out of the star. And I thought this could have been more badass than even they came up with in this movie. That is the nature of my comments. Not could this happen, could it not happen.
Let me give you a perspective.
Okay, wait. So 20% of people just get pissed off. 80% really like it and they want more. But that 20%, they cut me no slack. And I'm only doing this for people to enjoy. And if I have that level of hate mail, I don't need to continue it. So I just basically stop. I'll have these thoughts to myself, but I don't have the urge to share them. I still have the thoughts.
I got to teach you the art of post and drop. Okay? This is what you do. You post something, you know people are going to get mad, you drop your phone, and you walk away. You got to learn how to do that, man. You can't be reading those fucking comments.
No,
you're dealing with too many human beings.
No, I get that. But
you don't, because you're still changing your behavior.
Here's my rebuttal.
Morons.
Here's my rebuttal.
Your rebuttal?
My rebuttal is, if you're watching a movie that takes place in 1958, it's a period piece, and there's a car from 1960.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
And someone who's a car expert points that out. You say, hey, he's an expert. That's pretty good. Do you complain that the person noticed that? No. You praise their expertise.
I get mad at the movie.
If you get mad at the movie, if you're watching a Jane Austen period piece, and 1870, whatever they took place, and someone gets out of the carriage with tie-dyed bell-bottoms, you would cry foul.
Right.
That would take you, I'm exaggerating there, obviously. It could be a top hat instead of a derby.
Right.
You would cry foul if you were a costume designer. And we would all be impressed by that level of knowledge that you exhibited. I am bringing a level of science to bear on a movie that is no different from anybody else's expertise who is out there that we have praised for that invocation. Yet people are not granting me that latitude to make those comments.
I don't like these generalizations. I don't like this.
It is true.
No, but I don't like what you're saying. People are not doing this. No, a small vocal minority that are assholes. And those are the people that you're altering your behavior for. That's what I think is ridiculous about this.
No, because
Most people enjoy it. They
point
hear
is-
you talking about gravity and the fact that hair wouldn't do that, and the space stations weren't that close together.
Right.
It's
You can
ridiculous.
see it in the sky. My
Yeah, this shit
gosh.
wouldn't work.
Right. But
It's assholes.
my tweets are offerings. They're
Yes.
not, but I'm not. I don't.
The problem is you're
I don't need to
reading
force feed
responses. That's the problem. The only problem is you're reading responses.
No.
What you're doing is wonderful.
No,
You're
20
educating people.
20% freak out is high for
What
me.
the fuck is 20%?
No, listen, hear
I
me
can't
out.
believe those numbers.
Hear me out. When it's 5%, then I take notice.
Well, you say 20%. Like, what are you doing? Calculations? You actually doing
If I scan 100 of them, I see 20 of them. That's
just run into 20 assholes. So 20 assholes out of the millions and millions of people that follow you have decided to reach out, and you're altering your behavior for assholes. I like those quotes. I like when you break things down, because I didn't know those things. I like thinking about like the hair and gravity. I was like, oh yeah, the fucking shit be standing straight up.
And the only reason why I mentioned it about here, because every photo of anybody with long hair wouldn't happen to you, but anyone with long hair in space, it's standing
Like
up
this.
on edge. It's a completely obvious thing.
Yeah.
That was omitted from the filming of Gravity.
Yeah, but you have to have hair and makeup. They have to have a reason to exist.
So what I might do, I might take a poll. I might post
polls.
it. No! I'm a servant of curiosity. I don't want to force feed
You
curiosity.
don't have to listen to your feed.
I don't
No one
want
has
to force
read it.
feed anybody.
You're not force feeding anything. You're putting offerings out there, like you said. It's not force feeding. You're not knocking on someone's home. Wake up, bitch. Read my shit.
That is true. I'm not forcing
You're not
myself
doing
on
that.
your property.
You're not doing it at all.
And put the shotgun down. You're going to
You're
hear
an
me talk
expert.
about your movie.
Listen, man.
I said about BB-8. I said first. I said BB-8's way cuter than R2D2, and I used like 5 A's in the way just to start a fight, because that's a fun fight.
Right.
Then I said, by the way, BB-8, a smooth metal rolling spherical ball, would have skidded uncontrollably on sand. And the whole movie is moving around on sand.
Right. Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
That's why you deflate your tires.
That's why you deflate your tires, to drive on sand. That's correct.
Oh,
Have you ever tried riding a bicycle on sand? It's impossible.
that's a good point.
And imagine that, and that's with rubber tires. Imagine steel tires.
You
It's
ever
not
tried
happening.
running on a sand dune? Holy
Oh
shit.
my gosh! Oh yeah.
One
Yeah.
of the hardest things you can do for
Talk
exercise.
about getting in shape.
Yeah.
Right. So it will work if you have a hard surface just below it, the dusting of sand.
Right.
Then you,
Of course.
yeah, then you can
You can dig into it.
you
The sand
dig it, and
offers
then
you some resistance.
the sand then connects to the hard surface.
Yeah.
So I posted this, and people say, "You're ruining the movie for me." And then people
Assholes. Again, when you say people, you're just listening to assholes. Smart people are going to read that and go, "Oh yeah, this is stupid. It would roll around.
Yeah, I'm
Give
just,
that fucking
just
thing
saying.
some tractor
But
treads."
you know what's actually happened as a result? I think I'm getting phone calls from producers.
Oh, well,
They
that's
say
good.
there's a little bit of science. We want to make sure that you don't tweet about it.
Come on, man.
It's
That's
done.
good. That's
So-
good. You're keeping them on point.
As you know, I might be most famous in movie commenting for the final scene in Titanic. Okay, I don't know if you knew about this.
What would you say about the final
Okay, so
scene?
we know where the Titanic sank, the
Right.
longitude, the latitude.
Yes.
We know what time of day.
Oh, so
what time
stars.
of night. So at the POV, the point of view of Rose, as she's looking up deliriously to the sky, there's only one sky she should have seen. It was the wrong sky. But not only that, the left side of the sky, it was worse than that. The left side of the sky was a mirror reflection of the right side of the sky.
Did you call Jamie?
So it was
Allen?
lazy. I called it no reply. Back in
Did you fix that
1996,
shit?
I saw it when it first came out. I noticed instantly, and because I know the sky, this is what I
Yeah.
okay. So no reply. 5 years later, I bump into him at a meeting. NASA hosted a meeting with some explorers and some scientists. I brought it up to him, and he says, "Well, at the time, I was not overseeing post-production, and that's when we added that." So I immaturely wanted him to grovel at my feet for forgiveness.
Did you really?
Yeah, I wanted him to, but that's not what happened. So then 5 years after that, I brought it up again when I bumped into him. And then he said, last I checked, Titanic has earned more than $1 billion worldwide. Imagine how much more it would have earned if I'd gotten the sky correct.
That's a stupid answer from an asshole.
It
should be tweeting you.
No. So
That is an asshole answer.
listen. Wait.
That's an ego answer.
But it's not the end of the story.
Okay,
So So that was okay. I have nothing more I can say here because he's right. Okay,
No, he's not.
he's right
No, it made a lot of money, and it would have made the same amount of money if
with
you
the correct.
did that.
Yeah, okay.
That's true, but that's not the point.
But he's
The point
right.
is you fucked up, bitch.
The-
You fucked up. Say you
Wait.
fucked up. Don't say how much money you
A
made.
week later, I got a phone call. Hi, I forgot to say, John Smith. Hi, John. How can I help you? Is this Dr. Tyson? I said yes. He said, I work post production for James Cameron. He's producing a director's cut where he's adding new footage, and he tells me you have a sky he could use. I was like, yes! Oh! So, the centennial release of Titanic, released in April 2012. Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yes. So, how'd you dig up that? There it was,
Centennial
April
release.
2012.
I feel like you and I had this conversation.
I think we
before.
might have. We
Yeah.
might have. I just put this in context
Yeah.
now. It's got so he actually put it. So he did come through. So here's what happened. Seth MacFarlane calls me up and said, "I'm making a movie about a talking teddy bear, and I need to know the sky over a town outside of Boston in 1985 on Christmas Eve, looking northeast. You got a sky?" I say, I'll get back to you. Half hour later, I send him the sky. That was the sky that the kid wished on where Ted came to life.
Wow.
So Ted had the correct sky, and Titanic did not.
So it's
on
good.
First
that
right.
you're correcting these
The Ted
people.
1, Titanic 0 on that. Right. So the point is that people started thinking about it. And the highest compliment I ever got was Andy Weir, who wrote The Martian. He said to himself, while he was writing the novel, he said, because he's an engineer, so he has the fluency and he also knows how to write. He's write creatively. He said, if Tyson were looking over my shoulder, would he tweet about this or not? And so that put him on notice to make sure that his calculations were accurate. And The Martian is one of the most entertainingly accurate explorations of how to invoke science to not die that there ever was. So for me, that was a very high compliment. And it was kind of worth it, all of the naysayers, to know that Andy Weir came through on that.
Yeah, so why stop?
I don't know, maybe I'll change.
I think you need to
'Cause
learn
there's
how to
no-
post and drop.
Okay.
Just think about it like this.
Post and drop.
Boom,
Boom.
boom. Walk away.
Walk away.
Just go do something else, man. You don't need to look at that shit. You don't need to look at what people are going to say. Make sure that there's no typos. That's always a struggle.
I like yeah, it is. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I got fat thumbs.
Me too.
I care though
I'm sure you do care.
about how people can think about what I wrote if it's a way that I had not considered.
Okay.
I
see what you're
like knowing it makes me a better communicator when I'm in front of an audience. I'll know what percent will think one way versus another, and I can modify what I'm saying to be more precise and to, as we say in physics, to reduce the impedance between the signal and the receiver so that there's a better match between the communicator and the audience.
I understand that. But if you see...
You surely have told jokes that people just took the wrong way.
Oh, yeah.
Without
well,
your intent.
The right way. They just didn't like what I was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's surely like you see the word cuck in a response, you know that person's an asshole, right? There's just certain things you just see. Like, you're a cuck. Like, okay, I don't have to listen to you anymore. Now I know what you are.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
a fool, right? You see that. Like, yeah, you spend all the time staring at the fucking sky instead of fill in the blank. Those are just assholes.
Well, I have pretty thick
Right?
skin, so it's not that it upsets me. It's that I'm here to serve you, not to piss you off.
But you're not there to serve
I'm an
those
educator.
people. There's some people,
I'm an educator.
they're looking to get angry.
I
They're
get
not
that, but
really
maybe I
angry.
can bring them around.
But you can't. The arrogance of thinking that you could fix 30 plus
Okay.
years of worthless shitbag
Okay.
living with a couple of tweets.
Okay. And you know something? I don't even want to take you up on that challenge because you're probably right.
I'm telling you, you gotta walk away. But for most people, myself included in those most people, I enjoy those tweets.
So I got
learned
one.
something.
Here's one. So I tweeted something, and somebody responding to somebody else's tweet said, I don't really like Tyson. He's so pompous. Okay. So I tweeted back to that person. and I said, thanks for your note. Could you please share with me the single most pompous thing you've ever seen me do? And he wrote back, he says, damn, you would have to be reading my tweets, would you? Now you put me on the spot. I can't think of anything right now, but overall, I really like your work. He put nothing forward.
Yeah, that happens all the time because people are just shocked that you respond.
But plus, people can get into a stereotype mode where there's, that person is that, and therefore everything.
They just decide.
They decide.
Yeah.
They decide.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you can't listen to those people, dude. You're too smart for this.
And other people said, look, the dude wrote a book called Astrophysical People in a Hurry.
Yeah.
You think, how pompous is that?
That's not pompous at all.
Right.
You're a science educator.
I interviewed on Star Talk. Yes, you were one of my guests, but so too was Katy Perry.
There you go.
There people got pissed off because she's got nothing to add. She's just pop culture. I said, she wrote a song about boning an alien. And I wanted to find out what she was thinking. Yes.
Did she?
There's
Did
a line.
She write it?
Yeah, it's her song. There's a line about it, which she's making love to it. So there's always ways
after you fuck Russell Crowe a few times. Or what's his name? Peters. Sorry, Russell.
I don't get.
Brand. What did I say?
Russell Brand?
Russell Peters. Russell, what's up? Russell Peters is a good friend of mine. He's like, Joe, what the fuck? Sorry, Russell.
I don't keep up.
It's been a long day. I'm on
sex
jet lag.
lives.
I just came back from Italy.
Oh, yeah?
I'm very confused.
Mhm.
Yeah, my brain's.
You're zoning a little.
Yeah, I'm just out of it. Just
all right.
completely out of it.
I'm trying to keep you awake for your audience.
Russell Brand. Sorry. You fucked Russell Brand. Say it.
I didn't know. I didn't know any of this.
You're married.
I didn't know this.
So he's like an alien. Is my point. He's a very odd duck.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. He's a brilliant guy, but he's out there.
He'd be like one of those guys that would be in the Men in Black aliens that they're tracking. Do you remember that scene in the headquarters? There's a big board where
undercover aliens.
Yeah, they're all aliens.
Yeah.
And they're like Michael Jackson was there. People who just there's something a little different about them, you know. So
there's people that really do believe that. That believe that there's aliens amongst us.
Again, we live in a free country. I'm fine, but
well, you know what happens?
Evidence at some point should matter.
But you find out about like Russian agents that have been living in like New Jersey for like 30 years.
Well, that's the whole premise of the show.
Americans.
Yeah, the Americans, yeah.
Well, it's a real story, too.
Mhm.
I mean, it really has happened on multiple occasions. So they wonder, well, if the Russians want to do, what do the aliens want to do?
Yeah, so just find me one.
Yeah.
Maybe they are doing
Are
it.
you open-minded to that?
Of course. Oh, my gosh. No, who doesn't want to meet the aliens?
Do you wish?
I would love to meet the aliens. They're going to have technology that we don't have. I want to compare notes. I want to, oh my gosh. Oh, by the way, in the movie Arrival, with the
which one?
arthropod alien.
Okay, there's two Arrivals?
Well, there's an earlier Arrival with Charlie Sheen.
Yeah,
he played an astrophysicist, by the way.
That's a good one, too.
So this one is, it's like a septopus lands.
Yes.
It's got 7
freaky things that speak in ink.
Okay, speaking ink, right? So, so they said the physicist and an anthropologist, not anthropologist, a linguist, and I tweeted. I said, if aliens come, I would not send a physicist and a linguist. I would send an astrobiologist and a cryptographer. But then the linguist got all upset, and they started piling on.
The linguist piled on.
Yeah. She's not a linguist. She was if you're an anthropological linguist, what they all are. But you just look up the type, what her profession was. But anyhow, so they all piled on. But that's fine. It's acceptable. Because how many linguists are ever shown in a film? Right. So this was their time in the sun. Their big moment. So I get it. That's fine. But there are a couple of things. So, for example, there it is making these circles, and they're interpreting them. But it's making them on glass. So how did they know we weren't seeing them, the mirror image of what it was trying to communicate? That was not addressed in the film. But, yeah, I'd want to meet the aliens, as they did there. They were the military, of course. That will be a likely fact. But because your protection is of extreme importance. But here, this happens in all sci-fi movies. You go up to this thing, and you get lifted up against the force of gravity. At that point, I would just put down all my weapons because there's stuff going on that's way beyond your understanding of the laws of physics.
Yeah.
It's like pulling out your pistol and shooting at the spacecraft that crossed half the galaxy to come to you. What are you doing?
Yeah.
They are clearly superior to you in ways that you don't even know yet. So just find another way to do your talking rather than sending bullets their way.
But isn't that always the case in every film? I mean, it's always part of the
Yes.
narrative is that
Yeah.
the primitive people fuck it up for the advanced civilization that's coming here to help us.
Yeah, it's never been good for the less technologically advanced civilization.
Ever.
Ever.
Yeah.
Right.
And going on right now, currently.
And by the way,
undiscovered tribes.
not to sound pluggy, but one of the profiles here is of Captain Cook.
Ah.
Just a quick thing. I've visited Hawaii only a couple of times in my life. One of the times I saw Don Ho in the show.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And he was like, he only sat down. He was like big and heavy and old, and he died a couple of decades ago. But anyhow, Don Ho. He just tells Hawaiian stories, and one of them was about Captain Cook. And someone asked, well, whatever happened to Captain Cook? You know how he replies? He says, nobody's ever seen him.
For people listening, he's making things like he's picking things out of his feet.
Nobody's ever seen Captain Cook of late. So, the rumors are that he was eaten by Pacific Island natives.
That happened to a lot of pirates.
So watch what happens. So the Brits send Captain Cook to the South Pacific. Why? Well, you look at his marching orders, there's what's called a transit of Venus that's going to take place, visible only from the South Pacific. This is where Earth in our orbit and Venus in orbit are such that when Venus passes between us and the sun, it actually is exactly between us and the sun. You can watch it move, this circle move across the sun's surface.
Did they look at it through a device?
Yeah, that device, that filters. We're fine. Okay? So, if you measure that, you can learn the exact scale of the solar system. So you learn deep scientific knowledge about how far away the planets are and how far away the sun is from the Earth. It was not known with precision before that measurement was made. So Captain Cook goes on this voyage to do this. Well, it's a pretty expensive voyage. Oh, wait, flip over the marching orders. Oh, open the envelope. But while you're there, use these new navigation techniques that use the sun, moon, and stars and map every coastline you find and bring that information back to us. Within 10 years of Captain Cook navigating the South Pacific, as well as the northern coast of Australia and New Zealand, within 10 years, Britain took control over those coastlines, became part of the British Empire. Hegemony at its finest. On the premise that he's observing something about the universe, but there was a tandem role that he played.
I did not know they knew that much about the cycles of the planets, that they could be there. They knew accurately that they could be in
Part of the
ocean.
motivation of knowing any of this was navigation around the globe. Was navigation. How are you going to know where you are on Earth? You can get your latitude. That's just the altitude, the height of Polaris, the North Star above the horizon. Measure that at night. You can wait that long. Where do you know where you are in longitude? Ships would be shipwrecked. Millions of dollars worth of commerce would be at the bottom of the ocean because they didn't know where a coastline was. The only way you can measure coastline is if you have good navigational tools and tactics, which involves an accurate chronometer, a timekeeping device for your, and knowing what the sun, moon, and stars are doing in your sky. So the astronomer in that day was crucial to the mapping of the Earth. And who's mapping Earth? Is it just geologists for fun? No. It is nations wielding power over regions beyond their own coastlines. And I have a quote here. That's where this quote comes from. I got a guy from 1757, James Ferguson. 1757. Here's this quote. Of all the sciences cultivated by mankind, astronomy is acknowledged to be, and undoubtedly is, the most sublime, the most interesting, and the most useful. For by knowledge derived from this science, not only the bulk of the earth is discovered, but our very faculties are enlarged with the grandeur of the ideas it conveys. Our minds exalted above their low, contracted prejudices.
Whoa. That's
I gotta drop a mic on that. Here you go. Boom, drop that mic. So notice he lists mapping the earth first. Then he talks about how it exalts in our grandeur. So, yeah, it's an exercise in dominance, in hegemony, in power.
Under the guise of studying.
Well, it's not so much. It's just they
did it together.
They matter to one another.
Yeah.
It's
part of it.
It's part of it.
And they're using a sextant for all this?
So sextant helped. There's an octant a little earlier. The Muslims used an astrolabe. Okay, you've got. By the way, what's the number? It's a third. I forgot the fraction. Around a half of all stars that have names in the night sky have Arabic names. Because in the golden age of Islam, 1,000 years ago, navigation was a big deal, and they navigated using astrolabes, which is sort of the Islamic counterpart to the sextant and the octant that we used in the rest of Europe. Astrolabes are gorgeous. Oh, then they're works of art. They're brass. They're etched. There's writing. I sell them. You can buy replicas, but you're not getting the original. But
find astrolabe.
Yeah, astrolabe.
See what that looks like.
Oh yeah. So there's a thing that hangs down. There are different discs that you can replace depending on where you are on Earth to know where you are more accurately. So this is all navigation.
So it was almost like chips for a GPS device.
Yeah,
wow,
they're gorgeous. They're completely gorgeous.
Wow. What the fuck?
Yeah, and you carry them with you.
If you found that somewhere, you go, okay, aliens have been
Yeah, exactly. If you didn't otherwise know your history.
Like, look at that.
The size of that, that's about the size of a heavyweight champion's buckle belt.
So
belt buckle.
What is that thing doing?
So, yeah, it depends on where you are on Earth when you are. That's what I'm saying. So we're talking about this was, 1,000 years ago, this 700 years ago, 600 years ago, 500. The Ottoman Empire is spreading their influence, and they've got astrolabes. So this is Islam. You don't even learn about this in school. You only hear about the rest of Europe, Christian Europe. So this matters.
Incredible looking device.
Yes, and these are dials that turn.
It looks like a tribal tattoo. It doesn't even look like there's a rhyme or reason to it with all the claws and everything. Right. It completely looks like art. It looks like some bizarre.
Or it looks like an alien. Yeah. So again, if you're only listening, just Google astrolabe, and look at any of it. That's a more primitive one there.
Oh, wow.
A simpler one. And so that's 1602. So that one that has the spirit of an astrolabe, but I don't know that if they would have called that an astrolabe. But others they go way back, and so. The most decorated ones are the ones from the Middle East. Wow. But anyhow, the point is, GPS is no different from the navigation tools in concept, from the navigation tools that Captain Cook invoked for Britain to then take control over all the South Pacific that they did. It is, where are we, and do we know this information with precision? And so... And what happens if an enemy force takes out our GPS and we have so much dependent on it? What are we going to do? We've got people now working on using navigation by pulsars. Can't take those out, because those are cosmic. They're sending highly timed pulses that reach Earth in different places on the sky. And by measuring them, you can, and the time delay between one and the other, you can actually localize yourself on Earth's surface with extremely high precision and without any use of satellites. That's the future of navigation, where you are insulated from a rogue nation that might want to take out your satellites. Pulsars. And by the way, the Trump Space Force, there are a whole lot of Trump haters out there. But if you want to hate Trump rationally, you want to not hate him no matter what he says. You want to evaluate statement by statement what he says, right? That's what you need to do. He says, I want a Space Force. Well, let's think about that, okay? In the Second World War, there was the Air Force, except they were not their own branch. They were part of the Army. It was called the Army Air Force. And then we realized that command and control in the air needs different kinds of soldiers, because they have to be pilots. It's a different kind of decision making, different kinds of tactical actions you would have in the theater of operations. And so it was sensible to spawn off a new branch of the military called the Air Force. No one today would question whether that was a good idea. Today, you should know that operations in space, in the vacuum of the universe, is a different regime that you're operating in from moving through the air. Your hardware looks different. Your strategies are different. Your command and control is different. So it's not a crazy, just because it came out of Trump's mouth doesn't make it a crazy idea that you might want a Space Force. In fact, I had proposed a Space Force in 2001 when I was on a commission appointed by George W. Bush to explore the future of the United States aerospace industry, a commission of 12. So I put it on the table. We have Air Force generals there, former members of Congress, people from Lockheed Martin, and people said, well, the Air Force is currently overseeing space, United States Space Command. So everybody was happy with it, and so I said, okay, let's not worry about it. If everybody's happy, but as long as the needs of our presence in space grows, but more importantly, the size of our assets, as long as that continues to grow, what else would a military do beyond protecting your borders? They would protect your assets. And our space assets day by day, are growing by leaps and bounds. So it's not
assets meaning like satellites, stations,
and the value of those. It's not just the cost of the satellite; it's the value that's of the satellite to you.
Right.
The military is now creating a whole other GPS system that will be exclusive to them. And then they're going to see the current GPS too. And what have we done with GPS? This hard-earned engineering and physics and orbital mechanics. What have we done with the GPS? We now use it to find out who you want to mate with.
Oh, someone's in your area.
Yeah, this is Tinder. This is Grindr. This is show me mateable people within 20 square blocks of where I am. That's a GPS.
Okay, mate on Grindr.
You're right. I did look up the definition. Mate implies you're making a baby. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Who are you gonna have sex with? Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that has a certain economic value to society. So does Uber. So do all the things that so does UPS tracking their trucks.
Yeah.
So it's not the cost of the satellite; it's the value of the satellite to our economy. You want that protected.
Makes sense. Is there a Space Force currently? Like, is it real? Have they recruited?
There's the United States Space Command. So
is there anybody who's a general?
If we make a space, the generals in the Air Force overseeing Space Command. So if you're going to make a Space Force, you would offload the space activities of the Air Force
Space Command
to this U.S. Space Command primarily to the Space Force, and then add or subtract from that in whatever way is sensible given the needs. If we have a Space Force, you know what I want to see?
What?
I want them to protect us from asteroids. How about that for a defense program?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Do you want the government involved in that? Should it be something a little bit more thorough?
That's not how it works.
It's not. Scientists.
Yes, you just made a blanket anti-government decision because you were just an anti-government guy.
That's what people say.
Okay, so private enterprise is not good at doing expensive things that have never been done before.
Right. You need government money.
Government does it first. Okay?
Right.
Then you learn where the hostiles are, where the friendlies are, what patent did you need to make this happen. Then the venture capitalist meeting about whether I'm going to make a buck on it has some teeth in it. They say, how much will this cost? Well, we know because the government did it, and we think we can do it for half that price. Is it dangerous? Yes. The government did this, and they lost 2 people, but we will put protections in so we won't have that risk. What is the return on the investment? The government got no return because that wasn't the objective, but here's how we can bring them. So I'll do it second, I won't do it first. This is how you get the Dutch East India Trading Company. They were not the first Europeans to the New World. Because where's the edge of the earth? Will you find India? Where will you? What? You don't know any of this. I'm screaming at you, sorry. You don't know any of this. Columbus does it first. He can tell you where there's food and where there isn't, and where they want to kill you and where they don't. Then you hand that information to the mercantilists, and they make a buck after the fact.
So they come in.
They come in.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how modern airplanes came about. people are making planes in their garage. The government said this could be a cool thing. Let's pay them and have them compete to carry airmail. New kind of mail. Mail delivered by air. Oh, that's cool. So now I make an airplane because I want that contract. You say, no, you want the contract. You make an airplane that has more cargo, a better engine. You're cleverer. Now you just took the contract from me. Now I make a bigger airplane. And I said, oh, I see what he did there, but now I can improve on that. Now, wait a minute. I don't need to carry mail. I can carry people. And thus is born commercial airplane. Government basically bankrolted it, as did prize money for accomplishing certain achievements, like Lindbergh. No one talks about the fact that there was cash money available to him for having done flown across the Atlantic solo first. Cash money.
No kidding.
Yeah, he did it for the money. Yeah, as most of them did. Fly the longest, the highest, the fastest. Each of these had money associated with it. So this drove the marketplace. It was not whether you could make a product out of it initially, because you got to get over the early humps. You got to get through. You got to know what it is that works and what doesn't.
So, is there a plan with the Space Force? Like, are they going to make space weapons and space ships?
There's a treaty in the 1960s to which we are signatory. Okay, and I talk about it in Accessory to War. It's again, I feel so bad.
Plug it, baby.
No, I feel so.
Let me hold it.
No, yeah. Can you hold it? Yeah. I just feel, but it's the unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military. You look beautiful with that book.
Thank you.
Primarily because there's a bow and arrow here.
Oh, there is.
Being shot by
That's
Sagittarius
right.
that became a weapon and a missile. And you're a bow and arrow guy. Last I checked.
Yeah.
Got a freaking bow and arrow in the back room here.
Yes.
What are you afraid?
I practice.
When the zombies come
Yeah,
and they run out of bullets? Yeah.
Zombie son, I'm pulling that sword out like the chick from Walking Dead.
Oh.
Seems to be the best weapon. Everybody runs out of bullets.
Right.
The zombies are slow.
And her weapon is, in fact, a samurai
samurai
sword.
sword.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So, what was I saying before I interrupted myself?
Space Force.
Who's paying attention out there?
Weapons.
Asteroids.
Weaponizing space. So there's an
Yes.
outer space treaty for the peaceful uses of outer space, and it was in 1967. There's some modifications since then, but that's the basic one, and we are a signature to it. And so are the other major countries in the world.
Yeah, well, didn't we just break out of the Paris Accord? Just break out of that goddamn space pussy shit, too.
It's a beautiful document. It tries to be very forward-looking. If there's an astronaut from another country who is at risk, then you will go to help them without question. It's very kumbaya.
Okay.
So one of my sort of, now that I'm old and tired and I'm a realist, it's why should we promise to not kill each other in space when we are not successful at doing that here on Earth?
And we don't even promise to not
We
kill
don't
each
even
other.
promise to do it here on Earth.
Yeah.
Who are we to say, oh, well, we'll kill each other here, but in space we'll all hold hands?
Maybe
I don't have that much confidence in human conduct. I become cynical over my years, and I'm angry. Demonstrate to me that on Earth you know how to not kill one another. Then I'll believe your space treaty. That's all I'm saying here. Now, given that there is a treaty, it says you can't put heavy weapons in space. As I detail in one of the... Oh, by the way, I have a co-author on this. I started doing this 12 years ago. And it was like, I will never finish this for 1,000 years. I brought in a co-author, Avis Lang, who is a longtime editor of my essays that I've written for Natural Students. Just give a shout out to my co-author.
How does that work? So the
In this
co-author
case-
sort of takes your stuff and stitches it
Yeah,
together?
in this particular case, there are a lot of ways we collaborated. Some of them I just dictated entire chapters to her, but leaving out certain details that would require a nitty-gritty of sort of research just to get the right numbers and the right year and the right commander and the right this. But I know broadly how it happened in one sequence. And so then she would take that and shape that into a chapter. Other places I would say, this happened, and that happened. She would say, well, that wouldn't fit the narrative as it's coming together. Let's drop the middle one and take the other two. I'd say, great. So I'd write that up, and she would stitch it. She would graft it, is a better word, into the rest of what was going on. So this is, even though there are places here where I speak in first person, it's a co-written project. It's not ghostwritten. It's not, I'm just putting my name, but somebody else wrote. I mean, I write. I know how to write. So we're co-authors of this. But thanks for asking. That's good. So here's a problem that we detail here. People say, I don't want weapons in space. Okay, there's nothing more useless than a space weapon relative to Earth's surface. Okay, if you're in space, you're in orbit. Think it through. If I use your skull here, that's okay. Okay, if this is Earth, okay. Everything more spherical here, I guess not. I'm using your skull. Okay, all right. So this is Earth, okay, and I've got a satellite in orbit around the Earth, okay? And I say, okay, I want to weaponize the satellite, put a bomb in it, and I want to drop over some city. Some bad person wants to make that decision, right? Well, what's the city you want to hit? Well, it's up here somewhere.
So you got to drop it halfway there.
So you got to, well, no, it's not just that. These are not very high above the planet. And so you have to like change the orbit to align it so that it goes over your target. Satellites don't go over every spot on Earth.
Right.
They only go over the orbit that had been preset for it. Okay. We can already destroy a city with an intercontinental ballistic missile, and we can aim that. We can aim a missile to any place on Earth, and it'll get there in less than 45 minutes. And destroy the whole city with nuclear weapons. We can already do that. There is no advantage to putting nukes in space if that's your objective. Not only that, suppose there's a rogue satellite, and it's messing with you. It's beaming energy particles at you, and you want to take it out. How are you going to take it out? You're going to destroy it? Oh, now you break it into 1,000,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. Now each piece is moving 18,000 miles an hour, and put your own satellites at risk. That's the modern equivalent to in the First World War when they said, "Oh, we have a good idea because we can't shoot them in the trenches. Let's gas them out." So they have the mustard gas. Oops, the wind changed directions, and all of a sudden you become a victim of your own weapon, such as what happened in space if you go in and start exploding satellites out of orbit. So war in space is a different thing. It's not what you think it would be.
So what would they do?
So the peaceful use of outer space treaty allows you to have defensive things in space, not offensive, for defensive purposes. It allows that. So
treaty aside, though,
yeah.
What could you do? Could you have space?
A rogue state could take out our GPS satellites.
Okay, but
and render the military blind, and then you won't be able to pick up your Uber. You won't have anyone to have sex with tonight. That's the range of stuff that GPS applies to.
Right.
And so it'll affect our economy, it'll affect our security, and then our Navy can't talk to the Air Force can't talk to it, and that would be bad. Armies, wars are no longer fought just by how many soldiers have you lined up at the border. It's what have you done strategically to render your opponent, to weaken your opponent or render them incapable of fighting. This is why the attacks on September 11th worked. Because we had a policy that if someone wants to hijack a plane, you follow their instructions. You do not deny them their requests. Because the assumption was that if you deny their requests, they will start harming people. And if you follow their requests, it will delay when they harm them, if they harm them at all, and maybe everyone will end up safe. It was not in the game plan that they would crash the plane on purpose. Okay? So, September 12th, you will never again be able to do that to an American plane. Forget the extra X-rays that we're doing. A pilot will never relinquish the cockpit ever again. No matter who they're torturing in the back of the plane. No matter what they're doing, even if they're shooting people one by one, because the plane going down takes everybody out. So that was a pretty easy door to close, literally and figuratively, but no one saw it coming.
You know what drives me crazy? When they put that drink cart in the
Oh,
hallway
yeah.
to protect the pilot when they open the
I
door.
asked them about that. So it's just to delay you a fraction of a second to give them a chance to go in and lock the door. Right. It's you have to get through them and the flight attendant. That takes an extra second. You can't just run it. Plus, they don't even allow you to stand in the aisle while that's happening. They'll tell you to sit down.
Sit down.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you have to get out of your thing, charge the cart, and get through the cart and the flight attendant, who will be fighting for their life at this point. Okay, and because the plane is everything.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that opening though. You can get through there. Those ladies ain't gonna stop it. Nobody who really is physically.
So Joe Rogan has
capable.
already thought this through.
It's an unfortunate thing that my mind does.
The point is, you can.
I would never do it, of course.
You know what? I thought about not that, but I thought to myself, the plane that way, because I was like eyewitness September 11th, 6 blocks away. 6 walking blocks, 4
Did
blocks.
you actually witness the plane hit it?
No, because my view was blocked from the south. So, but I have camcorder footage of the explosion. Biggest explosion I've ever seen. And by the way, one thing I noticed is that there was no shockwave. I might have been the closest scientist to the event. So all I could do was apply every bit of physics that I know. There was no shockwave. I said, well, how can we have an explosion and no shockwave? And I later learned, if you can make a deflagration wave, you atomize fuel and then you spark, then the flame moves across the fuel. It's not a shock wave. It's just a deflagration wave, and therefore there's no shock wave. And so windows are not blown out a quarter mile away as they were in Oklahoma City with the bomb with Timothy McVeigh. Why am I bringing this up? What was I talking about? The plane. Oh yeah. So here's something I calculated. I said, if I was in a 767 and we're about to crash into a building, if I was in the last row of the plane, how much time would elapse before the front row crumbled and it met me in the back row? Given the speed of the plane going into the building.
500 miles an hour?
Yeah, but it's probably slower than that by then. I would say closer to 400. It's a known speed, and I don't know, but I don't think it was this. Because you can't turn at that high speed, and you have to like turn around and aim.
I'd have to say it's about a second.
Less. A fraction of a second. It's a fraction. So the question is, how long does it take a plane to go its own length?
Right.
When it's going at 400 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's a fraction of a second. So it's like, that's it. You can't even process that. So I figured that deaths were pretty quick.
Wow. Instantaneous.
Yes, basically instantaneous. You are pulverized pile of goo.
Are they planning on making spaceships that can shoot down other spaceships?
So any space wars would not be war between space and Earth. It would be between stuff in space. That's all.
Stuff in space, like
Space to
spaceships.
space. Yeah, space to space. Yeah.
Here's another question. What are they going to do with all that stuff that's just floating around up there?
The debris?
Yeah.
How about another task of a space force? Why don't you clean up space so that we can have tourism and not risk our lives by a paint chip or going 18,000 or bolt or a nut moving at 18,000 miles an hour that'll put a hole straight through you.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, I would like to see the portfolio of a space force, if there is a space force, broaden the scope of that to include protecting us from asteroids and figuring out a way to clean up the debris of space.
Is there a concept in place?
No.
No?
No.
Boy, when you look at that map, and I know the map is not the scale, but it shows you the known satellites in space.
Oh, well, it's to scale in the sense that they're there.
There's that many of them.
There's that many of them.
It's
It has those relative distance to the, but they have you can see their orbital line, so it feels crowded.
It's so crazy when you look at it. It's just like it's just littered, and we're continuing to launch new things up there.
Then I joke, I say, one of the reasons why we've never been visited by aliens is because they came to us and said, what is all that junk? What? Oh, crap, we're not risking out. Let's go to another planet.
Yeah, they didn't know the map of where everything was. They had to calculate their incoming.
Oh, forget it. Let's take on, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on your way in, you have to think about it going around in a circle.
If you were visiting another planet that had a civilization and they left a lot of crap in their atmosphere, you would, that's not the debris. Those are the satellites.
Yes.
So if you, that is debris. No, you got it. So the Air Force tracks debris, as does NASA. They both track debris, and sometimes launch windows spacecraft.
Pieces of shit that's floating around.
Jesus.
Look at that. That's crazy. You scrolling through all that?
Fast as I can.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, that is so nuts.
Yeah.
We're so crazy. We've only been doing this for 60 years.
Yeah, so you track it. Right.
When was the first satellite?
For satellite Sputnik. Excuse me.
What year? But what,
Excuse
when
me.
was
How,
that?
you're too far away from me to slap you.
Sorry. When was it?
Sputnik, October 4th, 1957. The first artificial anything in orbit around the Earth. And on that day,
piece of shit still up there?
there was only one thing.
One thing.
Only.
Wow. From 57 to 2018.
Right. So 60 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
One thing. That's crazy. And now, how many things?
Well, there's
You gotta
the
guess.
countless debris. There's hundreds of active satellites. There's thousands if you include the dead ones. And
Thousands of jets.
yeah, so we have no way to clean it up. Maybe it's some big vacuum one day. I don't know, but
Yeah.
space vacuum.
It'd have to be valuable.
You could probably sell space debris if you brought it back to Earth.
Yeah, people are dumb. They buy it. Wants the space debris in your house? Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to put this over here.
Speaking of debris, there was this asteroid that collided with Earth over Chelyabinsk in the Soviet Union, in Russia, sorry, just near the Siberia, in the Ural Mountains, just on the coast of Siberia, on the border of Siberia. That was visible to everybody in broad daylight, and you had to like avert your eyes when it happened. And they felt a shock wave. The shock wave broke windows and sent 600 people, nearly 1,000 people to the hospital. What happened? Well, because they saw the light and they got up from their table and went to the window to see what had happened. There's a time delay between the shock wave and the light, because light travels fast and sound travels slow. So they'll go to the windows and the shock wave hits and it blasts broken glass into their face. So it's a big Band-Aid collision that we had.
Wow.
The injured people all needed basically Band-Aids. Okay, no one died, but nearly 1,000 people were injured. So at an auction, by the way, that actually exploded and pieces of it were recovered. At an auction, I purchased a piece of that meteorite. But you know what else I purchased? Some of the shards of glass that the shockwave had broken.
What do you do with this shit?
I got it. It's just I have it. I'm a part of. It is a shot across our bow. That's what that. No one died.
But it's a warning.
There's no better way to be warned than to have a Band-Aid cover your injuries that could have vaporized you or rendered your species extinct.
What's crazy is the ones that don't even make impact and still do devastating damage.
Yes.
Like Tunguska.
Yes, that one didn't even touch Earth.
Yeah.
Right. It incinerated 10,000 square kilometers of forest.
Look at that.
Right.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so February 15th, 2013, and there was a...
Weighs over half a ton.
That
That little rock was 1,000 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Holy
That's just the
shit.
piece that made it through.
Is it iron?
Well, the actual piece would have been about the size of this room, so a small home.
Wow. So, but
Yeah.
that's amazing that small rock. Go back up to that again, please. Look at the size of that. That's not that
No,
big.
that's what's left over.
Right.
Most of it vaporized on the explosion as it came through the atmosphere.
Right, but they're saying that piece of it weighs 1,000 pounds.
Did they give the weight of it?
Yeah, it says it weighs over a half ton.
Yeah. Oh, half ton, 1,000 pounds.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That rock is that fucking heavy.
Yeah. So
Is it
the
made out of
soul.
iron?
Yes. Well, I have to read that to know for sure, but I think it was an iron meteorite.
I'll tell you something.
What?
I have a knife that was made out of a piece of meat.
Oh, as do I. Though they're beautiful.
Oh, yeah, it's a kitchen knife that I use.
Oh, see, mine is like a crocodile Dundee knife.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's not a knife.
that's a lot.
That's a knife. But it's waiting. I want to make get someone to make a handle for it. It's just the metal that would be that would then
forged.
It's a forged metal with the blade, but then you get a pearl handle attached to the base of it.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's a handleless, it's an unadorned piece of metal that would become a
Right.
a knife
But
you would
it's
carry with you.
sharpened.
Oh yeah, it's completely
shaped.
sharpened. Oh yeah.
Where's the fucking handle?
There is the metal hand. Have you ever seen kitchen knives?
Oh,
The metal goes all the way
metal.
down the center of the handle, and you
I've seen
screw
those.
wooden handles on the side.
So you just need the wooden
I just
part.
need the wood or the if I'm patenting it with the pearl.
You know, like a pearl revolver.
Yeah. Pearl pistol.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a part of history, and it's a reminder that if you want to think about the future of civilization, you have to include a defense plan against asteroids.
Yeah.
The dinosaurs, I bet if they could, they would have had a space program to not go extinct.
Thank you. Now, is there anything that we're doing now other than we're occasionally looking up?
Yeah, we're monitoring and cataloging.
Yeah, but we don't really know what to do if
so
something happens.
The day would come. Well, we know what to do. There's nothing fun to do. They're engineering conferences. How would you deflect an asteroid?
Okay.
How would you destroy an
If we
asteroid?
see one, and it's
If we see one,
away,
and
it's coming 100%.
yeah, kiss your ass goodbye.
That's
Right.
it.
We would have the power to tell you when you would die and what part of Earth it would hit.
Yeah, so there's people that have very delusional ideas about what we can and can't do with asteroids, and that drives me crazy.
Well, no,
I've
it's not
heard
that. We know how to.
Right,
I've seen the
in
engineering
place.
plans; they look very good, but there's nothing in place.
Right.
There's Project Sentinel. You can look it up. That has tasked themselves with organizing world governments to protect Earth from species-killing asteroids. And you need the world because you don't know in advance until it's discovered what part of Earth it's going to hit. And if it's going to hit in the Indian Ocean, and if the surrounding regions don't have a space program, are the countries that do have a space program going to sit idle? No, what you want to do is you want to have a fund, and every country pipes in a little bit of their GDP, and then or whatever. You measure it however you want it, whatever you think is fair. Do it the way the UN does it. Okay, so there's a tax of the world relative to your wealth, and then that money pays to save the world when we find something. That's how the Project Sentinel has thought this through.
So if there
Have
was
engineers and
something that had
scientists.
ample time, there's a possibility that they could actually implement some of these plans.
It's all about how much time you have, because what you want to do is go out and nudge it.
Right, a little bit.
A little bit. You just have to give it a sideways velocity relative to its path towards Earth. And if you do that early enough, the sideways velocity sort of accumulates.
Right, like a ship turning slightly over the ocean. Over the course of time, it'll deviate quite a bit.
Correct. So that angle grows. I mean, it's the same angle, but it spreads out. And the ocean example is perfect. It's a perfect analogy. So if you do that early enough, you do it enough so that it misses Earth, and it's still out there to harm you in another day, but it won't render you extinct on that passage.
How much time do we need today?
If I would say we could probably get something built in 10 years.
Oh, Jesus!
What?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, what did you just do? 10 years? I'm looking for a month.
And that's, oh no, oh my gosh.
So it's a year. If we have a year.
The good thing about species-killing asteroids is that they're large and visible.
What about city-killing ones? Them suckers slip through.
Yeah, they'll slip through. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but most of Earth's surface is not city, so it'll probably hit the ocean or land. But yeah, if it does, it would take out a city. Yeah. There's a branch of government, part of, I don't know if it survived the Trump changeover, but it's part of Homeland Security, where it worries about devastation to a region where the grid is taken out as well. So you can't bring emergency services that bring either food, water, medicines, any other form of transportation or communication.
How much thought is there to putting in a more robust grid?
What you would need is, that's a good point. So you need a grid that can sort of rewire itself rapidly to then bring power to a region. That's what you would need. And they're sort of doing that now, making a grid sort of lightning proof, power surge proof. I grew up in New York City, where there were a couple of very famous blackouts, one in 1966, another in 1978, I think. And it was like, whoa, how is this even allowed? You don't have a backup plan.
Yeah.
You don't have a way to rewire this, to redirect the electricity. So, yeah, you need that and you'd want that. And I thought the new grid is supposed to have those kinds of protections built into it, but I don't know enough about it It's a common.
Yeah, one impact,
Oh yeah,
one big one.
Yeah.
Takes out the grid.
takes out the grid.
And then what? Do you have solar power at your place?
We just put in solar panels.
You live
We
in
got
the
a place.
city.
I'm saying we have a place in the country that
Oh.
we escape to.
Yeah, that's a good move to have that escape spot.
Yeah.
You have a place in upstate New York?
No, it's up on Long Island. Yeah, I used to think of it as an escape because we thought of getting it after September 11th.
Yeah.
Got it go 2, something like that. But now it's just a good place for me to refuel and do a lot of good writing there and this sort of thing.
Look out for ticks.
Oh my gosh.
Long Island's overwhelmed with Lyme
And they
disease.
got a new tick apparently that prevents you from eating meat. I wonder if the
Yes.
vegetarians bred that.
Well, I think it's called the Lone Star tick, and
It prevents you from eating the meat of mammals.
Yes,
It's
it
like-
makes you allergic to alpha galactose. Is that what it is? It's alpha gal. Another great Radio Lab podcast.
Yeah, I
detailed.
think the vegans and the vegetarians. I think
They did it.
Yeah, I think
You still eat fish.
Yeah,
Still
just
eat chicken.
Not eat a mammal.
You
Yeah.
just can't eat red meat. It's something
Yeah.
in red meat. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the challenges.
Yeah.
Right,
Those
but
goddamn ticks.
yeah.
They are everywhere. And we looked at it the other day. Because I have quite a few friends that have Lyme disease. It's something you do keep for life.
Yeah.
And quite a few friends, like 7 or 8, I think at this point, that have devastating Lyme disease. And it's all East Coast people.
Yeah. What are they do? Making love in the brush? Like, what are they
Just
doing?
walking around, going
Yeah.
for a hike. You know?
Yes. Yeah. I'm a city person, so even though I moved to the country, I go for a hike on my deck. That's what,
You don't go anywhere?
no.
Just sit back.
Just look out. Yeah,
Really?
cool on the deck.
But you're out there in the gorgeous country. Don't you want to go wander around a little bit?
No. It's honestly not a thought. My wife,
Really?
who's from Alaska, has those thoughts all the time.
Oh,
But the power of ticks overwhelms her power of curiosity.
those are powerful people in Alaska. That's a different type of
Yeah,
human.
they're bred differently. up
Oh,
there.
they're
Yeah.
strong. Those people can survive.
Yeah.
They have a sense of unity up there. It's really interesting.
That unity, I think, comes from the fact that they're all in the same risk factors together.
Yep.
And if you and I have the same thing that can kill us, that makes
Yeah.
us friends.
It's also they're overwhelmed by nature. It's like they're overwhelmed by both its beauty and just the sheer evidence that you're insignificant.
I would say they're not overwhelmed; they are whelmed.
Yeah.
There's the right amount of whelm.
I have a buddy of mine who lived up there. A grizzly bear killed a moose in his driveway.
Ooh,
What?
right. That's the kind of stuff.
What? In the driveway. They had to be careful, like getting out of the house because
Yeah.
the bear had cached the moose.
When we first went up there, my brother-in-law, my wife's sister's husband, kept a loaded shotgun over their bed, so that when the door starts rattling in the middle of the night, the gun is in his arm's reach. And that was
Yeah.
good. That was good.
Yeah. Those fun things.
Yeah.
You ever seen one in real life?
I mean, zoo. I mean,
No.
captive.
Not a real one. Real one. There's a look they
Oh
give
no, I
you.
did. No.
Really?
We visited Denali Park, but I saw it's 500 yards away. It's not. I'm not any
Oh.
closer than that.
Denali Park, they're a little bit habitualized too, right?
No, that's pretty wild.
Oh, Denali
Don't
Park.
confuse
is in
it
Alaska.
with Jellystone Park.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
of something different.
You're thinking of Jellystone Park.
Denali Park is what's that near? What part of Alaska is that near?
It's got Mount McKinley. It's got Denali, the mountain,
Right.
in it. So where is it? It's I forgot geographically, but
That's not like near the Brooks Range, right?
no, I couldn't tell you. I'm not mountain range fluent.
There's just the sheer size of Alaska when you actually look at
Oh,
it
yeah.
over the United States.
Oh,
When
yeah.
you superimpose it, you go, oh,
Yeah.
what?
You want to know another one? You want to know another one?
Yeah.
The size of Africa relative to the
we've done
United
that
States. You've done
gang
that.
of times.
Oh,
Yeah,
excellent.
everything fits in there.
Everything fits in. There's like 5 United States.
It's
fit in
crazy.
Africa.
Well,
Yeah.
literally everything fits in there. That's like most of the world
Yeah.
fits in there.
United States plus Europe plus
Asia, China.
China.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's a giant place. But what's really interesting about Alaska is how few people are there.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's such a
Population
large,
density.
Yeah, population density is so light. But Anchorage is a really cool city. Like if you go there, you're like, oh, this is a cool ass town.
Yeah.
Nice people. But if you go there in the summer, bring some things to cover your eyes.
Oh, Why?
Because when you're going to bed at night, you're going to bed
Oh,
during the day.
Yeah. So my wife said in the winter when they go to school in dark, it's not nighttime, it's just dark.
Yeah.
They don't use night and day. It's dark and light.
Yeah, because it's only light for a few hours.
Yeah, so that's light, and then it's dark.
Did you ever see that movie? What was it called? 30 Days of Night? Vampire movie about Alaska?
No.
Yeah, the vampires came to. It was actually
I've seen
a
like
pretty fun movie.
one vampire movie in my
I
life.
like vampire movies.
I have nothing against them.
You
They
got
just
too
don't.
much smarts.
They don't
sir.
call to me. They don't. I
You
don't.
can't put that.
I don't see the romance of getting bitten in the neck.
Well, it's not romance. It's scary.
Actually, I think the what's that
Twilight
series?
series?
No,
You
no,
like
the other.
those?
No,
Tell me you liked it.
the other series. Underworld. The Underworld series.
Underworld.
I've seen a few of those.
Did you like those?
Those are fun.
Those are the dumbest ones.
Yeah, no.
Those are the ones that the Twilight fans make fun of.
No, I just like the fact that there's a lead woman kicking ass.
Oh,
I like
you're
women,
one of those guys.
women who kick
I
ass.
get it. Go ahead. Do your show.
I love women.
Put on your little show.
Women-
I love when women are winning.
Women
Yay!
who kick ass. No, it's just fun. It's just
Well,
fun.
then you must love Alien, the original Alien.
Yeah, that's
We
good.
talked about Ripley from Aliens,
Oh,
Sigourney
yeah.
Weaver. She's original female movie badass.
Well, no, they go before her, and I just reminded
Barbarella?
myself of this. Is it Barbara Rigg?
Barbarella?
No, Barbara Rigg, I think is her name. She was the woman in the original British series, The Avengers.
Oh yeah, that's true. But that was hokey.
Yeah, but she was wearing black leather
that's
and
true.
knew martial arts and kicked ass.
Wasn't believable. But
In a day
Sigourney
when you-
Weaver was believable. Like when she's shooting that thing, like
Yeah.
you bite. Like look, she's throwing guys.
Oh,
in the air.
yeah. Okay.
Get the
Sorry.
fuck out of here
Sorry.
with this.
Okay.
Listen,
sorry.
this to me is like to you when you're making fun
But
of
wait. We got it.
astrophysics
Okay.
mistakes that they make in these movies about space.
Yeah.
This shit drives me crazy. When
Yeah.
people just flipping people through the air and
Uh-huh.
kicking them and they fly off buildings. Stop! You're driving me fucking crazy.
Actually, I have a tweet. I think I should post it now. No, the
Yeah.
tweet's too long. I gotta type
Are
it
you
up.
one of those dangerous guys that doesn't put a case in your phone? You have the fucking
Yeah, I don't
the,
put a case
the
on it.
escape in your on your phone. Your lock screen is the Stonehenge of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, Manhattan Henge. That's what. Sorry.
And you have no case in your phone, so
No.
you're a risk taker.
Right. No. So you can think of it as risk taking, or when I got the phone, because I admire how thin this is.
Right.
I like technology
Yeah.
serving me.
Sleek.
Okay. So what I do when I got the phone, I said, "Let me do this with it." Okay.
Flip it around.
Yes. And I reminded myself, why do in the military cadets, why do they twirl their gun? Of what possible value is this in combat? Why do they do these things with their gun? And then I realized you're not supposed to drop your gun. Ever. Ever. So if you twirl the gun and you don't drop it, it means stuff can happen to you in combat and it is always attached to your body. So I said so when I got my phone, I said, let me just do this. Okay, let me just do this. If I pick up the phone and
Drop it.
okay.
Jesus Christ.
So when you do that, then you never drop your phone. So it's not that I'm a risk taker, it's that I've changed my risk to make it so low that it essentially won't happen.
And you got Apple Care. Did you get Apple Care?
No.
You didn't?
No. Of
You
course
don't
not.
get Apple Care?
No.
You're a risk taker.
First, I fix my own damn computer. Second,
How are you going to fix your own damn phone? If the screen breaks, you're going to get in there with a screwdriver and pop that bitch out? Put a new one in?
the key phrase is that if the screen breaks.
You're not going to drop it. So
That's
don't worry
correct.
about
I also carry relatively expensive fountain pens.
that. What happens with that?
I never lose them.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If
So-
you always lose your pens, it means you're not spending enough money on them.
Right, like sunglasses.
Exactly.
I've had the same pair of sunglasses now for a record number of times.
Right.
When
That
I
meant
say
it cost
that,
you $200 to
I'll
get them.
fucking lose them. They're just my favorite ones.
Yeah,
Actually, I
okay.
got them for free. Shout out to Skeleton Sunglasses.
Oh,
Skeleton Optics. Zeiss lenses.
Zeiss. Oh,
Zeiss.
Zeiss.
Powerful fucking
They
sunglasses.
invented the planetarium projector.
Did they really?
Yes, they did.
They make some badass
1923. 1923.
Yeah, shout out
They
to
invented
Zeiss. But I've had the same sunglasses now, I think,
You're doing
for
well
like
here.
6 months. Just these fat, stupid fingers.
So once you get that, then it doesn't drop. So it's not that I'm a risk taker, is I've changed the risk so that it's low enough so that it is on par with other risks that you take routinely.
I smoke a lot of pot, dude. This is gonna drop if I keep doing this.
Also, the things if you pick up the phone with one hand and it's upside down, you hold it in places where the center of gravity flips it.
But you also have some sort of skin in the back.
It's just a sector of Van Gogh's Starry Night. Yeah, but it's not. There's no texture to this. It's just a slippery.
Feel that?
Yeah, it's slippery like anything
What is
else.
it? Oh, it's the skin.
It's skin.
Definitely more texture.
Let me see.
Slicker. It's covered
Okay,
with
but that's not
glass.
why it's there. But my point is that's not why it's there.
But it'll aid in the friction.
A little
As
bit.
a scientist, you should
Okay,
recognize this.
friction is good.
Yes, I mean, isn't it one of the things they decided to do to asteroids to change their path? Spray some goo on them, and it'll literally cause more friction in the air and cause them to deviate slightly from their path
No.
over a long period of time.
I don't know where you just pull that out of your ass
Yeah,
in
there's
that
some
moment.
spray.
In that moment.
No, I read that. Maybe it was some dummy who wrote it. And
In
I
the
read it.
vacuum of space, there
Yes.
is no friction. So
But isn't there some shit they could put on if it's traveling, right?
yes,
Isn't there something they could put on that would aerodynamically change its path?
in the vacuum of space, there is no aerodynamics.
Okay, so it's moving. Or there's
By the
not-
time it hits Earth's atmosphere, it's too late.
So there was a coating that they were planning on putting on some aspect of. Would it be the act of putting the coating on?
No, so what you would do is, what you may be thinking of, there's a coating you can put on an asteroid that differently absorbs sunlight relative to the other side.
Oh, so it causes the spin.
That can create a vector of motion.
Spray painting
painting
asteroids could protect
Yeah.
Earth from space rock threat.
Okay, so there you go.
That sounds like some clickbaity shit right there. That's some clickbaity
Yeah.
shit.
hmm
Okay.
Change the amount of sunlight reflected by the space rock. But you would not do that to the
Nudging.
entire rock. You do it to a part of the rock.
Potentially nudging it away from Earth
Mhm.
and the accumulated push provided by many thermal photons as
Yeah.
they radiate from the
Yeah.
asteroid surface. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I didn't think that through very well.
And somehow you added KY jelly to this.
I'm trying to flip this phone still.
Yeah.
Yeah. My friend Andrew Santino, he carries this bitch around case free. I admire him. He's a braver man than I.
So do we? I sent you a list of topics. Did we hit all of them? Yeah, we hit all of them.
We didn't hit innovation in
Oh,
other
here's one.
countries.
No, here's one.
Oh, we never even got the cars.
Yeah,
Why,
let
there's
me
no
just-
flying cars.
Why there'll never be flying cars?
Yeah.
May I
We
share this
started
with you?
with this, please.
Okay.
Since we're 2 hours and 40 minutes in.
Is that allowed? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we're flying, dude.
No, but people don't have 3 hours to do they?
Oh, we do it all the time.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, are you sure?
100%. Yeah.
This is not. You sure?
Yeah.
Average podcast right now. Like,
Average.
Really,
Yeah.
dude? I'm honored.
Please.
You're average.
The ones we've done, we've all been like close to 3 hours.
Okay. All right.
In the
Here you go.
neighborhood.
Here you go.
Is that a ding?
Yeah.
That's rude.
Okay. So let me.
I flipped it. I turned that goddamn switch on.
Okay. So let's go back to. Let's go back to why anyone would want a flying car in the first place.
Because they're an asshole.
Okay. No, here it is.
Stuck in traffic.
So here it
Better
is.
than everybody.
So let's watch. Let's say there was only one road.
Okay.
Okay. That was the width of your car. And you're driving on this road, and there are cars behind you. The fastest you could go on that road is the speed of the slowest car on the road.
Right.
Make sense?
Yes.
This is travel in one dimension. That sucks. What you really want is travel in 2 dimensions. So you take the road and widen it. Let's make 2 lanes. 2 lanes in one direction. You can have 2 the other way as well. That doesn't matter here. Now you have 2 lanes. So now I can go around you. Your slow-ass car. Okay? And that's fine. This is a great improvement on one-dimensional travel. Now it's 2 dimensions. Okay? I can shift left or right, as well as move forward or backwards to move. And the more lanes you have, the more 2-dimensional that is. Okay? The 405 here in Los Angeles, what is it, 6 lanes each? Is 12 freaking lanes? Okay? You are fully exploiting the 2-dimensionality of travel. But you still have so many cars that you say to yourself, want to bypass this traffic. If you went from 1 dimension to 2 dimensions, bypassing is just another lane. But now all 12 lanes are plugged, and you want to bypass it. So you're thinking, I need to travel in another dimension. I want to travel in the 3rd dimension. If I do that, I can bypass all these cars. I want a flying car.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the point is, we already have flying cars. They're called helicopters.
Well, the helicopters were originally invented for that.
They're called helicopters. They're noisy. They have to create a downward thrust of air equal to its own weight. If you're going to have a flying car, that's what it's going to have to do.
Right.
They're noisy. They completely disrupt the terrain wherever they fly. So the issue is not that you want a flying car. You want to travel in that 3rd dimension. You already do that.
How do we do that?
They're called tunnels. They're called bridges. When you have a huge intersection, you don't move people through one another. You build one road over the other. You build one road under the other. You are exploiting 3 dimensions so that traffic can go in perpendicular directions simultaneously. That's what the flying cars would have given you. But we do that at intersections because it would be impossible to move 12 lanes of traffic through an intersection that crossed another freeway. New York City has done this. We do this. You're in the streets, there's too many cars, you can't move. Let's move in the 3rd dimension. Let's build a subway.
This sounds like a guy who's trying to sell me something.
I'm telling you,
better than a flying car. This is what it sounds like. You're like, listen, man, that flying car's bullshit. I'll tell you what. You can buy a flying car.
I want you to appreciate moving in the 3rd dimension.
I do appreciate
The New York City subway system moves 1 billion people a year. And they all go in the 3rd dimension, beneath the ground, through tunnels that are layered on top of one another.
Well, the New York City subway system is amazing.
How
no doubt about
you
it.
can move that many people.
It's great, but it's not as good as a flying car.
It's not as cool as a flying car, but it's as effective as a flying car.
No, not for a person who has a flying car. A person with a flying car doesn't have to get in line. You don't have to get on the subway. You don't have to have a token. You don't have to go through a turnstile. You have to deal with some guy who's rubbing his body up against yours. Flying car is shit. You just fly around.
I'm just saying.
It's like a boat.
Tunnels,
but for the air,
and bridges are flying cars.
Beautiful thing about a boat is you just go wherever you want to go.
Now, here's the thing.
It's kind of, you don't have to call air traffic control and say I'm turning left.
I'm going to take you to another dimension. No, someone will have to know where the hell your flying car is going. Just the same way traffic rules matter in a street. It's not a free-for-all. It
is with boats.
And you know what happens if a car fails?
Falls.
It's just on the ground. It just stops.
Right.
And if a flying car fails, you're dead.
Right.
Okay. So I want to add another dimension to this conversation.
Oh,
you ready?
Elon Musk, his tunnels.
Okay.
Around.
Ready? Exactly. So watch. Here's a desk in front of me. Okay. It's a physical desk, and I have a lot of sheets of paper, and so I lay them side by side. I tile the desk with all my sheets of paper. Then there's no desk surface left. I ran out of 2-dimensional space. If I want to store more pages on my desk, what do? I get one of those organizers. Mm-hmm. I've just introduced a 3rd dimension. Mm-hmm. So now I can have pages in another dimension sitting above the page that was previously occupying another place that I couldn't have put another sheet. Mm-hmm. That's 3 dimensions.
Yes.
Okay. If we were 2-dimensional people, we would wonder what happened to that sheet of paper because we have no access to that 3rd dimension. It would just left our universe.
At this point, I'd be trying to back out of the showroom and I'd say, thank you, but I'm going to go to the flying car place.
So now watch. But look at how much you've increased your storage by introducing another dimension. Now imagine a 4th spatial dimension. We don't have access to that. But we're now filling all 3 dimensions. And a 4-dimensional creature will say, well, just put it up in this direction.
What would be the 4th dimension in that regard?
You can't imagine it. because our brain evolved in 3 dimensions. We can describe it mathematically.
With the wormhole in
with
Pasadena that takes you
precision.
downtown LA. Boing. Boing.
So our storage needs would be, you could open a door, put it through this portal to the 4th dimension,
Right.
and close the door and look on the other side of the door and nothing would be there.
Yeah.
Just the way on the surface of the desk, if you live in the surface of the desk, someone opens a door, they put the paper through the door, close the door, and you look around it and you say, where did it go? I have no idea, because you can't even see. You can't even imagine that 3rd dimension. We cannot imagine a 4th dimension. But if the world one day gets so crowded that even 3-dimensional space has traffic, access to a 4th dimension would greatly help that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Getting people to step through. What is this, Jamie?
It's a flying thing that just came out last week.
Oh, look at this thing. Wait, that's CGI.
That part seems CGI, but it's actually flying over grass.
What? Look at this thing. What is it? Solar powered?
I don't know.
Huh?
It's the trailer, like showing it, describing it.
Does
maybe
it have
a little bit.
sound? Does it make sound?
You know what it looks like? It looks like a human-sized drone.
Yes, it's exactly what it looks like. Okay, what about something like this? What about something like this with really powerful magnets all outside the outer edge so it repels against other drones?
So you want a maglev flying car.
So if you get so close, like
Oh, I see. It'll be like a
you can't
force field.
slam into each other.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it'll be like a bumper car.
Yes.
But with cushions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, some sort of electromagnetic force field that, everyone agrees that you don't have ones that are attracted to each other but are opposed.
By the way, see how big that human-sized drone is? Have you ever heard how loud a drone is?
Fucking loud.
Yeah, you can't even have a conversation.
Yeah, I got an asshole in my neighborhood flies one around.
That's what shotguns are for.
Yeah, I wish I
I've
had
never
one.
fired a gun in my life,
Yeah.
but the first time I ever used one, it's to shoot the drone that's going to be looking through my window at my apartment.
Oh yeah, this is fucking asshole in my neighborhood. He flies it out all over people's yards. But I can't uncork a show. They already think I'm crazy. There's no way. And if I shoot it with a bow and arrow, I'm not sure I'll hit it.
By the way, did that video have sound accompanying with
It
it?
has a little bit. There's music and some description of it.
Well, it's music, but it's not the actual sound of those propellers.
You know this, but they have on their webpage here that it's quieter than a car on a freeway.
What? It's quieter than an electric car.
Noise.
At 150 feet away.
Measured at 150 feet.
That's incredible.
Because it's about the same as a car.
Well, it says
The motorcycles
electric,
don't count.
so they're counting that as an electric car, though.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
Yeah, gasoline cars on
Okay,
the bottom, but what is that?
But cars today are
That's
not.
in top.
Wait, just
That's
to be-
energy consumption. I don't know if they're using the same icon to represent. See, they're using the same
So it's
icon
an
for
electric car.
electric car.
So it's the
but
sound of an
but
electric car.
But no.
So there's no engine there.
But no, don't get deceived there because that's energy consumption. See, energy consumption uses the same icon for electric cars as it does for gasoline car. And then down below, see it says noise. It shows highway, just car. It doesn't tell you
Which of
76
those?
dBA. Yeah.
Right.
There's no way 76 dBA is the sound because electric cars far quieter than a regular car. All you hear is the
Right.
drone of the tires.
So, but what happens is above a certain speed, the aerodynamic noise is greater than the. So in a landing
tire.
airplane, see, here's what you do. You live in LA.
Yeah.
Go to the In-N-Out near LAX, which is right near a landing strip. Okay.
Yeah.
And listen to the sound of the planes as they come in for a landing. Most of that sound is airfoil noise, not engine noise.
Ah.
Which is why you can pretty much still maintain a conversation. You're old enough, we remember a plane would fly overhead in a city and you'd have to halt your conversation until it finished.
Why? What happened?
Engines got quieter and quieter, which enabled people to build real estate closer and closer to airports and not have a sound problem.
It's poor fucks.
But it didn't happen overnight. It was slow and steady.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I
It's
forgot about
airfoil
that.
noise.
I forgot that you had to stop talking when.
Oh,
trains
I
were
remember it.
flying
In
by.
fact, Shea Stadium in New York City, near LaGuardia Airport, the announcers had to stop anytime a plane flew over it. They couldn't announce the game.
Wow. That's crazy.
And when the Mets were in the World Series in 1969, Mayor Lindsay redirected the airport traffic to not fly over the World Series games.
Wow.
I thought that was a badass move of his, Mayor Lindsay. 1969.
Wow.
Yeah.
I completely forgot how loud planes used to
Used to be correct, and now it's a sound that's in quote the noise of the street. You don't even stop and notice it.
You didn't even pay attention at all. You barely hear it.
You barely hear it. And so next time you're at a runway, and when it's landing, it's much noisier taking off because it's got to gain altitude.
Right.
But coming down, it's most of that sound is glider noise. And evidence of this is the noise of air going over the airfoil of the fuselage. If you know the moment they deploy the landing gear. Next time you're in an airplane, when they say we are clear for landing, just listen.
Yeah.
Listen to the ambient sound of the plane. Then listen to the sound after they deploy the landing. It's 3 times as loud.
It ramps up hard.
Hard because of the sound of the air going around something that's not aerodynamic. The freaking wheels. Oh yeah.
I just never, for whatever reason, I never remembered that airplanes used to be louder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think about it all the time.
So why can't I have a flying car?
You want the drone flying car?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need
You wouldn't want it?
that would look ugly if 2 of those collide in the sky.
But what about my magnet theory?
What now it's got to have more power to lift the weight of the magnet.
Solar, bro.
Plus, you get some testosterone-infused guy who doesn't want to let you ahead of them. You try to bump you,
that kind
and
of
then
shit.
you break the propeller, and then you both fall out of the sky.
Sky rage.
Sky rage.
Oh,
It's a lot of
sky rage.
But you know what it'll do? It'll cull the herd of testosterone-driven men.
Okay, but what if they do it, but the only way they work is through like the same sort of Tesla system that allows them to have, automated cars?
Auto. Yeah. No, if you have automated cars, you don't need flying cars.
Yeah, you do.
Because first
Still too many of us.
there'll be fewer cars on the road.
What? How do you figure that?
Oh my gosh!
If you have automated cars, there'll be fewer cars on the road.
Yes.
How so?
How so?
How so?
Because
what?
your second greatest asset, your car, most people's second greatest asset, spends 90% of its time doing nothing. You drive to work and it's parked.
Okay.
You come home and it's parked.
Right.
90% of its time doing nothing.
Okay.
I come to work 10 minutes after you, a half hour after you, an hour after you. I'm using your car.
You're not using my car. I'm telling you right now, you're not using my car. No one's using anybody's car.
I forgot. This is L.A.
This
you go to
shit's
New
not
York.
gonna happen.
Okay, for people
Even
where
in
the
New York,
where
they
car
just steal your car.
is a utility rather than something you're trying to get chicks with on the street corner.
Oh, stop! People try to get chicks in New York too. Don't try.
Not
to
with their
pass me.
cars.
There's a lot of people that do.
Nobody has cars.
But if you do, you're a baller. You got one of them spots that costs you $1,000 a month. Woo, baby! I've seen some fancy cars when I've been in New York City.
There's some fancy cars, but that's not. It's not it.
It's not 100%.
It's not 100%.
Yeah, but that's just that one stupid spot where
You could
everybody's
still
stacked on
own the
top of each
car,
other.
but you'll be relegated to a lane where you won't be able to drive as fast as the automated car. Consider that if you're in a self-driving car and it wants to change lanes, it communicates that to other self-driving cars near it.
The other self-driving cars tell you to fuck off.
No.
You have a program like that. Now I have a rude
This is
self-driving
a Joe
car.
Rogan upload.
You have some rude Russian bot car that's not letting anybody in.
The Joe Rogan upload.
I feel like it wouldn't change anything if there's automated cars in Los Angeles. I really do. I don't think there'd be any less traffic. I just think
They're going to make a lane that'll take automated cars and it'll go 120 miles an hour. And watching everybody with their wasted horsepower stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
I was tweeting. I was in LA and I was in like a Prius, and we passed a Lamborghini doing 40 miles an hour, and that seemed so embarrassing to the Lamborghini. Lamborghini going 30 miles an hour. We're doing 40 miles an hour, and we passed the Lamborghini.
Felt better?
No, it was like, why do you have a Lamborghini?
Because there's sometimes when there's no one on the road.
Not from what I've ever seen.
You just gotta
in
go
Los
late at
Angeles.
night. You got a Lamborghini, you drive late at night. Whoa, whoa.
The Lamborghini is the peacock feathers, as best as I can judge.
Have you ever driven one?
No.
They're wonderful. It's a marvel of engineering and science. You should appreciate it.
It's good.
They can go 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds.
You're still burning gas.
Oh, you don't like gas?
Not if I don't have to.
Do you prefer electric? Like if you had a car, if you lived in, if for whatever reason the planetarium decided, look, Neil, you're the best ever, and we opened up the most amazing spot ever. It's in Los Angeles, California, and we'd love you to relocate and bring Star Talk
I'd have to
over
have
here.
a car. If I was forced to relocate and I had only one car, I'd get an electric car.
Really?
Probably a Tesla.
Would you get a Prius or a Tesla? Would you go?
Oh, definitely Tesla.
Oh, yeah, you would.
Yeah, I mean, if I like,
Drop
it's
around
their
that
performance car.
slice of cheese.
Nothing against Prius. I'm just saying.
Wedge.
No, it's an important car that set a lot of other manufacturers into motion
Yes.
to try to, there's a dynamic.
It's a shit box.
There's a dynamic there
Tesla's
where
a nice car.
one thing happens and then
Yeah.
drives something else that makes that happen. But when you plug your car into the wall, you're not asking yourself, I wonder where this power comes from. It can come from any one of a dozen sources.
Right.
Like hydro, it could solar panels, it could tidal energy, it could come from nukes, it could come from oil or coal, come from any of
What
those.
about clean coal? Have you heard about this clean coal? The president's been tweeting about it. Clean coal, all capital letters.
yeah.
I'm like, whoa. I didn't know about that. I
Yeah.
thought it was just fucking coal.
Yeah, I don't.
Clean coal. That's what he retweeted.
So here's my point: if you can power things with a choice of a dozen sources of energy, then those sources of energy compete with one another for your business.
Mm.
If the price of oil goes up, you say, I'm not going to generate power with oil. I'm
Right.
going to use and I have a wind farm and I come online. I'm going to sell you my wind energy. You're the power company. You buy my wind energy. You send that power to the wall outlet, and you charging your car don't know and don't care where that energy came from. There's a book called Turning Oil into Salt. Look it up so we can mention.
Turning oil into salt.
Correct.
Why would you want to do that?
There was a day when salt was a strategic commodity.
Yes.
There was no other known way to preserve food from the autumn harvest to the spring set of crops. So food got salted. Okay.
Yeah.
There's the book. What's the woman's name? Gail Luft and Ann Corinth. Okay. So I'm now describing the thesis of that book. Okay. Turning oil into salt. So here's what you do. So we had salt. If I took away your salt reserves, you would starve over the winter. So everybody knew where their salt came from. Everybody knew how much their salt cost. Do you realize that General Grant, destroyed the salt reserves of the Southern Confederacy, knowing that would force them faster to surrender because they wouldn't have food reserves to last through the winter? I, growing up, did not understand the phrase, you are the salt of the earth. Salt gives you high blood pressure. What do you mean the salt of the earth?
Stop saying that. That's not true.
Sodium does.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
We have too much of it.
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, but let's get that in a minute. We can finish the thing. Okay? So,
I think you have to have something wrong with you for that to happen.
there's whether it's chronic or not. That I agree with you there. The chronic high blood pressure is not just the salt. Right. But I can increase my blood pressure now by not peeing and taking and ingesting salt.
By not peeing. Why would you not pee?
Well, because you retain the water and it pumps through. This is what the salt does. You retain the water. And let me get back to the thing. Sorry, we're talking about energy. Okay, so I said salt of the earth. Why is that a compliment? I remember thinking to myself. But there was a day when salt really mattered. Okay? All right. So what happens? The 19th century, we figure out how to can foods. You can have berries and put them. We can them. You seal. You can make preserves. So the name of the food is what it is.
Right.
It's preserved. Okay. So now there's another way to protect your food, to have it last through times when you don't have crops. Wait a minute. Refrigeration we have electricity. I can refrigerate. Wait a minute. I can now freeze food. I got a half dozen ways I can eat over the winter, and only one of them is salt. So now, salt has lost its strategic value. Lost its mojo. It's still there. We still eat salted foods as a flavor.
But it's a different thing.
Culture's a different thing now. It's a matter of choice, not a matter of necessity. A lot of great foods came out of that. The salted pork and the bacon and the very tasty foods came out of that movement. Okay. So right now, when you buy salt, do you know where it came from? No, unless you get Hawaiian salt. Unless you get gourmet salt from Whole Foods. You just buying Morton salt. Do you know where it came from? No. Do you remember how much it cost? No. It's too cheap for you to even remember that. Okay. If you're going to turn oil into salt, what you're doing is you're turning energy into salt. That's the value of a plug in the wall. Design a car that can run on 5 different kinds of energy. Then oil has to compete with the other kinds of energy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So have an engine that's works on hydrogen.
Correct. Yeah. Fuel cells, batteries.
So they have hybrids now that work on 2 different things.
It's a start. But my point is, if you do that, then we no longer fight wars for oil. Maybe you don't fight
For freedom? How about freedom, bro?
Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free.
We just did 3 hours.
3 hours, how much?
Isn't it crazy how time flies by?
Dude.
Astrophysics for people in a hurry.
This is old. And this
The old
is,
one's
well, no, if you're in a
still
hurry.
on the New York Times bestseller list.
Crazy fact.
7
Crazy
weeks.
fact. 67 weeks.
67
Crazy
weeks.
fact.
The unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military.
That's not even out yet.
Accessory to war.
You can of course you can pre-order, but it's not out yet. They like it if you pre-order, so they know how to print in the thing. You got your
greasy hands.
That's if you're not in a hurry.
I'm learning some things that you're not. Look, I'm reading.
Don't buy this book if you're not in a hurry.
Yeah, this is a long form book.
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, you have to do some thinking. There's no pictures. I just jumped.
That's why you were thumbing it.
Never know. Neil deGrasse Tyson, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Star Talk Radio. It's a podcast. It's also on
Nat Geo. Yeah,
Nat Geo
it's on Sirius XM, channel 121, the Insight channel, I might add, and Cosmos. Look for Cosmos in the spring.
Beautiful.
The date isn't announced yet. But
thank you, sir.
We
Always
got
a pleasure. Always a
Love
pleasure.
you, man.
Love you too.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I've got a new man crush that I need to teach you about.
Uh-oh.
And he died 60 years ago, so it's okay. I'm sorry. So, Jamie, I think this guy might have the best top paragraph Wikipedia description in history. Can you just Google the unkillable soldier, and you'll see a Wikipedia entry at the top.
Is this a real human?
Real human.
When did he live?
1880 until about 1960 or so. So he went through Sir Adrian Carton. Sir Adrian.
No, in the beginning of the movie, that's the legend.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not a real guy.
But this is a Scandinavian movie, isn't it? No,
It's a British guy. It's a good
Is it
British.
Swedish? Who made Sister? Did you see Sister?
No.
Bro.
What is it?
It's amazing.
What is it?
Is it John Wick in World War II? It's this one fucking badass soldier that kills all the Nazis. It's incredible. It's one of the most satisfying revenge movies.
Yeah, so go to his Wikipedia, Adrian Carton de Watt. I think he might have the best. There it is. Lieutenant General Sir Adrian Paul Ghislaine Carton de Watt was a British Army soldier officer born of Belgian and Irish parents. He was awarded the Victoria Cross, the highest military decoration awarded for valor in the face of the enemy in various Commonwealth countries. He served in the Boer War, First World War, and Second World War. He was shot in the face, head, stomach, ankle, leg, hip, and ear, was blinded in his left eye, survived 2 plane crashes, tunneled out to a prisoner of war camp, and tore off his own fingers when a doctor declined to amputate them. Describing his experiences in the First World War, he wrote, "Frankly, I'd enjoyed the war."
There's dudes like that out there. You just have to know there's guys like that out there.
This guy's story, let me tell you about him, man. So he gets born in 1880 to aristocracy in Belgium, and you think he's going to go through the typical aristocratic route. He goes to Balliol College in Oxford. His father wants him to go and study law. And you think, right, that's the end of the story there. At 19, he decides that he wants to go and see war. Sneaks away without telling his father and literally offers himself to either the Boers or the British. The British take him. So
holy shit.
He was like, I just want to be in war.
Holy shit.
His father doesn't know. So he's away in war. He gets shot in the leg and the groin, gets shipped back home. His father says, "What? You were supposed to be in university. You've now been shot." He's okay, well, I'll bless this new military campaign you want to go on. He says, I want to be redeployed. Gets redeployed again to South Africa. He was at the head of the Camel Corps, which was literally a group of people who rode into battle on camelback
So he gets shot. He gets shot in the ear and then in the eye, and then a bullet ricochets and hits him in the same eye again while he's leading these guys into battle. He gets sent back home. The British military say he wants to go out on the First World War. He wants to go to the front lines of the First World War now. But they said, we can't send a guy with one eye out there because it's going to look like we've got really weak soldiers. So they give him a glass eye. Say, the only way you can go back out is if you wear this glass eye. He says, oh, okay. In the taxi leaving the hospital, takes it out, throws it out of the window, and starts wearing an eye patch. The first battle that he's in, when he rejoins the army in World War One, a piece of shrapnel explodes his hand, and all that's left are two fingers hanging on by the skin of the palm of his hand, and his watch actually embeds itself in his arm too. So this is the first thing that he's encountered again. Goes to the field hospital. The doctor declines to amputate the fingers, so he just rips them off in front of him because he's in so much pain. The arm then has to be amputated. So he says to the guys again, I want to be redeployed. They're like, you are now a one-eyed amputee. I want to be deployed. Battle of the Somme, his next battle that he goes into. There's reports from other soldiers seeing Carton du Ward running into battle, pulling the pins out of grenades with his teeth, throwing them at the enemy, and reloading a revolver with one hand. So this guy is a single-armed killer. During that, he gets shot through the back of the head. Through the head. Doesn't die. In subsequent battles, he got promoted for 24 hours before he threatened to punch his superior and then got demoted again. So he's just like this totally wild dude. Anyway, he goes through this series of different difficult military exposés. He takes over 3 squadrons who don't have a commanding officer. None of them have any communication. So he, this one-armed, one-eyed guy, decides to run back and forth between the 3 different companies, communicating his own orders. Rather than using a messenger, he just does it himself. That was what he got the Victoria Cross for, which is our equivalent of the Medal of Honor. During this time, he shot a bunch more. You think, right, okay, this guy's just led the most insane campaign through the Boer War and the First World War. Time for him to retire. Wrong. 60 years old, in 1940, he gets conscripted and drawn back up to help run secret missions. So one of his first missions, he gets shot down in a fjord going toward Romania. There's a German plane that shot his plane down, circling overhead. Rather than get into the dinghy, because it would be an easy target, this one-armed, one-eyed guy and all the rest of the crew just bob under the water until this German fighter plane runs out of ammunition. That goes away. He finally gets picked up. Second time he goes in a plane, this plane crash lands, and he swims to shore carrying a injured comrade who survives. One arm, but swims carrying this other dude, gets captured by the Italians. He's then part of 5 escape attempts and digs a 60-meter tunnel with one arm and a bunch of other dudes. Then he spends a full week hiding out in northern Italy, despite the fact that he's 62 years old, one-armed, one-eyed, can't speak Italian, and has covered in scars. Then he finally gets picked up and released. They said that the only thing that the Italians had left to do was to use him to enable an armistice. They wanted to no longer be a part of the war. They use Carton du Ward to be an envoy between the 2 nations. And they said, well, you've been a prisoner of war for 9 months. You don't look or smell the way that you should do. Why don't we give you a nice Italian tailor? And he rejected their offer to give him an Italian suit and said he would only wear one if they got it from Savile Row because, quote, he didn't want to look like a gigolo.
This guy's a human badger.
He's 31 medals, shot nearly as many times, he insulted Mao, insulted Chairman Mao in China when he got used by Winston Churchill. There's photos of him stood behind Churchill, eye patch, just a fucking sleeve, and he's my new, look at him.
Yeehaw!
We're live, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 episodes. Tom Scura, Joey motherfucking Diaz. We're delayed in starting, ladies and gentlemen. We did not have a lighter.
That was a real panic set in
That's
there.
embarrassing.
Yeah, I thought some shit was really going to go down.
But thank God I am petrified of earthquakes and situations. I don't put slippers on. I sleep with sneakers on. I got a generator.
Do you have a generator?
I got a generator, dog.
Do you store water?
Water tools.
Yeah.
You know, I got 2 weapons. I got an AR-15.
Have you been out here for an earthquake?
One of them that didn't scare me,
Yeah,
but I was just sitting by the computer and I was looking at the cat bowls.
yeah.
Yeah, you get high, and I was looking at the cats, and I was looking at the cat bowls, and all of a sudden, the whole building tipped. And I saw the cat bowls up in the air spinning, and the cats running for their lives. They were acting weird a couple seconds before that, and that's why I go, why are they so fucked up?
Oh, they were acting weird before the earthquake.
Before the earthquake.
They say animals can
sense it.
figure
They
things
sensed
out.
it, and I'm
heard that
going,
a lot.
so I started looking at the cat bowls.
Dogs
What
will do
the fuck is
crazy
going
shit.
on that they're doing that? And all of a sudden, dog, I just saw the cat bowls. It was like a cartoon up in the air spinning, the earthquake, and the whole building shifted. I heard the bricks, the whole thing. I thought about it being at night, sleep apnea. You got to have a conveyor, whatever the fuck. And they sell like for $600. You get one with everything, lights, an iron. It fucking cleans your water.
It's scary as shit when
shit.
you panic about what earthquakes are like before you move here.
Yeah.
You know, and then I remember the first week I was here, I was in an apartment in Sherman Oaks, and I was standing at the kitchen counter of this person's apartment on their laptop sending an email, and I felt and I go, in my head, I go, oh, that's the subway. And I kept typing, and then he goes, you feel that? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, it's crazy, right? Just the earth shaking underneath your feet. And I was like, oh, and it's like a panic sets in. You're like, oh my God, I've actually experienced the earth moving now. And then the next step is like when you're like, if you're asleep and then you feel the dresser, you hear the dresser, or something that's hanging on your wall bumping. You're like, what the fuck's going on? It takes you that extra beat to figure out that you're going through an earthquake.
That extra beat is fucked.
How many have you been through?
Nothing big, but like 5s, 5.5s, a couple of those.
Yeah.
The first one I was in was an aftershock of the Northridge earthquake. I was staying in North Hollywood, and I was in this shitty apartment. It was made out of like fucking the same boxes that they used like to ship refrigerators in. Like literally, the walls, when the earthquake hit, the walls just went like this. I mean, like the whole thing was just like a giant was pushing on the house.
Scary as fuck, right?
Yeah, well, it's humbling.
Yeah.
Because you realize like this is nothing. This isn't chewing up the street. This isn't knocking over any houses. Imagine what it felt like when that big one hit, and it hit for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
For 30 seconds is so long to feel the ground moving. That's why those people moved to Boulder.
Well, that's why. And I was just going to say that. When you have that experience, there's some people that, because for a few days after Northridge, there was aftershocks.
Yeah.
And there's people that one day look at their kids and go, I'm not going through this again. I
Yeah.
work in Wilshire.
Yeah.
I work in Wilshire.
Yeah.
I'm a big building. What if?
Yeah.
So what if I was in that fucking
Thousand
building?
Oaks.
What
Yeah.
if? So a lot of people just abandon. That's what everybody's waiting for. An earthquake here. Because then people leave and they sell their houses for dirt cheap. Like,
Yeah.
fuck, we're
It
out.
does happen.
We're out. We're gone. They don't ever want to experience it again. But then I see a guy like my uncle who's lived here since 55. And I've asked him, were you ever scared? He goes, you feel it, but...
Dude, when I first moved here, before I first moved here, I was out here for meetings, and I went by a section of the highway, I think it was the 10, that had collapsed, and they were moving cars around it.
Yeah.
And is this what happened?
Yeah.
What is this, an apartment building that collapsed?
That's Northridge.
Oh, this is the Northridge one?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that was a fucking serious earthquake, man.
Yeah.
Like, fucking serious. And when I was driving by this one section of the highway, it collapsed on the lower section. And I remember thinking, that's just shit luck. Like this right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you could be there, and that is just shit luck.
It is really.
Blam, the thing lands on you, and that's how you go.
That's how
I'm
it goes.
sorry. I am a hard-working individual. I really try to do anything I could to help myself. But when people call me, tell me they want me to go to a meeting, Santa Monica, after like 3, unless I'm picking up an envelope, I tell them no. When that kid won the Oscar for Modern Family, and he said, I was always the guy that went to Ocean Avenue at 5 for those auditions.
Yeah.
You deserve an Oscar because when you switch from the 10 to the 405, you got to wait on that ramp.
Yeah.
That
And
is
if you're
such first
high-
world privilege right
And
there.
if you're
It
fucking
is.
high and you're in the middle of that ramp,
Yeah.
your mind starts playing. I'm telling you, I've been stuck on that ramp and I've gone, never again.
Oh man.
I
used
want to
be,
go through this ramp. I don't ever want to be in the middle of that ramp. That's
Yeah.
not good.
Not good.
Your mind starts playing with you and you remember those images and you go, fuck that.
Okay, let's plan this right now. If the shit hits the fan, this thing
Yeah.
shakes to the ground.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Because listen, one of the main reasons why I like being in LA is because I like you guys.
Yeah, so we're gonna all go.
I like for real, like 100%. Like that was the thing that bothered me the most about Colorado. There was a lot of nice people out there, but I didn't know you guys weren't out there.
You're alone. It's a
Well,
weird feeling to
I
be
see. I
alone.
would see you when we work together, but there's something fun about running into you guys all the time.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it makes life better. We do
It
sets
does.
at the store,
Yeah.
the factory, and wherever we're at. It's more fun. It makes life more fun.
I
We
would
do
do
this
it.
podcast.
100%. I would do a
Yeah.
group move to Colorado.
Fuck
everyone's
yeah,
down.
that's what I'm talking
I
about.
love that state.
That's what we do. The
Yeah.
group
And
move to
you gotta-
Colorado's the right
And
way.
you got to remember, guys, it's not our decision of that. The home, Mrs. Rogan sits you down and goes,
That's it.
I'm not living for
Yeah.
this again.
Yeah.
That's how, and in fact, I packed the bags. I'm
You got
going to
bags.
Colorado without you. I'm going to a hotel. Like, some
Yeah.
people it affects that way.
Oh yeah.
That they
Yeah.
go, like, this ends
right now.
today.
Yeah.
With that earthquake. you're
Yeah.
saying.
Like
Yeah.
some
Sure.
people
I
really
bet if you feel it, if you feel that motherfucker, the ones that take down highways, if you feel that, you're like, oh my god. Like, and this is not even a really big one.
Yeah.
Really big ones change the shape of continents.
True.
I mean, that's the real fear. The real fear is there's a giant one, like a 10 or an 11.
Part of you, by the way, always feels kind of crazy. Like when I was growing up in Florida with hurricanes, that like after a hurricane, you're like, are we staying after this? And they're like, yeah, it happens all the time. That's Florida's mentality. Like, this is shit happens.
We just board up, get beer.
Yeah, but there's
Something
Stand
about a
out.
hurricane that,
Yeah.
like, for whatever reason, I feel like if you're just in the basement, the top blows off the thing and you just fucking strap yourself in
Sometimes.
like a wild ride at Disneyland.
But now they give you these warnings. They're like, you're definitely gonna die. You're at the beach, and people still are like, fuck it.
yeah.
They're like,
Oh, for sure.
I had my friend's mom. His mom is like 70-something years old, and this big one was coming. They're like, this time we're not fucking around. This is a category 5. This is going to absolutely devastate this area. And she was like, absolutely not. I've been here 40-some years. Nothing ever fucking happens. And he begged her, and she was like, no. And then it's like, those reports are always rolling the dice because they'll say it's going to be this bad, and then it'll turn or it'll land different.
Yeah.
And it turned into like a tropical storm. She was like, see. But she was like the only person that stayed. Like everybody else, we would always bail. I don't know if you were ever there for hurricane,
Yeah.
but like we would always book it, man. As soon as they were like, this thing is going to land, we're like, no, there's no way. And even driving in those tropical storms was unreal, man. Like you can't see an inch in front of the car. It's like you're driving through a car wash.
We had to stop once. Were you with me when Eddie did that seminar in Miami when we were working at West Palm? Did you go down with us?
No.
Eddie was doing a seminar in West Palm or in Miami. We were in West Palm. It's like a half hour away. So we left to go to the seminar, and we were stopped dead on the highway. You could not see an inch in front of the windshield.
It's amazing.
It was
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It lasted for about 15 minutes, but it was just
Oh, yeah. Dude, that
and the
happens
sky
all
opened up.
the time there. All the time.
We don't even know what rain is.
No.
We don't
No.
even know. And I never knew growing up, like in Boston growing up. Growing up in Boston, I never saw that.
Yeah.
We saw it rain. We
Yeah.
never saw that. Like
No.
that's some next level.
I haven't really seen it duplicated since leaving there.
I saw one
pretty crazy.
As a child, I saw one bad rainstorm in Jersey where the clouds got dark.
Yeah.
It started hailing. Have you ever lived through hail in
Yeah.
Colorado? That's
Hail is
fucked up.
Did you see videos of when people's cars are
Oh
just
my
getting
God.
destroyed?
Pounded, yeah.
And there's one guy had a film of a lake. They were watching it, and it slowly ramps up. It's like 1, 2, 1, 2, and he's like, "Whoa, look at the size of this hail!" And then all of a sudden, it's fuck. It's literally like we're being attacked with rocks from space.
That's
Like
really
here,
wild.
watch this. Look at this. Look at this
That's
fucking
hail?
guy's pool. Yeah, there's a gang of these, man. But like, look at this one. Look at that. This rocks. Those are ice rocks.
It fucks people's
This is
cars
insane.
up.
Oh, destroys cars.
Whenever this happens
Look
in
at the fucking
Colorado,
water, dude.
1,000 roofers moved to Colorado. because this worked for 2 fucking years.
Yeah, you get
Jesus
KO'd.
Christ.
Yeah, look at it. It's getting worse. This is insane. Dude, you get KO'd. Okay, especially if you're like a little kid.
Oh, definitely.
Imagine being a 5-year-old out in this and you
No,
get
no.
fucking pummeled to death. Has anybody ever died from hail?
Has to happen.
Seems like it.
The
Look
first
at
week
that
I
shit.
moved to
That's
LA,
insane.
Tom Segura, the first week I moved to LA on a Monday, and that Friday was the North Hollywood shootout.
Oh,
And
really?
I was like, I'm not sure
That was
if this is the place for me.
That was
I
that
remember
week?
That Monday I came in, I was living with Stanhope.
Yeah.
I went to find a job that Friday,
Yeah.
and there was a bunch of traffic, and they were like, nah, this is North Hollywood shootout. I
That-
didn't know what North Hollywood was.
That shootout changed policing nationwide. You know
Yeah.
that incident changed the way they viewed having weapons, changed their training. They never even contemplated that people would rob a bank with like fully automatic
Do you
machine
remember the
guns.
scenes of the
Fucking
guy
crazy.
coming out with the body armor just
Yep.
fucking blasting?
And that dude was laying by a car after he was hit, just
Yep.
shooting up at helicopters and shit. That was fucking crazy, man. I remember that national news. That was just like a big
You
fucking
couldn't get
deal.
on the 101.
No, I was in the news radio break room. We were getting ready to film a scene, and we were watching. Me and Candy Alexander huddled up together, going, "What in the fuck?"
Yeah, man.
Everybody came in. Guys, get in here! Get in here! We were all in there watching. They're like, "What in the fuck?" And it changed the way they, what kind of tactics they use and the equipment they give police.
Absolutely.
Because they were like, they had 38s back then.
They still reference it all the time. Yeah, I did a ride along 2 months ago with the Hollywood division,
Dude.
and I was guy was still talking about. He's like, we have this because of this shootout.
And you know that's a lot of people say, "Oh man, fucking militarization of the police, man." This is what, and there's a lot of it that's not good. Give people too much power, it's not good.
Yeah.
But if some shit happens like that, they need that. Otherwise, they're sitting ducks.
Yeah.
You know what kind of weapons you get on the streets right now?
Oh, dude,
You know the fucking
crazy
shit,
shit.
firepower. You get on the streets, some AR-15s, you get some wild shit on the fucking street.
Yeah.
All you have to do is this number. It's real quick mathematics for anybody who's interested. There's 350 million people somewhere around this country. There's more guns than there are people, and they're still making guns. Every day they make guns. There's a gun-making industry. It's gigantic.
Yeah.
They're making all kinds of guns all over the country.
Right.
now.
Every year, like
Every year they make
newer,
more.
higher tech.
They're not getting rid of any guns. No. Like all those guns for toys. Oh, give back your gun and you'll get a toy. Okay. And then
fuck
there's
yourself.
someone's a factory going on right now. They're cranking out ARs.
Yeah. And one person's like, here you go. Yeah.
Some rusty old 22 for a,
I'll
for a
take you
teddy
to a
bear.
fucking handball court and you get anything except like a hunting
Jesus.
rifle.
I can't believe they're playing handball still.
That's how they
Who's
get that.
dedicated to handball? Who's like, I'm going to be the best,
When you
bro.
get out of prison. What do you do in prison? You play handball. So when you get out, you play
Oh.
disability, you play handball all day, and it's a cover for you. And you're half a momo, but you play handball, but you sell guns that kill. You get a gun at a handball court for $50 that shot 3 people. That gun hasn't missed. A motherfucker shot himself. A motherfucker committed suicide long range with those guns. They don't give a fuck. They got guns that don't miss on the handball courts.
Did you play handball in prison? That you said?
I played handball like the first 2 weeks. It just wasn't for me.
You do
I
not.
played in Colorado because there was a few guys from the Bronx.
Yeah.
So when I went to Summit County, because I was arrested in Boulder, but once you start your state sentence, they were going to send me to either Missouri or Texas. I ended up going to Summit County. Summit County is like, we don't really have bars.
Yeah.
No.
Like, you could just do what you want here.
Yeah.
At night at 10 o'clock, the guard would go to Pathmark. Not Pathmark, like a supermarket.
Yeah.
And get us chips and sodas.
What?
It was like a fucking daycare.
Wow.
So
I
you
was
get along? Everyone got along pretty well?
I hung out with a dude from the Bronx that played handball. We became friends together. He had been on the run for 12 years. But this guy was brilliant. He was fucking brilliant. Like the shit he had done. He had driven the cops. Like, what's that movie Leonardo DiCaprio did?
Catch if you can.
That he was that guy.
Right.
And the final thing he did to them was they caught him and he set him up on a drug stand. Like, I read the paperwork. It was brilliant. He set him up on a drug stand. He said, I know where I can go buy 10 kilos of coke. The cops actually gave him $250,000 cash to buy the 10 kilos of coke. He set it up with his friend to have a car behind the house. The car was empty. The house was empty.
There was no
The cops never even did a background check to see who lived in the house. Jesus. The house was empty. He went through the front and went out the back and disappeared, traveled for 10 years. And he came back to the States because his dad died and they arrested him.
Wow,
He
took a
took the
chance like
$250,000.
10 years ago. How
10
the fuck
years
is he
ago,
gonna remember me?
He went to like Aruba and just played shuffleboard handball.
That's a dark world. The world of the expat and those South American like, tourist communities.
Yeah.
That's like that.
It's pretty sizable too, right? I mean, I
It's
feel like
very
it's-
sizable.
Yeah.
All
lot of
over,
people.
all over Mexico. There's a lot of people in Brazil and
I had
all
a
parts
friend
of South America.
That's dad was island hopping all throughout his adolescence just to
wow.
avoid taxes. Just to avoid taxes.
Wow.
And then the crazy thing to me is that they came here, like they came back eventually. And I'm like, so is he in trouble? He's like, no. How's he not in trouble? He's like, I don't know. Well, aren't they gonna catch him? He's like, no. What do you mean, man? Like he's here now. Like it's a whole new identity. Nah, just,
Okay.
don't worry about
Does
it.
he pay taxes?
He says no, and he's like,
No, he doesn't.
he still
blowing up his
doesn't.
spot.
And then my friend was still like, you don't have to pay taxes. I was like,
Oh, one of
"What?"
those guys.
One of
Talk
those
to
guys.
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, no. He goes, Google it. I was
Yeah.
like,
No,
Google
you
it.
have to pay taxes, man.
Google
you have
it.
to pay fucking taxes.
When that's your thing, like just look it up, man.
God damn it, pay your taxes.
That's
course.
the
They
worst
will
advice.
lock you up
They'll
so
fuck
quick.
you up, of course.
And it doesn't matter if you pay them. See, if you owe money to, say, like Exxon, whatever, they'll sue you. You have to pay the money.
Yeah.
You pay the money. But if the IRS, if you owe money to the IRS,
Yeah.
they put you in a fucking cage
For sure.
regardless of if you pay.
Whoa. Let's say you
Even
owe,
if you agree to pay it, they'll
Yeah.
say, you're going to go in a cage first.
Yeah, no.
if
Pay
you
your
owe
taxes.
a company money, they file a judgment against you.
Yeah.
Then they sell the paper, and then you get
Yeah.
called at comedy clubs like I used to. You know, when I first started comedy, I owed so much money. And
Did you really?
I go to a comedy club. The manager goes, "You just got a call. You just got 3 calls." And I go, "Holy shit, it's HBO."
Really, like
Oh,
collections,
no.
collection
In my
people.
mind, I would go, "It's HBO." Oh shit! And all of a sudden they would go, "Joey, it's the same guy." And I'd pick up the phone, "Joey, Discover card. We never got that payment, motherfucker."
Wow.
They fucking figured out they have tremendous scams of people looking for you.
Yeah.
They have a computer that they'll go on to see what are the numbers that usually call you, and they'll get that number. When they call you, that number will come up over your caller ID. They do some illegal shit when they're looking for you. But when you get a judgment from Exxon, 7 years you don't pay it, it goes away. The government, that judgment never goes away. That and the student loan. These motherfuckers that tell student loans to suck their dick.
Oh yeah, student loans.
Student
They
loans,
come
no,
That's
back.
even more intense than
Oh,
IRS stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's all the government as well.
Right.
The thing about student loans is it doesn't get erased when you go to bankruptcy.
Yeah, it doesn't get
So if
erased,
you file for
period.
bankruptcy, anything else is gone.
Yeah.
I paid a student loan. I thought it was cute. I took the last one out, the 26.25, the minimum. Fuck you.
I've known a couple of people.
They showed up about 3 years ago, dog, with a big old number. I had to get an attorney to negotiate it down and get off it. Oh, the IRS. I didn't pay taxes from 90 to 2001.
What?
Dog, I was crazy. I was hiding. I was doing, what was I making? 8,000 a year as a road comic.
Yeah, okay.
Triple runs.
That's
What am I going to file?
Yeah.
So I didn't file. I made money one other 13 years, 11 years. And one day I walked in downtown. I thought they were going to shoot me in the head.
Mm-hmm.
I took the number. They called my name. I went back there. I told them I hadn't filed in 11 years. They asked me what I did. I talked to the lady for a half hour. She goes, "We don't go back for 7. So you got 7 free years.
Yeah.
They don't throw you in. Bro, listen, you have to be a dumb motherfucker for them to throw you in jail.
Or you have to be a public figure.
They give you every option, Joe.
Yeah.
The public figure, you're
Trust me.
actually worse off than if you're some just legitimate businessman.
But if you're a public figure, I could go down there with my attorney and say, "Look,
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot 10 movies in the next 3
No,
years."
they would not let Wesley Snipes do that.
Because he gave him such a. At first, he was telling them all this shit that fuck rules and fuck the United States.
I think he was just.
Black Africa and reprimand. Yeah, he was talking about all that shit, and that shit drives them crazy.
I don't think
He
that's
also
what he's talking
made-
about.
He made a case that he didn't owe them.
Yes,
too.
yes,
He was
yeah,
like, no,
that's
I don't
what
owe
really.
them. Like my friend.
No, you got to go in there humble, and they'll play with you. Once you start talking
okay.
about Amendment 11,
Right.
Thomas Jefferson, black reparations, Chinese yakuzas, they don't give a fuck. Fuck, you
There's
go
a
to
lot
jail.
of those people out there that convince people that they don't have to pay taxes. That it's not in the
People,
Constitution.
it's like
A
they
lot of
want to
people.
believe it, like a conspiracy theory. You know.
Well,
like-
no, it might be. Here's the thing. I mean, you might have a legal argument, but it doesn't matter. They'll put you in
Yeah,
a
you can't get away
fucking
with-
cage.
Tax evasion. It's a
They
real
will
law.
take that money and put you in a fucking cage, and you won't make any money.
Kid from fucking the solution.
What's that?
That kid that we
The
missed.
solution.
Is
The
that his name?
situation.
Whatever his fucking name is. Let me get a tissue paper. What's the kid from Tarantino that we met?
Yeah. He's a nice guy.
He's a very nice guy.
He's a very nice guy.
Wait, what happened to him?
He tried to.
He actually didn't just not pay his taxes. There was some shenanigans where he
Oh.
pretended he made less than he actually did.
Yeah,
like
they'll
that
get you
kind
on
of-
that too.
Why these Pete Roses?
They got Sinbad. Remember that? They were putting him on the
Yeah.
front page of the LA Times for years.
You know why, dog?
Mike, the situation
Oh,
Tarantino
this
hit
guy.
with more charges,
Yeah.
including tax evasion and structuring.
The
Yeah.
tax evasion. Like once you structure it and you're the mastermind of it,
Well, that's not a good.
That's
That's not
not
a good.
good. You're definitely going to the farm.
You know what the
So
craziest
interesting.
part of the story was to me? That for that period that they're like hitting him up about, he made $9 million.
So
Good for him.
No, I just was amazed that I didn't realize that I remember that show, obviously a huge hit, but that's incredible sum of money.
We should really pay attention to this. Like,
To
just
his?
pay, not just his, but what they can do. Because you think about what it is we're just talking about money, right? And we're talking about some deception on his part, where he tried to keep some money.
Yeah. Try to make it
Now,
look like
you do that with anybody else.
Yeah.
Say you're in some sort of a deal with Costco, and you do some sneaky shit. They can sue you.
Yeah.
You'll owe them, and you have to pay them. But there's no threat of jail time,
Right.
right? I mean, is there? If you tried to cook the books, would they
Right.
get
Yes.
you? Would they put you in jail, or would they just try to fine you?
Wire fraud. They have a lot of different
He probably paid
names.
fines, though, I'm guessing, right?
Do you think it would be the same kind of scrutiny and attention though that he's getting?
No, I think it'd be all about paying a lot of money.
Let's pretend that Mike Sorrentino's that his name. Let's pretend that he had some sort of a deal with Chevrolet, and he was using his name to sell cars, but he was fucking around with some money and cooking the books and a little bit of this, a little bit of that, to the same tune as what was going on with the IRS. What do you think they would do to him? Would you even be seeing this on TV?
No, they would. No, it'd be like a suit.
Right, because what they're saying is this guy tried to fuck the Big Daddy.
Right.
I mean, that's what they're showing you. They're
Right.
showing you that Big Daddy gets mad when you try to fuck him.
And in the grand scheme of things, again, it's a lot of money for an individual to earn, but it's it's not money that affects Big Daddy. But they're sending a
Big
message.
Daddy's coming after you. But
Yeah.
here's the strange thing: Big Daddy is just people. Like, why do we let anything be Big Daddy?
Yeah.
Like we used to think of it, I think, from almost like a primitive perspective. Like you have a king, or you have a leader of a tribe.
Yeah.
I think that's how people used to think of it. They used to think of all these organizations, whether it's the FBI or the DEA, as being a part of that. But they're just a bunch of fucking people.
Yeah.
And no person should ever be Big Daddy to the point where if you have money that's owed to someone else, perhaps, and there's some sort of an argument that you've been deceptive, that they can just swoop down and take all your money. Like they lock it all up. Like they go, no, we're fucking freezing your funds. Like Exxon doesn't get to do that.
Yeah.
Chevy doesn't get to do that. Other corporations don't get to do that. But Big Daddy has the overall say. If you violate Big Daddy's code, even though Big Daddy, you don't even have to get a receipt from Big Daddy. You give Big Daddy half your money, and Big Daddy just takes it and spends it as they
whatever the
will.
fuck he wants.
Does
Yeah.
whatever the fuck they want. Woo!
Yeah.
And and you say, what? You don't think you should pay taxes, you fucking hippie? What are you, a Bernie Sanders supporter? Not even saying that. Not even saying that. Don't you think Big Daddy should be accountable? If Big Daddy's going to be able to just throw us in a cage because we don't give him ones and zeros, don't you think Big Daddy should be a little bit accountable?
They should be way more accountable for their spending. Way more accountable.
Way
Yeah.
more. You shouldn't just. You should be able to check off boxes too.
Yeah.
There should be like needs, like healthcare, check, like police department, check, fire department, check, things that we all have to pay.
Yeah.
And then there should be elective things, a bunch of elective shit.
Well, I feel like they should also, our representatives should be way more willing and actually mandated to explain in detail and what they're doing, what they're spending on.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of House of Representatives, Congress, Senate, there's just an air of arrogance about the way that they even handle them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they have power.
Of course.
They're
And
Big Daddy.
They're Big Daddy. And it's the just aloofness that they have is it's always been upsetting.
It's fucking gross.
Yeah.
No one should be Big Daddy. And
True.
the people in Congress should be humble. And that's one of the things about Obama. Say what you want about Obama, whether you like his policies. As a human being, that guy conducted himself better than any president ever. The way he spoke, the way he interacted with people, the way he even responded to criticism.
You know, we're not just I'm not talking about his policies,
Yeah.
and you might hate
The
the
classy
Affordable
individual.
Care.
Yeah.
As good as it's ever been.
Yeah.
Which is why this Trump thing is in such direct contrast. When he's yelling the other day at some reporter and he said, you know, you're fake news. He used that again.
I know, man.
He said, be quiet, fake news or something like that.
Well, I
He
think
was talking about something.
you know we can like conflate the two. Like if you want to talk about policy and effectiveness of an administration and just
Mhm.
personal conduct. Like let's say you take
Yeah.
all the politics out of it. That's what bothers a lot of people to this moment still.
Yeah.
If you just even separate politics, which a lot of people are in favor of, just the way he conducts himself. Some people love it. Let's be honest. Some
It's
people
very
love it.
very small amount of people love it. I
Right,
think
but a
they
lot of
thought it
people
was
are
fun before he's the
bothered by it.
president.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying before, there's no debtor's prison.
Yeah.
There's
not.
no debtor's prison. When I first got into comedy, I was getting divorced. I was getting squeezed by an attorney. And as much as I never forget the first day I ever missed sending a payment or anything. Like, I'll never forget how shitty I felt.
Terrible,
that
right?
Yeah.
That my credit rating, everything I had worked all those years was going down the toilet. And then at that point, I said, if I'm walking on ice, I might as well dance. I mean, I was just buying cars and fucking around. And you know what? They couldn't throw me in jail for all that shit. But one night, Discover closed my account.
Yeah.
And I went home and opened up my drawer. One of those, because when you want Coke, you get fucking Einstein. You get creative, Jack. I went home and I opened up a drawer and I saw those checks, those 3 checks that Discover sends you.
Yeah.
When you first went to get the card. I had a bank account at Bank of Boulder, whatever it was called. I had my car financed through that. I went in there and they had a 24-hour drive-through. I went in there at 1 o'clock and signed that check over to myself for $1,000. I waited for 2 seconds and all of a sudden an envelope came out with 100, with 10 hundreds. I peeled and did 90 out of there. Monday at 9:01, Discover called me and said, you got an hour to bring that fucking money back or we're going to charge you with fraud.
Ooh.
And I was put up against the thing. I went to the bank. I told them it was a mistake. I didn't know. And one lady said, you know what? I'll take that $1,000. I'll give you the $1,000, but I'm going to put it into your car loan. Raise the payments by $25. For every $1,000, it's $25. And that's the only reason why I didn't go to jail for that fucking thing. So they don't put you in jail for being in debt. They put you in jail for deception. You know how they get athletes and entertainers? You know what their biggest downfall is? When they go to Comic-Cons and those autograph signings.
Oh, they don't get paid for those. Or they
No.
get paid for those and don't report it.
There's 2 things. There's the people who get $5,000 flat,
Mm-hmm.
and you take pictures all day. Then there's the people that get $10 for their T-shirt and $15 for a headshot and a smile.
Yeah.
Those $15 go in your pocket, bro. You know what I'm saying? And what happens is you have to give a percentage for that $15 to the guy. It's like when you sell merch at a comedy club now. All of a sudden now they want 8% of your merch. Same thing. Well, that guy reports it, but Pete Rose, I'm just saying, Pete Rose, I have nothing against Pete Rose, he's my dog. Pete Rose, he just puts $15 in his pocket.
Right.
Or $60, well, he took 10 pictures, it's $150. That's how they come get you on all those autograph things.
Right. What's
It's-
going on here? What's this?
It's from an article. That's what he's talking about. This article is talking about walking away from Comic-Con with garbage bags full of 20s. This guy said he can make up to $250,000.
What? Shit.
So he said he didn't feel a need for representation. He's walking out with a bag full of cash.
What? Who is he?
It's like an unnamed person. He's a source deeply involved.
Stephen Arnell, who became so enhanced to the festival business that he started his own talent agency.
He's the star of the Arrow, the show The Arrow.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
a comic book show on Netflix.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That seems very strange,
So
though.
Comic-Con, you pay for a booth, and then I think you give them 3% of your overall take.
Don't you think that's really bizarre, having people pay to come and meet you? That seems real strange.
I think it's weird to charge somebody for a picture and charge somebody to sign. I mean, I guess the signing thing, I understand there's a bit, especially in sports, you know.
I
like
can
it's a
understand if you're
business.
selling a book,
But,
or if it's your thing that you're signing.
whoa.
$500,000 a weekend. Who the fuck gets that?
Guy from The Walking Dead, Norman Reedus.
What?
Oh, $200,000 guaranteed.
$200,000 back guarantee and
So I know
pocket
people-
$500,000 a weekend.
I know celebrities who get a flat, and the ones that are on the way real low, like if you want Lucille Ball or like if you want Happy Days or something like that, they get piecework.
I just changed my mind. I'm all in. I'm doing it next weekend. You're taking pictures with your mom, your kids.
No. You would never do this, Joe Rogan. Like the other day, a friend of mine called me. He goes, I was at my dad's hospital room the other day, and it was the funniest thing. Joe Rogan, a young Joe Rogan, sitting around a campfire with people. He goes, I never saw that episode. And all of a sudden, he pulled out a bag of dicks, and he made everybody eat dicks. He goes, me and my dad were fucking howling. For some people in 10 years, they're going to come to you and say, can I take a picture for $10? I love Fear Factor. We love, and you're sitting there going, what the fuck are you talking about?
Take a picture.
No, I understand that.
I think it's a bad relationship.
It is, but some people, when they go to Comic-Con, they take their whole savings out. They're ready to go down
I'm
there.
sure. I understand.
And it's a shame.
I understand
it's a fucking shame, but
I don't have any problem
to make a living. What are you going to do?
I don't have any problem with it, and I don't have any problem with people doing it to make a living.
No. I'm just saying that's how you get nailed. That's how they nail you.
Don't you think, though? I mean, could you see yourself doing that?
I'm too embarrassed.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, when I was a coke fiend, I couldn't sell CDs after a show. So what does that tell you?
Why couldn't you?
I just too embarrassed.
Oh, wow.
I have a hard time. I'd rather shake your hand and hug you and get the fuck out than you not come up to me because I'm selling a $25 CD.
Yeah, that's a funny thing about you, Joey. I've been friends with a lot of guys that had substance abuses. Like I told you about my friend Johnny back in New York. And one thing that you both had in common is that even though you had like these issues, there was never a point where I felt like I couldn't trust you with something. Like you never would sell anybody out. You would never, you know what I'm saying? Like you're not the type of person who would do something to hurt somebody else so that you could profit because you were sick and you needed drugs. That was never you. You always had like a strong code of ethics.
Get out there, you were worth nothing. I was a junkie that had problems. But when Ari started telling people, he's a junkie, but he pays his bills.
Yeah, but people
were like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You were just a guy struggling. And I recognized in you a lot of what I had seen in my friend Johnny. Is that there's a lot of people that are brilliant people that for some reason the fabric of society just doesn't fit them. There's something about getting up in the morning and going to a job and, whatever it is about the way they were raised, the experiences that they had, just who they are inherently from birth, whatever the factors are, there's certain people that just can't do the regular thing. And they just need to find this other thing. For you, it was obviously stand-up. And once you found that other thing and became successful at that other thing, that's when your whole thing changed. That's when you were, it was really proof positive. For sure, you learned a lot of things about life. You got older, you got wiser, but I think a big part of you becoming more comfortable and more relaxed and becoming who you are today is that you started becoming successful as a comedian. And when you started becoming successful as a comedian, like 10 years ago, things started really ramping up for you, a noticeable relaxing of you, noticeable change. Because you realize, like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. The problem is when this isn't working. And then you think, well, maybe I should go back to selling cars. Or maybe I should get a job in a factory. Maybe I should do something 3 or 4 nights a week, just bartend, make a little extra money, lighten up the load on the family. That when those types of things start fucking with you, and that's when you start doing coke. That's when you start going crazy. That's when you stay up late. That's when you fuck off. That's when you make big mistakes. Like, you're unhappy. You're upset. You're in the wrong groove.
It wasn't the external struggles as much as the internal struggles.
Or maybe all of it together combined.
This November is going to be 10 years. I haven't done a lot of coke. I still remember being in college.
That's amazing.
With you, the January after the November. And you're like, you haven't done it in 60 days. And I wasn't sweating it out.
Yeah.
But I still wasn't trusting myself.
Right.
I thought I could snap at any minute. Some chick with hot tits with a gram of coke could cut me off.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's never. So I'm going.
I've never even done coke, and I'm suspect.
For. You got to remember, bro. For me, it wasn't about success or selling tickets. For me, it was just doing something with my life.
Right.
Where I'd come from, all I wanted was just to do something with my life. If I could pay rent, feed the cats, smoke pot in 2 spots, that's a lot better than what I used to do.
Yeah.
That's a lot better than the life I had. You understand me? Even if I don't go on the road and I'm not Louis KKK. It didn't matter to me. Just I didn't have to carry a gun or worry about people knocking on my door. I was like Richard Gere, Nelson Gentleman. I had nowhere else to go.
I got nowhere else
So I might
to
as well
go.
go to the store and do that stupid spot at 12:45, and look what happened. You just keep showing up.
Yeah, man.
That was a big part of it, but another big part of it was getting you on the internet. That was the thing. So people, we get a chance to show people what I already knew, you know. But like the only way for you back then to get exposure was you had to do something conventional. It's the only thing that existed. They had to put you in a movie or put you in a TV show, and you got in a few movies and you got in a few TV shows. But they didn't get to see you as Joey Diaz.
No,
they got to see, but they got to see you as some fucking character actor, and you know that mob movie with Robert De Niro. But there's a big difference between that and you like this you.
Yeah.
Just it took the right thing for you to be this you. You know, it took like the internet. But
No, the internet has like for Joey is the best medium ever.
yeah,
For
for sure.
It's exploded, man.
Well, for you too.
No, it's gone. Yeah, but I mean,
for you
I have
too.
fun
I mean,
on
think
that.
about
I
you,
love having
Tom.
fun on that.
yeah,
I
you're
like it. I like it.
you're just as good of an example. Like you don't have a lot of success outside of the internet.
No, that's true.
The internet has been your shit, man.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean, think about it. You didn't have like a long-running television series
No.
or a series of movies or anything you did.
No,
And
stand up. Yeah,
But you're selling out places that a lot of those guys can't even fuck with
yeah, that's true.
all the time because of your podcast, which is, if you haven't seen it, it's your podcast with your wife is one of my favorite podcasts. It's so fucking consistently silly.
It is
You
very
guys
silly.
are so ridiculous.
Yeah,
And people get silly when they get on it.
they do. Yeah,
And then, you know, I start like seeing things like, oh, this is like a your mom's house bit. I need to send it to Tom.
yeah. You
Like-
sent me a couple good ones.
I can't tell a story about taking a shit without 90 people hitting me up the next day telling me that was the most brilliant story in the world. We're going to send it to Tom Segura. Every time I tell a shit
I know I'm
story,
the shit comic. It's
or
awesome.
I fart myself or something disgusting. And 2 days later, sure enough,
I'm
you playing
serious.
the fucking YouTube video.
That's true.
I'm howling
Yes,
with
we
your
have.
wife.
It's
I'm
true.
howling. I'm like,
We
these
played
fucking-
Joey telling shit stories for sure. And he told us about when he shit in his backyard and somebody thought a bear had come.
I'll never forget the lady. She would let her dogs out every day at 12, and then she would clean up. They were all French poodles.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
they're
can
like
see
little.
the dogs'
it was-
asses high up in the air. We're just reeling back from the shit. Shut up.
She's a
went like
mountain of
this.
shit.
Joe Rogan. She looked at it, and she's like 58, so she squinted at the shit up against the wall. But here's what's beautiful. I took a shit and I put my back against the wall. So when I shit, when you shit outside, it's not going to be a decent shit.
Yeah.
It's going to be like explosive. So when I got up, it looks like somebody got shot in the head. There was shit all behind me on the wall. So she's sitting there with her little French poodles, her little chihuahuas, and she's looking at the wall like, what the fuck happened there? And all of a sudden, she actually walks up close to it and squints and looks down on it and looks around and runs in the house. I'm watching all this. I can't breathe. And now I go to the computer because my wife's very decent. I'm sitting there for a half hour. And then my wife comes in and she goes, were you home all day today? I go, yeah, why? She goes, I just had a conversation with Susan. She wanted to know if you heard anything in the backyard. Because some animal took a shit back there. I went to get sushi. Like, you ever go get sushi, eat a lot of it?
Yeah.
The rice pushes everything out
Yes,
of your ass.
yes.
And you had plans to go get a weed store, you were going to go to the post office. But I made a detour. I planned to go home, but I left the house key in the house. So I had to climb around the window. That's what happened.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I pulled myself up, I actually landed with my stomach on the window.
Now you really got to
Which
shit.
made it push it out more. Like I'm fatter than fuck, and my hands are struggling the window. My little fat feet are on the other side, and the cats are meowing at me, scratching at me. Like, and I'm like, it's me, you fuck. So I ran down the stairs, and shit outside. I couldn't go in the house.
Oh my
The
god.
best was the night I took a shit in Fabian's backyard after a 5-hour drive from Colton or some weird town.
Did he not talk to you after that for a
Yeah,
while?
for a while. I took a shit and then he ran over it with his car, and the whole backyard smelled like sewage waste. I go over there the next day. He goes, it smells back here. Let's talk in the house. He goes, I don't know what happened. And you can see the brown shit. He smushed it with this tire, and a bunch of flies were around. He didn't talk to me for a month after that. Who takes the shit? in somebody's backyard.
How did you find out it was you?
Because I told him the truth. I felt bad. I told him I lied to the guy.
Oh, that's hard to clean up too.
Wow. Yeah, shit.
You can clean up dog shit. It doesn't even make you gag.
But human
But
shit?
bum shit.
Yeah.
You had to clean up some wino shit. If you had to use one of those scrapers.
Yeah. It smells so much stronger, man.
More gross.
It's so much
No.
more gross.
When you take a shit, it's okay. It's till you cut it in half. You ever
Right.
cut a shit in half?
No.
When that fucking,
I think about
when that milk, when that Reese's peanut butter fume leaks out.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's like, I've done studies.
No. When you go to jail,
You
it's
cut shit in
hysterical.
half.
When you go to prison,
You have to cut the shit.
you have to shit like in a tube while people watching TV. Like when you go to county jail, you shit right there. So black guys will be laying there watching TV with their feet up, and all of a sudden they smell a little shit. They're like, "Put some water in that hole, motherfucker!" Like they'll just yell it from the other side of the fucking prison. Plus, because that means you took a shit and you're sitting there, and the shit's permanent. So in prison, as soon as you shit, you got to put water on it.
Yeah.
But there's some bathrooms that only give you 20 ounces of water a day. So whatever time you flush, it's got to be a good flush. You follow me?
I
So
do
if you take
follow
a
you.
piss, sometimes the piss has to stay there until the next day until you take a good shit. But when you take a shit in jail, bro, that's what they'll tell you.
Put some water.
Put some hole in that motherfucking hole, dog. I can smell that shit right now. I'm trying to watch Oprah. But that's what smells. Once the hole sucks in, it's like when you go to Vegas.
Yeah.
They have that sucking action.
Yeah.
When you take a shit this big, that's 34 inches. Once that sucker, it breaks. It looks like two nunchucks. Once that breaks, it's over.
It's over.
And they put the bathroom right by the door, the front entrance. You can't have nobody come over.
Right.
That's why I always go downstairs.
Take shit?
Yeah, I don't shit in my bathroom in the hotel no more because it kills the whole room for 2 hours.
We worked at the House of Blues in Vegas, and Joey left an onshore shit. You know what an onshore shit is? It's like he was so fat at the time that he couldn't sit down in like the regular toilet. You were like, what were you like?
415.
He was giant. He was giant. So when he would take a shit, he would have to balance himself mostly on the very edge of the front because his ass was so big.
Wow.
He didn't shit in the water. He
Wow.
shit on the deck.
No.
Oh,
So it would be
dude,
sticking
fuck.
out.
So you
Like one of
sticking
those
out.
whales.
You ain't never seen a shit like that before.
So you couldn't sit in the toilet?
I would sit on the toilet, but I don't like my look.
It was on the edge.
It wasn't that I was fat. I don't like my dick inside the toilet.
Right.
Somebody's gonna suck your dick and all of a sudden they're sucking the toilet. I told my wife, I don't even let my wife pee in public because I want to eat her monkey. I don't want that monkey touching the other fucking thing. So when I shit in the public bathroom, I hold my balls.
Okay.
And I shit towards the edge. I don't give a fuck if somebody else's bathroom.
Right. So you're
Why not just hold your balls and sit where you are?
Because no.
Why do you gotta move forward?
Because if I'm back there, I got crabs one time, and if they're sitting on the toilet, they'll jump from that toilet inward like they jumping over a
I
moat.
always thought that people saying they got crabs in the toilet is an excuse.
Well, sometimes you could get crabs from anywhere, but
I
why
thought
take
you
a
can only
chance?
get it from hair. They only clean the hairs. I don't think they will stay on an actual toilet.
I think you're probably definitely right.
Yeah, I would feel like that's one of those things. Like, how'd you
But-
get crabs? I took a shit at the gas station that had to be it. That's what I always figured it was.
No, so I always hold my nuts and shit. When I shit, it was long, and Red Band put ketchup on it. Remember Red Band when they put ketchup on it?
Unfortunately, I think that was a different time.
Okay.
This has not happened
This is
just
different
once.
shit. Yeah.
There's been many times.
Those things just like sticking out of
So
the
you
water.
go in there, there's a smell. You know how when you take an epic shit, it's an above water shit, it comes out like the fucking Big Island of Hawaii.
Yeah.
It just rises through the water.
Yeah.
Like I've done that many times because I eat too much.
Yeah.
And I'll take these shits that are just like so big. They're preposterous. But there's a totally different smell to those shits. Because you're smelling raw shit outside of the water.
Right.
I mean, it's gone through the water.
Yeah.
And it's poking into the...
It's strong.
What is it about that makes you happy? What is it about
It's a
that
sense of
horrible
accomplishment,
smell? You're like,
first of all.
oh, this is a good one right here.
It doesn't come around that often either.
No,
That's what I
above
think.
water shit.
Yeah, man, it's like a comet. Like
And
it's just like this doesn't happen all the time.
It's always diarrhea too. It's never like a super like thick, long.
It's weird when the second wave is diarrhea. Like when you take like a night, you're
right.
like good
Lots.
shit, you're proud of yourself.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I think I got a little more in there, and it's like, oh, and it's just a fucking.
You know what that's from?
What?
Healthy eating.
Healthy eating does that?
Yeah. If you eat some MCT oil or
Yeah.
some coconut oil,
Why
or
does
some
it do
shit,
that to you?
Lubes up your pipes.
Oh.
It's
So
like
because where I moved to now, I have the office, the back office, and it's connected and it's got a door. So I don't live with stink no more. I open the door in the morning.
I live with stink.
I got a backyard. I shit. I smoke the bowl.
You don't shit in the backyard anymore.
No.
Okay.
My door goes faces to the backyard.
Oh.
I have my own bathroom in the bedroom. One of the
That's
kitchen.
nice.
Hallway.
Yeah, don't put a woman through one of your shits.
No, I got
It's
my
not
own shower
necessary.
back there.
Yeah, leave her alone.
I open the back door. Fuck the fart fan. I just open the back door. There's a school behind there, kids playing. I'm shitting, smoking dope. I don't give a Frenchman's fuck, and it don't smell in there no more. I light a candle.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful. That's what you need is a bathroom with a door that faces outside.
The worst is when you go over a girl's house and you go to use her bathroom and you smell matches.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh no, she was lighting this motherfucker up.
Yeah.
And then it just makes you think.
That's all you're thinking
She's
about.
like burning off fumes.
Her stinky
methane.
butthole, yeah. Stinky butt.
She's panicking about her methane.
You ever get to a
fumes.
girl's place and then you feel the gurgles and you're like,
Ooh,
I've
that's
got to
not
rip
good.
one. Yeah,
Not good.
I've had that before.
I was dating a girl once and she had ferocious diarrhea. Ferocious. So she was
regularly?
Yeah.
Or just
No,
like
no,
one
one time.
episode? Yeah.
And she went to the bathroom and she just turned on the shower and she turns on both things on the sink.
Whoa, yeah.
And she was
Try to
like,
drown it
just
out.
had. Well, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I was very young at the time.
Yeah.
Didn't understand. I was super confused. What the fuck is going on in there?
I had once in college where I was at this girl's place and she was just like, hey, it's game on. Like, go for it. I was like, I could feel that it was a diarrhea shit, like an explosive diarrhea shit. And I also realized there was no way to do it, that it would just be a black toilet when I was done, and that there's no way I could cover it. So you know what I did? I went back to my place. I was like, I'll see you some other time or whatever. Right. And the next day, her friends were like, you're like the fucking, like they gave me credit, but they thought I was
guy.
That I was a good guy. They were like, you're awesome. And I was
Wow.
like, no, I had to take.
Yeah,
a
girl. You know why
crazy
girls
shit.
do that? Because they're not getting fucked, and they don't want their friend to get fucked.
Right.
And so they use reverse psychology on you. You're an amazing guy.
I got an amazing guy credit.
I hope you wait forever.
It's so cool that you laugh.
Not even when you get married. Tell her when you get married, you love her so much. You want to have sex after you're married. Because it's not about that.
Right.
It's about real love.
Yeah.
Like
well,
Twilight love.
If I had bowels that were intact, it would have been a different story that night. But
Bowels?
Bowels?
Oh, bowels. Yeah. Yeah, there's a time when you know that it's, and the sensitivity of your inner asshole region is amazing.
It is. It knows.
Especially when you go to sleep out a fart, right? When you're about to cut a fart, and then all of a sudden alarms start going off. You're like, oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. You got to clamp shut. You're like, Jesus, what is this?
We were having this debate yesterday about why are they sometimes hot? Like, why is it hot? And then why do you know that hot's gonna smell bad?
Spicy food, bro.
Is that what it is solely?
Imagine.
I don't know. I remember I was telling you guys at one time my freshman year, I didn't take a shit for a week and a half. I was addicted to steak, American cheese, and a ride of French fries.
Wait a minute.
Listen to me.
How long is that? 10 days?
That's a long time, man.
When I
How were
was
you
a freshman,
alive?
I played freshman ball, and we were playing Patterson East Side. It's just a jungle of a school. Like, you got to be careful when you go in there. And we went there to play the Christmas tournament.
But what kind of ball are we talking right now?
Basketball.
Oh, basketball.
And I hadn't taken a shit for like 10 days. I was backed up something. I took acid, something fucked my stomach up. I didn't tell nobody. In those days, I was really scared of doctors. I wouldn't say shit to nobody. And on the way home, we got on the bus. And while we were waiting there, my stomach started hurting. I said, Jesus Christ, I don't know if I'm going to shit myself or fart, but let me just take a chance.
Good move.
And I blew this fart, Joe Rogan. That was so bad. Right? We were on a bus, and people started running, the school buses? People started running to the windows, right? To swing down the bus windows. But here's what gets better. I farted again. And the teachers were going, oh my God, he's changing flavors. But the worst thing was, the cheerleaders were crying. That's how bad it smelled. They were sitting in front of the bus going,
Wait a minute. He's changing flavors.
One of the teachers yelled out, oh my God, he's changing flavors. That's how bad these farts were.
That's your next t-shirt. Oh my God, he's changing flavors.
The whole bus stuff. And I'll never forget looking at the cheerleaders. They were like, oh my God, we've never smelled one like this. The fight was fucking god awful.
I wrote a blog about one of Joey's farts once.
Was that on a plane?
Yes.
I think I read that.
It's called Happy Pills. And it was, I was thinking about, I was looking at this ad. Take this. I was looking at this ad for antidepressants.
Oh my God.
You know, it's some girl dancing around a field of wheat and shit. You know those ads.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about like what, you know, what depresses people and how crazy pills are and how crazy. Oh, it's still up there. You can still find it. Anyway, at the end of this is a really like me. We're both of us are barbecued. I don't know what the fuck. What do we eat? Edibles? Some sort of edibles?
It was in the beginning, lollipops.
Yeah.
Way in the beginning.
We were crucified.
Rogan was asleep.
Yeah.
He was going in and out, but he wrote on the blog, and I don't even have to look at it, that the fart was strong. He's lucky I farted because it was a lot better than the Antonio Banderas movie he was watching. Something to do with the Antonio Banderas movie.
I don't remember what it was.
Remember what it was.
But I do remember the lady behind you. I will never forget hearing her over the earphones.
Yeah.
I hear, "Oh my God!" There it is. Over the pounding sound in my iPod, I hear a woman in the row behind us cry out, "Oh my God!" I look over at Joey and he smiles. There's your fucking happy pill right there.
You're right, Antonio Banderas. It says right there.
Oh, what was it? So I thought it was, oh yeah,
teaching underprivileged youth how to salsa.
Oh, that's what I was watching. I was watching a terrible movie.
Terrible. We both were.
And Joey farted the fart of all farts.
Oh, man. Do you remember, by the way?
You off the seat. You ever have those farts where you actually feel your leg? It's like you're in one of those chairs. When you're in a plane and it's going to go down, what's the button you push to throw you off
the ejector seat?
That's what it was. It like ejected me a little bit.
He pays his seatbelt into your waist.
Oh my God, it was terrible. But another time I thought I used to take the #1 bus from Jersey City, North Oregon to the high school. We were on the bus one morning, kids, and there was a guy reading a paper. I could live to be 100 and never forget this. Reading the Daily News, and he had a connector of drool from his lip to the Daily News. There was a puddle. He was on heroin. They would go to Jersey City those days and get methadone. So they would take the bus up north of this. So I'm sitting there, he's passed the fuck out. And the drool is connected to the Daily News, and there's got to be just 6 inches of puddle. This guy's been passed out for 20 minutes. I point my ass at him. I'm not sitting behind him. I'm sitting across from him.
Yeah.
And I lift up my hips a little bit. And I kept my asshole just pointing at him. That even if it wasn't pointing at him, he would ricochet off the chair and go straight into his mouth. He's sitting there, and I let a fart go out. I could live to be 80. He lifted his eyes like this first, like he went like this first, like, and he wiped his mouth. And he's like, "Man, who the fuck farted?" He goes, "It smelled like someone up somebody's ass and died." And me and my little buddies were like, what, the 7th grade?
Yeah.
We're fucking giggling our asses off. He's like, "I should beat the fuck out of whoever farted on this motherfucker."
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Fantastic. Oh, Jesus.
Oh man. This is why I hate people. This is why I hate when I read posts.
You gotta give me a second.
This is why I hate. This is the reason why I hate when I read posts from people going, "Are you sick and tired of blue comedy? Well, come down to the Stanford Feeder on Friday night and listen to intelligent comedy, thought-provoking comedy." And then I think about how many times I'm 54 years old, and at night I got a sleep apnea machine on. And there's a little needle in the sleep apnea machine because the hose punches air into your fucking mouth. So there's an escape valve that's the size of a needle. You know how many nights I will sit there and be half asleep and I'll need to fart and I'll wake up just to fart to see if I can smell the fucking fart come through that hole.
Do you?
Yes. If it comes through the hole, it's a tremendous fart. I just wake up my wife and I go, "Honey, you gotta inhale it." Like, it's that good. I'm 54 years old. That always makes me laugh, Tom Segura. That's why when people say to me, like, "I love thought-provoking comedy." Dog, if it makes you laugh, it's comedy.
Yes.
It's comedy. Stop with the fucking
Do you know that You almost hospitalized me one time from laughing so hard. Like, I don't know if you remember this. I'm serious. I don't even know if I can tell it. It was backstage. It was backstage at his show. We were somewhere, and you were like, "How's the wife?" And I go, "You go, where is she?" And I said some city in Tennessee, maybe Knoxville or Nashville. And you go, Nashville, 96. And you started the story about working the club, and you're like, I just riffed in between shows, some crazy shit.
Some chick who was talking. There was 20 people for the first show. Knoxville was a Comedy Zone show. I have to book it. Knoxville's a great little fucking town. Like a cute little Tennessee town.
Is it?
It's like hip. It's a football, like a college town. So I get there on Friday night, Joe Rogan. I'm headlining. I got 38 minutes. I just moved to LA and I signed with Creative Management and they booked those rooms. So they were booking me out as a headliner. I was just dying slow to that. So what they did was they put me in one-nighters that paid like $275 a night. They weren't bad. Clark, Tennessee, And we go to this Knoxville for 2 nights and I go in there, me, though, I'm fucking crazy. First night I go in there to Friday night, there's 20 people for the first show. And there's a girl, Joe Rogan, that's a 12, with a guy that's a 4. Okay? And it's her birthday, Meanwhile, through it, she just turned 21. It's her birthday. Okay? Hi, happy birthday. What's going on here? Because once you start hearing noise, you have to react to it as a comment. And you go, what's going on here? You're 21. I said, you're very beautiful. And then she just went and ran with it and started talking about how her husband pimps her out. He would have fights on. And for $20, you could fuck him in the back room.
20
fights were on. Whatever. I don't know. That on Fridays, he would bring it to the construction truck. He would bring a truck with her to the construction site and put a mattress in the back. And at lunchtime, he would let her friends. And she's telling me this. It's like she's talking, and people like just holding their breaths. Like, what is going on here? This girl is beautiful, and this retard is just pimping her. So in between shows, I go upstairs to do a line or smoke a joint or whatever the fuck I'm doing. When I come back, I see her by herself, and we start talking. And what's going on? Oh my God, I had such a great time. I go, is that stuff true? And she goes, yeah. I go, show me the monkey. And she took me in the woman's bathroom, pulled down her pants. The girl had a monkey that was spotless. It nearly stunk. I ate it. I fingered it or something, and then she sucked my dick. That was it. I went back to my room. I didn't think nothing of it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I scored. I go back for the second show. There's 8 people. But by the time I go back for the second show, Joe Rogan, she's sitting in the back. She's 21, and she's looking at me like this. She's fucked up. And 10 minutes into my spot, because I was headlining, she starts going, I sucked the comedian's dick tonight. And her husband's like, what are you talking about? And she's like, I sucked his dick and he came in my mouth. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The cops had to hold him back. He's like, I want my $40. That's all he wanted. He didn't care that his wife sucked my dick at this comedy bathroom. When the cops came, he kept saying, man, somebody's going to get hurt if I don't have my $40. That's a $40 blowjob. Did you come in her mouth? Because if I wouldn't have come, it would have been like 20. All he cared about was the $40, though.
So he told me that backstage at your show, and I fucking started hyperventilating.
$40 for his wife. This is the world of comedy, ladies and gentlemen. This is the world of crazy fucking comedy.
Jesus. You think that's crazy?
She's crying. Some of the husband was holding his wife and said, no, he didn't care. He just wanted the $40 for the blowjob. I didn't give it to him.
He's got rules.
Yeah,
you got to give him that. He's got like a line in the sand.
This is crazy.
He's got
shit.
a number. $40.
Comedy is a fucking crazy animal. When you sit at home at night and you think about all the shit we've seen, we've learned a lot.
I don't think I ever laughed as hard. Well, that's probably the second time right there.
On that road. We've learned a lot of things. You learn a lot of things about human beings. You learn a lot of things about individuals. You learn some. I remember I did American Home. It's a armed forces place in Idaho. It's part of the Triple Run. As soon as I walked in and I had to go do a sound check, everybody kept looking at me going, hi, how are you? have you met Sandy yet? And I go, no. And they go, and they'd walk away. You ever see, what's the movie with Eddie Murphy? With Boomerang.
Yeah.
When he goes to the black chick's house, it's 80, and the butler keeps laughing. Remember, the butler would go, yeah, she wants to see you in the kitchen. He'd go, because she knew she was gonna rape him. So every time somebody would refer to Shirley, they go, have you met Shirley yet?
Yeah.
And you go, no. And they go, oh, and they'd walk away. Well, Shirley, whoever the captain of that base was, the head of the base, she was his wife. And if a band came to town or a comedian came to town, she blew him. That's it. That was the rule. Like he would sit out there with his fucking military on with all his shit and clap, and she'd be in the back, Sukalamink, to the whole band. I mean, this is crazy. So I didn't know about this. She came over and started talking to me, and then she started talking, oh, you're Cuban. I dated a Cuban one time. He had such a big dick. You have a big dick. I mean, it was that quick. It was that quick. Like, she just gets to it. She's like 50. I was maybe like 31. She was maybe 50.
Wow.
And she just dropped behind the curtain, took the hammer out, and started Sukalamink. I'm sitting there minding my own business, and all of a sudden somebody comes yelling for her, Shirley, Shirley, Shirley. Now, usually Shirley would get up and stop sucking your dick. Not Shirley. She moved her knees like I had knee on belly.
Right.
Then when somebody puts knee on belly, you're supposed to move this way.
Right.
That's what she did with her knees. She kept sucking it, just kept moving this way. I tried to take it out of her mouth. She wouldn't let it. She's like, no. She wouldn't stop till, and they're like, Shirley, we're looking for you out here.
Man,
This is crazy shit.
I can't. I'm overstimulated. I feel like I need psychiatric treatment right now and an IV.
Just finish that fucking drink, all right?
Oh my God.
Sukalamink is the greatest thing anyone's ever said.
That is the best word of all time. Minky juice, Sukalamink.
Sukalamink.
Boy, it's Minkia. But when they say Suka, they cut it short.
What is the word? What does it mean?
Minkia means suck my dick. Minkia in the dialect of the town. Suka means suck.
Right, okay.
You know, it's so weird how the more
Is this
you go,
Spanish?
This is Italian, Sicilian.
Really?
So the deeper you go down the boot, the more, is it closer to Spain or is it farther from Spain? The closer Italy is from Spain, when people from that area speak Italian, I don't care how fast they're talking, they can't put the wool over me because I can pick up every 4 words.
Oh, right.
So Sicilians say suka. What's suck in Spanish?
Chupa.
Chupa. You're in the neighborhood.
Right.
Sukalamink. When they say Sukalamink, like, you know, well, what are you going to do today? I don't know, I'm going to go out and get my minkia sucked. But Sukalamink is just the short.
That's your
short
second
version.
shirt of this show.
Sukalamink.
Sure.
And then you got minkia juice. It comes at you however you want it. Cheers.
Cheers. When you hear those Latin languages, like you hear Spanish and you hear Italian, like those languages they're like let's have fun language. You know, everything has got a thing to it. It's got a rhythm. There's a way they talk.
It is fun, yeah. It's
When
fun to
you hear
listen
them
to.
talk, yeah. Especially not really knowing anything about what they're saying. I can pick up like 1 out of 100 words, maybe, right?
Yeah.
And so I hear them talking, and I'm like, well, which one was that? But it's, so for me, it's almost just like hearing the rhythm of them talking.
Yeah.
It's like a fun, sort of a smooth, relaxed,
Buongiorno, signor professor.
Yeah.
When I get you an espresso, you know, they talk to you, and it's very heartwarming.
Yeah. All the
They're
gestures,
relaxing.
too. All the hand gestures.
Yeah.
You can always tell when a Latin person, like across a room,
Yeah.
just by their hand gestures, and they start, you know.
Grazie mille. Grazie mille. Like this, just hearing
And there's
that.
a lot of ple- like,
Yeah. How long
Thank
does
you.
it take you? How long do you think it takes you for you just to get the, like if you're in France for a week,
Yeah.
like it takes you 3 days just to get the, like I'm not going to learn French in 3 days, but it must take you 3 days to get the jiv. Like
If
when they
you
come up
knew
to you,
French?
like if they come up to you and ask you what you want from the menu, like after you go to 9 restaurants.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, 3 days.
You get a little something, yeah.
Yeah, you get a little something.
Especially if you have like a Latin root, though. You know, like you're comfortable with it.
Does it ever bother you when you hear stories about Americans going to like Paris, and like the Parisians thinking the Americans were dicks, the Americans like acting like assholes to people from Paris. Like, what is that? Like, how did that whole rumor get started?
The loud American?
Yeah, like, how did the whole, like, U.S. versus Paris thing? You remember when they wouldn't call things French fries? They were calling them freedom fries.
That was
Do you remember
Bush. That was Bush era, right?
Do you remember that?
Yeah. It was like freedom fries.
Like, we're supposed, like, it's always like the French, you know, like there's always like some weird, like, right-wing punchline about the French. How much interaction
I feel
do
like
you
it's
ever have?
inherited.
Well, I think it's. I think
Like, at
it's,
this point, for me, it's inherited.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think it's every country. Remember that episode of Sopranos when they went to Italy? Paulie asked the chef, "Can I get some red sauce?" He's like, "I want red sauce, marinara." And the guy looked at the other guy and he goes, "If you think these Germans are classless, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at this guy here. Like, he was like, they all have. Every country must have something towards." Yeah, I hear that we're hated across the world, but then, well, a person like you or you travel, you go, "No, bro, people are very nice."
Yeah. They are nice if you are nice, and I think that's universal. People are nice if you're nice.
Yeah.
Pretty
You're
much.
thoughtful, that people appreciate it.
Pretty much everywhere. People are nice if you're nice. You know, and the way you are changes the way they are. You know, like if you run into someone and maybe they're a little bit defensive, but you're openly friendly, a lot of times they'll relax that. Whereas if you run into someone and they're sort of defensive and you're aggressive with them, then it ramps up and the whole thing becomes like some sort of a weird ego disaster. Same person, different person interacting with them, saying the same words. The whole thing about people and the way we talk to each other.
Yeah,
because there's no one person responsible for an argument.
Yeah,
you know, most of the time it comes from both sides. And how you interact with people, even if you feel like you did nothing wrong, there's a lot of times like a big part of how the conversation started shaping itself. People don't want everybody wants everything to be black or white, right? It's either like if you got an argument with a dude, it's his fault or it's your fault. But it can easily be both. It can easily be like just a mismanaged situation. You know, you might have been coming there because there might have been some fucking problem that they were supposed to fix on your car and they didn't. And, you know, you in your car headed to the comedy store and you're like, this motherfucker, and the light starts going on again. You're like, God damn it. And you get there, you're already a little bit ramped up and you run into someone and then you're already coming at them at like a 6. And if you get in an interaction with them about like, hey man, you think I can get in front of you? I got to go somewhere. You're like, fuck you, man. Right? That could happen.
Totally does.
You don't know
Totally
that,
does, right?
You don't know. That's why I 21, I learned a very important lesson. Like, you don't know what that guy's going through today.
No one does, right?
Before you
Hard to
give
remember
before you give that nerdy guy
it's the hardest
the
thing to
finger
remember.
and cut him off.
Yeah.
You don't know if his wife just left him, his kid just told him she was a lesbian. You know, this is by and all of a sudden
As long as she's got a girlfriend.
He does have a fucking gun in his car. You don't know what somebody's going through. Right. You have no idea what's on their mind coming up to you. You know, one of the most genius things I ever heard was that the great Carlo Gambino never answered his own door. He always had his wife answer the door. Well, because no matter how mad a mobster came over, no matter how, like he just got off the phone with this fucking guy and he won't give me 10 kilos, Carlo's going to resume this. No matter how mad I came into the house, his wife would stop you, make you sit down, and give you an espresso, and give you a biscuit, and talk to you. So by the time you got into Carlo, you were slowed down. And you could think. He was very smart that way.
That's beautiful.
He did that on purpose. He always, his wife was like everybody's mom. One of those ladies that you go, hi, how are you? Come in, me. So
that's why it's not good for everybody if men get together for long periods of time.
I think that people should, anybody who's involved with customer service should take some type of something to calm people down. Like people who work at an airport, right? You know, there's got to be a system how to slow somebody down.
That's a brilliant system. Having a wife that's like a very nice person that sits you down,
slows you down,
is very calm,
nurturing,
talks to you, and you realize like, listen, this is what's important. This kind of friendship here, like half of the issues that people get into, it's a perspective issue.
Right.
It's like
especially if you're like a mobster and you think someone's fucking you over and you're like, well, you know, where's my fucking money? And you sit down. Like, come on. Perspective issue.
Yeah.
It's most of what it is. It's like, how are you looking at your relationship? Are you trying to fuck this person over? Are you trying to work together in harmony?
Yeah.
You're just trying to work together in harmony. I bet it'll work out.
We all travel. We ever have a bad travel day? And we get to a hotel and we're fucking furious. But that little lady at the counter made us laugh. And forget
Sure.
all about what just happened.
True.
I know.
Sure.
Yeah, and she'll even do something that'll change your whole outlook for the day. Like she'll go, oh, by the way, I knew you were delayed. We told the kitchen to save you spaghetti and meatballs. And you're like, you bad motherfucker. Wow. You know, so I like when that happens. I love when I'm furious and I walk into a hotel and somebody slows me down and talks to me and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's really cool when people have that. That's a gift, by the way. To actually slow somebody down and be able to touch them and go, hey man, it's gonna be fine. Come here, let me take it, to detract them.
Yeah, like if you have a business, you have a customer service representative, someone who meets people at the door, that person has an amazing personality. That shit is worth a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
it's worth a lot of money.
You can't coach it. You can't train it.
Yeah, and whether it's a guy or a girl, and I've met them on both sides. You know, you meet people that work in a certain place where you look forward to going back to that place to saying hi to that guy. But that guy's just super cool. You're like, what's up? What's up, man? And like you've made like a legitimate friendship with this person. And that's possible too, you know? This idea that we all have to be constantly at odds with each other.
And I think even like security people, like when I'm in a restaurant or a bar or a sporting event, and I see a security guy, what's that word? It's a situation.
Yeah.
Without throwing a punch, especially when a person's
drunk.
drunk.
Good one.
Yeah. Especially when a person's drunk. Listen, I can talk to you when you're sober.
Right.
Once you got 4 cocktails on you, I'm going to talk to you once my patience level is done.
Yeah.
You know, it's fucking done. But there's some people who stay calm. They go, we know, man.
Yeah.
Let's just take a walk over here and talk about it. And you fall for it. Next thing you know, you're out.
Right.
No matter if your girlfriend's with some other guy, you know, they will come rushing into a bar. And there's people who are tremendous at that. That's a great gift.
You know who can do that shit? Big John McCarthy. Big John McCarthy is the best at like separating shit. When shit goes sideways in the octagon.
Isn't he a ex-police officer?
Fuck yeah, he is.
Yeah,
and he's a giant.
Yeah, he's a giant.
I mean, he's a big dude. He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. And when shit gets weird inside the octagon, the cop in him comes out.
Yeah.
Like if there's some chaos, like some crazy shit, he puts a fucking halt to that.
No more.
Yeah. Those guys are important, man. It's important to have people like that.
No, that is a skill, though.
It's a giant skill, and also be a good guy, which he also is.
Right.
Like Big John McCarthy's a hell of a human.
By the way, formally, congrats on 1,000, man.
Thanks.
That's really awesome.
Yes. Listen,
amazing.
Thanks to
this
you
fucking
guys.
party started.
Thanks to you guys.
It's really incredible, man.
It's probably more, right? I think it's like 1,043 or something.
Probably.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other named ones: Fight Companions, Fight Breakdowns.
I would never ever dream when you started doing these.
Me neither.
They would have the impact that they have.
Yeah, let's just keep that shit in one void.
I just remember you like fucking saying like, people want to hear this.
I remember him calling me up to the room and me yelling at Joe and like, "Are you fucking crazy? Who the fuck is home on a Friday night? 13-year-olds, take that shit off! Take that shit off while I'm smoking pot!"
We were in the green room at the punchline. No, cops.
Somewhere.
Upstairs.
No, this was somewhere else.
Was
this
it?
was years later.
Wait, this is doing a podcast?
Me, him, and Red Band.
One of the first podcasts we did was off this thing called Justin.tv.
Yeah.
Justin TV. And we did them in green rooms. And we did them back when there were cellular modems. So you'd be streaming, like, there wasn't like a lot of Wi-Fi back then. So we'd be streaming from like a cell phone hookup.
Yeah.
It was terrible. Real pixelated stuff. But we were like, this could be fucking weird. Have people like watch us get ready in the green room, talking to the camera. This could be bizarre. So we decided to do a few of those. But Joey was like, get this fucking thing away from me. But that was a different Joey Diaz back then. You know, you were still uncomfortable. You know, it was funny, but that was the thing that
set you free.
But it's
That was the thing
also-
to let people know who you are.
At the beginning, when he was like, "Hey, dude, weren't you?" I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
No.
I was like, "Are you like a bird collar kind of guy or something?" Like I thought it was like one of those weird, you know what I mean, things that people do. And I was like,
A bird collar.
I mean, like
He was
just something where
very-
you're like, "What are you talking about, man?"
He
Like,
was
I thought
very into it.
Yeah,
And I
he did
noticed
it.
that he would be on there at night, and I just didn't like it. I didn't know. But then Dane Cook became a megastar with MySpace. And
Yeah.
everybody and their mother went on MySpace.
That was before me.
But they were
Dane-
not
Dane
doing what Dane was doing.
Yeah,
They just thought by going on MySpace and going, I got free tickets tonight,
yeah,
that was going to work. Dane Cook was communicating with them.
true.
And people would see the communication and go, wow, we can have live interaction, and blah, 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 blah.
But Dane was doing that way before me. He was doing that on MySpace
What?
in like 2002 or something like
Yeah.
that, right? Wasn't it?
But
Pretty early on, yeah.
But about in 2003, we'll check the lineup. We'll check the old calendars. We did the 4th of July weekend in Irvine. And I'll never forget that I said to you, do you have radio? And you go, I have no radio. I'm a little panicked. And that Thursday when we got down there, the whole weekend was sold out. And that's when I said, Joe Rogan's on to something with that fucking computer. Like, fuck this shit. Because my philosophy was,
That computer.
do you think Richard Pryor would go home at 4 in the morning, coked up, and get on fucking Facebook?
Ah, yes.
That was my thing at that time. Like,
Right.
You do
do
with
you
sunglasses
really
on.
fucking think that fucking Richard Pryor is going to go home and get on MySpace? So I was opposed to it. But once I saw 5 sold-out shows in Irvine, the old Irvine, when it was known that if you didn't do radio, nobody's going to show up there those days.
Right, right.
That was it. That was it to me. That was what made me a believer that there's something there.
Yeah, it's amazing the range of people that come up to me about your show. You know, like all types of fucking pilots, fighter. I've had like amateur fighters, professional fighters. The range of people that are interested in your show. You know what I mean? It's a really wide range of people. It's fascinating. Like it's really reached a lot of people.
I was.
You're freaking me out, man.
Why? I was in Burbank the okay? A week ago. All right. You know me, dog. I went to jiu-jitsu and had a half hour to kill. So before the head come, I just smoked a joint. I was in my car on Magnolia Boulevard up to Block and Porto, which is fucking packed. And I opened up the sunroof and I just started smoking a joint with my hair done. And I put a piece of gum in my mouth and I walked across the walk to walk across the street. And there was a lady holding a kid with another one in the thing. She looked at me. When she looked at me, I go, fuck, this lady smells me. You know, when you don't have a child, you don't give a fuck about reefer. When you have a child and you see a mom with a child, you feel kind of fucking sorry, man. And I didn't say nothing to her. She looked at me and she goes, oh my God, with the kid in her thing and with the stroller, she looked at me and she goes, blue cheese would give a fucking mother. I loved it. I'm from Buffalo. I looked at her and she just kept walking. But it was like the type of woman that wouldn't say that to me. With the kid and the pusher. She goes, blue cheese with wings and go fuck your mother. I love you. And she just kept walking by. Oh my God.
Amazing, man.
What about this guy who went to Sacramento and families with kids? It's fucking crazy. But the realm of the people and why they come up to you.
And TSA, don't forget about TSA.
TSA, but the realm of people and the reasons why.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what's always killed me. Like, I've been around 20 years, and what made you come to my show is I told the story about taking a shit in somebody's backyard. I loved it. We laughed like, and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
That's what, when somebody comes up to me, it's always, they came to a show for something different I said on here.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
It's amazing.
And like you said, the contrast. It's not just a 6-foot guy.
No, it's everything.
Steroid guy. It's a mom with a baby in a stroller.
I was saying, I'd love to. I have people that so want me to like give you things. It's so annoying. They're like, because they always start with like trying to flatter me, and like they're like, dude, I think you're fucking hilarious. I go, thanks, man. I love your shit. I listen to it all. I listen to it on the way to work every day. And I'm like, oh, thanks a lot. And they're like, yeah, man, it's so funny. Like, I love this bit and that bit. And I'll be like,
It's very nice of you, man. Thank you very much. Like, and I listen to your podcast, and I fucking love it. It's so fucking funny. I'm like, thank you. And then they're like, hey, would you give this to Joe? That's their whole thing. Like, did you think because you told me all those compliments, I'm gonna be your messenger? And they were like, no, I mean just like if you could give it to him. Okay, sure. I get this request every other week.
What kind of weird shit?
It's always fucking packages and envelopes. Yeah, I don't open them, man. Good. Yeah. They go right in the trash.
I tell him to send them directly to you. And like the cup.
Don't even tell him to do that.
He gave me 2 cups. I gave one to Alberto and I gave the other one to you.
This is a highly ineffective way to communicate with people. Just sending them shit.
People think that I want to have shit in my car. I can't give this to Tom. Like, I'm going to have this in my fucking
Bro,
car.
I got the newest, latest bong. It's totally different than any other bong. First of all, you can drop it out of an airplane. It will not break. It's military grade. Bro, this is the bong. The bong to end all bongs. The catastrophe apocalypto.
You've had this pitch.
End of the world bomb. Yeah,
for sure.
Bro, this bomb is made out of the same shit that Wolverine's claws.
There's a closet in my office that I slide open. And I cannot tell you. I must have 300 black t-shirts from different
bands and shit.
Restaurants. Yeah. I got look at me. I got every protein powder and fuel and energy thing that you could give me. People come to shows and give me. I got more gis than most jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
That's how many gis are given to me.
Yeah.
Mailed to me. I have to mail them back. My wife says if I see one more fucking gi, I will throw that shit out. It's just amazing. And your albums, because people know I like vinyl, I come home with vinyl every fucking week.
Really?
Some of it is fucking atrocious.
Yeah.
But some of it is fantastic. I listen to everything.
You do?
Do you have a hard time chucking out old shit?
I feel bad for people. I understand that they've worked for it, and I understand that they went out of their way for it. But if I haven't seen Duncan in 6 months, and I got a Buddhist candle, it goes in the garbage. Like once Duncan moved to New York, I threw all Duncan's shit in the garbage. I only save mushrooms and MDMA for Ari. People come up to me and give me heavy drugs for Ari. Like, give this to Ari. I will bring it back on the plane for Ari because he's my brother.
Yeah.
What they come and get. Some guy gave about a month ago, gave me a book about stars.
Oh, Jesus.
But when I looked, he was the author. Like, gets tossed. If they're the author, that gets tossed.
Remember when that guy gave me that book and I showed it to you, like How to Be a Real Man? And he
Yes.
wrote it?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, once
And
they read it,
one of his rules was B40. How to be a real man. He was just like the dumbest.
We went over it on your podcast,
Yes, we
right?
did, man.
Yeah. Like,
And that guy,
for a long
God,
time.
he gave that to like a bunch of us. We arrived in Hong Kong and he was like, here's this book I wrote. And then we look at it, it's him on the cover and it's all glossy. And he's like looking off to the side.
That was when I first did your podcast.
Yeah, I think you're
That was
right.
the first time I did it.
Yeah.
That was how many years ago was that?
That was probably, we started at 7 years ago, but that was probably 5 years ago.
God.
Yeah.
I do get a lot of neat shit though.
Oh yeah.
I do get a lot of.
No,
I
some of
saw
it's
that
cool.
pipe.
I'm talking about when
That
we
pipe
Oh
you
my
have in the
God.
studio? Who made that thing?
A kid in Cleveland.
God
a
damn, that
savage.
thing is good.
I get great books sent to me. I mean, phenomenal money books. I'm reading one right now that is the creepiest thing. The 3 Lives of Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. Ooh, that motherfucker traveled with a 14-year-old girl, bro. Never got charged with statutory rape. Really? Just traveled with him for a year.
Jesus.
He was just a runaway on the tour, like fucking crazy.
Is that true?
Talking about his house and fucking where he lived. He bought it from Alistair. It was Alistair Crowley's old house. A 24-karat warlock. He was like a fucking devil and shit. He lived in his house. And, for some people, it was like a way to sell records. Not for those 4. Those 4 were onto something. Magic. They were magical. 9 albums. But this book kind of like, I got to put it down for 2 days at a time sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, he's a fucking nut. That's what's called the 3 Lives. Look at
The 10 wildest Led Zeppelin legends.
Yes, read this shit. Scroll this shit down, Joe Rogan.
He
That's
dated a 14-year-old
crazy,
girl.
man. The truth. Maddox was amazing, just 14 when she went paged. That Page did what he could to keep the relationship hidden. Whoa, that's true.
That's crazy.
Wow. That's weird.
He was crazy when they shoved what they shoved on a baby shark up a chick's pussy.
That's so weird, man. Like you could do that back then, right? Like you could do weird shit back then.
Yeah.
It makes you stop and think. Like what that is like the beginning of the information age, right? Newspapers regularly distributed, television shows on the news.
Yeah.
All that stuff was only like a few decades old when the 60s and the 70s rolled around. I mean, you really think about the timeline there. It's really kind of fascinating.
Do you ever think about the jump in technology from like you know how it cites that there's no Us Weekly there, right? So things kind of advance and now everything's monitored. And now, for instance, you can record a phone call, right? Which is would be a difficult thing to do back then. Or you can have a recorder running on you. Do you ever think about how that the privacy goes away and how to some degree we can't even conceive of it right now, but how easy it will be to record everything at some point? Like how it'll, we joke like it's in your watch or it's in your glasses, but it will be. Like you'll walk out of every conversation and there'll be some form to document it.
Yeah.
So it'd be a total loss.
So there's gonna be some changes. I don't necessarily agree. I'm not convinced, I should say, not agree. I'm not convinced that they're gonna be bad.
To do that.
Yeah. I wonder like what's gained through this kind of privacy. Now I'm not talking about like privacy like corporations or the government being able to look at your life. I'm talking about we might get to a position as human beings within our lifetime where everybody looks into everything about everybody. Everything.
Right.
Finances, your day-to-day life,
everything's
all
just
of you
revealed.
Sexually, seeing you everywhere you go, no matter what you do. Like we could get to a position where there's no disconnection from any of us, but we're all connected to each other. This keeps going the way it goes, right? So it used to be everybody lived far apart, and you had to ride a horse, get to the friend, and say hi, and talk to him, and hopefully he's still alive when you get back the next day. But there was no communication.
Right.
Then it got to phone calls. And as things have ramped up, and now it's in your phone, and now your phone's in your watch, and now your watch can tell you who's calling you, and you can look at your phone and see the person. The Star Trek type shit already happening, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to get deeper and deeper and deeper. People are streaming, live streaming Facebook, no matter what they do all day. There's a slew of people playing video games, live streaming. People are tuning in, watching other people play video games. I mean, we're getting like deeper and deeper into this technological rabbit hole where it becomes embedded in your life in a way that was unimaginable before it was introduced. Same thing as cell phones. Before cell phones were introduced, who would have ever believed if you told them that you were going to get to a point in human history where it is totally common to see people staring at electronic screens while they're all sitting together at a dinner table? That there could be 5 people sitting around and they're not even talking to each other. They're just staring at this electronic screen, and that screen is compelling. You know it, I know it, I get drawn to it, you get drawn to it.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? Might be some crazy news. Let me check Google real quick. You never know. You never know what weird shit has been happening in the world, and you get sucked into this. This thing is becoming a part of your life in a weird way that nobody anticipated. If it keeps going in the direction that it's going, it's going to get weirder in a way we never anticipated before, where it's not going to be just as simple as put your phone down and go outside. It's going to be your phone's a part of you. It's going to happen. Your phone's almost a part of you now. If you have to have it, like I am connected to this goddamn thing more than I touch my dog, right?
Totally.
I love my dog, but I touch that thing more than I touch my dog. It's weird. You want to pretend it's not a part of me, man. I can just put it right there. So it's right there. Oh, it's right there. Don't go anywhere. Right here. That's basically a part of me. It's basically a part of me. How long before I let them open me up?
Maybe there's a spot in my armpit I don't even use. This little
There's a
spot.
great short about that. There's a great short film about
Is
that.
there?
Yes.
What's it called?
I don't remember the name of it, but it ends up like under the guy's skin.
That's gonna happen.
It's
I
really
do
good. I wish
everything
I
I
knew
can
that.
to stay away from this fucking thing. I charge in a different room at night. You know, the iPad I bought to write, no fucking Facebook, Twitter, or nothing.
That's good.
Neil Brennan
Do you
tweet that
ride
shit.
on an iPad?
I bought an iPad.
Do you have like one of those little keyboard
I
things
bought
you
the
connect to
keyboard
it?
with the
Nice.
case.
You like that?
Bro, it's changed my life. I used to have 3 hours of just shit time a day that it's not enough to work out.
So what do you write in notes? You use
It's
a notes
not-
program? What do you?
Yeah, I just write in fucking notes. And if I don't like the joke that night, I go back and add the tag.
Really? You know what's real good? Have you ever tried Evernote?
No,
Evernote is real good. It
I-
allows
I-
you to use pictures, all kinds of different things.
Isn't it black everything else?
No, that's a different thing. That's Right Room.
Oh.
But Evernote, you if you write things like the things you want to remember, maybe before sets, you can write them down in Evernote and then sync them from your iPad to your phone back and forth. It's really good. It's one that I use. All
I
the
just
time.
got this iPad Pro 3 weeks ago and it's changed my life.
Yeah.
That's it, changed my life. I didn't give a fuck about Twitter, Facebook, nothing. When I go to that coffee shop to write, it's just that program. I have everything else in there, but I haven't even programmed. I have the apps in there. I got my fitness plan in there. I got BJJ training journal in there, and that's it.
You know what
That's
I
it. I
think
don't give a
about the
fuck.
internet, man? I think about the internet like I think about foods that are sweet. Like you can have them as long as you don't have too much.
Too much.
Don't
It's
get
too much.
don't get crazy. That's how I feel about even going online. I think we're getting to this weird point where we're just relinquishing our consciousness to this machine, relinquishing our consciousness
Well, it's not a
to this
consciousness.
connection that we all enjoy.
It's not a consciousness. It's the consciousness we're all sharing about a certain topic. We all have to interject on what we think about Charlottesville
Right.
or about Trump or stuff like that. There's days you get on Facebook and Twitter and you're fucking sad. You get sad. Like you get sad for people.
Yeah.
Okay, I make it a habit. Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, no reason to be on the internet.
You stay away from it?
There's no reason. The shows are sold out. Your family's at home. Well, what are you going to go in there and tell them? This is my cheeseburger. Yeah, I give a fuck. So on the weekends, I don't touch it. I force myself. Don't touch it. For what? You have to have a life, man.
Yeah.
We are forgetting that there's a life. You ever go to a park and look at these fucking parents looking at their phones? You go to a park with your kid, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't take my phone out of the car in the park. There's no who's going to call you. Your manager? What are they going to tell you? What are they going to tell you? They change your spot at the store from 10:15 to 10:30. If you're with your kid and your wife, you don't need your phone. You really don't.
Joe, you gotta get into floating, man. How come you don't float?
Because I smoke pot and I think of this shit on my own.
Yeah, but it's different.
That's why.
It's not what you think
I get
it is.
anxiety.
Yeah,
Like
but
Becky
I know
works-
you'll be fine.
Becky works at the place in Pasadena.
Uh-huh.
And we've been talking about it a lot about it. I'm really scared about these little dabs of anxiety that I get from
Joe,
time to time.
you'll be fine.
And
Listen, it's good for your health.
No, I know it's good for my health, but when I go give blood, I get that I give blood. No problem.
Wait, does weed make you more anxious or less anxious?
It smooths it out.
Okay, so
But when it comes to certain things, I have to see a window. Like it's really weird
Yeah.
that right now there's not a window in here. I see that fucking door. Like when I walk up the steps at the original room and I get anxiety when a comic's on stage, it could be anything. It could be an open mic and I'm next. And I start getting this shortness of breath. I have to turn around and look down the stairs at the comedy store. Just by me knowing that I could get out. If shit goes down, I'm okay. So I don't think a fucking tub's got windows, a floating tank. They seal that thing over your head.
No, they don't seal it. It's just got a door.
So that's what I'm a little scared of.
It's really easy.
I'm not claustrophobic either. I was in the South. None of that shit bothers me. I just got to see a window. Yeah.
Well, listen, it's real easy. Like when you're lying, it's right there. You just lift your hand up. It's right there. The door's right there.
No, we have
Stand up. You open the door. It's on your head.
You know, look what happened yesterday in Spain and Barcelona. What a fucking shame.
You can't connect
Let me-
terrorist attacks to isolation
No,
attacks
no.
that quickly.
But let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
Joe Rogan.
I don't even know how that
Let me ask you a question, my brother.
Okay.
You're an intelligent individual. You're an intelligent individual, Tom Segura. Jamie,
Yes.
You're not a fucking Phi Beta Kappa, but you know what?
Jamie might be the smartest guy in the room.
No, I'm just teasing you. Jamie, how many people were looking down when they got hit by that car yesterday? Let's be honest.
Well,
65 people got hit.
But you know,
Let's
people
pretend.
well, that's people are wandering through
we
the street.
have
They
to
that's
start paying attention as Americans. We cannot live in that fucking thing no more. We cannot.
It's not smart. It's not smart to be walking around staring
All
at it.
fucking
But
day.
sometimes you have to look at it.
All
You know, there's
day.
times where like someone
of course.
sends you an address, and you're meeting people there.
Then there's
You
times
gotta
you
look at
catch
it.
yourself. You're like, what am I
Yep.
doing right
What
now?
am I doing?
I'm
All
surfing.
day. All
Right.
three of us
That's
all three of us have children. Do we want our children to grow up on a fucking computer? Do we want them to have
They're
life
going
experiences?
both. They're going to grow up on computers. You're not going to.
No, I want them to grow up on computers, but I don't want that whole lifestyle to be on a computer. I want them to go outside. I want them to get dirty.
Yeah.
I want them to have life experiences, even if, you know, the only way you learn about life is sometimes by having something negative happening. So then these children that are on a computer till they're 18 and they send them away and they fucking fracture.
Yeah.
They fracture. It's a different time now for children, guys. And we're parents. It's a different time.
It's way different. It's different in a way that I don't think anybody's ever seen before, so they don't know what the fuck to do.
They don't know what the fuck to do.
Tom's got a pee. Ha ha. Look how slim he is. He looks beautiful. Beautiful. Sexy.
I try to
Frame.
keep it as normal as I can. Try to keep it as normal as I can. I don't want to forget who the fuck I am, Joe Rogan.
Well, you won't.
And I don't want to forget it for my children, my daughter.
You won't.
You know, I don't want them. The other day, I was driving home, and I saw a little girl selling lemonade with her mom on the corner. It was 2,000 degrees.
9 minutes ago.
I pull up to my house. I go
What's up,
inside my
baby?
daughter, and I get my wife. I said, let's go buy some fucking lemonade for this kid. All right, my daughter's going kindergarten next year at a school that's rated one of the highest schools, but it's a public school. Rich kids go there, a bunch of kids go there. There's no reason to put your kid in these Notre Dame's going these $25,000. They want $34,000 a year for kindergarten. What? Come on, Joe Rogan. Well, how is your child going to benefit? Come on, we're all intelligent here.
That's
$34,000, Monarch, Notre Dame, all those schools in the valley, they want 30 G's, 2G registration form to sign your kid in. Really, Joe Rogan?
People want to keep their kids safe.
No, it's not safe. It's so you can tell your friends that your kids are fucking that school. That's what nice is. That's what nice. Oh no, my kids attend, and you're like, oh my god, and your kid ends up to be a fucking dummy because he's in school with other rich people's fucking kids, and they're all fucking dummies too. You know, they're getting raised by fucking nannies. I don't want that. I go to the park. How many fucking white kids do you see with Mexican women? Ain't that a fucking shame? All these Mexican women are adopting white kids. That's fucked up. That's why they didn't want Trump to build a wall. Because they have to raise their own fucking kids. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's why these white people didn't want Mexicans to go, especially in California. Who's going to raise their fucking kids?
Oh, Jesus.
Go to a swimming class. I go to a swimming class Tuesdays and Thursdays with my daughter. Jump in the front. There's no white parents with their kids. Their nannies are in the fucking YMCA with their kids. When your kid grows up and he's, what's his name? Michael Vernacolo? Yes, when he's one of those fucking motherfuckers. Don't come crying to me. Don't come crying to me. And let me tell you something. I sucked the pacifier. I was 6. I was raised to be a little cocksucker. But I snapped out of it somewhere. Did you know that?
Yeah, you told me this.
When my father died, I was one of those little boys you see with their mom holding onto their leg. No go. I was one of those little fucking faggy kids. Okay, I sucked the pacifier to the age of 6.
Oh my god.
Okay, I had potential to be one thing. One fucking thing. You understand me? But my mother would not allow that shit to happen. Latin mothers don't play that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Latin mothers do not allow that shit. I couldn't wear scarves. You know, I was allowed to wear scarves.
You wanted to wear a scarf? Like a Snoopy scarf? Or like
I was gonna go fly a plane scarf.
Or was it like one of those Randy Couture scarves, which, although I wouldn't wear, I think on him is quite fetching.
No scarves at all.
You ever see the Randy Couture scarf?
No.
Yeah, Randy Couture will wear what I would call a tactical
scarf.
Oh, like that. Yeah.
See, that's
yeah.
the kind of scarf that like a Navy SEAL would wear.
Yeah, PLO
Randy,
style. Yeah.
Randy wears a bunch of those things. But Randy's such a bad motherfucker. It's almost like he's begging you to try to choke him with that
Fuck
thing.
yeah, man.
Like, come try to grab that thing.
yeah.
I just leave a handle
That should be the
around my
name.
neck.
That should be the name of that album right there. That should be his album cover.
Come try to grab the scarf, bitch.
the scarf, bitch.
You know the thing about crazy? He's such a nice guy.
Randy's
He's
a
such
great guy.
approachable.
Yeah.
He'll talk to you about anything.
You know what? And his kid came to my show in Vegas and also has like a gym there. Coolest kid, man. Like him and his wife, I think both teach there too.
Oh wow.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice family,
fighting.
man.
His son is, yeah. His son, I think he was fighting in the World Series of Fighting, which is now has a new name. But yeah, he fought for a bunch of different people, right? Didn't he fight for Strike Force? And I think he might have fought for Bellator. Ryan Couture, talented fighter.
Hey, while we're at it, don't forget to remind you, has fucking Gino given you the CBD roll on yet?
Yes.
What do you think?
It's amazing. How's that even work? Is that voodoo?
Oh, the other night I came home, I said,
Squirt it
"Move."
like a cream. You rub it on like spots that are
No,
sore.
my wife moves it on my
Ooh.
fucking back. After
Really?
I get out of the shower, done.
It gets in weird spots.
Yeah, done.
It must have some sort of anti-inflammatory properties or something like that. Do you like that tie liniment? Anybody ever rub that stuff on you?
No, I've never known.
Like ties, like tie boxers and shit. They're like you got to realize they're always dealing with like bones slamming into their legs.
Yeah.
And they're all sore and shit. And they rub this like tie liniment. It's weird. It's weird.
Like heals them?
smelly stuff. I don't think it heals them, man, but it feels good.
What's the
Like
one the
heats
Chinese
up.
use?
Oh, that's a similar one. Tiger Balm, like that kind of shit.
They have another thing. It's called something juice. And when I was a kid, I used to have the iron palm bag, and I would rub that on my hands and do the iron palm technique and shit with that. It's called something that has a weird smell to it.
What does this stuff do? Like when that stuff like heats your skin up, and you're like, oh god, like icy hot, like that kind of shit. What is that really doing?
I have no idea. I think it's just tricking you into thinking.
You think so?
Oh, almost. Yeah, I don't think it really is.
Someone who's a friend of mine who's a doctor described it as a topical analgesic, meaning that it does something to the surface of your skin. But maybe is it psychological that makes it feel like it's healing up, like when you have a muscle soreness or something like that? Like
Yeah,
if you have like
I think there's a
little
degree
bit of
of-
a wound,
yeah.
a little injury.
Well, there's a psychological aspect to that heat stuff. I feel like you think you're getting work done, you know,
There's probably a psychological aspect to healing.
in general.
Yeah,
I
it's
think you're right.
probably. I mean, I don't think it's 100%, but I think you could sway it in a better direction.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like that's got to be what the placebo effect is, right? They tell you they're going to give you a pill, and it's going to make you feel better. And you're like, oh, this is it. This is the thing. They gave me the pill, and you actually do feel better, and even show signs of recovery, like immediately corresponding to you taking that pill. Like your brain has convinced yourself.
What about that dude you've had on the podcast whose brain is like a fucking healing serum? We can walk.
Oh, Wim Hof.
Yeah, Wim Hof.
Oh yeah, dude. He
He trains people. He teaches people how to do it.
He's as legit as they get. He holds the world record for swimming under ice.
Ice.
Yes. And by the way, he fucked up and couldn't figure out which way to get out because his retinas had frozen over because the water was so cold.
How does he do this?
He's an animal. He's a fucking savage, that guy, in the most beautiful sense of the word. He just has incredible breath control. That's a big part of like his whole entire philosophy. So the guy's following this rope, right? Once he's committed to it, by the way, like he's just got these little spots along the way where he can get some air. But he lost track. He couldn't see good anymore because it was so goddamn cold. He couldn't figure out where the exit is. So he went more than the full distance that was his goal in the first place, which was insane. All of it's insane. Oh, fucking A, man. I mean, that guy's
Like,
something special.
He teaches people, which is the crazier part even to me, that he's gotten people, train them to swim in like freezing water.
Oh, yeah.
Walk through ice, and also fight off a cold.
Yes.
The fuck, man.
I use his breathing technique before I go on stage. And when I do, I have better shows. This is what I think. I think you like kind of hyper-oxygenate and stimulate your mind.
How
You make
sophisticated
these
is
big-
his breathing technique?
Well, it's a lot of what he does that I find beneficial is like, and I've heard this concept in yoga before too, is breathing in, like take a giant breath and letting out, excuse me, letting out about 20%. And then breathing in again as hard as you can, and letting out about 20%. Breathing in as hard as you can, and then continue that for like long periods of time. Dude, I do that in the cryo tank where I stand in the cold air.
Yeah.
3 minutes goes by like that. There's a giant difference between when I do that and when I don't do that.
So you focus on breathing.
It's a little bit of that. It's definitely there's something about people that are encountering any sort of stimulation where it's real hard to manage the stimulation without letting everything get fucking crazy and haywire.
Yeah.
And being able to manage it has a gigantic effect on what the actual results or the actual experience of being this cold is.
Yeah.
Because it's the same goddamn thing, but if you can control your breath and control your consciousness, and you're doing something that seems to be heating up your body too in a little bit of a way, almost like an internal exercise, because it's difficult to do because you're taking these big giant breaths of cold air and then you're letting out a little and then you're taking a big giant breath. It's almost like you're flexing your lungs.
Yeah.
And when you do that, man, I mean, it might make it 20-30% easier to deal with 3 minutes.
Supposedly,
I'm not kidding.
One of the Olympics, I don't know what year it is, if you'd like to check, Jay, whatever. The Russians beat the fuck out of the Americans. Supposedly, the Americans came out walking out, the flag, and the Russians all came out going, "Hoo, hoo, hoo, hoo," and they couldn't figure out what the fuck is wrong with these motherfuckers. That's what they were doing. They warm up their lungs, and they look back to think about what they're about to do, the technique they're about to use, and to let the blood go to the back. Something fucking weird I read about that was pretty interesting. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But supposedly their cardio was so ahead of the United States because they were doing a breathing exercise. I think it had something to do. Now, is that the guy that also has the record for the deepest drop?
I think it's a different guy.
That's a different guy.
That's a different guy.
He's the one that I wrote, that I read about. He's the one that wrote about how you have to prepare for all that stuff. And that was learned when the Russians came out in the Olympics. And
it's interesting to focus on your breath. Like, I don't do it much. I do it. I've actually been doing Pilates, and it's way fucking A, harder than I thought it was going to be, but B, like, you're thinking about your breath for like an hour, basically. You're always working on your breath.
It's not a secret that like the greatest jiu-jitsu guy of all time had this crazy breath control.
Really?
Hickson Gracie?
Yeah.
He had, there's a bunch of videos of him. You ever see the documentary Choke? You ever heard of it?
No.
It's an amazing documentary about this guy, Hickson Gracie, who's almost universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu player of all time.
Yeah.
And fought a bunch of fights in MMA and strangled everybody he fought. But there's this video where he's doing this yoga warm-up sort of thing that he would do every day. And he does this thing with his stomach that you watch him do this. And he starts warming his stomach up. He's doing this like fire breathing shit, but then he starts sucking his stomach into like the upper corners of his rib cage, like rhythmically, in this like almost impossible thing. Like when you're watching him doing it, like he's warming everything up, and then once he gets it warmed up, he starts wiggling the internals. Like, look at this, man. Who the fuck has that kind of control of your abdominal muscle?
This guy would do this like every time he trained?
He did it all the time. Did it constantly. He did this. He did yoga constantly, gymnastics. He did a type of yoga called Gymnastica Natural, which is a Brazilian sort of a combination of yoga and a lot of like movements, like rolling and animal-like movements, natural movements. Amazing stuff. See if you can find the guy who created that Gymnastica Natural, so you give the guy credit, because there's a really amazing style of working out. Yes.
Nogueiras are into gymnastics. There's a couple Brazilian guys that teach him.
That sport is actually so much more badass than it's given credit for.
Jiu-jitsu?
No, I'm talking about like gymnasts.
Like, gymnasts, for sure.
And like or even like yoga masters, their physical ability is so beyond, I think, most people's perception of it when they first, think about it. Like, these people are fucking psychos, man.
Professor Alvaro Romano is the guy who created Gymnastica Natural. and that was Hickson's thing. And there's videos of him doing it on the beach. There's a video of Hickson doing it, and you watch the movements, and you go, oh, this is almost like he's having it's almost like shadow fighting with jiu-jitsu, because you're being able to put your body in these weird positions over and over and over again and balance yourself, control. It's all about just controlling your body in any weird way that you could possibly encounter a position where you'd have to be strong.
Yeah.
Wild shit, because he was way ahead of the curve, man. Everybody back then was doing Mexican supplements and deadlifts and bench pressing and fucking, running over each other in training camp, beating the shit out of each other. And Hickson was just strangling people.
Yeah.
It's really a fascinating thing when you stop and think about it, that this one guy was the best and so far ahead of the curve. And so few people, even people that really got into jiu-jitsu, saw, well, first of all, he had amazing talent. His dad was Ilio Gracie. Those are two giant factors. But also the way he trained and the way he controlled his breath. And his own son, Cron Gracie, who's one world champion, one of the best grapplers in the world, can do all that stuff too. He has massive breath control, and he'll tell you it's all about your breath. Like, being able to control your breath is a massive part of your anxiety levels. It's a massive part of how you can deal with stress, how you can calm yourself down. You have control and power over your lungs. What is this dude doing? Oh, this is he's out there in the jungle. This guy's actually doing it in the jungle. Like Jacare does a lot of that stuff.
We all breathe naturally. Like, if you look at your children, they're breathing the way that we're supposed to breathe.
Yeah.
Somewhere when we're 10 or 12, we become a teenager, we go off it. Like, my breathing was complete. I went to seminars. When I went to
Did you really?
When I went to jiu-jitsu, I created so much fear in my mind from being on my back that I would immediately run outside and take my gi off and pee my pants. And most people would quit. Like, I just pee a little bit in my shorts. Most people would have quit. Yeah, I don't like that feeling. Yeah. So I kept going back, and I wouldn't improve. I wouldn't improve because of my cardio. Yeah, I've been smoking joints for 30 years. Yeah, I'm a fat fuck. Yeah. It was that I had to build, like, I had to get Bas Ruten's mouthpiece to build my diaphragm. So I had nose therapy. All this because of jiu-jitsu.
That Bas Ruten thing is legit.
Bas Ruten thing is legit. When I hit the bag, I use the Bas Ruten thing.
Yeah. I think what they're saying is the best way to use it is just use it in exercises.
Exercise.
Like, use it like as an exercise. Just do a few things with it and just blow some air out with it.
Really good. It's really helping. But that's how much I've learned about, like, now I don't have as much anxiety. I breathe it out. It really fucking, so I've done a lot of reading about it. Mm-hmm. But that guy's article about the guy that dipped the longest, his was the most interesting. I didn't know about this guy on the fucking ice and shit. But it's true, man. Now I'm rolling, and now I pull guard all the time just to be on my back. I want to be fearful.
Yeah.
So I just look back. Whenever I have a problem, I do a thing called hula boo that the Indians did. Hula boo, where you look hookaloo or something like that.
Oh, hukalau,
where you look up and you center again.
Yeah.
And that's how we become a better comic. Sometimes you're up there talking shit, you just center yourself. And all these little things I learned because I joined jiu-jitsu, like my breathing, I focus on it. When I roll now, I don't care about hands no more. I don't care if you choke me. I really don't give a fuck. I'm horrible anyway. I'm just learning to breathe all over.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just learning to breathe, I was grabbing you and trying to go for a cross collar and then fucking like doing something completely different for a scissor sweep. And somebody's like, Joe, you gotta exhale, brother.
Joe, so, do you do yoga for jiu-jitsu? Don't they have a class like that down at your schools?
Yeah. We do. I go early.
What's the name of the actual?
The thing is called TACFit. But I go to yoga with my wife once a week. We just go she goes 4 times. I just go with the Tuesday one just to loosen up from 10 to 11. I'm not that good at it.
TACFit is our friends.
TACFit is Scott Sonnen and Galazzi, which they have.
Galazzi, who you did the podcast with me.
They're fucking having a tremendous workshop this week. I can't go. I said fucking 9 to 5. I can't remember that much shit. Saturday and Sunday.
What are they teaching you?
Kettlebells meets club bells with Galazzi and how it affects jiu-jitsu and MMA and stuff like that. So last week I got to meet Scott Sonnen. Boy, he's fucking great, Joe.
He's got a lot of great stuff about
Great
club
stuff.
bells.
Yes, great
I've seen
stuff.
some of his videos and things.
Listen, I'm up to the 20 pounds from Aubrey.
Yeah.
I started,
That's
when
good.
I first got the club bells from Aubrey, my wrist was hurting with 5 pounds. I couldn't even do the simple 5 pound one. Now I'm taking 20s, holding them, going all the way back, bringing them back, and it's all focused on my back and breathing. That's it. I just do shit to breathe now. I don't give a fuck if I get beat up, because that's what was really bothering me.
Yeah.
Breathing.
You've been getting better at it.
Yeah, but now I'm getting better at it. Plus, the sleep apnea had put a lot of fear. So being on my back and being out of breath, the sleep apnea would kick in again. And you got to fucking, you know, so.
Do you ever do those shield casts? Remember the Iron Sheik? Remember the Iron Sheik used to hold up those gigantic Iranian clubs that they would use for wrestling training. It's like it was a really strong move for wrestling training. See if you can find one with the Iron Sheik, because he was like the Iron Sheik. For people who don't know, he was a pro wrestler in the WWE. It was WWF back then, and you know he was before he was that. He was a super successful Iranian amateur wrestler. Like he was a legit wrestler, like legit wrestling skills, and ridiculously strong. And he's holding these things. I don't know how much these things weigh, but it doesn't look like he's faking this because of the slow motion of how he's moving it. They look like heavy objects. I don't know how much they weigh, but this is a really hard workout to do. You know, I can barely do that shit with like 15 pounds. I'm not bullshitting. With one hand, it's hard. It's a weird control thing. And you realize like how you're strong in certain areas.
Those are definitely heavy as fuck.
They're heavy as fuck.
Yeah.
You're strong in certain areas. Like that guy's super jacked. Who's that? He's got beautiful underwear. But it's a very difficult thing because you could be really strong when it comes to like a straight shoulder press. You know, like you could like hoist up like 70 pounds, but there's no fucking way in the world you're going to be moving around 70 pounds like that. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
Your arm's going to fall off. Like if you have, especially if you have it in the form of a club, like you can't even get close. Like I can do a lot of shit with heavy kettlebells, but when it comes to like one of those clubs, I take 2 hands to move around a 30-pound one.
Right.
Which is correct. Like if someone says like 30 pounds, like, do you bench press 30 pounds? Bro, that's all we got here? Yeah. Fucking 30 pounds? Bro, this is fuck. I can't even get a pump. Doing something with one of these clubs that's 30 pounds is fucking insane.
That's insane.
You have to be so goddamn strong. And that sounds weird because it seems like, well, 30 pounds is 30 pounds. But when you start swinging that shit over your head and it's long, and so like the leverage is going against you.
Look at him.
Yeah.
He's like a fucking bulldozer.
Dude, he was a bulldozer.
This is the guy that's on Twitter calling everybody fuck.
Everybody's a
This is the guy.
Oh
my
he
God.
hates Nazis. I retweeted him the other day about Nazis. I love him. I was on stage with him in Toronto. It was one of my favorite moments as a human.
Call people jabronis. And
Yeah, he calls
fuck
everybody
yourself.
a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I fucking hated everybody. He's a good man, though. And he was a stud wrestler, but that's the dark secret of not just professional wrestling, but of just real high level grappling. It's like the damage that gets done to a lot of those guys' bodies is almost unfixable, and he's all fucked up now. He's got, you know,
Ric Flair's like not in a coma, but in like ICU for like the last 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, I heard about that. And how old is Ric Flair? Yeah. You know, they pay a price. They pay a price to entertain in that way. You know, it's very, very physically violent. Just because it's not quote unquote a real fight, whereas like there's an unplanned outcome and they're just throwing haymakers at each other like a real MMA fight. Just because it's not that doesn't mean that they're not taking in a lot of damage. Every time they get hit with those fucking forearm shivers and drop the fucking chair on them, like all that shit is fucking them up, man.
A lot of them have brain damage too. A lot of them.
I'm sure. I'm sure there's no studies on it, but I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure some of them avoided it. You know, some of them fought smart. And
what is he saying? What is that boy saying in his song? I thought it was Halloween. What does he say? Drop a motherfucking bees on them. What does he say?
Right. Ghetto Boys?
Yeah. What was that line? Come on.
Oh my God, I haven't heard that in so long. What song is that? Oh, it was the Halloween song, right?
Picking up the place.
What's that?
Mind playing tricks on me.
Oh, mind playing tricks on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
This This wasn't no ordinary.
Oh my
He was
God.
about 7 feet. Whatever. We triple teamed on him, dropping them motherfucking beads on him. The more I do, whatever, the more I swung, the more blood flew. Then he disappeared, and then my boys disappeared too.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a classic, man.
Oh my God.
Bushwick Bill, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Remember when
Or
there was
Willie
a
D,
fucking
Scarface?
cover? The cover of a Ghetto Boy CD is Bushwick Bill with his eye shot out
Yeah.
in a fucking not even this one. It's another one in the gurney on the way
Right.
to the hospital, and it's like We Can't Be Stopped is the name of the album. He got shot in the eye.
It's hilarious, man.
I think he shot himself in the eye. I don't even know what the fuck happened. Someone shot him in the eye, and he's like, "We can't be stopped." And
Yeah.
he's in the gurney. Like, look at this.
Oh yeah, right. Damn.
Yeah. So he's on the phone. He's got one of them brick.
Yeah.
He's got one of them brick cell phones from the olden days, from back in the Gordon Gekko days.
These guys aren't playing games, man.
And so he got shot in the eye, and while that's happening, he's on the phone doing deals. Still doing deals.
What was the
money
conversation they
still.
had? Like, as they were pushing, they said, whoa. Why don't we take a picture so we can put this out next time?
Yeah. Yo,
We gotta take a picture.
Let me take this
My
bandage off right
fucked
quick.
up.
Let me take this bandage off right quick.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Now, who's the midget?
That's
That's
Bushwick
Bill.
Bill.
Okay.
And that's horrible nomenclature, sir.
What is it?
I don't know. I don't think you're allowed
Who's
to
the
say that
small
anymore.
person?
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Listen,
Now I
John
think
Wesley.
differently of you.
John Wesley saw him fucking changing the flat once in Houston,
Really?
and he pulled over to help Bushwick Bill. He goes, "How cool was that? I helped Bushwick Bill."
I met
That
Willie
is
D
cool.
at a show once. He came to a show.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's got one of my favorite quotes all time. You gotta let a hoe be a hoe.
He's totally right. You
Oh,
gotta
there
let
he
your
is.
nuts hang, and
Really did
Damn.
shoot his eye
he
out.
really did.
Oh yeah, that wasn't a publicity stunt. Look at that. That's crazy.
Imagine that face walking up to you,
They were
like at a
huge.
store, and just being like, "I'm a celebrity." Oh my God, fucking eyes shot out.
They were fucking huge at one time. Ghetto
Yeah.
Boys.
For sure.
Two Life
Yeah.
Crew.
That we
Wu-Tang.
can't be stopped. We Can't Be Stopped is a big fucking album. They were huge.
No, yeah, get
I used to listen to them when I was on the Treadmaster.
Uh,
Fucking Stairmaster things, whatever the fuck it is.
Rap a Lot, right? Isn't that the Houston label? Wasn't that Rap a Lot? Yeah, they put Houston on the map. For
Yeah,
sure.
Rap a Lot. That's exactly what it
Now
was.
the guy that
Yeah.
sang Big
Fifth
Butts.
Ward.
That's right.
That's
Yeah,
right.
man.
What did that do
Houston
with the
gets
white
down.
dude with the teeth?
Oh, Paul Wall.
Yeah.
I think he's still out
I think
there.
he still makes teeth for
Still
sure.
make teeth. He ain't
Definitely.
rapping, though.
Does he make grills?
Yeah, he still
Yeah, he
does.
makes
Yes,
grills.
he makes grills.
Joey,
You can get Paul
we
Wall
should all
made
get
grills.
grills. We should all get grills.
That's a good idea for real.
For
That's
real.
a great
Get
Christmas.
some Death Squad
Let's
grills.
do it, man. Let's fucking do it. Will you do it? Please? Will you please do it?
How many teeth? How many teeth?
Let's just get a row, man. Let's
A
just
full
do it.
row?
Not like
Paul
one,
Wall.
like a tops or
Would
bottoms.
we go to Paul? And
Yeah,
have him
for
design
sure.
something?
Paul Wall. What's up? Joe Rogan 1000.
What
There
if
you
it
go.
cuts your lips?
No, it's fine, man.
What if it gets hooked up on your wife's pussy?
That's cool too. If it's diamonds, she'll be cool with it.
Get yanking out of there.
How much is it for the denture grills? How much for
The
that? one?
denture grills?
Let's see that one. What's the cost on that?
There you go.
Those are the ones you slide right
Look
off
at
and
the
on.
fucking diamond grill.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
What about people that want to be diamond
It's
vampires?
$2,400.
Whoa, that's not bad.
$2,400 for
Two gold.
jewelry in your teeth. Just to let everybody know you're not playing by any fucking rules.
You're
If you
definitely
meet a
not,
dude,
man.
right? If you meet a dude and he's a number of gold teeth, like the number of gold teeth he has is direct proportion as to whether or not he's a pirate, right?
Dude, shoot your next special wearing these motherfuckers. Let people know what time it is, man. I'm serious. JR.
Figure out like what's my best strategy. I'm trying to hype out. Is that the word?
You know what I would do? As soon as you had like a big punchline, I would go, and that was fucking funny. And that'd be like to get them wrapped up even more.
And then
Look
show
at
him my
little
grill.
fucking John. I wonder what he makes a year just showing up and going, yeah.
A lot.
Right? Yeah, like 50 grand a fucking.
I'm sure, man.
Well, wasn't that a
Little
thing?
John stays paid.
It was like Paris Hilton. It was like one of the biggest things that she had was like those nightclub appearances. She'd go and they'd just pay her a grip of money.
Yeah, just
And
to
she
be
would
there.
just show up.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, sorry.
When I was in Orlando, some guy gave her a club. It was called like Club Paris.
Oh.
Everyone was supposed to come show up, and like, cause she was supposed to be there every weekend.
Right.
She's not going to Orlando every weekend, obviously. So
Was that the idea that he had? How coked up
Yeah.
are you? I don't know if I can go into business with Paris Hilton. I got an idea. I'm gonna give her a club.
Give this to you. Is that cool? You see it? You see the connection?
If you're hearing this guy who made that deal, I'm sorry. I'm just joking around. I don't really think
Do you
that
remember
happened.
when they were fucking that hot? Like, when we were first going to the comedy store, Sunset, when you hit Laurel Canyon, it was bumper to bumper traffic.
Right.
Okay? It was bumper to bumper traffic. I remember getting a ticket one time. Because my spot was up. I just went in the middle lane. There was a cop right there fucking waiting for me by the standard.
Mm.
You know, that was when Hilton. And what's the other chick that was getting in trouble? Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah.
She got a lot of they were out every fucking night.
That's true.
Causing problems. Then Lindsay Lohan went to the griddle before court one day. She went to that place that we went to.
That breakfast place.
Yeah.
Good place.
And that was it after that. The griddle was packed for fucking months after that because
people
they
found
thought
out.
Lindsay was going to go there for breakfast every morning.
They have those crazy pancakes, right? It's like,
still
Yeah,
do.
good pancakes.
I mean, but I'm saying that it's like 18 pancakes and one they're like, there's your pancake.
They fucking
And it's
kill you
it's nuts,
They
man.
kill you.
They'll
there.
kill you.
They kill you. They
Dude, nothing
served their
like
coffee you
pancakes.
right. 15 years ago, it was
Fresh
serving
press.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
fresh press.
They were.
Yeah.
That's right.
15 fucking years ago.
Good stuff.
Yeah, 15 years ago they had coffee from like Hawaii there. and
Yeah,
shit.
they were doing a good job there. I
Yeah.
just don't like waiting on live eggs, bro. I'm anti-waiting on live
I'm anti-waiting in line,
Me too,
basically,
yeah.
period, for restaurant. I mean, when something kind of reasonable, fine. Obviously, it's like your table, you don't have a table, you have to hang out. But when they're like, this place is awesome, just hour and a half. Like,
Have
nah,
you ever
man,
done
I don't
Franklin's Barbecue
No.
in Austin?
No,
No,
it
me
comes
neither.
up every time.
Can't
I'm
do
not
it.
staying in line. I'm not paying over the $8 an hour. Get more fucking help in there. And come out and get more fucking waitresses. What's that hamburger place? They do it.
Yeah.
What's
In and
that?
out?
They got people out there. I think it's just a place to be cool. Some people sit there for $8 an hour for you. Ari likes that shit.
Does it?
Sitting there, listen, nothing. I don't want to wait for nothing. When I go to breakfast in Hollywood, I gotta go to the doctor.
Yeah.
I stop by the griddle first
Yeah.
before I get.
Is it
after
still
I get-
nuts there?
It's still a little line.
Yeah.
But if they give me any drama, there's a bagel place across the street. That's tremendous.
Yeah.
I get a nice, clean turkey bobby. They make fresh fucking turkey and put it on your bagel bobby. They ain't fucking around, Jack.
The best wizard job in all of Hollywood is Pink's.
Yeah.
That's the worst food
They
ever.
they are
Horrific.
goddamn wizards.
Horrific.
I remember
Horrific.
moving here,
That's the first thing
2002.
you do.
And you're like, man, I gotta hit that spot.
Look at that line. And then
Yeah.
you get one of those hot dogs and went,
Oh,
it's a
my
hot
God.
dog. If
Yeah.
you're into hot dogs,
No,
It's
actually,
not- it's a
I feel
terrible
like you
hot dog.
actually
Well-
bite into it and you're like, this is amazing. And then, then you take another bite and you're like, no, I just hype myself.
I want
into
it to be
thinking,
amazing.
yeah.
But listen, fuck us. That place is crowded every goddamn night.
Every day,
There's
man.
something
They're
smart
fucking
about
tourists,
cooking. No, it's about cooking outdoors too. Having that open window, so you walk by, you can see them cooking the hot dogs.
I went in there and the buns were pink. The buns were yellow. The chili was god awful.
You know what the
hot
problem
dogs
is?
were god awful.
The real problem for me is always going to be that I've had real New York hot dogs
too.
that snap when you bite them.
Separate, yeah.
You know, there's those type of hot dogs that they were making. The buns were perfect.
That's
They
the,
had like
the
a little-
buns go so far
So,
with burgers
it's a big
too.
thing.
You know, amazing
Big thing.
buns.
But there's something about when you snap into one of those, you taste that real fresh, real delicious hot dog taste. Regular bullshit hot dogs, they just don't fly anymore.
I hate, like when
You
you
know?
go to Dodger Stadium, those are the worst hot dogs you'll ever have.
You know, Adam Carolla's in some sort of a beef with fans about that.
It's a
About
horrible
Dodger
hot dog.
dogs.
It's god awful. It's like you're eating oatmeal from American Airlines. You think you're poisoning yourself. Every time I get the oatmeal from American, I'm like, am I fucking poisoning myself? Those Dodger dogs are so fucking bad, man. They're horrible. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. When I was in from junior year,
What's that word? Excoriates? He excoriates? The Dodger dog implores Rams to serve better beef. What is that word? Have you ever even seen that word? Wow. Whoever you are, word wizard of Google.
it's my junior year in high school. Mr. Hildebrand. took us to the fucking Sabret place. Just to take us through a little walk, you know, because what his job was to do was to every month to show us different career opportunities. And we went to this hot dog thing down on, like, we had to take a bus down there. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Okay. So there's 4 Puerto Ricans. They got brooms. And they got yellow suits on, and they got those boots on, okay? And there's a fucking, you know, when you're working like a construction site, and you throw the sheetrock in the tube, and the tube goes down to the first floor into the dumpster, okay? So there's a tube like that. And then there's 4 Puerto Ricans with brooms, and then 6 Puerto Ricans with bags of 80-pound and 90-pound salt. This is back in 1980, okay? You know, 90 pounds. And there's pallets of 90 pounds. And every once in a while, the light turns red, and this thing, just body parts start falling. Heads, shoulders, eyeballs, you just see it. And then these guys, the other Puerto Ricans, break the bags of salt and put them on this shit that's falling. Like, it's nonstop, bam. And these guys sweep that into a fucking hole. And that's how the hot dog gets. But it's everything. It's the leg, the hoof, the arm. You know, what do you think? What happens to a leg? When somebody gets into a car accident on 405, what do you think happens to the leg? You think they take it home? Fuck no. They call Hormel first. They go, Hormel, we got a black leg for you. It's about 300 pounds. And we'll call you back in 5 minutes. Then they call White Castle. Listen, we have a deal for you. Then they hang up with him. And they call Steakums, and they send that leg over. What do you think they're going to do with that big fucking leg that weighs 300 pounds? You think they just put that leg away? Fuck no. That's what you eat.
Could you imagine if they found out that people were grinding up people they found in the morgue to make hot dogs out of them? Oh, my God. Imagine if that was true.
Fucking Roy DeMeo was killing people. God. And he had a friend that had a supermarket that owed him money. So at night, he'd go kill them in the supermarket and put them in the meat grinder. And the next day, people would come in and put their meat. What the fuck were you eating? What do you think was left over in there? Fuck yeah.
He ground people.
What do you think was left over in there? Yeah, for a couple of his murders. He had a guy that owed him money for Shylock.
He was like, wasn't he draining people?
Draining people. Hanging them upside down and draining people. The other guy from the Gambinos owned a chain of supermarkets. Did you know that? That was the guy from the Gambinos. The other guy from the Gambinos owned Great White Auto. Remember when you're in Queens and shit? You have those people that balance your tires and shit. You don't know them.
Well, they bought into legit businesses. That was a good way to declare income.
The other guy had the heavy guy, Conti or something. That guy was a known heroin dealer. He was in the board of director of Nussbaum's of a supermarket. Let me tell you what this motherfucker did. They had about 30 supermarkets in the Jersey area. One day he just called local 202 carpenters and said, do me a favor, go to every supermarket and add an aisle. So every supermarket had an aisle that whatever they took went directly to the mile. Well, so they had 13 supermarkets, but like aisle number 5 wasn't really aisle number 5. Nobody knew about aisle number 5. So whatever was bought in that aisle, that cash went upstairs. For 13 supermarkets on a daily basis. They would just go into a supermarket and they had 2 lanes. And go, don't worry about those 2 lanes.
Wow.
How fucking bizarre is that shit?
Yeah. Just, it's crazy that the FBI and all the people, the various law enforcement organizations figured out a way to crack that, to break it down.
They cracked it after they made 10 million. Then they cracked it. You know who lives in Studio City, bro? I just met him at this coffee shop about 3 months ago, and I talk to him all the time. And I'm about to sick him loose on people. Dude, the last godfather in this country was a guy by the name of Joe something, big fat guy. Came out and he made everybody shut the. He was fucking genius, Joe. Came out of jail, made everybody shut the social clubs. Everybody had to have a job. No drugs. Everybody stuck to it. They were doing phenomenal. He was doing phenomenal, Joe Messina. But somebody was shaking down a restaurant, and he went in there, and they were giving him $20,000 a week for security. So they couldn't figure out how to get Messina because he wasn't doing anything outside. and they got this forensic account to go in there, and they shut down the mob. This guy. Well, this guy retired. Lives in fucking Studio City. We were talking to one day. He goes, for $1,000, somebody gives you a hard time, you have the right to go in there and look at their books. He goes, don't bring none of these fucking white idiots from Hollywood. Bring me. Because I'll find everything in there, plus I'll make them a deal if they don't pay you. I call my friends at the fucking IRS, and I will have them here within a day looking through your asshole. So we're ready to sick motherfuckers. I got one guy, I'm ready to sick him on. Keeps telling me, oh, we haven't made any money. Keep it up. Keep it up, because I'm going to sick this little fucking... And this guy's one of those, he's not even Jewish. He's just crazy and white. But for $1,000, he'll go in there. And he was the same guy that brought down thousands of people for the FBI. When they can't figure you out, forensic fucking accounting, you're done. The math better add up, Jack.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa. So anybody who gives you guys a hard time, we don't know. We haven't sold a lot of them. $1,000. And he'll go in there and he's fucking, when you look at him, he's one of those white dudes that did 30 years in the Marines that he's pretty serious. He goes, I'll rip them fucking open for you. Ooh. I'll find every dime, and then I'll make them an offer they can't refuse. If they got 3 days to give you a check for the whatever, or we contact our buddies in the IRS and I'll have them in 24 hours to look in your asshole until they find something. Oof.
Is that true? Can you really do that?
You go whatever the fuck you
call
want.
the IRS and go, hey man,
Watch, ask all. Wait till you see the end of the year. Wait till all these people who've been talking shit about Trump. You think Kathy Griffin's they're not going to get in her ass and anybody else? You watch. I don't trust Trump when it comes to something like that. I'm not saying he's a bad dude or anything like that. What I'm saying is Trump's one of those dudes you really don't want to mess with. I believe that if people want to put pressure on you, they could get you to the IRS. I think agencies have been doing it for years. I shouldn't even have said Trump.
What did you guys think of this Charlottesville stuff? His reaction to it?
I think it's just a big failure, man. I mean,
What did you feel like?
Well,
when
he fumbled on what I thought was like 2 levels. Like, so there's the leadership, like presidential level, right? Where you go like, this is the office that we look to. And then there's like the person. So I think it's weird how he makes, everything is about him. And he even started one of those press conferences and it went into like how the economy's doing. So like, I think it's hard to view that dude morally as somebody that that you would enjoy being around as a person. And then I get what he was trying to do.
I do too.
With his criticizing Antifa and stuff. Like I get, but like it's the lack of savviness is even maybe more like in not knowing like this is a time where you do this and not that. That's also something you're like, wow, like he just feels like he's totally unfit for the job, in my opinion.
Well, I also feel like when you're the president, the workload must be impossible to imagine before you get in there. And then once you get in there, you're dealing with all these pressures, all these super important decisions in all these different areas, and then some new shit comes up.
I really think, and I'm not even saying this as like critical of like I don't like him. I really think he is, and only a few other people can experience this, is truly like, holy shit, with what this job entails.
I think so too.
I think it's really like one of those things where he's like, wow. And you can see that he's constantly, like, he always refers to the campaign still. Always in any conversation we'll talk about, like, I beat those guys. And like, because I think that's the part that he enjoyed. He enjoyed the competition
good old days
of the campaign. And I think, like, and then, he's always bringing up, like, oh, the new, like, but the Dow was setting records for months and months and months. But, like, he'll still, tweets will be about that or interviews will be about that. You can't not make a conversation, a statement without talking about it.
There probably is a connection, though, between the Dow being up and him being in office and people thinking that he's friendly to business.
I think the business markets love it. There's definitely no doubt about that. But there's also no doubt that unemployment was at record lows and setting records before him. Yeah. And the Dow has been on an upswing for years now.
Isn't that how it always is? Like, presidents always come in and take advantage of the upward, like there's like,
of course.
Oh, I mean, he's not the first guy predictable, right? But the economy does come in these ebbs and flows.
It does come in ebbs and flows. The market, inevitably, at least in the history of it, always comes back. Always comes back. Even if you stayed through like
Black Monday, the market still eventually comes back.
I'm too stupid to understand that. I'm too stupid to get the market. You know?
No, you're not.
No. I mean, I am in the sense that I'm not really interested in pursuing those lines of thought.
I get that. That's different.
My brain is just like, this seems like a pot of shit to me. I gotta get out of here.
If I tell you something, guys, you're not gonna believe this. I don't know anything that happened.
The stock market's strange.
No. I know some white supremacists that somebody showed up.
Oh, Charlottesville.
I don't pay attention to them.
Yeah.
I had to disconnect myself. I don't watch world news. You call
let me tell you what happened.
These guys were doing
I have an
a J.
idea.
Crew photo shoot.
Yeah, I know.
And they finished.
Yeah.
What happens is that spray that makes everybody gay that they put on frogs, they're now using at J. Crew, like Abercrombie and Fitch does.
Yeah.
As you walk in and they hit you with that gay frog spray. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
It makes you gay.
So a bunch of dudes got crazy, tattooed swastikas on themselves, took their shirts off. They're all walking around with citronella candles that they got from like a hardware store. That was the stupidest part of it all. They had like torches that they were walking down the street with. Like, come on, you guys are walking around with lawn torches.
They're pussies. They didn't even make the Frankenstein one. Where you get the fucking blanket, dip it in fucking gas.
Yes.
And run and chase
Yes,
Frankenstein.
the real
one.
They use those fucking mosquito repellents and shit. Listen, dog, I tell you what, this is, you know what, man? I have so many things on my plate. I had to stop. And I'm gonna tell you something else. I had to sit my wife down, like a man, and tell her that CSNBC was not allowed of that. My wife is very political. I had to cut her off. Like, I can't have it.
It gets overwhelming.
I can't have
the
the
news
talk
can
at the
be
table. You know, we would go out to dinner and somebody would bring something up, and I had to kick her under the table, and I feel bad. Listen, I don't want to talk about this shit.
Yeah.
There's no reason to talk about
you know
this
how
shit
you
no
hear
more.
that expression more than you
I don't
know
wanna talk
as a kid, where people are like, never bring up politics or religion. Right? And as a
Right.
kid, you're like, I don't understand why that. But this is, I feel like, the age where it becomes the most clear. And at the time where you're like, oh, we can actually probably have a good time if no one talks about these.
And it always comes out, guys, you can't see four people talk for 5 minutes about anything without somebody bringing something up.
Yeah.
And you know what? At the end of the week, though, you still got to get up and go to work. You still got to get up for groceries. You still got to wipe your ass.
Yeah.
All this knowledge and GOPs and SODs. I grew up in Hudson County, New Jersey, which comes into the Cook County, Illinois.
Yeah.
So I learned about politics in a micro. What's a smaller one? Microcosm.
Microcosm? Yeah.
And it's a horrible thing. I benefited from it. I had no-show jobs. I had to rip down signs.
You had no-show jobs?
Yeah, I had a no-show job at Horace Mann School when I was a kid. I would go in there once a week and pick up a check and laugh at the old janitors. I never moved the desk. Wow. McCarmine got me the job, got rest his soul, but it's, I saw it at a level that never interested me. Like, I was like, these people are fucking pukes. They're fucking pukes with some son.
Yeah.
You know, before you guys are talking about taxpayer money, I want to see the addendum for the 12 fucking idiots that sit there with suits that are old and white, and they sit there, 12 hours to make a decision. That's where our money goes.
Yeah.
You know, you don't know about bureaucracy till my mother died. That's when I learned about bureaucracy at 15. That's why I don't like it. Because my mother died, I couldn't even collect Social Security without coming up with 92 sheets of paper.
Yeah.
That's a fucking Social Security fucking number. Right. That's a fucking name. And that's when she died. And that's a death certificate. Give me my fucking money. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's another letter and another meeting, and you paid your taxes. You paid for this. This is your fucking hard-earned money. That's when you learn that it's all bullshit. This is all bullshit. Our tax, if in 4 years your kid's going to come to you and go, Daddy, or your daughter's going to come to you and go, I want to play basketball. You take them down there. They charge you $85 to sign up, $32 for the shirt, which really is worth fucking $8 on in the black market. And then you got to pay the sneakers, which are $100. When I was a kid, dog, taxes were low. I went to Union City. I told them I want to play basketball. They put you on a team. They give you a shirt. And you played every week for free. It didn't cost you anything. Look at I don't even know about taxes or anything, Joe. All I know about is when I go buy a plane ticket and I look at those prices and I go, what about the family of two that isn't doing that well?
Yeah.
What about the fucking, if I was really taxed, I have felonies, I can't vote. So I don't even let that thing go in my mind. What about the $50 I got to pay for parking when I go to a UFC event?
Yeah.
What about the fucking $184 for a fucking Laker ticket? Or $100 for a fucking baseball ticket? When does it end? That's what I'm concerned about. I don't give a fuck about anything else. I want them to bomb fucking ISIS now, today. But everything else for me applies to the American family.
Yeah.
That the American family does not stand a chance in this country no more. If your wife works and you have to pay daycare, what are you bringing home? What are you clearing after daycare?
Right.
Somebody was telling me for summer camp in Studio City, it's $200 a week. That's $800 a month for the average person. What's the average person making in this fucking country, Joe Rogan? So your taxes are getting used for shit. Our taxes are getting used for shit. Shit. Because they're not going to where they're supposed to go.
Well, $800 a month is like, what is that like? 9,000.
That's $9,600 a year.
That's a lot of money.
But for fucking, and the girl was telling me that her son has to volunteer and help other kids to get that rate. Studio City, and I just was telling him, kindergarten at Monarch is $34,000.
What?
In the valley. And, don't ever mind the other two, whether Denzel's daughter went to school.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and by the way, we're talking about all this like it's a big deal. If we were living in Manhattan, that would be a goddamn bargain.
That'd be a bargain.
True.
A bargain.
A bargain. That's what when I think about politics, I think about people who are fucking struggling. That have two children and they can't go to a Dodger game. How many fucking baseball games did you go to as a kid?
Right.
I can't tell you how many I went to as a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these families cannot afford a Dodger game. Bro, I'm a fucking savage. My uncle loves baseball. He's an old man. I would go to Costco, and for $50, I get 2 tickets, 2 hot dogs, 2 sodas, and a parking spot. I don't care about the fucking game. I take Kenny 74. What's magic to go with the Dodgers? They don't give me that deal.
You know what it seems like? It's like if you have a giant population like we do in LA, and something like a Dodger ticket or something, even though it's a giant number of people, it's still a small percentage of this huge population. I guess they just realize, anybody who does this realizes, you just jag it up higher, you're going to get a smaller percentage of people, but there's still enough people.
Right, exactly.
So, like, why would we do that?
Right.
Let's just do that.
Let's just make more.
And then if you know how it is when you go to a theater or something like that, it's going to be twice that if there's some sort of a baseball game or something like that, or one of those huge stadiums. Think about all the people who have to get paid, all the people that are working there while you're working there, like just a giant staff of humans that have to keep that thing running smooth.
Yeah, but what about the American family that flies and wants to get a thing of water? It's $4.50 for a bottle of water.
How much they charge you? I thought the water was free. They give you a cup of water.
No,
free,
they give you
right?
a cup of water. What if, and then when you go through TSA, you can't bring the water through.
You can't, but
So-
if you can buy water
On the other side.
On the other
But
side.
What if, Joe Rogan, you're just barely getting by,
Yeah.
and you have 3 fucking kids, and it's $3 of fucking water? Yeah, I mean, that's the shit that has always concerned me.
Fucking
The
break.
small guy, the fucking guy that wants to take, the guy that works, he's divorced, he pays child support, he wants to take his kid to a Dodger game. And for him to get a ticket, he's got to sit with gangbangers and wear a helmet and a fucking bodyguard fucking suit.
Yeah.
And you can smoke pot now at Dodger Stadium.
Really?
There's a little section supposedly that you walk to the left and people are parking over there. Is that true?
I don't know.
Let's just pretend it is. Make it happen.
Just do it, man.
If anybody would let it go, it's LA. Right?
Yeah.
It's got more tolerance for weed than LA.
Yeah.
Did you see that video? I don't know where the fuck it happened. I think it was on the Instagram feed, Clowning the Homie. I don't know if you know that one. They always have some fun stuff up there. But there's a big, giant white guy. This black cop beats the fuck out of him, tasers him, beats the fuck out of him with a club, and then eventually they tasered him from behind. Another guy got him. He fell, banged his head off the ground. And the whole time the guy was saying, like, I am not fighting you. I'm not fighting you. And they're just beating on him with this fucking ball. That job, and I've said it a million times, is not for everybody, and it's one of the most difficult fucking jobs in the world.
Being a cop?
Yep. And what we're seeing like that guy that shot that woman in the alley, this guy getting beat up by this metal pipe.
The Baltimore cops planting fucking evidence.
Planting drugs.
How long you know me, Joe Rogan? 20 years I did time. Never used a verb. Ever. You've heard me say some crazy shit.
Crazy shit.
But you never heard me say the word pig.
Yeah.
No, never.
I'm the most respectful police police officers.
It's a small
They
percentage
have
of people.
a stressful job, but something's going on now.
It's not just stressful.
What
It's
about
off
2 days
the
ago,
charts
the 9
stressful.
minutes with the gun to the black couple while he was getting his license, and they kept saying, "Please put the gun away," and the guy held the gun there and shit like that. This is
that's
happening
so
constantly.
scary.
And then I love when if they shoot a black person, they just get like the black DA to go up there and say, "Well, we looked at this year they beat up that black retarded kid downtown. 8 cops to beat up a black retard, and then the fucking kid died, and they said it's the fucking black kid's fault. He's fucking retarded. 8 cops on top of him beating him." But this goes on constantly, and you know what's going to happen, and you fucking know what's going to happen. You know exactly what's going to fucking happen. 2 or 3 years from now, all it takes is 3 angry black guys. 3 angry black guys with a surplus to spread the word. It was done with the Black Panthers. It was done for years. 3 angry black guys, and they're going to fucking start going around in cities and saying there's a fire, and when all these cops show up, they're going to be on roofs and they're going to open up on them. This is going to happen in American cities.
Well,
It already happened in
Ferguson?
Dallas.
Yeah,
It already
Dallas,
happened
right.
in Dallas.
That was-
So don't fucking tell me this is going to happen.
Yeah.
3 black guys that went to the service that got weapons. Like I told you, unless you're retarded, you can't get weapons today. I get you whatever the fuck you want and something. I get you something in an hour. An hour, I'll get you something to go fight.
I believe you.
So never mind assault rifles and shit like that.
Right.
That's all you need is 5 assault rifles and say that a woman is getting raped at the end of fucking Cherokee Street and wait for 20 cops to come and open up on them, dog. All headshots and leg shots. That's going to happen eventually because this cannot continue. This cannot continue.
I think most people that become cops have a very difficult time doing it. I think for some people, it's unmanageable. And I think if you think about all the interactions that all the police officers have with all the people all day long, all across the country, the vast majority of it is inconsequential. It's people, traffic violations, little things here and there.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a percentage. What is that percentage? Is it even 1%? I don't know what it is. But if that 1% gets online, we focus on that 1%. So whether it's that guy planting drugs in Baltimore or these guys beating up this giant white guy, the guy was giant, but he wasn't threatening them in any way. Just didn't want these guys like fucking tasering them.
Yeah.
And I think there's just way too few people that are capable of navigating the waters of that kind of job. I think that kind of job is almost as bad or as difficult rather as being in the military. Your life is on the line. You're at risk all the time, constantly. You know, people will call you a cop apologist if you looked at it like that. Listen, man, if the shit goes down, someone's breaking into your house, you're calling the cops, man. Okay? That's what they're here for. And to pretend that you don't need them is, you're great. Well, okay, maybe someday we won't, but right now, you need cops, for sure. And they need cops. They need each other. They need cops too, and they know it. And they see it more than you do, because they're the ones who respond to murders and armed robberies and rapes. They're the ones who have to show up and handle car accidents on the highway. How much special training did they have? Did they get to deal with bodies that are torn apart? How much special training?
No, I know.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you could even adequately train a person. Some people can handle it, period.
Yeah.
But there's some people, they see some dark shit and they just don't recover. And then you ask those people to just keep pulling people over.
But I also think that they should train the cops a little more. I see a lot of
I don't think they have the money. I agree with you, though. I agree with you.
I see a lot of dumb shit in LA, bro. And, you know, the times you're on Hollywood Boulevard, bumper to bumper, and you go to see what it is, and it's a fucking cop double park giving a homeless guy a hard time.
Yeah.
Pull the cop in you. Pull the car in you, fucking scumbag. Can't you tell it's 4 o'clock when there's fucking traffic?
They don't care.
They don't give a fuck. You know, one day I yelled from the car, and they looked at me. I yelled.
Yeah.
Really, guys? 8 in the morning? Double fucking park. Really? No fucking genius here.
And there's smoke coming out of his mouth while he's screaming.
Oh, you think I'm fucking kidding you? I say shit because it's true. Come on, it's common sense.
Yeah, of course.
You want to give me a ticket? When we go to court, we'll talk about it. And now we all got phones. Now we all got fucking phones and videos and the whole fucking
That's
deal.
what's very dangerous, is these laws against people filming cops while they're doing shit. Like, you can't have that. No,
Is that really a law, though?
Yes, it is. There are several places where it is illegal to film cops while they're doing things.
Wow.
Find it. Federally, it's not?
I know for sure the police have tried to tell people it's not, but I'm pretty sure
Am I spreading fake news?
it's like
I know that they can.
Let's find out if that's the case. Are there places where it's illegal to film the cops?
I know they can tell you, like, if there's a situation going down.
I felt like I was lying when I said
That they can tell you that they need a certain, like, a bit of space, but I don't think they can tell you to stop filming.
That's interesting.
No,
they tried.
I was
They
on a
certainly
plane a
tried.
couple weeks ago to Vegas, and there was an altercation, and there were these fucking smart kids, and the cops kept telling them they had to get off, and they would shoot the cops and tell them that it was their right.
Yeah. There we go. Taking photographs and videos of things that are plainly visible in public spaces is a constitutional right, and that includes police and other government officials carrying out their duties. However, there is a widespread and continuing pattern of law enforcement officers ordering people to stop taking photographs or video in public places and harassing, detaining, and arresting those who fail to comply. The right of citizens to record the police is a critical check and balance. It creates an independent record of what took place in a particular incident. Okay, well that seems like maybe what I was reading was about people that got arrested for it. So the cops were arresting them for it, but even though it's not really illegal.
And I mean, they can still arrest you for a lot of things. Then you go to court and figure out the arrest.
So if a cop arrests you for not listening to him, so like if a cop is arresting someone and you're filming it because he's kicking this guy's ass, and you start filming it, and the cop says, if you do not put that camera down, I will arrest you. They can still arrest you.
They can say you're obstructing justice or whatever it is.
Right. The only reason they would say not to turn the camera off if he was doing something wrong.
Well,
so I got you there, right?
It's
there.
like fucking hard to stay on the right path and not go straight Dirty Harry if some guy's trying to kill you and you're involved in some situation, and then you see people filming it too. Fuck, man. I wouldn't want to navigate any of the shit that cops have to go through on a daily basis.
Me neither. But they also have to. They gotta clean it up a little bit, and when they do something wrong and we watch it on film, they can't tell us that the cop was justified to do something. Of course, there was a lot of shit going on. I mean, there was 37 murders in Chicago last year.
Something
39 shootings, 39 murders.
Something crazy like that.
I mean, and those places are high level, but there's a lot of times I've seen cops act a little too much for what the situation calls for. I grew up in Jersey. When cops come in, they talk to you, they ask you, they separate you, and they determine if this was even worth the fucking angle.
Right.
These guys today, they'll come in, even if we do something at the store, they'll come in the store and investigate it for what? What do you do? Go fucking chase somebody. Go chase a fucking bank robber. The day after 9/11, I pulled into fucking 7-Eleven, and a guy had pulled over the line, okay? His car pulled over the line, so my car was over the line. The guy next to me and all cars. I pulled in, I was 6 inches over a handicap thing. Cop made a U-turn and came and gave me a $458 ticket. I understood I was wrong, but we just blew up the World Trade Center. Yeah. You ain't got nothing better to do. You ain't got nothing better to do. I see fucking kinky shit all the fucking time. I'm not involved in it. So it's got nothing to do with me.
Part of the problem with cops is there's a statistic number that they have to reach, right? Like if they believe a certain amount of traffic violations taking place in LA, there's a strong influence on those guys to write a certain amount of tickets. Whether you call it a quota anymore, because I think those things are shunned.
They say they don't have a quota, but they have something.
There's some severe.
Burbank, they're out there.
Yeah, there's some severe incentive, and if you don't meet the numbers that they expect, and they in some way, shape, or form think you're not addressing some of the crimes that are being committed out there, I'm sure you get a hard time for it.
Listen, brother, when I got arrested in '87, that detective, that fucking moron from Boulder, who I liked, he got me for 4 years, and he thought he was fucking, like when they locked up Gotti, the Teflon Don. What are you talking about? You could have got me for 22 years if that cop would have done it just a little bit. I would have done 22 years. You don't know how many times I sat next to him in the preliminary hearing, and I'm like, I hope this dude don't recognize me. I hope he don't recognize, because he had come to talk to me about something else. The same fucking cop a year earlier. Wow. And he never put it together, and that would have got me more in the kidnapping. Whoa. So every time I saw this cop, I would sit there. At the end, I would just call him like a big dope. Because he was 6'4" with the big chest, with the bulletproof. You're a dummy. You walk around like you fucking know what you're talking about. You even done me. It's like that fucking kid a couple weeks ago that pushed that fucking little Mexican hot dog cart. You'll never hear from him again.
Who?
That little Argentinian dude that pushed that little Mexican dude with the fruit cart. What are you talking about? What are you talking
I didn't
about?
see that.
Jesus Christ, Joe Rogan. You watch lions attacking a monkey, but you haven't seen stuff in LA a couple weeks ago where some poor little Mexican dude was selling hot dogs on the corner and some fucking little, he thought he was one of those dudes with the skinny jeans with a Guns N' Roses shirt. Him and his fat, white, ugly fucking girlfriend went up to the dude and told him to move. You never saw this? They told him to move.